Xiao Mang, are you all right? An anxious voice echoed in his ears, and Lu Mang, in a daze, slowly opened his eyes. Your Majesty, I truly cannot endure any longer. Xiao Mang, what has happened to you? Did you injure your head? A familiar face, tinged with guilt, came into view, and Lu Mang instantly realized something was amiss. You are Yinru? My landlady. He blinked, struggling to comprehend. In his memory, Yinru should have perished in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet here she was, casting a glance around the once familiar room. His mind raced like a frenzied machine. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could it be that he had been reborn? Could such a stroke of fortune truly have befallen me? To test his inner conjecture, Lu Mang reached out towards the direction of his gaze. Indeed, he was lying in Yunru's embrace, and directly in front of him was her right arm. Ah! A shriek erupted, and Yunru swiftly released Lu Mang from her hold. Xiao Mang, what are you doing? She appeared flustered, though Lu Mang had fallen while helping her fix a light bulb. His actions were decidedly inappropriate and had inadvertently caused her pain. It's real, it's real. Ignoring Yunru's reaction, Lu Mang instinctively clenched his hand. Yes, he had truly been reborn, back to a week before the apocalypse, and he would not misremember the incident that led to his fall while fixing a light bulb. In his previous life, when the apocalypse struck suddenly, Lu Mang was merely an I-5 worker. Though he avoided the initial bloody carnage, his subsequent existence was akin to that of a dog, serving as cannon fodder in the apocalypse due to the utter inadequacy of his awakened bloodline. It wasn't until 3 years into the apocalypse that the celestial realms shone upon him, and the true forms of gods and demons descended. He was chosen by the desire because of his striking appearance, and thus became a representative in this world, finally turning his fate around. However, such a reversal was but fleeting. An even more unfortunate chapter was just beginning. The Desire Demon, with demon in her title, naturally possessed formidable strength, and as one of the few female demons, her beauty and figure were beyond reproach, yet she was burdened with the term desire. The experiences that followed were a blend of pain and pleasure. Despite the enhancements bestowed upon him by Yamidala, Lu Mang could not withstand the demands of a demon's body. The joyous times lasted merely a week before he was utterly drained. How utterly ridiculous. This is absurd beyond measure. At this thought, Lu Mang muttered to himself, a shiver running down his spine. Other demon representatives might soar to great heights, but at the very least, they can enjoy some semblance of power for a time. Yet here I am. The past was too painful to revisit, and there was no need to elaborate on being drained. Xiao Mang, perhaps you should see a doctor. Observing Lu Mang's dazed expression, Yunru pointed at her head, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident, believing Lu Mang might have sustained a serious injury. No need, I just hit my head and feel a bit dizzy. Lu Mang glanced at Yunru, noting the faint bruises on her pale arms, her long, dark hair cascading naturally, and the loose white dress that did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. Yet at that moment, he had no heart to admire her beauty. The apocalypse is merely a week away, and should I awaken the same useless bloodline from my past life, it would be better to end it all right now. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, desperately seeking a solution. As the celestial realms reflected, projections of gods and demons emerged, and various monsters would soon descend, with all humanity undergoing inexplicable radiation, thereby awakening ancient bloodlines. It could be said that in the apocalypse, the rank of one's bloodline was of utmost importance, categorized from D to A, and then into several of the most powerful S, SS, and SSS grades. Particularly, bloodlines of S grade and above were exceedingly rare, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Lu Mang had even heard tales of legendary SSS grade bloodline warriors confronting lesser gods and demons during the 3rd year of the apocalypse. However, in his previous life, the bloodline he awakened was the lowest of the low, D grade infinite charisma. Of course, while the infinite charisma bloodline was of low rank, during his service to Yamidala, he had overheard that there were but a few individuals among all of humanity who possessed such a trait, and those few were all female, leaving him as the lone male. Lu Mang had often pondered that the reason the Desire Demon chose him as a representative was likely due to this cursed infinite charisma. Is being handsome truly a fault? He sighed in resignation, though there were no mirrors present. Lu Meng could still vividly describe his visage. A chiseled face, eyebrows slightly arched, and a harmonious arrangement of features that left a lasting impression upon first glance. However, good looks could not be consumed for sustenance, nor could they equate to strength at most. They allowed for a fleeting advantage. Perhaps I should see a doctor. Had it not been for your help with the light bulb, you wouldn't have fallen. A clear expression of guilt crossed Yun Ru's face. Being inherently kind-hearted, the fact that Lu Meng had become somewhat disoriented due to helping her weighed heavily on her conscience. Lu Meng remained silent, feeling a twinge of impatience as he turned to leave. The beauty stood before him, yet the pressure was simply overwhelming. Naturally, if both beauty and strength could be attained simultaneously, it would be the most favorable outcome. Ding! Detection of host's rebirth confirmed the Apocalypse 100 Beauties album system has awakened ahead of time. Ding! A beginner's gift pack has been automatically bestowed upon the host, containing an awakened ancient bloodline. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been automatically utilized. Congratulations to the host for awakening D-grade bloodline infinite charisma. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Upon hearing the first 2, Lu Meng's heart soared with joy. Yet upon the third notification's arrival, he felt as though he had plummeted from the heights of a lion's pride to the depths of despair in less than a second. This cursed charisma. He silently raged within. Charisma again, and only charisma. Given that the host has just awakened the system, this system will initiate an artificial AI to thoroughly explain its functions. Function 1. As its name implies, this system aims to catalog all beautiful beings of the opposite sex in the world. Function 2. For each qualifying being of the opposite sex recorded, the host will randomly awaken a corresponding bloodline, with the awakened bloodline's rank matching that of the recorded being's bloodline. Function 3. Successfully recorded beings of the opposite sex will exhibit absolute loyalty to the host. Function 4. Once the host catalog of recorded beings reaches a certain quantity, there is a chance to merge the awakened bloodlines. Recording requirements. 1. Only beings of the opposite sex may be recorded when their favorability towards the host reaches 80. Recording may occur. Note: initial favorability is not fixed and depends on the interactions between the host and the being. 2. The recorded being's appearance must not score below 7 points. This rating is determined automatically by the system. 3. The recorded being's minimum bloodline rank must not be lower than a grade. 4. The host can only select one recording target at a time. Friendly reminder. 1. Upon successful recording, the host will immediately gain the corresponding bloodline, and the recorded being will slightly enhance the host's strength as their favorability towards the host increases. 2. After a successful recording, it will take 6 hours to generate the catalog. 3. Hidden detection of the host's initial bloodline infinite charisma will grant additional bonuses to favorability acquisition from beings of the opposite sex. 1. The host's favorability acquisition towards the recording target will be doubled. 2. If the recorded target's realm is lower than the host's, favorability acquisition will be quadrupled. 3. A very low probability of triggering love at first sight, instantly boosting the recorded target's favorability to 80. Ding! Detection of a qualifying being of the opposite sex near the host Yin root demon bloodline, a grade. Upon successful recording, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline demon, subduing bloodline A grade. Please decide whether to set her as the recording target. And thus, the twist had arrived. Who said infinite charisma was worthless? This was undoubtedly a divine skill. And at this moment, the demon's subduing bloodline, while merely a grade, was renowned in his previous life. As the apocalypse descended and projections of gods and demons manifested, a multitude of monsters emerged, with demonic creatures comprising the majority. The demon's subduing bloodline had an absolute advantage against these monstrosities. Most importantly, he was well acquainted with Yunru, allowing for a significant time-saving advantage. Among those he knew, Xiaomeng, are you all right? An anxious voice echoed in his ears as Lu Meng, in a daze, opened his eyes. My lady, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Xiaomeng, what has happened to you? Did you injure your head? A familiar face, tinged with guilt, came into view, and Lu Meng instantly sensed something amiss. Is that you, Yunru? My landlady, that he blinked in disbelief according to his memories. Yin Ru should have perished in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet here she was, casting a glance around the once familiar room. His mind raced like a frenzied motor. Suddenly, a possibility struck Lu Meng. Could it be that he had been reborn? Could such a stroke of fortune truly befall me? To validate his inner speculation, Lu Meng reached out towards what lay directly before him. Indeed, he was lying in Yun Ru's embrace, and the direction of his gaze was fixed upon her right arm. Ah! A shriek pierced the air, and Yun Ru released Lu Meng from her grasp. Xiao Meng, what are you doing? She appeared flustered. Although Lu Meng had fallen while assisting her with a light bulb, his actions now seemed rather unfriendly, inadvertently causing her discomfort. It's true. Ignoring Yun Ru's reaction, Lu Meng instinctively clenched his hand. Yes, he had genuinely been reborn, back to a week before the onset of the apocalypse, and he could not possibly misremember the blunder involving the light bulb. In his previous life, the apocalypse had descended abruptly while Lu Meng was diligently toiling away at his job. Though he had initially evaded the bloodbath, his subsequent existence had been akin to that of a dog, merely a pawn in the chaos of the apocalypse, all due to the inadequacy of his awakened bloodline. It was not until 3 years into the apocalypse that the heavens once again illuminated and the true forms of gods and demons manifested. He had been chosen by the desired demon, Amidala, for his striking appearance, thus turning the tide of his fate. Yet, the reversal was merely ephemeral. A more unfortunate chapter was just beginning. The desired demon, with a divine title, naturally boasted formidable power, and as one of the rare female demons, her beauty and figure were beyond compare, but she was burdened with the essence of desire. The ensuing experiences were a tumultuous blend of agony and ecstasy. Despite the enhancements bestowed upon him by Amidala, Lu Meng found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming demands of the demon's form. After just a week of bliss, he was utterly drained. What an absurdity, truly absurd. Reflecting on this, Lu Meng muttered under his breath, shivering involuntarily. Other demon representatives might soar to great heights, but the past was too painful to revisit. He need not elaborate on the exhaustion he had endured. Xiao Meng, do you need to visit a hospital? Noticing Lu Meng's dazed demeanor, Yun Ru pointed to her head, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident. She suspected that Lu Meng might have sustained a concussion. No need, just feeling a bit dizzy from the fall. Lu Meng glanced at Yun Ru, noticing faint bruises on her alabaster arms, her long, lustrous hair cascading naturally, and her loose white dress failing to conceal her alluring figure. Yet, at this moment, he had no mind to appreciate such sights. The apocalypse will descend in just a week. If I awaken the same useless bloodline as in my past life, I might as well end it all now. His mind raced as he sought a solution. As the heavens reflected, the projections of gods and demons would emerge, accompanied by a multitude of creatures. All humanity would be subjected to mysterious radiation, awakening ancient bloodlines. In the apocalypse, the tier of one's bloodline was paramount, classified from D to A, with the most potent being S, SS, and SSS. Especially those of S rank and above were exceedingly rare, each possessing extraordinary abilities. Lu Meng had even heard tales of legendary SSS bloodline warriors confronting lesser gods and demons during the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Alas, in his previous life, Lu Meng had awakened the lowest tier D bloodline infinite charm. Of course, although the infinite charm bloodline was deemed inferior, during his service to Amidala, he had overheard that few humans possessed such allure, and among those, he was the only male. Lu Meng had often contemplated that the desired demon's choice to make him her representative was likely due to that damned infinite charm. Is being handsome truly a sin? With a resigned sigh, though lacking a mirror, Lu Meng could still articulate his appearance. A chiseled face, eyebrows slightly raised, and features that harmoniously blended into a striking visage, leaving a lasting impression upon any who beheld him. Yet beauty alone could not sustain him. It certainly could not equate to strength at most. It might earn him a few fleeting advantages. Perhaps I should indeed seek medical attention. Had it not been for your assistance with the light bulb, I wouldn't have fallen. A distinct expression of guilt crossed Yun Ru's face. She was inherently kind-hearted. Now, seeing Lu Meng in a state of confusion due to his efforts on her behalf, she felt genuinely remorseful. Lu Meng remained silent, impatience brewing within him as he turned to leave. The allure of the beautiful woman before him weighed heavily upon him. Naturally, if he could attain both beauty and strength, that would be the ideal scenario. Ding! Host detected to have been reborn. The Apocalypse 100 Beauties record system awakens prematurely. Ding! Automatically grants the host a beginner's gift pack, containing an early awakening of an ancient bloodline. Ding! Automatically utilizes the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations. Host awakens Tire Bloodline Infinite Charm. As 3 system notifications chimed, Lu Mang's heart soared with joy upon hearing the first 2. However, when the 3rd notification resounded in his mind, he felt as if he were a lion that had just regained its vigor, only to collapse moments later. Damn this charm. He inwardly roared in frustration. Charm. Again charm. Given that the host has just awakened the system, this system will initiate an AI-guided explanation of its functions. Function 1. As the name suggests, this system is dedicated to cataloging all beautiful beings in existence. Function 2. For every qualifying beauty recorded by the host, a random bloodline will awaken, corresponding in tier to that of the recorded beauty. Function 3. Recorded beings will exhibit absolute loyalty to the host. Function 4. Upon reaching a certain number of recorded beauties, there is a chance for the awakened bloodlines to merge. Recording requirements. 1. Only beings of the opposite sex may be recorded once their affinity towards the host reaches 80. Recording may commence. Note: initial affinity is not fixed and depends on the host's interactions. 2. The recorded beauty must possess a minimum score of 7. This rating is automatically assessed by the system. Upon successful recording, the host will immediately gain the corresponding bloodline as affinity increases. The recorded being will incrementally enhance the host's strength. 2. Host's affinity acquisition towards the recording target. 2. If the recording target's realm is lower than the host's. Affinity acquisition. 4. 3. A minuscule chance to trigger love at first sight, instantly boosting the recording target's affinity to 80. Detecting a qualifying beauty near Biyun Ru Demon Bloodline. Attire. Upon successful recording, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline demon, subduing bloodline attire. Please decide if you wish to set her as your recording target. And thus, the twist had arrived. And at this moment, the demon subduing bloodline, while merely attire, had been renowned in his previous life. With the apocalypse looming and demonic projections manifesting, a plethora of monsters would descend, the majority being demonic entities, against which the demon subduing bloodline held absolute dominion. The most crucial aspect was that he was well acquainted with Yunru, which would save him considerable time. Among those he knew, she was currently the only attire bloodline he had fortuitously discovered. Yes. Chapter 2. The Sweep of Prostitution. The Compendium of Beauty in the Apocalypse generated successfully. Objective: 1 Yunru race. Human, unawakened. Succubus. Age: 28. Personality: gentle and kind-hearted. Empathetic beauty rating: 8 out of 10. Initial affection level: 40. Introduction: a gentle woman with a deep understanding of others. She often unconsciously shoulders the blame for others' mistakes. Bound by a childhood engagement, she is compelled to marry a man she has only met once, a man of limited capabilities. 1. Gentle women possess a soft inner world, and the misfortunes of marriage make them yearn for care. Shower her with utmost tenderness, gradually touching upon her inner sorrows before offering your support, and you shall reap remarkable results. 2. When pursuing a married woman, be cautious not to openly criticize her husband. Even if she agrees, it may inexplicably diminish your standing in her heart. Tip: the inner world of human women often harbors a stark contrast. Once you succeed, you will truly understand. What the hell? Is this really possible? Lu Mang was somewhat dumbfounded. This truly was a one-stop service, complete with strategic suggestions. However, amidst the system's introduction, Lu Mang discerned a crucial point. Although Yunru was married, her husband was inept, implying that no wonder that little good-for-nothing has been causing me trouble. Lu Meng chuckled coldly within. In Jinghai City, Yunru owned 6 properties, undoubtedly a little rich lady. Lu Meng had been renting one of her apartments for the past 2 years. Yet, the circumstances surrounding Yunru's marriage were quite peculiar. She had wed suddenly 6 months ago, without even holding a wedding banquet, had it not been for her inexplicably troublesome husband seeking him out several times. He might have remained oblivious to this matter. Why must a man trouble another man? Lu Meng silently lamented, now understanding the reason behind Yunru's husband's harassment. Incompetence coupled with jealousy had led him to mistakenly believe there was something untoward between Lu Meng and Yunru. It nearly cost me my job. Although I don't care for that wretched job, one should not let their own shortcomings lead to such issues, right? Since the misunderstandings of my past life never transpired. Perhaps in this life, they may as well come to fruition. Lu Meng recalled past events. Yunru's husband had once caused a ruckus at his company, nearly resulting in his supervisor, who already harbored disdain for him, firing him. Little Meng, do you really not need to see a doctor? Observing Lu Meng lost in thought, Yunru's face still bore a trace of guilt. No need, Sister Ru. Lu Meng shook his head, quickly adjusting his mindset. Sister Ru, I was lost in thought because I noticed the bruises on your arm. Has Li Bin come to bully you again? No, Little Meng. Yunru's expression faltered as she hurriedly pulled down the sleeve of her long garment to conceal the bruises. Sister Ru, suddenly, Lu Meng's demeanor turned grave, though his voice remained exceedingly gentle. That I understand the suffering you have endured these past 6 months, but this cannot continue. Though Li Bin may seem decent, he harbors tendencies of domestic violence. As a woman without support, enduring this for long truly pains me. At this point, Lu Meng deliberately sighed. Little Meng, the pangs of her inner turmoil were stirred, and Yunru's voice was barely above a whisper. In truth, he is quite good. Affection level 2, so easily. Lu Meng's heart soared with joy, yet the serious expression on his face remained unchanged. That I acknowledge that Li Bin is indeed capable, but I cannot bear to witness your suffering. Given your nature, you are reluctant for these matters to be known. I understand that. Should he bully you again, you must tell me, and I promise to protect you. As he spoke the last words, a hint of sorrow flickered across Lu Meng's face, and he softly added, if only I had expressed my feelings to you earlier, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Affection level 2, Little Meng. Yunru's heart was touched, and tears welled in her eyes. Lu Meng's vow to protect her, and the melancholy on his face deeply moved her. Which woman does not wish to be cherished? Yet she had never experienced it, and inexplicably, Lu Meng appeared more alluring than ever in her view. There is hope. Continuing to strive, Lu Meng noticed her response, his eyes shimmering as he said, Sister Ru, if possible, I would like to become your emotional support. The sudden confession startled Yunru. She indeed harbored feelings for Lu Meng, but I am already married. I am a woman with a husband. How could I burden Little Meng? Torn within, her traditional values made the tears in her eyes spill forth. Little Meng, you are a good person. We should just that not acceptable. Before Yunru could finish her sentence, Lu Meng realized the outcome. What went awry? Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting the awkwardness between the two. Yunru quickly wiped her tears and rushed to the door, saying, I will see who it is. Hello, we are police officers. Here is my badge. Someone reported an incident of MY occurring here. We kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. Before long, the door swung open, and Lu Meng heard such words. Yunru, who had never encountered such a scene, having always been a well-behaved girl, was at a loss for how to respond. Hello, officer, we are willing to cooperate with the investigation. Just then, Lu Meng stepped forward, shielding Yunru behind him. This is my identification. This young lady is my landlord, named Yunru, age 28, born on XXXX, registered at XXXX. We have a legitimate rental agreement. The 3 police officers were clearly taken aback, especially the slender, spirited female officer, who cast Lu Meng a more scrutinizing glance. While she had seen individuals remain calm in crises, she had never encountered someone so adept at it. Was as if he were someone frequently interrogated, able to respond seamlessly. Meanwhile, Yunru, standing behind Lu Meng, discreetly loosened her grip on her garment's hem. Thank goodness for Little Meng. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain. She sighed in relief, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Meng's back, her cheeks slightly flushed. Miss, could you please present your identification as well? The female officer turned her gaze to Yunru. All right, all right. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Yunru instinctively nodded repeatedly, searching her pockets only to find no identification. What to do? What to do? I always carry my ID with me. She began to panic, fearing that if she could not prove her identity, it might implicate Lu Meng as well. Do not panic. I remember you placed your coat on the sofa. A gentle voice emerged as Lu Meng grasped Yunru's wrist, his gaze peering through the ajar door to see a sinister-looking man pacing anxiously in the corner outside. Chapter 3. You little rascal, do you think I cannot handle you? Indeed, it is him. Lu Meng's bloodline had awakened. Although it was the lowest level of infinite charm, his physique had also seen a degree of enhancement, granting him superior vision compared to the average person. There, in the corner of the hallway, stood Li Bin, Yunru's nominal husband. I was hoping you would come. Otherwise, how could I seize this opportunity? Lu Meng chuckled coldly within. The reason he retained such vivid memories of the week before the apocalypse was that a major misunderstanding had occurred in his previous life. After he had helped Yunru fix a light bulb and fell, he left immediately. A few days later, he learned that the police had visited Yunru's home that day. He had thought himself lucky to have left in time. But now it seemed it had all been premeditated. However, as a man, not only to engage in domestic violence, but also to accuse his wife of MY and report false claims. That's taking things a bit too far. With that thought, Lu Meng deliberately led Yunru by the arm toward the sofa, conveniently providing Li Bin with a perfect vantage point. Damn it, those two deserve to die. Outside, upon witnessing this scene, Li Bin's suspicions were further solidified. Though I may be inadequate, how dare you, this promiscuous woman, act in such a manner? Rage consumed him, and in that moment he wished he could obliterate both individuals. Officer, I found my identification. At last, Yunru located her ID in the coat on the sofa. And due to her extreme nervousness, she had yet to realize that Lu Meng still held her wrist. The female officer glanced at the details on the ID before returning it to Yunru. Apologizing, sorry for the disturbance. With the misunderstanding resolved, the three police officers did not linger further and headed straight for the door. Lu Meng politely guided Yunru to see the officers out, saying, "Officers, take care. Cooperating with the police investigation is the duty of every citizen. Thank you for your cooperation. We apologize for the inconvenience." The female officer expressed her regret, offering a smile of apology. Lu Meng nonchalantly shook his head, voluntarily opening the door, inadvertently pressing his body against Yunru, whose hand he still held. By the way, officer, this should constitute a false report, correct? Do we not have the right to know the identity of the person who made the report? Of course, if that is unreasonable, we would only request the reporter's phone number. Polite, composed, and thorough in addressing the situation, Yunru gazed up at Lu Meng, 3 words popping into her mind. This is your right. Uncertain of the reason, the female police officer found herself harboring a modicum of affection for Lu Meng. A typical individual would likely have resorted to expletives in such a situation, yet Lu Meng remained entirely cooperative, expressing understanding throughout the ordeal. Casting a glance at the 2 male officers behind him, one of them flipped open a page in the record book, revealing a phone number, XXX.it. Seems that people today are indeed rather bored, toying with us officers for amusement. Were it not for our investigation into an animal attack occurring in this vicinity, our team would not have ventured here at all. Thank you. Officer Ru, my phone has run out of battery. Could you kindly note this down on your phone? Lu Meng nodded, his peripheral vision sweeping towards the corner, a faint smirk playing on his lips. All right. Yunru complied obediently, promptly unlocking her phone and accessing her contacts. 151-6789. Although phone numbers are now linked to real name registrations, the likelihood of someone deliberately seeking trouble using their own number is rather slim. The male officer subtly reminded Lu Meng, clearly seasoned in his experience. Yet, at that moment, as Yunru pressed the phone screen, she suddenly halted. Success. No amount of pallid words could rival the truth witnessed firsthand, but the final words of the male officer momentarily piqued Lu Meng's interest. Have you noted it down, Sister Yin? Ah. Yunru, clearly flustered, hastily locked her phone. I've noted it down. I've noted it down. Her expression was distinctly off, her emotions evidently in turmoil. Why? Why was it Li Bin? After all, we are nominally husband and wife. Could it be that in your eyes, I am such a woman? Overcome with sorrow, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing this, Lu Meng swiftly adjusted his position to shield Yunru's face. There are no further questions. We shall take our leave. The female officer cast a curious glance at Yunru, but refrained from inquiring further. "Take care, officer," Lu Meng replied as he stepped aside. Moments later, after the three officers had completely departed, Lu Meng gazed tenderly at Yunru. Though he was oblivious to the cause of her distress, he believed that all misfortunes would pass. "Remember, you still have me. Damn it, you all deserve to die, adulterers." This scene was vividly witnessed by Li Bin, who stepped forward, intending to leave. Clang. Yet, the next moment, a door slammed shut in response to him, seemingly dripping with scorn. "Ever since I struck that wretched woman last time, she has barred me from seeking her out." Li Bin halted, a venomous expression overtaking his countenance. "However, I refuse to believe you won't emerge from your room. Ru Jie, if you are willing, could you tell me what transpired?" Inside the room, Lu Meng wore a look of confusion and concern that if you don't wish to share, that's perfectly all right. Xiao Meng. Suddenly, Yunru burst into tears. Lu Meng, noticing this, moved closer to her, gently patting her back. The subtle fragrance wafting into his nostrils. "It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. That phone number, it belongs to Li Bin." Yunru unveiled the painful truth, her heart heavy with anguish, yearning for someone to confide in. Her husband, albeit merely in name, had inflicted such humiliation upon her. Which woman could endure this? Li Bin. Lu Meng feigned shock, his expression soon morphing into one of anger. How could this man be so vile? I may have lost my reputation. But Sister Ru, you. Xiao Meng. I have something to ask of you. Yunru's voice trembled as she spoke. Rest assured, Sister Ru, I will not hold Li Bin accountable. Lu Meng sighed. I understand your kind-heartedness, your reluctance to sever ties entirely. But in my heart, I wish for you to be free of sorrow. Fear not. It is inconsequential for a man to endure some grievances. Affection 8 Xiao Meng. Thank you. Her sobs intensified. How could there be such a benevolent man in this world, willing to suffer for my sake, rather than see me distressed? In that moment, Yunru felt a stir of emotions within her. However, could Sister Ru also agree to one condition of mine? Lu Meng's voice suddenly broke the silence. What condition? Yunru's sobs subsided slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. Could Xiao Meng be like other men? Yet the next moment, Lu Meng's words dispelled her doubts. Little fool, I know you haven't stepped outside for days. I wish to take you for a drive this afternoon, to alleviate the oppressive feelings you've been experiencing lately. How does that sound? Lu Meng spoke softly. Affection 2 Wua. Yunru was utterly moved, her cries becoming even more pronounced. Little rascal, I'll get my way with you yet. Lu Meng consoled Yunru while casting a glance at the closed door, weighing the next steps of his strategy. Chapter 4. The emergence of evil. As the morning passed, under Lu Meng's tender reassurances, a smile once again graced Yunru's face. In the afternoon, the sweltering heat of June had considerably abated. After some grooming, Yunru donned sunglasses and a white sunshade jacket, stepping out with Lu Meng. Little did she know, a figure was trailing behind her. As expected, he has come. I wonder if the rumors from my past life hold any truth. Lu Meng intentionally walked alongside Yunru, his peripheral vision catching sight of the shadow behind them. Sister Ru, shall we head to the amusement park first? Inside Yunru's car, Lu Meng occupied the driver's seat, while Yunru sat in the passenger seat. You take the reins. It must be said that Yunru's initiative was indeed lacking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been bullied by Li Bin without a hint of resistance. Then I shall take charge of the entire itinerary. Lu Meng chuckled, flooring the accelerator as the car sped forth, the scenery rushing past them. Before long, the afternoon slipped away. Lu Meng first took Yunru on a roller coaster, followed by a ride on the Ferris wheel. And finally, they tackled an escape room. In short, they indulged in every thrilling game available. Of course, the results were evident. For a docile girl who had followed the rules her entire life, it was imperative to expose her to a different kind of thrill to gradually open her heart. The tangible outcome was that Yunru's affection level reached 60 points. Sister Ru, did you enjoy today? Under the moonlit sky, with the night air tantalizing, Lu Meng and Yunru strolled hand in hand through the community, where a group of elderly women were engaged in a lively square dance. It was delightful. Yunru nodded, her complexion slightly flushed. Having never experienced such games before, she was still somewhat shaken, yet gazing at the man beside her instilled a sense of inexplicable security. I'll take you again next time. Lu Meng glanced at the moonlit sky, suddenly inhaling deeply as a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Could the rumors be true? His heart tightened, and a bold idea surged forth. Casting a glance at the figure that had been shadowing them, Lu Meng felt a surge of malice within him. Since you are wary of being monitored and wouldn't dare act in crowded places, I shall grant you an opportunity. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Sister Ru, why don't we take a stroll outside? It's still early, and there's no rush to return. Without waiting for Yunru to respond, Lu Meng took her hand and led her out of the community. 5 minutes later, Lu Meng guided Yunru to a wooded area. Though labeled a forest, it was sparse with trees, and numerous couples could be seen on benches, indulging in romantic interactions. What made you think of bringing me to a place like this? Yunru glanced around, her cheeks tinged with pink, as couples exchanged flirtations and even shared kisses. Don't misunderstand, Sister Ru. I simply thought the scenery here was quite lovely. Lu Meng knew it was not yet time for the final act. Yunru lowered her head and softly murmured in agreement, allowing Lu Meng to lead her deeper into the woods until they reached a secluded spot. Xiao Meng, perhaps we should head back. Hearing rustling sounds from the trees nearby, Yunru's face turned crimson. Though her heart resisted, she could not fathom why a strange curiosity began to blossom within her. What are you thinking? How could you entertain such notions? Xiao Meng is not that kind of person. She chastised herself internally. Sister Ru, do you not believe that one must confront the things they dislike to foster personal growth? Lu Meng asserted with faux righteousness. However, in reality, he harbored alternative intentions. The distance between them had narrowed considerably. The atmosphere charged with intensity. The rumors from his past life were indeed authentic, as minor malevolent entities had begun to descend before the apocalypse, though these evil seeds were not particularly powerful in the early stages of the apocalypse. They were exceedingly cautious. The method must be devised to draw them out, and the petty figure behind them appeared to possess little courage. Indeed, Lu Meng had awakened his bloodline early and sensed the aura of these evil entities, compounded by the words of the male officer earlier that day, prompting him to bring Yunru here. His objective was quite simple. It seems I must lend you a hand. Lu Meng cast a glance at a towering tree 10 meters away, suddenly leaning his face closer to Yunru. Xiao Meng. Yunru was startled, instinctively retreating. Do not move. There is some dirt on your face. He gently blew on her. The warm breath caressed Yunru's face, causing her complexion to flush instantly. Due to the angle, this moment was misconstrued by Li Bin, who was lurking not far behind, as a kiss. The treachery of these two ungrateful souls was unbearable. After a day of relentless pursuit, he finally discovered a secluded spot devoid of surveillance. His utter dismay. This treacherous pair was openly indulging in their affections right before his eyes, a sight so infuriating it could only be described as a betrayal of the highest order. Brandishing a baseball bat he had long prepared, Li Bin charged towards the couple, his heart filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, a piercing shriek escaped Yunru's lips. Li Bin. Lu Meng's reflexes were swift. He instinctively shielded Yunru with his own body. A cold smile etched upon his face. The lowest of beasts, weak yet exceedingly cautious, were often incited by the scent of bloodlust. At that moment, before Li Bin's bat could descend, a shadow erupted from behind the trees. A monstrous creature, resembling a dog yet grotesquely mutated, materialized in the moonlight, its fangs glistening ominously as it lunged at Li Bin. The creature sank its teeth into his arm, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, causing the bat to clatter to the ground. What the hell? Is someone here to catch them in the act? Could it be your husband? Run, run. Someone's here to catch them, and they've brought a massive dog. What kind of trouble has that fellow stirred up? Even the dog seems to harbor a grudge. The sudden commotion sent nearby couples fleeing towards the outskirts of the forest, while some audacious individuals merely fumbled for their phones to capture the spectacle. Li Bin. In the moonlight, Yunru's gaze fell upon Li Bin, who was retreating in terror. What kind of despicable creature is that? Before him stood a beast of considerable size, reminiscent of a calf. Fear gripped Li Bin's heart as the creature bared its teeth, recognizing the threat emanating from him. Its singular desire was to devour this human who harbored murderous intent. Chapter 5. The widow's despair. Another anguished howl echoed as the creature lunged at Li Bin once more. Damn beast, Li Bin cried out, pain searing through him as the creature tore away another piece of his flesh from his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. Yunru was rendered speechless by the horrifying scene before her. Oh no, the dog is going to eat him. Call the police. Should we help? If you want to go, then go. I dare not. The onlookers behind the trees retreated in trepidation. Run. For your lives, at this moment. Fear had overwhelmed Li Bin, and thoughts of confronting Lu Meng were abandoned as he fled into the distance. Yet the beast would not relent. With powerful strides, it swiftly closed the gap, catching up to him in mere seconds. Not again, Li Bin glanced back, his mind in turmoil. Upon spotting Yunru, panic-stricken a few meters away, rage flared within him. You treacherous wretch! You betrayed me first. A voice filled with hatred erupted from his lips as he lunged forward. Seizing Yunru and flinging her towards the oncoming beast, he understood the grim reality of survival against wild animals. One need only outrun their companions to die in his heart. Yunru was not even a companion. She was merely a wretched soul destined to perish. The creature's massive claws glinted menacingly as it leaped. Its original target, Li Bin, now shifted to Yunru. In her moment of terror, Yunru found herself momentarily voiceless. Regret flooded her heart as despair washed over her, shattering the last remnants of her loyalty to Li Bin. Just as the beast's claws were about to seize her, a figure dashed forth. With a resounding thud, Lu Meng unleashed a powerful punch, sending the creature hurtling through the by a cruel twist of fate. The beast crashed into the still reeling Li Bin. The creature howled in agony. Blood spraying as Li Bin's neck was severed. Shocked gasps filled the air as those recording the scene stood frozen. Someone has died. A real death. Quick, call the police. Run, run. This spectacle is no longer safe. Initially, the crowd had gathered out of curiosity, but witnessing the creature's lethal ferocity triggered a profound psychological shift. Yunru, you must leave. This beast has gone mad, and if we stay, we won't escape, Lu Meng shouted. And as expected, the stunned crowd erupted into chaos, fleeing towards the forest's edge. No, I won't leave. Yunru shook her head frantically. Her only wish at that moment was to perish alongside Lu Meng. The plan had succeeded beautifully. Observing the crowd disperse, Lu Meng flashed a sly smile. The unfolding events had transpired precisely as he had orchestrated. Li Bin's fury had provoked the beast, leading to his own demise. Revealing the selfish nature of humanity in despair, the old adage about encountering bears in the wilderness held true. One need only outrun their companions. However, all had overlooked the possibility that someone might be pulling the strings behind the scenes, ensuring that the doomed would ultimately meet their fate, just like Li Bin. As for feelings of guilt or unease, Lu Meng felt none. In this apocalyptic world, one must abandon morality. There are no heroes or villains. Only the survival of the fittest. Moreover, embracing the role of the antagonist seemed rather advantageous. The next task was to deal with the beast, for while bloodline served as humanity's sole shield in this new world, personal advancement was equally imperative. Elevating one's own capabilities was straightforward. Hunt the monsters and absorb their essence to enhance one's own power. Bloodlines determined humanity's potential, while personal effort would dictate the path to transcendence. Now was the time for Lu Meng to strive, to acquire at least an S-class bloodline before the apocalypse fully descended. That a nascent awakening of one's bloodline granted individuals significant physical advantages over ordinary humans, alongside the ability to wield rudimentary bloodline abilities. However, this was merely the novice stage. Only by absorbing sufficient essence could one progress to the first phase of the bloodline realm. Dawn, close your eyes. Trust me, I will handle everything, Lu Meng softly reassured Yunru, his tone exuding calmness as he caressed her back. Yunru nodded, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloping her. Promise me, no matter what, do not open your eyes without my consent. Lu Meng bent down to retrieve the fallen baseball bat. Having successfully navigated the psychological landscape, now, he needed to instill further mental conditioning to prepare for the impending confrontation. Yunru nodded again. Firmly shutting her eyes, she had resigned herself to fate. The worst outcome would merely be dying alongside Lu Meng. Where else could one find a man so loyal and righteous? In that moment, she also reflected on the comparison. What was Li Bin in contrast to Lu Meng? No, Li Bin was unworthy of such comparison. That would be an insult to Lu Meng. Chapter 6. The S-Class Bloodline Holder. Lu Jingya, all right. You may open your eyes. Lu Meng approached Yunru, his voice returning to its previous gentle tone. Lu Meng, you're injured. Yunru gasped, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the wounds adorning his arms. If not for my sake, you wouldn't have been hurt. It's all my fault for holding you back. I must ensure this never happens again. Pain surged through her heart, accompanied by a deep sense of guilt. But what of the monstrous dog? As her senses returned, her gaze followed the moonlight to Lu Meng's rear, where a massive beast lay lifeless, having succumbed to its injuries. Lu Meng, you're incredible. You single-handedly defeated that beast. She gazed up at him with admiration, involuntarily recalling Li Bin was tragically bitten to death by that vicious dog. Yet, Xiao Meng is truly formidable. No, Li Bin is not worthy of comparison with Xiao Meng. Favorability too. Women are often drawn to strength, and there is invariably some measure of comparison. In this regard, Yunru found Lu Meng to be even more perfect. Regaining her thoughts, Yunru pondered a pressing question. Xiao Meng, what shall we do now? After all, a life has been lost. In merely a single day, she had completely come to regard Lu Meng as her pillar of support. Even she found this transition quite remarkable. Naturally, the death of a person would prompt the arrival of the police. Lu Meng smiled calmly, unperturbed. In this apocalyptic world, death was a daily occurrence, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. What should I say when we get to the police station? Upon hearing the word police, Yunru felt a pang of anxiety, for the deceased was her nominal husband, though she and Li Bin were not particularly close. They did share a certificate. Dio, not worry. Just speak the truth, Lu Meng reassured her. Many witnesses saw that vicious dog kill Li Bin, and I exerted considerable effort to strike the dog's abdomen with a baseball bat, which ultimately led to its demise. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. There will be no issues. Lu Meng gently enveloped Yunru in his embrace, soft and tender. This time, Yunru did not resist, allowing Lu Meng to hold her, completely forgetting the two corpses not apart from possessing good looks. The way he walks lacks any semblance of formality, clearly indicating a lack of systematic training. It is truly unfathomable how such an ordinary individual could possibly take down a giant dog. Old Lu expressed his evaluation. An ordinary person. Lu Jingya recalled Lu Meng's earlier words, shaking her head slightly. She remembered to coordinate with the police station. The giant dog killed by Lu Meng needed to be taken for research, and this marked the sixth one this week. What on earth is happening in this world? Understood, Director Lu. Old Lu nodded before opening the car door. The sound of rushing water from the bathroom made Yunru, sitting on the bed, feel a bit restless. What is happening to me? I actually left Xiao Meng behind. I must be out of my mind. Yunru continuously touched her flushed cheeks, her damp hair contrasting with the white silk nightgown, accentuating her figure unmistakably. Indeed, an hour ago, Lu Meng had brought her home with the intention of leaving. But she had insisted he stay, citing it was too late. Yunru, what on earth are you thinking? Her inner voice chastised her. How could I behave like this? What was I thinking just now? Why did I keep Xiao Meng here? Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Lu Meng emerged, wrapped in a towel around his waist. In the dim light, he slowly approached Yunru, saying, Xiao Ru, all misfortune shall pass. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. The shift in address signified the evolution of their relationship. Thank you, Meng. Yunru nodded slightly, unable to meet Lu Meng's gaze. Lu Meng chuckled, shaking his head as he sat beside her. With the enhancement of his bloodline, his well-defined muscles were on full display before Yunru, the essence of manhood enveloping her. Seeing this, Yunru felt an involuntary sense of shyness. Yet she did not move away. Xiao Ru, I like you. Suddenly, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. Yunru tensed momentarily, then gently nodded. Meng, how do you remember my birthday and household registration? Naturally, if it is something you cherish. It is remembered clearly. Lu Meng told a little lie. He could not reveal that he had memorized them from the rental agreement. Could he? Thank you. Yunru whispered, her heart's defenses completely shattered since her parents' passing. Aside from Lu Jingya, no one had remembered her birthday. This man before her was the first, and he was perfect, handsome, gentle, understanding, composed, responsible, capable, and strong. In that moment, Yunru attributed all the wonderful adjectives to Lu Meng. Affection level 2, congratulations, host. The target's affection for you has reached the minimum recording threshold. Would you like to record it immediately? Finally, amidst the tender whispers following a life and death crisis, Yunru's final 2 points of affection were filled. Yes, Lu Meng made his choice without any hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. Recording successful. Current collection of the Apocalypse Beauties album. Host may continue to select recording targets. A surge of warmth surged within Lu Meng, signaling the feedback from the successful recording. A-class bloodline. Demon suppressing bloodline. He had now truly become an A-class bloodline holder. Chapter 8. A call from Lu Jingya. Recorded item. 1 Yunru race. Human, succubus. Awakened. Age. 28 personality. Gentle and kind. Understanding and empathetic appearance rating. 8 out of 10. Current affection level. 80 Introduction. An empathetic and gentle woman who has come to regard you as her sole reliance. She would unwaveringly sacrifice herself for you. Follow-up cultivation suggestions. 1.as This is the first recording. Her slightly timid nature will not change immediately. It is advisable to stimulate her gradually. After all, while inserting flowers is swift, nurturing them requires patience. Please expedite her transformation into your capable subordinate. Point 2. The initial contrast has already shown results. Yet further enhancement is necessary. A significant contrast will make it easier for her to accept the impending apocalypse. Reminder: gentle embrace. Hero's grave. Since it is a grave, one pit is a pit. Multiple pits are also pits. It would be wise to dig a few more. Host, please exert your mind and effort, and continue to strive for recordings. Early morning, Lu Meng awoke quite early. Yes, it was the incessant nagging of the system that stirred him from his slumber, and in his mind, a new album appeared, with the first page depicting Yun Ru's portrait. Next time, he must suggest to the system to set it to autocomplete. Lu Meng opened his eyes, and specific prompt text floated before him. Everything appeared normal. Xiaoru has awakened too. He was somewhat surprised. Quickly glancing at the lovely figure beside him. Indeed, at this moment, Yun Ru was emanating a faint purple glow, her long, fair legs exposed from beneath her silk nightgown, lying on her side in a languid manner. She appeared serene yet exuded an alluring charm. This was a sign of awakening, having yet to gain control over her bloodline. Unexpectedly, it had this effect. Lu Meng felt a surge of anticipation. The bloodline awakening in humans typically only begins to manifest its characteristics upon entering the dawn stage. Yet even in the common stage, some abilities can be utilized. And this is a succubus bloodline. Once Xiaoru ascends to the dawn stage, she could briefly transform into a succubus. Meng, you're awake? Yunru opened her drowsy eyes, her consciousness still hazy. The sun had already risen. Lu Meng gently patted her, retrieving a mirror from the bedside. Xiaoru, it seems your body has undergone some changes. What has happened to me? Upon seeing her body glowing with purple light, Yunru felt a twinge of fear. There's no need to worry. Lu Meng quickly reassured her. This should be a good sign. Try thinking of making that purple light disappear. Perhaps due to Lu Meng's comfort and her complete trust in him, Yunru quickly calmed her inner turmoil. Minutes later, Meng, you're truly amazing. The purple light has vanished. Yunru glanced in the mirror once more, finding the purple glow completely gone. Lu Meng smiled nonchalantly. After a human awakens their bloodline, it becomes a part of them, thus controlling it comes naturally. But Meng, is there something wrong with my body? Should I check it out? A worried expression crossed Yunru's face. I'm fine, but if it were to infect you, that would be troublesome, even now. Her first thought was still of Lu Meng. Do you think there's any ailment that causes one to glow? Like what I'm experiencing? Suddenly, a faint golden light emanated from Lu Meng's palm. This is not an illness. Instead, it is a tremendous opportunity. By the way, ISNT Lu Jingya's company engaged in biological research. We could ask her about it. Last night, Yunru had shared all about her relationship with Lu Jingya to Lu Meng. Although Lu Meng had been assisting Yunru in cultivating her bloodline, he had memorized every detail word for word, and even in that situation, he was able to retain it all. Lu Jingya was Yunru's close friend, having grown up together. However, Lu Jingya's background was somewhat tragic. She had lost both parents at a young age and had been adopted by Yunru's deceased parents. It was precisely for this reason that after achieving success in her career, Lu Jingya never forgot to repay her kindness, treating Yunru as her own sister after the passing of Yunru's parents. All 6 properties under Yunru's name had been gifted by Lu Jingya. All right, we should ask Sister Jingya when we get a chance. Yunru nodded, finding Lu Meng's suggestion quite reasonable. Perhaps this was merely a rare human phenomenon. Oh no, this is bad. Suddenly, Yunru hurriedly wriggled out of Lu Meng's embrace. Lu Meng was taken aback. Meng, you sleep a bit longer. I'll go wash up first. I completely forgot to prepare breakfast for you last night. She hurriedly leapt out of bed, frantically slipping on her slippers and rushing toward the bathroom. Embodying the image of a devoted wife and mother, Yunru's washing routine was swift, taking hardly any time before she dashed into the kitchen, by the time she finished preparing breakfast. An hour had already passed. At the dining table, the two sat facing each other, 8 exquisite dishes neatly arranged before them. It tasty. Yunru propped her chin on her hands, her long legs restlessly shifting beneath the table. Her nature was inherently that of a devoted wife. She had dedicated a full hour to preparing breakfast for Lu Meng, truly exerting herself. Delicious. It tastes wonderful. Lu Meng chewed his food while observing Yun Ru's actions. Indeed, after successfully recording the awakened bloodline, there was a clear difference, particularly with Yun Ru's long legs. This was Lu Meng's heartfelt evaluation. Yun Ru's face flushed, feeling a bit shy. Xiaoru, why aren't you eating? Shall I feed you? Lu Meng gently pulled Yun Ru closer as he slid the chair back. Come on, eat more? Ultimately, the two shared a tender breakfast together. For Lu Meng, it was not merely about treating Yun Ru as a tool. This scene was also something he had once hoped for. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Yun Ru's phone on the table vibrated incessantly. Lu Jingya, Lu Meng, with keen eyesight, noticed the caller and gestured for Yun Ru to answer directly. Sister Jingya, what's the matter? The call connected, and Yun Ru took the initiative to inquire. Xiaoru, what are you doing? With just this single sentence, Lu Jingya sensed something amiss with Yun Ru. It was likely that she was not alone. As under normal circumstances, Yun Ru would not be so proactive in her questioning. I'm having a meal. Yun Ru replied, her mouth full of sandwich. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask for Lu Meng's phone number. I have some matters I wish to discuss with him. Lu Jingya's voice resonated once more. Yun Ru hesitated to respond, casting a glance at Lu Meng beside her, her gaze betraying her inquiry. Lu Meng nodded slightly. All right, Jingya Jie. I'll send it to you once I finish my meal. With Lu Meng's consent, Yun Ru finally agreed. Then you continue your meal. I want to disturb you. Lu Jingya ended the call. The fish had taken the bait. Lu Meng, who was feeding Yun Ru, displayed a faint smile. The initial plan had succeeded once more. The rest would depend on the skill of the angler. Chapter 9. The opportunity is yours. By the time Lu Meng and Yun Ru finished their meal, it was already noon. Only then did he check his phone. As expected, there was an unread message, sent an hour prior. Yiyuan Hotel, Lu Jingya, waiting for you. It seemed that this former queen had been tormented enough by the Dream Eater. Lu Meng chuckled at the message. The Dream Eater, a type of low-level magical creature, specializes in nightmares and can invade human dreams. However, its danger level is relatively low, even less threatening on a physical scale than a vicious dog. Though it excels in stealth, picking up his car keys, Lu Meng gently opened the door. Half an hour later, Lu Meng arrived at Yiyuan Hotel, one of the few five-star establishments in Shijinhai City, and also owned by Lu Jingya. In a booth by the window in the lobby, Lu Jingya had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. Upon seeing Lu Meng, Lu Jingya stood up. Showing no signs of impatience, the deep red fitted chi pao accentuated her hourglass figure, while her makeup was subtle yet alluring. Even though Lu Meng had encountered various women in his previous life, he could not help but acknowledge that Lu Jingya indeed possessed striking allure. Beep detected a suitable female entity near the host. Lu Jingya, Night Demon Bloodline, S-Class. Upon successful registration, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Celestial Master Bloodline, S-Class. The host may choose whether to set this as a registration target. The system's prompt echoed once more. Yun Ru had successfully registered, and a new target had emerged. Yes. Lu Meng did not hesitate, silently affirming his decision. He had long harbored thoughts about Lu Jingya, and this was an S-Class bloodline, exceedingly rare in a small city like Shijinhai As for the corresponding reward of the Celestial Master Bloodline. Though he had never witnessed it personally, he had heard tales of its might. When the thunderous magic is unleashed, all spirits retreat, as it not only restrains magical creatures, but also poses a threat to humanity. End of the Apocalypse. A compendium of beauties successfully generated. Target: 2 Lu Jingya race. Human, unawakened. Night Demon Bloodline. Age: 32. Personality: strong-willed and reserved, with keen insight and a yearning for strength. Appearance rating: 9. Initial affection level: 30. Description: a strong-willed woman. Her high status grants her exceptional insight. Due to childhood experiences, she harbors a deep desire for protection yet never reveals it. Strategy recommendations: 1. Strong-willed women are often not as resilient as they appear. Their strength is frequently a form of self-defense that inadvertently drives others away. The more such women seek protection, the more vulnerable they are. The host should attempt to dismantle her psychological defenses to instill a sense of crisis. 2. Be cautious of her perceptive abilities. Do not expose any weaknesses in your words. When facing a strong-willed woman, one must be even more assertive and demonstrate corresponding strength. Tip: strong yet reserved women will provide a unique thrill once conquered. The registration target had been successfully generated, along with recommendations for Lu Meng. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Noticing Lu Meng lost in thought and reluctant to take a seat, Lu Jingya softly called out. Lu Meng returned to reality. Apologizing, I was distracted by something. Please, Lu Jia, have a seat. He extended his hand gallantly, taking the lead. Lu Jingya was momentarily taken aback. Since her rise in her career, she had never encountered a man like Lu Meng. Even the business tycoons of Shijinhai were merely courteous in their dealings with her. I wonder what Mr. Lu was pondering. Delicately stirring her coffee with a small spoon, Lu Jingya engaged in conversation. I was contemplating how beautiful Lu Jia is. Lu Meng casually selected a drink from the tray, his gaze unabashedly scanning Lu Jingya. While such behavior might be deemed impolite with other women, it was different with Lu Jingya as expected. Lu Jingya was momentarily startled, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with charm. Mr. Lu is jesting. The reason for our meeting today is to discuss matters regarding Xiaoru. Lu Meng nodded, his penetrating gaze unwavering. Gesturing for Lu Jingya to continue, he was not feigning interest. Taking a sip of her coffee, Lu Jingya's brow arched slightly. She sensed that Lu Meng's composure and the desire in his gaze were genuine. Mr. Lu should be aware of Xiaoru's circumstances that I have utilized my connections to have Li Bin's body removed. In principle, I do not oppose your relationship with Xiaoru, but as her older sister who grew up with her, I hope the man she loves possesses the ability to protect her. Lu Jingya spoke slowly, her words laden with meaning, unwittingly adopting the stance of a person in authority. Suddenly, Lu Meng burst into laughter. The previously innocuous expression on his face transformed into one of coldness. There is no need for indirect approaches, Lu Xiaojia. I prefer a more straightforward dialogue. The demon suppression bloodline activated. In Lu Jingya's view, Lu Meng's eyes turned blood red, and the serene, charming scene around them gradually morphed into a desolate wasteland. The once azure sky vanished, replaced by a blood-red expanse, and the air was thick with a violent aura. The surroundings were drenched in blood, with corpses appearing one after another. In the distance, terrifying monsters drew closer. Lu Xiaojia. Do you see now? This is what you wish to understand. Lu Meng's figure appeared beside Lu Jingya. Clad in a blood-red robe, his expression frigid. This is an illusion. Lu Jingya's voice trembled, fear gripping her heart, though her dwindling rationality reminded her that this was merely an illusion. Lu Meng scoffed, his form vanishing from view. Lu Meng. With the sole living person gone, Lu Jingya's terror intensified as the monstrous creatures closed in on her, their gaping maws opened wide, the stench of blood wafting towards her. No, stopped at last. She could no longer bear it and screamed aloud. Lu Xiaojia, how do you feel now? The scene swiftly shifted, revealing once more the handsome, mocking face of Lu Meng. After all, she was merely an ordinary person yet to experience the apocalypse. Lu Meng shook his head. This was precisely the effect he desired, denying the woman before him any opportunity to assert her dominance or delve deeper into the conversation. He plunged directly into the topic, using the demon suppression bloodline to conjure horrific scenes. Naturally, these were merely minor tactics and indeed just illusions, but they were drawn from Lu Meng's own harrowing experiences. I advise you to put away what you have in hand. Suddenly, Lu Meng turned, his voice laced with coldness. Behind him, a middle-aged man had appeared, his right hand resting inside his chest pocket. Director Lu. Just now, the middle-aged man was none other than Lu Jingya's driver and bodyguard. I said to put it away. The assertive and domineering tone rang out as Lu Meng spun around and struck. The middle-aged man felt as though the world had spun in an instant. He barely had time to react before the hard object in his pocket vanished. Considering that you did not draw your weapon, I'll let you off with just a warning. Lu Meng's movements were as swift as lightning. He seized the middle-aged man's right hand with a decisive motion. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, and the middle-aged man, eyes wide with terror, clutched his wrist, but made no sound. In this confined space of 30 square meters, 8 cameras and 12 bodyguards were present. It seemed Lu Jingya harbored considerable mistrust towards him. Lu Meng surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the men and women nearby who seemed to be watching with interest. Since Lu Jingya displayed such a lack of sincerity, he would not waste any more time. Tonight, the imprint of that thing will find its way to your bedside. If all goes well, I will attend your funeral in 3 days. With that, he turned and walked away. Wait, please. Lu Jingya, still shaken, managed to gather her thoughts momentarily. Mr. Lu, I implore you to assist me. Her voice trembled slightly, a sheen of sweat forming on her delicate neck, her pulse racing. I apologize for my subordinate's rashness earlier, as well as for my own hidden intentions. I know you possess the ability to help me. Please, I beseech you, whatever the price. Lu Meng's last words resonated in her mind, and the display of his abilities compelled her to believe in his capability. For several days now, she had been haunted by the same nightmare night after night. Initially, she believed her condition to be merely a result of excessive fatigue. However, a series of peculiar occurrences soon unfolded. With her keen observation, she discovered strange claw marks in her bedroom each morning upon awakening. Initially found on the door of her room, they gradually appeared at the foot of her wardrobe, then before her dressing mirror, and now they had reached her bedside table. Despite her efforts to enlist the help of specialists, changing residences multiple times, and even installing numerous surveillance cameras in her bedroom, she found nothing, no leads, no evidence. In desperation, she sought solace at Linrua Temple, requesting a string of prayer beads, yet to no avail. Oh, you think a person like me would concern herself with money? Lu Meng turned away, his expression impassive, a glimmer of golden light manifesting in his palm, visible only to Lu Jingya from this angle. Is this truly the attitude you adopt when seeking assistance? A hint of murderous intent was deliberately revealed. Please, I beg you. Lu Jingya struggled internally, yet the image of Lu Meng's blood-red eyes in her nightmare haunted her. Now this resembled a proper plea. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lu Meng's lips as he gently grasped Lu Jingya's ethereal face. Tomorrow night, come find me at Xiaoru's house. You should understand what must be done. The opportunity has been presented to you. It is up to you to cherish it. His figure gradually receded. Leah, the residence here is an investment of hers. The sound insulation of the rooms is excellent, ensuring that her forthcoming conversation with Lu Meng will not be overheard by Yunru. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. The tone was somewhat detached, as Lu Meng, with a playful expression, settled onto the sofa. Observing the slightly anxious Lu Jingya standing nearby, the items on the table were laid out without any pretense. This evening, Lu Jingya was adorned in a black strapless gown, her exquisite makeup clearly the result of meticulous preparation, particularly the gown's hem that subtly flared, making it difficult for one to avert their gaze. I would like to seek Mr. Lu's assistance in resolving an issue and, by extension, collaborate with you. Lu Jingya lowered her posture, gracefully sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, her delicate waist appearing somewhat rigid, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping across the table. It was evident that she was somewhat tense, however, for the sake of her life and the future of her company, she was willing to take the plunge. Certainly, Lu Meng replied with a smile, readily agreeing. I am not afraid of your conditions. I fear only your silence. He understood that a woman of Lu Jingya's stature had not reached her current position without ambition and discernment. Such women possess aspirations, know when to advance or retreat, and understand the art of compromise. However, what is it that I can gain? Lu Meng's voice resonated once more. Mr. Lu, simply state a number, as long as I can afford it. Please feel free to express your desires. Lu Jingya felt a tightening in her chest. It appeared that Mr. Lu remained lacking in sincerity. Lu Meng feigned a slight disappointment on his face. I have spoken with you. Miss Lu, do you truly believe that someone of my ilk would concern themselves with monetary matters? Then what is it that Mr. Lu desires? Lu Jingya endeavored to maintain her composure, fully aware that she was engaging in a game of wits with an exceedingly formidable man. Isn't this a question that you already know the answer to? Lu Meng cast a glance at Lu Jingya before surveying the table. Lu Jingya hesitated, remaining silent, her eyes revealing an unusual expression. What? Does Miss Lu believe her life is not worth such a price? Lu Meng's voice rang out again. However, he had anticipated this outcome, for Yunru's presence had undoubtedly instilled a modicum of reticence in Lu Jingya. Yet, regardless of how exceptional Lu Jingya might be, she had her limits. After all, she was merely a businesswoman, and as long as one is a businessperson, no deal is insurmountable. If a deal fails, it is simply due to the price being inadequate. It was evident that the current offer was insufficient to compel Lu Jingya to relinquish her dignity. Lu Jingya remained silent, but she showed no inclination to depart. She was astute, understanding Lu Meng's intent. She was awaiting Lu Meng's next bid. This is indeed somewhat troublesome. Lu Meng rose, stretching lazily. Miss Lu would do well to remain silent for now. I shall reveal to you the price of your dignity. Of course, if you insist on speaking, I shall not mind. With a devilish smile, Lu Meng made his way towards the bedroom. The door swung open. A vivid scene unfolded before their eyes, and Lu Jingya was instantly taken aback. Meng. Has Sister Jingya left? Sister Jingya. Yunru's voice rang out. Since her back was turned to the door, she did not immediately notice Lu Jingya, but upon turning, her expression of panic made it seem as though she wished to disappear into the floor. No need to panic. Miss Lu is not an archaic person, Lu Meng reassured Yunru while glancing at Lu Jingya outside the bedroom. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Lu? Lu Jingya, upon witnessing this, forcibly steadied her nerves. Her steps towards the bedroom appearing somewhat labored, yet she did not respond to Lu Meng's inquiry, her eyes betraying her thoughts. Doesn't Miss Lu think so? Lu Jingya's reaction was anticipated by him. He observed Lu Meng narrowing his eyes, glancing at Yunru. Xiaoru, Miss Lu is quite curious about the purple light within you. Let her experience it firsthand. The final words were accentuated with emphasis. He understood that in Lu Jingya's mind, everything she currently possessed was more valuable than her life. To make this woman fully submit, she must recognize that the world had changed. The so-called wealth and status would soon be rendered meaningless. Upon hearing this, Yunru looked at Lu Jingya and then at Lu Meng. Without any hesitation, activating the power of her bloodline, the purple light swirled, filling the entire room. Yunru had now gained proficient control over her bloodline. Even in its initial awakening, the demon bloodline, though still in its nascent stage, had a profound impact on the otherwise ordinary Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya felt her mindset shift. The scene before her ignited a sense of yearning within her. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her transformation, yet found it somewhat irresistible. Most crucially, having known Yunru for over 20 years, she understood that Yunru had always been an utterly ordinary woman. How could she possess such a miraculous ability? Simultaneously, she cast another glance at Lu Meng, who also possessed a similar extraordinary power. Could it be that Lu Meng had bestowed such abilities upon Yunru? Her pupils constricted. Lu Jingya comprehended what Lu Meng's subsequent leverage would be. The ability to grant others such special powers suggested that Lu Meng's previous display of illusions was not merely a fraction of his capabilities. Furthermore, if Lu Meng could endow Yunru with such abilities, he could likewise bestow them upon her. Favorability 10. This world has undergone a transformation. Peculiar occurrences have become increasingly frequent, and even humanity is not the same. Lu Meng's voice carried a hint of astonishment as the sudden surge in favorability left him momentarily taken aback. Yet upon noticing the fervor unconsciously emanating from Lu Jingya's eyes, he understood. Rising slowly, he approached Lu Jingya, speaking in a hushed tone that only the two could hear, akin to the most exquisite allure. Do you feel it? This is that special power. If you desire, I can bestow it upon you as well. This woman, ambitious, even more so. Meng, are you implying that many will become like us? Completely unaware of the broader context, Yunru only caught the latter half of the statement. However, Lu Jingya understood it all too clearly. Her eyes ablaze with an intensity akin to being ignited by fierce flames, spiraling into uncontrollable desire. Chapter 12. What has happened to Sister Lu? What specifically do you need me to do? I can agree to anything within my capabilities. This time, she did not hesitate, as if entranced, reflexively blurting out her response. Yet as the words escaped her lips, Lu Jingya instinctively faltered. She indeed yearned for that supernatural power. She comprehended what Lu Meng desired, yet such candid words were not what should be spoken at this moment. She realized that in this negotiation, she had utterly lost. Indeed, it was the purple light. However, her reaction was swift. Within mere moments, she grasped the underlying truth. It was Yunru's purple light that had influenced her, stirring her inner desires and amplifying her craving for supernatural abilities. Moreover, this purple light induced a sense of dizziness, rendering her somewhat unsteady on her feet. Since Miss Lu has stated it thus, I shall naturally honor my commitments to you. Observing Lu Jingya's somewhat disheveled appearance, Lu Meng smiled knowingly. Yet, he understood that the current favorability was still insufficient. Although he had managed to elevate it by 10 points through intimidation, it was far from adequate. Clearly, Lu Jingya was a woman who would not act until she saw tangible results. Only by allowing her to taste the sweetness of success would she be swayed. Naturally, Lu Meng's interest extended beyond mere negotiations. When Lu Jingya departed, she had regained her composure. Lu Meng personally escorted her downstairs. Remember my words. As he spoke, Lu Meng glanced at Lu Jingya, her black evening gown remaining elegant and poised. Understood. Lu Jingya nodded, her mind still in a state of blankness. The recent experience had led her to question her sanity. All right, let's get in the car. Your female driver must have been waiting for quite some time. Lu Meng chuckled, noticing in the distance a woman clad in a white coat, casually leaning against the car door with her hands in her pockets. Though her features were obscured, It was evident that she was no longer the old Lu. Lu Meng was somewhat taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Given your understanding and tonight's performance, I will come to your home tomorrow evening to address that matter affecting you. Thank you. Lu Jingya expressed her gratitude, her steps somewhat hesitant as she approached the vehicle, followed by a smiling Lu Meng. Sister Lu, are you heading back? How's the investigation proceeding? Qiu Shuang had been waiting eagerly. With old Lu dismissed, she temporarily assumed the role of Lu Jingya's driver. Get in the car. Lu Jingya glanced back at Lu Meng, still lingering at the entrance, before entering the vehicle. However, the interior environment made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sister Lu, is the temperature in the car uncomfortable for you? Qiu Shuang, seated in the driver's seat, inquired. Lu Jingya, in the back seat, found it difficult to see clearly even through the rearview mirror. It's a bit too warm. Please lower it. Lu Jingya found an excuse following Qiu Shuang's suggestion. All right, shall I take you home now? Qiu Shuang asked. Yes, let's go back. There has been no gain from this visit. Lu Meng is indeed an exceptionally ordinary man. Lu Jingya nodded, her voice somewhat strained, particularly when she uttered the last two words. The purpose of bringing Qiu Shuang along was to personally investigate Lu Meng, especially since the previous night's tale had piqued Qiu Shuang's curiosity. However, the situation had not developed as she had anticipated. Although a transaction had indeed been accomplished, the journey was marked by silence. The Qinghua Biyuan was not far from the community where Yunru resided. Sister Lu, we have arrived. As Qiu Shuang stepped out of the car, she opened the door for Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya turned sideways to exit the vehicle and said, Qiu Shuang, you may head back now. I will call you if needed. All right. Qiu Shuang nodded and re-entered the car. It was only when the car roared to life that Lu Jingya finally exhaled, making her way toward the stairs. Lu Jia forgot her bag. Just as Qiu Shuang was about to drive away, she noticed Lu Jingya's abandoned bag in the rearview mirror. She promptly exited the car to retrieve it. However, as she attempted to catch up with Lu Jingya, she sensed something amiss. The design of the evening gown Lu Jingya wore appeared somewhat disjointed at the back, as if it were fraying, and the fabric seemed to be of a noticeably inferior quality. Reminiscent of counterfeit goods, such fakes could never be associated with the impeccably dressed Lu Jingya. Yet, by the time she processed this realization, it was too late. Lu Jingya had already stepped into the elevator of the villa. It was imperative to deliver the bag to Lu Jia swiftly, as her phone was still inside, which could delay many matters. Qiu Shuang hurriedly pursued her, when Qiu Shuang finally caught up with Lu Jingya. She had already entered her room. Ding dong. The sudden sound of the doorbell startled Lu Jingya inside. Cautiously, she approached the door, only to sigh in relief upon seeing through the peephole that it was Qiu Shuang. Lu Jia, you left your bag in the car. It was only upon hearing Qiu Shuang's voice that Lu Jingya realized her oversight. The door swung open. Qiu Shuang refrained from saying much, simply handing the bag to Lu Jingya. However, just as she turned to leave, something struck her. Lu Jia, I forgot to mention, we received news from the Institute today that we have successfully analyzed the bone density of the vicious dog. It is 3 times higher than that of a normal dog. Suddenly turning back, her words were cut short as she froze. Lu Jingya, having mistakenly assumed Qiu Shuang would depart immediately, was no longer half hidden behind the door. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Lu Jingya flusteredly shut the door. Lu Jia. What just happened? The earlier scene lingered in Qiu Shuang's mind. In her recollection, Lu Jingya had always been a formidable woman, and due to her strong-willed nature, she had yet to find a boyfriend. Yet today, she had shown interest in an exceedingly ordinary man, even visiting his residence in person. Her behavior was peculiar. Ultimately, it was truly baffling. Could it be related to Lu Meng? Although she had yet to meet Lu Meng, curiosity about him had begun to blossom in her heart. Qiu Shuang. Suddenly, a melodious voice caught her attention. Mu Yuha. Qiu Shuang looked up to find none other than Mu Yuha, a police officer from the Jinghai City Police Department, at the other end of the hallway. If Lu Meng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that Mu Yuha, residing in the prestigious Qinghua Villa, was the same policewoman he had encountered twice in a single day. Qiu Shuang, are you here to deliver something to Lu Zong? Mu Yuha smiled as she unlocked her door using her fingerprint. Technically speaking, she and Qiu Shuang were colleagues, and they maintained a close working relationship with Yayu Biotechnology Company, making their rapport quite amicable. Chapter 13. Mu Yuha, are you suggesting that if all these coincidences were woven together, they could form a perfect murder? In a room adorned with pink hues, Mu Yuha, now in casual attire, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her short hair exuding an air of competence, after delivering the bag to Lu Jingya. Xiao Shuang did not leave immediately, but instead went to Mu Yuha's home, concerned for Lu Jingya's safety, and recounted the unusual events of the day, which naturally involved Lu Meng. Of course, she withheld certain details, such as Lu Jingya's odd behavior. Yuha, you are more knowledgeable in this regard, and you have personally interacted with Lu Meng. What do you think of him? Xiao Shuang inquired. To be honest, the criminal investigation personnel in our department have also engaged in similar reasoning, and it aligns closely with what you have said. Moreover, today, someone specifically checked the transaction records between Yunru and Lu Meng at the bank, and aside from the monthly rent payments, there were no unusual transactions. Mu Yuha rubbed her temples. Police officers are not fools and certainly do not lack diligence. While the death of Li Bin was indeed coincidental, it does not preclude the possibility of it being deliberately orchestrated. However, all indications suggest that Lu Meng lacked any motive for murder, and they could find no evidence. Perhaps it was not for money. Xiao Shuang's mind raced with possibilities. What if he simply wished to be with Yunru legitimately? Acts of passion and love-driven violence are not uncommon. If Lu Meng were a lovesick fool, or a shrewd one at that, it could be plausible. The likelihood of this scenario is slim, even less than that of someone committing murder for financial gain. Mu Yuha straightened her legs, the graceful lines of her form emphasized by her short loungewear. She settled comfortably against the side of the sofa and continued, our investigative data indicates that Lu Meng rarely interacted with Yunru. The misunderstanding involving Li Bin's false report arose because Yunru sought Lu Meng's assistance. As for what kind of person Yunru is, I believe you and Lu Zong know her better than we do. Furthermore, Lu Meng's social circle is quite limited, and those who have encountered him generally speak positively of him. Following the vicious dog murder incident, the Jinghai City Police did not appear as calm as they seemed. Behind the scenes, a series of investigations were conducted regarding Lu Meng and Yunru. Ultimately, however, the findings indicated that neither possessed any motive for murder, nor was there any evidence to substantiate such claims, leading to Li Bin's death being classified as accidental. Do you think there is something different about him? Lu Zong personally sought out Lu Meng today, yet only offered a very ordinary evaluation. Xiao Shuang's intuition felt something was amiss. Her instincts told her that Lu Meng was certainly not an ordinary individual, but Lu Jingya's judgment rarely faltered. Ordinary. Mu Yuha pondered briefly, and the image of Lu Meng's handsome face flashed in her mind. If Lu Meng is considered ordinary, then there are likely very few outstanding men in the world. Of course, she understood that Xiao Shuang was not referring to Lu Meng's looks. He is a very straightforward man, without any criminal record, calm and collected in difficult situations, and he should also be responsible and courageous, at least based on the incidents involving the room investigation and the vicious dog attack. He is not someone merely ordinary. Mu Yuha conveyed her assessment, her eyes gleaming with insight. Her delicate fingers lightly touched her lips, and she added, in fact, compared to the possibilities we have ruled out, I am quite curious about how he managed to kill that vicious dog single-handedly. At this point, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. Having aspired to be a police officer since childhood, there was a slight inclination towards violence in her nature. She had a particular admiration for those with considerable physical prowess. The report has already been sent to you. I believe I need not elaborate further. Xiao Shuang smiled, fully aware that Mu Yuha was trying to extract information from her. Xiao Shuangjia. Mu Yuha stood up, embraced Xiao Shuang's neck, and said playfully, I want to know the inside scoop. The personal details that come from your lips. Although the Municipal Bureau had long collaborated with Yayu Biotechnology Company, acquiring certain obscure information proved quite challenging. You really leave me no choice. Xiao Shuang shivered slightly as the aloof goddess facade faded away. Actually, I only received the data report today. According to protocol, I should wait a few days before sharing it with you, but since you asked, I suppose I can let you know in advance. The bone density report of that vicious dog is out. Its skeletal hardness is 3 times that of a normal dog, with the exception of its abdominal cartilage, which is extremely fragile, albeit still stronger than that of an ordinary dog. Do you understand what I mean? 3 times the bone density of a normal dog. That the abdominal cartilage is exceedingly fragile, and Lu Meng struck precisely at the dog's abdomen, connecting the dots. Mu Yua's eyes flickered. No wonder you have your suspicions about Lu Meng. To be honest, now I have some doubts about him too. However, there have been many worries lately, and it has been a while since I last saw you. The entire police department and Yayu Biotechnology Company were well aware of the close bond between the two women, yet no one truly understood the depth of their relationship. The scene shifts to Yunru's residence. Lu Meng sat comfortably on the sofa in the living room, while Yunru was already fast asleep in the bedroom. The awakened humans possess remarkable recovery abilities, glancing at his scarred arms and then at the sleeping Yunru. He realized that he was likely to acquire S-class celestial abilities by tomorrow night. Through their brief interaction, he had nearly unraveled Lu Jingya's character, especially with that sudden boost in rapport illuminating her underlying ambitions. A woman who built her fortune from scratch indeed possesses formidable capabilities, and she understood the art of compromise, able to deduce the world's impending transformation from scan information and willing to lower herself for what she desired. Such a woman, once she experiences the benefits that he brings, would undoubtedly yield. As for controlling an ambitious woman, Lu Meng harbored not a trace of concern. With this thought in mind, he poured himself a glass of red wine. He seldom indulged in alcohol, but upon hearing Yunru mention that Lu Jingya would often sip red wine when troubled, he felt it necessary to adopt some quirks of his own. For instance, on days when his spirits were particularly high, he might partake in a glass of red wine as well. Meanwhile, within the Qinghua Yuan, Lu Jingya was indeed savoring red wine. Recollections of recent events swirled in her mind, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. What has come over me? Have I truly capitulated so easily? Lu Jingya, where is your dignity? Chapter 14. The simplicity of slumber. Lu Jingya felt as though she had lost her mind. Indeed, as she gazed at the trinkets on the table, she was convinced of her own insanity. The single day had seen her oscillate between melancholy, disappointment, and even despair. Yet, inexplicably, as the time agreed upon with Lu Meng drew nearer, the peculiar sensation within her intensified. Ultimately, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the place Lu Meng had visited the previous day. Surely, the influence of Xiao Ru had not entirely dissipated, or perhaps Lu Meng was covertly affecting me. She glanced at the trinkets on the table, repeatedly tucking them into the drawer only to retrieve them moments later. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, I could not feel this way. Employing psychological suggestions to numb herself, she concocted a suitable rationale, yet her hands involuntarily concealed the items behind the inconspicuous crystal lamp, hoping he would not discover them. As time ticked away, the clock struck 8, 9. Lu Jingya anxiously awaited, her heart a tumult of apprehension, dissatisfaction, resignation, and even a faint glimmer of anticipation. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Lu Jingya sprang to her feet, her body moving of its own accord to open the door. Such swiftness. Lu Meng stood before her, momentarily taken aback. It had barely been 3 seconds since he pressed the doorbell, and yet the door swung open. There could only be one explanation. Lu Jingru had evidently been deliberately waiting for him. Perhaps seated on the sofa just a short distance from the door. Mr. Lu, please come in. Striving to maintain composure, Lu Jingya managed a strained smile. It smells delightful. As Lu Meng entered the room, he could distinctly detect a faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from Lu Jingya as he passed by her. It was subtle, yet captivating, alluring without being overwhelming. Clearly, Lu Jingya had bathed. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she swayed her hips, leading Lu Meng into the bedroom. Mr. Lu, this is the location where the creature's claw marks were found. Can you discern anything? She did not turn around, remaining oblivious to the fact that Lu Meng was not heeding her words, but rather admiring her captivating silhouette. Clad in a form-fitting black gown with a flowing lower half, it was evident that it had been meticulously designed for her. The platinum waist cinture adorned with 18 sparkling crystals accentuated her hourglass figure to perfection. What a magnificent view! This was Lu Meng's sincere appraisal. In contrast to Yunru's gentle charm, Lu Jingya resembled a temptress, her every movement capable of ensnaring hearts. Mr. Lu. Upon turning, Lu Jingya found herself caught in Lu Meng's unabashedly predatory gaze, causing her to hesitate to meet his eyes, inadvertently losing touch with her former self. That I need to examine carefully to ascertain whether this is indeed the creature's hiding place. Lu Meng snapped back to reality. The Dream Eater, a creature straddling the line between dream and reality, possessed a physical prowess that, while not the weakest among apocalyptic entities, was certainly formidable. However, its abilities could prove troublesome during the early stages of the apocalypse. Skilled in concealment, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, capable of devouring human dreams and unleashing primal nightmares. This was why Lu Jingya had been plagued by the same dreadful dreams. Only after thoroughly ravaging a human psyche would the Dream Eater consume them. As they entered slumber, claw marks adorned the door. They were also present on the floor. The wardrobe bore them, as did the nightstand. Lu Meng exhibited a professional demeanor, even discovering claw marks on the conspicuous crystal lamp. However, what lay concealed behind the lamp caused him to pause momentarily. Hiding the truth, this woman truly is. Lu Meng found it somewhat amusing as he cast a glance at Lu Jingya. Clearly, she sought to conceal these trinkets from his view, yet for some reason, had chosen to hide them in such an obvious location. Anyone would be compelled to take a second glance at such an opulent crystal lamp. Given Lu Jingya's astuteness, she should have recognized this. And moreover, Lu Meng had spotted the trinket he had gifted her the previous night among the items. Upon realizing that Lu Meng had uncovered her little secret, Lu Jingya's heart skipped a beat. As he inspected the room, an inexplicable sense of anticipation blossomed within her. Indeed, this was the bedroom, and that creature must still reside within. Retrieving his thoughts, Lu Meng returned to the matter at hand. Still in the bedroom, Lu Jingya gasped, though upon glancing at Lu Meng, she felt little fear. Yes, that thing excelled at hiding, to put it simply. It possessed an ability akin to invisibility. Had she ever watched a blockbuster? Lu Meng nodded. Yet, to Lu Jingya, this sounded rather peculiar. Ms. Lu, you currently have two options, Lu Meng continued. First, we could blow up this bedroom and eliminate that creature directly. Second, I could take care of it myself. Given Lu Jingya's resources, fabricating a reason for demolition or orchestrating an unfortunate accident would not pose a challenge. After all, the apocalypse had yet to descend, and humanity's firearms remained effective for the time being. This method was the simplest. However, Lu Meng had no intention of allowing Lu Jingya to pursue this course of action. He had his own motives for presenting it. What distinguishes these two methods? Lu Jingya inquired, her sharp mind grasping the underlying implications of Lu Meng's words. Indeed, you took the bait. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he approached Lu Jingya. The difference lay solely in the costs. It is quite astonishing that a female CEO would dream such a dream. Lu Meng strolled through a quaint village, surrounded by desolate woods, temporarily unable to locate Lu Jingya. The manifestation of the dream-eating beast's nightmare is not without reason. It evolves based on the target's most painful memories, allowing the target to relive their most agonizing past experiences repeatedly, until they are driven to the brink of mental collapse, at which point the beast reveals itself to consume them. This must be a memory from Lu Jingya's childhood. Yin-Ru had once mentioned that Lu Jingya was taken into her family at the age of 8, suggesting she must have lived in this village prior to that age. Before long, Lu Meng arrived at a patch of melons. Dad, Mom, look how big this melon is. Not far away, a blissfully innocent little girl held a large watermelon in her hands. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. With her hair styled in twin ponytails and an utterly clear gaze, resembling the current Lu Jingya to a significant degree, the transformation is indeed remarkable. A contemplative expression crossed Lu Meng's face. Not because the current Lu Jingya bore no resemblance to her younger self, but due to the unique temperament and character that had evolved. The childhood Lu Jingya clearly embodied a naive and lively spirit, while the present Lu Jingya is calculated and self-serving. It seems that not only can the apocalypse transform a person, but the loss of loved ones can also profoundly alter one's essence. Lu Meng sighed. He has no family. Since he could remember, he has been an orphan, fitting the archetypal protagonist of a novel. Yar, this year's melon harvest is splendid. I can buy you a new dress. And your tuition is secured. Clearly, it was Lu Jingya's father, a middle-aged man, affectionately ruffling Lu Jingya's hair, while her mother wore a knowing smile. Alas, misfortune is about to unfold. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the desolate woods not far from the melon patch, which Lu Meng could hear distinctly. The current Lu Jingya was observing all of this from a third-person perspective. The dream-eating beast truly possesses a perverse nature. A smile crept across Lu Meng's lips. Unlike a vicious dog, the dream-eating beast has developed some intelligence. It relishes transmitting the essence of nightmares into the target's dreams, often transforming into the very thing the target fears most. Roar. A sudden beastly roar reverberated through the woods. As a bear bolted out. What on earth? Where did Lu Jingya grow up that there truly are bears? Lu Meng's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Even over 20 years ago, large predators like bears rarely ventured into villages. Yes, it's a bear. Run, quickly. Yar, do not be afraid. Lu's father and mother grabbed Lu Jingya, urging her to flee from the melon patch. Yet, how could humans outrun a bear? In mere seconds, before the Lu family could escape the melon patch, the massive bear had already caught up to them. With a colossal paw descending, carrying a gust of wind, its gaping maw revealed fearsome fangs. You two, run. In a moment of crisis, Lu's father pushed Lu's mother and Lu Jingya away, exposing himself to the bear's blow. This dream again. Why can it never let me go? Lu Jingya, in a state of spiritual awareness, was on the brink of collapse. This nightmare had haunted her for over 20 years. She had nearly forgotten it, but now, due to that monster, She relived the harrowing scene of her parents' deaths beside her every night, and she was struggling to endure it. Boom. Just then, a golden handprint descended from the heavens. Exuding an overwhelming aura that sent the bear flying, Lu Meng slowly emerged from the shadows, casting a glance at the bear. Now lifeless, he approached the Lu family. Indeed, in Lu Jingya's heart, he had been elevated to a status beyond human. Lu Meng silently marveled at this. He originally could not have possessed such strength at this moment. Even with the bloodline of demon subjugation granting him absolute restraint over demons, he could not unleash a Buddha's palm. However, this is a dream, and moreover, Lu Jingya's dream. Therefore, whatever strength Lu Jingya believed he possessed, he could manifest. Thank you, young brother. You were truly a remarkable individual. The dream had not yet concluded, as Lu's father repeatedly expressed gratitude to Lu Meng. Thank you so much, young brother. Lu's mother and Lu Jingya also approached Lu Meng's side. Thank you, uncle. Lu Jingya sweetly expressed her gratitude. This child truly understands. Lu Meng, with a mischievous glint in his eye, glanced skyward, pinching Lu Jingya's cheek. That I am the master of Longhu Mountain, and I have descended this time to seek a fated individual. After saying this, he looked skyward once more. Did I observe that this girl and I share a significant connection? Why not? An immortal master. Lu's father and mother were momentarily taken aback. However, recalling Lu Meng's prior display of power, they were already half convinced. Yet, Lu's father appeared somewhat troubled. Immortal master. My daughter is a girl. Do the Taoists accept girls? Meanwhile, Lu's mother tightly clutched Lu Jingya's hand. If this immortal master truly wished to take their daughter as a disciple, they could never bear to part with her. Chapter 16. I am all yours. All that I am belongs to you. Ahem. You two have misunderstood. A subtle smile graced Lu Meng's face. What I meant was, this girl and I share a significant connection, and I wish to take her as my goddaughter. As practitioners of the Tao, we cannot marry or have children, and thus, we inevitably face a certain sadness. So that's how it is. Understanding dawned on Lu's father and mother, despite living in this remote area. They had heard many tales. It is indeed said that Taoists cannot marry or have children. Yar, quickly call him godfather. Lu's father gently shook Lu Jingya's arm, thinking that if they could cling to the immortal master's favor, it would be a blessing for their family. Wait, Lu Meng gestured for silence, glancing skyward once more. As practitioners of the Tao, we value fate and sincerity. There is no need to force the young girl. If she is willing, that is wonderful. If not, it is of no consequence. Yar, do you wish to? Lu's father and mother looked at Lu Jingya with anticipation. Godfather. Lu Jingya, being clever, called out directly. Excellent. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, lifting Lu Jingya into his arms. Good daughter. No need to call me godfather. It feels too formal. From today onward, I shall also be your Baba. Come, call out Baba for me to hear. Daddy. Lu Jingya sweetly exclaimed once more. What a mischievous child. All of this was witnessed by Lu Jingya in her state of consciousness. Yet, seeing her parents alive in the dream and the harmonious scene of their family of four brought her nothing but joy. Snap! Suddenly, Lu Meng snapped his fingers. The surrounding scenery rapidly dissipated, and the Lu family gradually faded from view. The dream vanished. Lu Meng awoke first. He glanced at the dream-eating beast, resembling a pangolin, lying on the floor. But he did not act immediately. Instead, he was startled by the system notification in his mind. Affection level 20. This was more than double the highest affection level he had received during Yun Ru's life and death experiences. Although it was bolstered by his infinite charm, it still felt rather excessive. However, he soon understood. In the dream, he had witnessed Lu Jingya's childhood experiences, tragic and helpless. They had been a knot in her heart. Even after growing into the current female CEO, the nightmares were inescapable. His intervention not only dealt with the dream-eating beast, but also saved Lu Jingya's family in the dream, thereby resolving her long-standing emotional turmoil and dispelling her greatest nightmare. Shifting his gaze, Lu Meng focused on Lu Jingya. She remained alluring, her deep curves undulating dramatically, highlighting her exaggerated waist and hips. Yet, her exquisitely beautiful face was streaked with tears, juxtaposed with a serene smile. Indeed, she was breathtakingly divine. Lu Meng leaned down, bringing his face close to Lu Jingya's. Suddenly, Lu Jingya opened her eyes, their gazes locked, her eyes sparkling like clear springs. Fixed intently on Lu Meng. That monster has already been driven out. Lu Meng was not the type to feel awkward, but before he could finish his sentence, her lips pressed against his. What the hell? Am I being kissed again? Lu Meng's eyes widened. He referred to it as again because in his previous life, he had experienced something similar with the Desire Demon. In that past life, he had been utterly unable to resist. No way. No one could take advantage of him, at least not in this life. Adhering to the principle of never being at a disadvantage, Lu Meng firmly restrained Lu Jingya with his arms. You don't like it. Lu Jingya's face revealed a clear expression of disappointment. No one can take advantage of me. Dominant and assertive, Lu Meng initiated the kiss. 10 minutes later, the two parted ways. They had done nothing more than kiss, as the dream-eating beast still awaited resolution. Thank you. Lu Jingya's complexion flushed, breathing heavily, her curves still rising and falling. She genuinely expressed her gratitude to Lu Meng, including the initial kiss, which had been entirely voluntary. Her childhood experiences had been a persistent nightmare, unshakable. The establishment of Yayan Biotechnology Company was driven by this very reason, to confront those ferocious beasts. She had longed countless times for someone to save them on that fateful day. Now, Lu Meng had fulfilled that wish. Despite merely being a figment of her dreams, it allowed her to experience that long-lost sense of familial affection. Her parents did not perish again before her eyes. Even if it was just once, it sufficed to bring her contentment. Affinity too. It seems he is not so wretched after all. He is quite amiable. A person easy to converse with. Affinity too, except for his slightly morbid sense of humor. Affinity too, affinity too. As she reminisced about the scenes from her dream, Lu Jingya's impression of Lu Meng had notably shifted. And her affinity for him rapidly ascended to 70. Stop dawdling. This creature is still very much alive. Lu Meng rose from his bed, crushing the dream eater beneath his foot, and cast a glance at the still-dazed Lu Jingya. This time, he was not taken aback by the sudden increase in affinity. After trials come reflections. This principle applies to Yunru, and it holds true for Lu Jingya as well. Is this tormenting me all along? Lu Jingya wholeheartedly believed Lu Meng's words, her face betraying evident anger. She could disregard limits, even tearing apart her own boundaries to ascend higher, but the repeated torment involving her deceased parents was intolerable. Yes, this creature is the source of my suffering. Lu Meng nodded, his right hand continually stroking his chin, an idea blossoming in his mind. However, before he could articulate it, Lu Jingya fixed him with a determined gaze and declared, Lu Meng, I wish to ask you for a favor. The way she addressed him had already changed. A look of confusion spread across Lu Meng's face. I implore you to let me slay this beast with my own hands. Her voice was laced with murderous intent, reminiscent of the former queen of the night, the meeting of minds. Lu Meng flashed a devilish smile, for the thought he had just harbored was to train this former queen of the night. After all, Lu Jingya was not merely a decorative vase. The former queen of the night was renowned not solely for her beauty, but for her formidable strength and a ruthlessness that surpassed that of men. Of course, being more than a vase does not preclude the possibility of being used as one. The creature's weakness lies in the soft skin beneath its jaw. Lu Meng offered a reminder as he turned and exited the bedroom. He understood that Lu Jingya needed a space for solitary release, as for the source of the monster's magic. Lu Jingya had yet to awaken. Even if it remained, it would serve no purpose. Affinity too. Thank you. Lu Jingya murmured. 10 minutes later, the door to the bedroom swung open, clad in a fitted black gown that accentuated her waist, splattered with vivid crimson stains, and standing at a height of 180 centimeters in her high heels. She appeared only a few centimeters shorter than Lu Meng. The swaying of her waist carried a faint scent of blood, mingling with the delicate fragrance of her attire, evoking an exotic allure. Lu Jingya approached Lu Meng, holding a sphere of black light. This should be what you need. Lu Meng's understanding of the creature and his choices made her realize that he had a clear objective. And after slaying the beast, this object would appear upon its corpse. Did you not consider keeping it? This is something modern science cannot explain. Your company could surely benefit from such peculiar artifacts. Lu Meng did not immediately take the magic source, instead gently lifting Lu Jingya's chin with his fingers. Surprisingly, Lu Jingya obediently tilted her head back, presenting all her beauty to Lu Meng. I am entirely yours. Everything about me belongs to you. Chapter 17. Indulgence. The ambition I offer you is true ambition. Expensive red wine was lavishly spilled, the colorful lights in the room shifting continuously, high-end luxury items reflecting in the mesmerizing haze of the wine. Lu Meng and Lu Jingya sat opposite each other on the floor, both leaning against the sides of the sofa. You know, I have never indulged myself like this. Lu Jingya held a bottle of red wine, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. From a young age, she had been precocious, grateful, sensible, and ambitious, all qualities that earned her admiration. She had always been self-disciplined, cautious, and even when encountering vexations, she would only drink sparingly. But this time was different. She was truly indulging for the first time. no longer the lofty female CEO, but rather a little girl who had fully opened her heart. Why live so burdened? Lu Meng shook his head, gulping down the red wine. He could understand Lu Jingya's feelings. Anyone with such a background would be overwhelmed. Moreover, he did not mind her venting, as her affinity for him had already reached 78. Just 2 points shy of meeting the criteria for inclusion. With a sudden crash, Lu Meng hurled the wine bottle into the air, where it shattered explosively, the dark red liquid splattering across the room. My thoughts differ from yours. Being cautious is not wrong, but there is no need to compromise yourself. Growth through suffering is indeed growth, but the strength that comes from following one's true self is also formidable. The bloodline of the demon slayers activated, transforming the surroundings into a chasm. Lu Meng, clad in a blood-red robe, looked down upon Lu Jingya, his large hand outstretched as if a blood-colored deity beckoning her towards the depths of hell. Perhaps hell truly exists in this world. My pursuit is to become ever stronger, until I can act without restraint. If you're willing, I would take you along this path. Perhaps we shall both descend into hell. But even so, would it not be without regret? A domineering aura enveloped Lu Jingya's face. She appeared entranced, somewhat dazed, gazing adoringly at the man before her. After a long pause, she smiled gently, raising her pristine hand to touch his large palm. I am willing. Affinity 2. The scene shattered in an instant, and Lu Jingya's final 2 points of affinity were completed. Congratulations, host. The target's affinity for you has reached the minimum inclusion value. Would you like to proceed with immediate inclusion? Yes. In the opulent environment, Lu Meng made his choice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Inclusion successful. Current number of entries in the Apocalypse Beauty catalog. The host may continue to select additional targets for inclusion. Simultaneously, within Lu Meng, another bloodline awakened. It was the S-rank bloodline, Celestial Master bloodline. A faint golden light spread, enveloping not just Lu Meng but enhancing his physical condition perfectly. After all, a person's physical prowess determines their strength. Yes, including all forms of power. The apocalypse is indeed an era where strength reigns supreme. A strong individual can dominate in many aspects simply through their physical capabilities. A and S-rank bloodline. In my previous life, there were no more than 10 individuals possessing S-rank bloodlines in the entire Jinghai city, and now I possess one. Perhaps due to awakening the S-rank bloodline, Lu Meng felt significantly more alert than before. His hand reached out. Another bottle of red wine was grasped. He violently opened it, not even requiring a corkscrew. Gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back, allowing the wine to flow, the rich liquid cascading down his front in a show of sheer wastefulness. Meng, cool. Lu Jingya's voice echoed at this moment, her address changing once more. The difference before and after inclusion was strikingly evident. Having just awakened the night demon bloodline, Lu Jingya, like Yunru before her, did not immediately perceive the changes within her. However, the alluring green glow was proof of everything. Lu Meng smiled, offering no response. In the next moment, the remaining 3 bottles of red wine on the bedside table were simultaneously opened, and without looking back, Lu Meng seized one and poured it into his mouth. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed in. Lu Meng languidly awoke from his slumber, surveying the newly generated catalog in his mind. Entries: 2 Lu Jingya race, human, night demon, awakened, age, 32 personality, strong-willed and reserved, possessing keen insight, with a yearning for strength, beauty score, 9 current affinity, 80 description, a strong-willed woman. She possesses extraordinary insight and innate talent, now entirely loyal to you. Her former arrogance has dissipated. Subsequent cultivation suggestions: 1. You have opened her heart, granting her an opportunity to face herself. The misfortunes of her childhood have been successfully compensated by you. She now regards you as the person she trusts most. But remember, she is not merely a decorative vase. With a little nurturing, she could become a fearsome night demon assassin. 2. Her sharp insight, high intelligence, and nearly perfect beauty are her assets. And now all of these belong to you. Please utilize these assets wisely, for at times her worth far exceeds that of a mere vase to be displayed. Hint: you have taken the first step on the path of conquest. However, this is merely a glimpse of the allure before you. There are far more enticing experiences awaiting you in the future. Is the evaluation truly that high? Lu Meng focused his thoughts on the catalog in his mind, meticulously comparing the system's evaluations of Yunru and Lu Jingya. If Yunru's assessment was purely that of a virtuous wife and mother, then Lu Jingya's was decidedly more outwardly ambitious. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, it would be a thorny rose. However, the thorns of this rose would not manifest in his presence. Indeed, after all, she was the former queen of the night, in her past life, She had slain 3 S-rank bloodline possessors. Lu Meng reflected on the memories in his mind. The Lu Jingya of his previous life was no innocent maiden. As a bearer of the Night Demon bloodline, she was born to be a killer, and many powerful individuals had coveted her before she fully matured. It was said that one particularly troublesome incident involved 3 male powerhouses, each possessing S-rank bloodlines, who joined forces to capture Lu Jingya. However, the outcome was that Lu Jingya retaliated, killing 2 and sending 1 fleeing in terror. It was precisely because of that battle that Lu Jingya gained renown throughout the entire Jinghai city. And even formidable individuals from other cities had, to some extent, heard whispers of the Night Queen's illustrious name. Meng, you have awakened. With a languid stretch, Lu Jingya rose gracefully, her captivating figure on full display. Such unabashed exposure momentarily left Lu Meng in a daze. Glancing at her body enveloped in green light, Lu Jingya remained unfazed. Moments later, the green glow dissipated. A clever woman indeed. Observing this, Lu Meng nodded and unhurriedly descended from the bed to the window shrouded by curtains. Lu Jingya was undeniably astute. She discerned everything from Yunru last night, deducing the awakening of bloodlines and how to control them. With a leap from the bed, her enhanced physical prowess filled her with delight. Meng, this sensation is truly marvelous. She approached Lu Meng from behind, her arms outstretched, the tactile sensation exquisite. I am genuinely curious about my abilities. The Night Demon bloodline. Those who are assimilated will be entirely loyal to him. It is permissible to divulge to Lu Jingya that every individual harbors a bloodline within, be it strong or weak. Contingent upon fate, and yours is of the S-rank, quite formidable. S-rank bloodline, quite formidable. Lu Jingya seized upon these 2 keywords. She understood that a bloodline deemed praiseworthy by Lu Meng could not be ordinary. A glimmer of ambition flickered in her eyes as she inquired, Meng, what bloodline do you possess? Is it stronger than the Night Demon bloodline? Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, she realized her indiscretion. She had committed a faux pas. True to her expectations, Lu Meng turned to face her, his pupils now cold. Meng, Lu Jingya began, a surge of previously dissipated fear resurfacing. Such a direct inquiry was undoubtedly a grave misstep. With a firm grip on her chin, Lu Meng stated expressionlessly, since you have made your choice, you are now my person. Do you understand? I do not mind your ambition, to covet Jinghai City, to aspire for the entire eastern province, or even the world. His fingers grazed her porcelain-like visage, occasionally caressing gently as he continued. But you must remember, it is I who awakened your bloodline. Just as you articulated last night, everything about you now belongs to me. Therefore, your ambition is not merely ambition. It is only when I permit it that it can rightfully be called ambition. Do you comprehend? How astute Lu Jingya was. While it was true that loyalty would be absolute post-assimilation, for a woman of such remarkable intelligence, mere loyalty was insufficient. Often, unilateral decisions could introduce instability, even if unintentional, and thus deserved a gentle reprimand. Meng, are you angry? Lu Jingya's body trembled slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. She recognized her error. Her words had been somewhat indiscreet, and the rapid shift in her identity had caused her to unconsciously overlook the most crucial point. How could she have dared to inquire about Lu Meng's bloodline? Yet, she truly bore no malice. Do you realize your mistake? Lu Meng observed her closely, amusement flickering in his heart as his expression shifted rapidly, the coldness evaporating. The once indomitable woman, the former Night Queen, now exhibited such a vulnerable demeanor. Have you understood? The sound of her stifled sobs filled the air, and Lu Jingya felt increasingly aggrieved. Meng, I meant no offense. I merely misspoke, truly with no ulterior motive. For reasons unknown, a fear of loss gripped her heart. Moreover, given her astuteness, she would normally never commit such a blunder. It was solely because she had come to regard Lu Meng as her closest confidant that she had instinctively posed such a foolish question. Do you feel wronged? Lu Meng gently lifted Lu Jingya into his embrace, stating, if I had believed you harbored other intentions, the outcome might not have been as it is now. That a hint of murderous intent manifested. Lu Meng's pupils turning a blood-red hue. However, rest assured, I understand your thoughts and trust you. Finally, Lu Jingya could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Lu Meng's earlier murderous intent and half of his statement had plunged her into an abyss of despair, fearing she might lose him entirely. Yet, his latter words provided her immense solace, leaving her feeling both aggrieved and touched. That he believes in me. I am worthy of his trust, sobs interspersed with secret delight. Chapter 18. Ascension to Dawn. Remember, liquidate all assets under your name as swiftly as possible. Mortgage what can be mortgaged. Sell off what cannot be mortgaged at a low price. Our time is limited, and we must utilize all our connections. Those anomalous beings hold significant potential for us. On the sofa, Lu Meng savored red wine, reflecting that his earlier reprimand of Lu Jingyao was merely a minor interlude. All right, I understand, Lu Jingyao responded earnestly. Though unaware of Lu Meng's intentions, she found herself unable to resist his commands. Such a good girl. Rest assured, you are merely investing. In a few days, you will comprehend the immense benefits of this investment. A smile graced Lu Meng's face as he downed his glass of red wine. The apocalypse is merely 3 days away. When that time arrives, celestial projections will illuminate, and phantasms of gods and demons will manifest. Countless monsters will swarm forth, and humanity's darkest depths shall be unveiled. At that moment, order will collapse, morality will decay, and not only will currency become worthless, but even the world's technological weaponry will lose its efficacy. However, for now, money still holds some value, as it allows for certain preparations to be made, such as stockpiling supplies, gathering essential materials, and attending to that most critical task. All of this necessitates substantial financial resources, far beyond mere millions. Thus, even with only 3 days since his rebirth, Lu Meng had not focused his thoughts on borrowing or preparing scarce supplies. Such an approach would be utterly short-sighted. His true aim was to secure Lu Jingyao, the foremost heiress of Jinghai City, to undertake these endeavors. Now, with Lu Jingyao assimilated and in a state of absolute loyalty, these tasks would naturally fall into her capable hands. Meng, I trust you. I know you would not harm me. Lu Jingyao, suppressing her discomfort, rose gracefully, her delicate arms encircling Lu Meng's neck as she softly suggested, as the world begins to spiral into chaos, should I bring Xiaoru over as well? She was aware of Lu Meng's connection to Yunru. Yet, she bore no objections. Lu Meng turned, surprised by Lu Jingyao's words, then chuckled. Since you are unperturbed, it shall be arranged by you. However, I have other matters to attend to. After patting Lu Jingyao's back, Lu Meng grasped the orb of demonic essence from the table, stating, Do you see this? I refer to this as demonic essence. It will serve as a crucial item for enhancing our power in the future. Truly remarkable, but why was there any demonic essence within the corpses of those monsters sent to the research facility? Lu Jingyao scrutinized the demonic essence carefully. Its pitch-black exterior resembled a burning flame, with a core from which energy emanated. While she voiced her curiosity. No demonic essence, Lu Meng paused, contemplating a possibility but refraining from voicing it, instead smiling and saying, Allow me to demonstrate. Clouds of black gas were continuously inhaled into Lu Meng's mouth, vanishing within mere seconds. It seems I am about to ascend to the Dawn realm. Those who have merely begun to awaken their bloodlines can only be deemed as commoners. Only when the magical energy within them reaches saturation can they truly ascend to the first major realm, Dawn. Nevertheless, ascending to Dawn is not particularly difficult. Only a small amount of magical energy is required. Having previously absorbed the demonic essence of the Hellhound, and now the Dream Eater, the breakthrough was naturally seamless. A wave of warmth flowed through his lower abdomen. With a crack, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within Lu Meng. Success. A faint golden light danced across his surface, further enhancing his already robust physique. Meng, have you not broken through? Lu Jingyao regarded Lu Meng with curiosity, inadvertently recalling a term. Yes, it is indeed appropriate to call it a breakthrough. An arc of electricity appeared in the palm of Lu Meng, representing the Heavenly Master's thunder technique. Those in the Dawn phase of bloodline awakening can preliminarily harness the power of their bloodlines, as evidenced by the electric arc in Lu Meng's palm. Are you not curious about my bloodline? Then allow me to reveal it. My bloodline is the Heavenly Master bloodline, specifically designed to vanquish all manner of malevolent creatures. Lu Jingyao's cheeks flushed. It seemed her night demon bloodline was aptly characterized by the word demon. When Lu Meng opened the door to Lu Jingyao's residence, it was already late into the night. Everything that needed to be addressed had been communicated. With that little sorceress's abilities, managing these tasks would pose no challenge. What was paramount was the upcoming bidding. Securing that land was imperative. Lu Meng muttered to himself, gently closing the door. His preliminary plan had commenced execution. With Lu Jingyao as the executor. As for whether she might forget or overlook such intricate plans, Lu Meng felt confident she would not. After all, if she could maintain clarity and organization even in dire circumstances. It was evident that Lu Jingyao was quite dedicated. The dimly lit corridor was devoid of any illumination. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare in this upscale community. Typically, hallways are equipped with gravity-sensing systems that illuminate when someone is present. Yet this time, it remained dark. The reason is simple. Lu Meng was controlling the power within his body. Although his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, his weight had nearly vanished. This body was indeed as peculiar as it had been in his previous life. Sensing the absence of his own gravity, Lu Meng felt a sensation of floating. Remarkable. He harbored a secret known to no one. In his past life, despite awakening the most useless ability of infinite charm. He possessed an extraordinary talent for perception and bodily control. For instance, he could manipulate his bodily organs, achieving a state of true apparent death. It was precisely due to this skill that, although deemed worthless, he survived for 3 years in the apocalyptic world. Had he not encountered the demon of desire, he might have lived even longer. Someone approached. Suddenly, Lu Meng returned to normal, his weight reinstated. With a flash, the lights in the corridor illuminated abruptly. "Who is it?" A crisp yet cautious voice sounded, causing Mu Yuhua, who was about to exit the elevator, to pause. "Officer, what a coincidence. We meet again." At that moment, Lu Meng, with a smile on his face, walked towards Mu Yuhua. He was somewhat surprised that a female police officer residing in the Qinghua courtyard. This indicated her background was undoubtedly extraordinary. As Lu Meng closed in within 3 meters of Mu Yuhua, the system's prompt unexpectedly rang out. Ding. Host detected an eligible opposite-sex entity nearby. Mu Yuhua, Demon Spider Bloodline, A-Class. Upon successful registration, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Hunter Bloodline. A-Class. Please choose whether to set her as a registration target. Chapter 19. The Enigma of Qinghua Courtyard. Lu Meng's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather confusion. In his previous life, A-Class bloodlines were relatively rare in Jinghai City, and he had never heard of Mu Yuhua's name. If she truly possessed an A-Class bloodline, particularly the Demon Spider bloodline, she should have easily survived the early apocalypse and showcased her prowess within Jinghai City. The Demon Spider, a variant of the Demon Spider bloodline, was adept at concealment and trapping enemies while wielding formidable lethality that a human with the Demon Spider bloodline could not have possibly perished in the early apocalypse unless they were a fool or seeking death. Clearly, Mu Yuhua before him was no fool. She even exhibited a hint of cleverness, and her mental state appeared entirely normal. Could it merely be coincidence? Lu Meng hesitated to designate Mu Yuhua as a registration target. Firstly, he found the situation perplexing. 2 stunning women in the Qinghua courtyard, both of whom were at least A-Class bloodlines. Yet he had never heard of Mu Yuhua in his previous life. Secondly, he was not well acquainted with Mu Yuhua. They had only met a few times. If he were to allocate his registration target to her, it would not only risk failure but also delay his imminent plans. After all, the apocalypse was merely 4 days away, and he could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture unless he was confident he could successfully register Mu Yuhua. Otherwise, he would not set her as a target. Mu Yuhua, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. "Lu Meng, it's you. What a coincidence. We meet again. It seems we are fated, having encountered each other thrice now. My name is Mu Yuhua. You can just call me Yuhua from now on." It was evident that Mu Yuhua was quite the conversationalist, yet her demeanor was markedly different from their previous encounters. Was she deliberately trying to get closer? Lu Meng sneered inwardly. He understood that he had likely drawn the attention of certain individuals. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. The most crucial aspect was that Lu Jingya had been successfully registered, granting him the freedom to act. "Are you here to find Sister Jingya?" Noticing Lu Meng's silence, Mu Yuhua tentatively inquired, her gaze darting towards the room nearest to Lu Meng. That was indeed Lu Jingya's residence. Lu Meng's identity was rather ordinary, with no friends or family residing in the Qinghua courtyard. The only possibility was Lu Jingya. But what could he possibly want with Lu Jingya? Or did he truly harbor a secret? The keen instincts of a police officer warned Mu Yuhua that Lu Meng's visit at this hour must be of significant importance. "Indeed, I have some business dealings with Director Lu. This conversation has taken a bit longer than expected," Lu Meng replied with a calm demeanor, readily admitting, "Yes, it can indeed be considered a business interaction." "I suppose, business?" Mu Yuhua appeared momentarily stunned, her willow-like brows knitting together in disbelief, evident on her exquisitely crafted face. Observing this, Lu Meng shrugged nonchalantly and brushed past Mu Yuhua. He had no intention of wasting more time with her. After all, given how Mu Yuhua addressed him, she must be familiar with Lu Jingya. If she wished to verify the truth, she was welcome to do so. "Lu Meng, do you have time tomorrow? Our department has recently discovered a peculiar creature." and I would like to hear your thoughts, especially since you personally dealt with a vicious dog last time. Suddenly, Mu Yuhua turned, inadvertently pressing herself against Lu Meng. The palpable sensation was undeniable. Lu Meng swiftly turned to meet her gaze. They were only mere inches apart, but a subtle fragrance wafted into Lu Meng's nostrils. Not the scent of perfume, but a pure, natural aroma, emanating from her unadorned face. Lu Meng scrutinized Mu Yuhua, who met his gaze with equal intensity. Officer Mu may have some misconceptions about me. I am merely an ordinary person, and my previous encounter with the vicious dog was merely fortuitous. His gaze gradually shifted. Mu Yuhua, despite wearing flat shoes, stood tall at 175 cm, her slender figure striking. The police uniform accentuated her curves, which, though not overly pronounced, were undeniably noticeable. Her shoulder-length hair complemented her unique aura, exuding a sense of elegance and confidence. With the recent workload being rather overwhelming and lacking direction, I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Perhaps you could inspire me. Strangely, Mu Yuhua inched closer to Lu Meng, her face now close enough for him to feel her breath. Testing the waters could be perilous. Lu Meng chuckled inwardly. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with someone of such a sensitive identity as Mu Yuhua, but since she was pressing forward, he didn't mind employing certain tactics, even extracting some information regarding the magical entities. So, what do you say? Will you be available tomorrow? Mu Yuhua pressed further, her intuition telling her that Lu Meng was not an ordinary individual, possibly connected to the recent animal attacks. And her curiosity compelled her to uncover the truth. I am available. Officer Mu, please choose a location. Lu Meng nodded expressionlessly. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, let us meet at the Yajin Hotel. Mu Yuhua smiled, revealing two dimples, just as she was about to part ways with Lu Meng. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened again, revealing a striking woman in a white coat, her voluptuous figure exuding an aura of coldness. Ding! Host detected an eligible opposite-sex entity nearby. Qiu Shuang, Ice Demon Bloodline, A-Class. Upon successful registration, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline. Flame Demon Bloodline, A-Class. Please choose whether to set her as a registration target. The system's prompt rang out once more, catching Lu Meng off guard. Qiu Shuang, what brings you here so late? Are you looking for Sister Jingya? Mu Yuhua's face flushed as she quickly distanced herself from Lu Meng. Did you forget? I also have a suite in the Qinghua courtyard. Qiu Shuang stepped out of the elevator, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Yuhua before locking her gaze onto Lu Meng. Meanwhile, Lu Meng was oblivious to this detail, his focus on Qiu Shuang's latter statement, realizing that she was also acquainted with Lu Jingya, another woman meeting the system's registration criteria, resides in the Qinghua courtyard. At that moment, a sense of foreboding surged within him. In a high-end community, the simultaneous presence of two A-class bloodlines, one S-class bloodline, and even Yunru having a suite in the Qinghua courtyard, amounted to 3 A-class bloodlines and 1 S-class bloodline. Something was amiss. Ignoring Qiu Shuang's gaze, Lu Meng surveyed the corridor. In his previous life, he had not only never heard of Mu Yuhua's name, but also had no knowledge of Qiu Shuang. Logically, with Lu Jingya's character, upon realizing the significance of bloodlines in the impending apocalypse, she would have swiftly gathered Mu Yuhua and Qiu Shuang. Yet, that had not transpired. The rumors surrounding Lu Jingya suggested she was a lone wolf, seemingly indifferent to anyone, vastly different from her current demeanor. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lu Meng connected the dots, recalling the Dream Eater residing within the Qinghua courtyard and the vicious dog lurking in the nearby forest. That is to say that the Qinghua courtyard had become a site of great horror following the onset of the apocalypse. Perhaps in this overwhelming terror, everyone except Lu Jingya perished, explaining the lack of circulating information. Chapter 20. Mu Yuhua's invitation. Lu Meng departed, disregarding Qiu Shuang's evident displeasure. Leaving without any exchange, he had no time to entangle himself with these two women, at least not at this moment. He simply walked away. As the elevator doors closed, Qiu Shuang stared intently in the direction Lu Meng had taken. Many men would instinctively glance at her upon their first encounter. However, Lu Meng was different. He not only failed to spare her a second glance, but treated her as if she were invisible. Am I truly inferior to Sister Jingya and Yuhua? Confused, she glanced at Mu Yuhua's bosom. Then at her own. In this regard, she held a certain confidence. What? Feeling a bit disappointed, Mu Yuhua teased. She possesses an intimate understanding of Qiu Shuang, often projecting an aloof goddess demeanor. Yet her heart tells a different tale. It is merely a fade, cultivated from the incessant entanglements with men, that compels her to maintain such a distant exterior. Disappointment does not ensue. Rather, I am merely curious about how you and Lu Meng became acquainted, and what the two of you were engaged in moments ago. The scene I glimpsed upon exiting the elevator has not escaped Qiu Shuang's memory, including this encounter. It marks our third meeting. As for just now, I mentioned that he emerged from Jingya's residence. Do you believe that? Mu Yuha approached Qiu Shuang, her expression grave. Perhaps Lu Meng harbors secrets too profound to disclose, and Jingya, aware of this, deliberately downplays Lu Meng as an ordinary individual. This point, he just left Lu Jia's home. Qiu Shuang instinctively glanced at the luxurious watch adorning her wrist. 1:30 in the morning. A man exiting a woman's abode at such an hour? Unaccountably, Qiu Shuang recalled the scene from yesterday when she encountered Lu Jingya. Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. She instinctively shook her head, casting aside such absurd notions. How could someone of Lu Jingya's stature possibly be interested in Lu Meng? Furthermore, engaging in such an outrageous game, she could only conclude that she must be losing her mind for even entertaining such a ludicrous thought. Knowing you doubt me, I shall probe him tomorrow, and the truth shall reveal itself. Mu Yuha chuckled at Qiu Shuang's demeanor once more. How do you intend to test him? Qiu Shuang's curiosity intensified. An ordinary man who has not only captivated a stunning married woman but is now entangled with the renowned beauty CEO of Jinghai City, and even has connections with the daughter of the city bureau right before her. Anyone would be immensely intrigued. A peculiar incident involving a raccoon attacking individuals has transpired in the vicinity of Qihua. According to the footage received, the speed, reflexes, and sharpness of the raccoon's claws exceed those of an ordinary raccoon by at least thrice. As she spoke, a grave expression crossed Mu Yua's face. I have an instinct that perhaps our previous suspicions were correct. Lu Meng's previous dispatching of that vicious dog was no mere coincidence. He must have known its weaknesses, and now I wish to test this theory. Qiu Shuang fell silent for a moment. One hand emerged from her lab coat, resting her chin thoughtfully. Have you considered that if all of this is not just happenstance, and your police department is unable to apprehend Lu Meng without evidence, your position could become perilously precarious, dangerous? Mu Yuha retorted. I hardly feel that way. Yesterday, I investigated the relationship between Yunru and Li Bin. This man exhibits severe tendencies towards domestic violence and is a hapless gambler. While I am a police officer and certain things should remain unsaid, I am also a woman. But worry not, I will not act rashly without evidence. Moreover, your General Lu must have sensed these matters as well. Yet she appears to be doing just fine. With that, Mu Yuha turned to head towards her residence. I shan't accompany you tonight. There is much documentation to organize. The sound of fingerprint recognition echoed as Mu Yuha entered her abode. Observing the empty corridor, Qiu Shuang inexplicably shook her head, casting a significant glance at Lu Jingya's residence. General Lu truly unscathed. The memory of her encounter with Lu Jingya from yesterday resurfaced in her mind. The following morning, Lu Meng awoke punctually. The reason for emphasizing punctuality is that he had not forgotten his agreement with Mu Yuha. After all, failing to keep one's word is not befitting of a man. Meng, where are you off to so early? Yunru's eyes fluttered open in a haze, her body still emanating a faint violet glow. Clearly, the shallow use of her succubus powers allowed her to function adequately even after merely 4 hours of sleep. To catch a little wildcat, Lu Meng replied nonchalantly. Is it another one of those abnormal creatures like that vicious dog? Yunru instantly found herself wide awake. Yes, it is indeed a rather extraordinary little wildcat. Lu Meng nodded, recalling Mu Yua's actions from the previous night. Such a description was certainly accurate. Upon hearing this, Yunru nodded, worry etched on her face. Meng, that kind of creature is very dangerous. You must exercise caution. There was nothing she would prevent him from doing. Rest assured, I can handle dogs and such, let alone a small wild cat. Affectionately ruffling Yunru's hair, Lu Meng exited the room. Upon arriving at Yuanda Hotel, he found Mu Yuha already there, seated in a booth by the window with a view of the sea. Lu Meng, you've arrived. Upon seeing him, Mu Yuha's face broke into a radiant smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Lu Meng nodded, scrutinizing her closely. Without her police uniform, Mu Yuha appeared even more appealing, clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt that perfectly accentuated her curves, paired with high-waisted jeans that showcased her long legs exquisitely. Moreover, Lu Meng's keen eyes noticed the hints of black fabric subtly peeking from the edges of her tucked-in t-shirt and at her size 36 feet. Corsets. Chapter 21. Unconventional tactics. Was this deliberate? Lu Meng, having watched numerous cop and robber films in his past life, understood that some officers, while undercover, employ various tactics to extract useful information. However, he had indeed misjudged this instance. She possessed a rather ordinary physique. Not overly muscular, yet still pleasing to the eye. Mu Yua stirred her coffee, her eyes glancing at Lu Meng with a mix of intent and curiosity. Despite it being their fourth meeting, it was undeniable that apart from Lu Meng's handsome features, he appeared quite unremarkable in other aspects. Lu Meng, don't you have work these days? Mu Yua took the initiative, testing the waters with her inquiry. She had already investigated Lu Meng's workplace. Indeed, he had not been to work for 4 days. And notably, he had not taken any leave. Under normal circumstances, it is quite unusual for an employee to be absent for 4 days without explanation. I don't plan to return to work. Though I haven't gotten around to submitting my resignation yet. Lu Meng habitually uncapped a bottle of red wine. Officer Mu, would you care for some? No, my profession prohibits the consumption of alcohol. Even during my days off, I seldom indulge. A polite smile graced Mu Yua's face. May I inquire why you are considering resigning? As far as I know, your job is quite commendable, easy, with minimal responsibilities. And the salary is not too shabby. It seems Officer Mu is quite well informed about my affairs. Lu Meng chuckled. Her implication was unmistakable. She was clearly indicating that she had conducted an investigation into him. Under normal circumstances, I might still consider going to work, but things are different now. Human thoughts are peculiar, ever-changing. At this moment, I have no interest in employment, Lu Meng replied. Yet, indeed, the apocalypse is on the verge of descending. Who on earth would still be concerned about going to work, and what financial gains could one derive from it? Among the 2 wealthy women surrounding me, who is in need of money? Naturally, these were merely Lu Meng's internal musings. You seem quite carefree. Many individuals your age are preoccupied with housing, vehicles, and marriage, yet you appear unburdened by such concerns. Mu Yua spoke with an air of wisdom beyond her years, her words seemingly hinting at something deeper. Every individual's fortune varies. Perhaps my luck is simply better. Lu Meng shrugged nonchalantly. Having been granted a second chance at life, it truly could be considered fortunate. Observing Lu Meng's unflinching admission, Mu Yua's expression shifted to one of surprise. Normally, any man with a semblance of pride would feel averse to being perceived as living off a woman, even if he felt it inconsequential. He would not wish to be openly confronted about it. Yet, from Lu Meng's countenance, she could discern no trace of negative emotion, only a sense of calm, composure, and confidence. Does this man possess no sense of pride? Such a thought arose within Mu Yua's mind, but was promptly dismissed. If Lu Meng were truly a fade of gold, deceiving Yunru, he could never escape the discerning eye of a woman like Lu Jingya. Her curiosity deepened. Mu Yuha decided to press further, retrieving her pink fruit phone from her pocket. It is time to discuss serious matters. Lu Meng, take a look at this video. Lu Meng diverted his gaze. The video commenced playback. The footage showcased the night, capturing a middle-aged man, evidently intoxicated, staggering through a narrow alley. At first glance, all appeared normal. However, at the 30-second mark, the Bureau summoned an animal expert and reviewed the footage over 100 times, ultimately arriving at a preliminary conclusion. This black cat possesses sensitivity and perception abilities that surpass those of an ordinary cat by more than threefold. To date, this cat has already attacked 6 pedestrians, one of whom is still undergoing emergency treatment. Lu Meng, if it were you, do you have the confidence to deal with this cat? Mu Yuha frowned, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Meng. Given the cat's lethality and agility, it is not impossible to subdue it. However, the critical factor lies in its perceptual capabilities. Their city bureau had previously dispatched personnel for 4 encirclements, even deploying snipers. Yet each time they attempted to pinpoint the black cat's location using surrounding surveillance. By the time they arrived, the cat had long vanished. It seems this cat can instinctively sense danger in its vicinity. Officer Mu, are you jesting? Lu Meng chuckled lightly and continued, a cat so peculiar that even the police cannot apprehend it. What can an ordinary person like me possibly do? No means at all. Mu Yuha remained unconvinced, her slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. That if you truly have a way to resolve this cat situation, our city bureau will award you the title of a model citizen and even invite you to serve as a consultant in this field, allowing you to engage with more cases of a similar nature. She proposed certain conditions, feeling intuitively that Lu Meng was not an ordinary individual, even sensing that he possessed considerable knowledge about such bizarre animals. For a normal person witnessing such footage for the first time, it would be impossible to maintain the calm demeanor Lu Meng exhibited. At the very least, there would be some trace of astonishment in their expression. While cooperating with the police is a civic duty, one must also possess the capability to do so. Lu Meng shrugged his shoulders, regretfully replying, I'm afraid, Officer Mu, I am merely an ordinary person, devoid of such abilities. With that, Lu Meng stood up to leave. Huh? Mu Yuha was taken aback. Lu Meng, where are you going? Did we not agree to discuss the animal attack incidents last night? Having concluded my research, I possess no further solutions. Why should I remain here? With his back turned to Mu Yuha, a playful smile graced Lu Meng's face, and Mu Yuha was momentarily stunned. It did seem to be the case. Yet, she felt something was amiss that it was not her arrogance. Typically, a woman of her beauty would compel any man to linger a bit longer. However, by the time she realized it, Lu Meng had already exited through the glass doors of the Yayu Hotel. Of course, upon leaving the Yayu Hotel, Lu Meng did not idle but instead dialed Lu Jingya's phone. Hello, find a trustworthy individual to wait for me at the entrance of the alley on Hepping Street before 8 tonight. Make sure to disable all the surrounding surveillance cameras in advance. I recall the nearby shops are under your name, so this should not be difficult. Yes, either a man or a woman will do. But they must be reliable, precisely just one person. Additionally, inform that person in advance that, by whatever means, they must be in a fatigued state of mind. If all goes well, I will arrive around 9. Do not worry. Goodbye. Chapter 22. The task assigned by Lu Meng. Nightfall. At 7:30, outside the entrance of the alley on Hepping Street, 2 luxury cars were parked, and the crowd had been temporarily dispersed by Lu Jingya's connections. Inside one of the luxury cars, Lu Meng was frowning deeply, engaged in a phone conversation. Are you certain? Is this woman 100% trustworthy? Peering out the window at a voluptuous woman in a white lab coat leaning against another luxury car. Lu Meng sought confirmation from Lu Jingya once more. Meng, rest assured, Qiu Shuang has been with me for 10 years. I know everything about her. Even if Xiaoru were to betray me, Qiu Shuang would never. Lu Jingya's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Indeed, the person Lu Meng had chosen was Qiu Shuang. You are aware of her position in the city bureau, correct? Lu Meng inquired, having stumbled upon this information inadvertently. That was a deliberate arrangement on my part. You know that Yayu Biotechnology Company has intricate ties with the city bureau. How could I be at ease without placing my people within? Lu Jingya explained patiently, a smile gracing her lips. So that is the case. Lu Meng nodded unconsciously. However, this did align with Lu Jingya's character. Meng, if you still harbor doubts, I can share a secret about Qiu Shuang. Suddenly, Lu Jingya spoke in a mysterious tone. You must have encountered Qiu Shuang before. Despite her frosty exterior, she is quite the opposite. She is the daughter of the city bureau chief, Mu Yuha. What the heck? Lu Meng was taken aback. Utterly shocked, he had not anticipated that such an icy woman would have such preferences. Did she tell you this herself? Lu Meng pondered a possibility. Indeed, however, Qiu Shuang is also a willing participant, and it seems Mu Yuha is quite fond of her. 6 months ago, Qiu Shuang even provided me with a video. Should I send it to you now? Lu Jingya offered again, and shortly after, a brief video clip arrived on Lu Meng's phone via WeChat. Impressive, Lu Meng glanced over the video. Despite having witnessed the darkness of his past life, he was still astonished by how these upper-class women indulged in such affairs. Now, can you be at ease? Lu Jingya's voice chimed in. I have already informed Qiu Shuang. This time she will adhere to your commands entirely. Even if you ask her to sacrifice herself, isn't that brainwashing? Lu Meng was taken aback by her words. Lu Jingya was indeed no ordinary woman. Fortunately, he had managed to secure her loyalty. Now, he no longer doubted Qiu Shuang's allegiance. After all, for a woman, if such a video were to be exposed, it would be nearly impossible to face the world again. All right, I understand. It's time for me to get busy. I will hang up. As Lu Meng opened the car door to exit, Qiu Shuang was deliberately watching him from a distance. That moment, their gazes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. President Lu has already briefed me on the matter. How may I assist you? Qiu Shuang broke the silence, her voice still icy. Under the moonlight, her loose white lab coat could not conceal the curves of her figure, and her long legs were partially visible. Standing at approximately 172 centimeters, a height that was neither too tall nor too short, but rather just right, President Lu. Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, realizing this was Lu Jingya's arrangement. What is your current state of mind? Without indulging in excessive admiration, Lu Meng posed the most crucial question. That I haven't slept all night, sorting through important company documents. Since receiving President Lu's call today, I have yet to rest, Qiu Shuang replied candidly. Initially, upon receiving Lu Jingya's call, she felt somewhat perplexed. Collaborating with a man younger than herself, Did this man truly possess any remarkable abilities? However, while she pondered Lu Meng's capabilities, Lu Jingya's subsequent words plunged her into an icy abyss, and she still vividly recalled them to at present. I am unsure of the precise task you are to undertake, but remember this. No matter what Lu Meng instructs you to do, you must obey unconditionally. Even if it means sacrificing yourself. The seriousness of her tone made Qiu Shuang realize that Lu Jingya was not jesting. At that moment, her mood soured, and she felt a surge of anger, all of which stemmed from Lu Meng. Lu Jingya's gravity and the commands within her words made her feel as though she had lost favor. Nevertheless, having never defied Lu Jingya, she ultimately accepted the task. Excellent. This is the attitude I desire. Lu Meng nodded, observing a hint of dissatisfaction on her otherwise frigid face. Rest assured, I have no interest in your life, nor will I require your sacrifice at this moment, as long as you follow my instructions completely. This task will pose no danger. President Lu, please command me. Even if it costs me my life, I shall comply. A flicker of disdain crossed Qiu Shuang's gaze in her mind. This man, competing for Lu Jingya's favor, was somewhat indiscreet. In that case, I shan't waste words. Lu Meng noted her response and shrugged nonchalantly. Your task today is quite simple. Relax your body and do not resist the urge to sleep. Stroll back and forth in these 3 alleys. I will handle the rest. Just like that, Qiu Shuang was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Upon receiving Lu Jingya's final command, she had anticipated the worst-case scenario, namely, that Lu Meng would coerce her in that aspect, deliberately making it public. But now Daiti was unexpectedly simple. The stark contrast left her momentarily at a loss for words. Do not underestimate the significance of this task. I can assure you that if you do not perform well or harbor ulterior motives, tonight could very well be your last. Lu Meng perceived Qiu Shuang's inner thoughts. Understood, President Lu. I shall proceed immediately. With that, Qiu Shuang turned and walked into the alley, while Lu Meng followed closely behind her. However, at that moment, Lu Meng secretly activated his bloodline powers, nullifying his own weight and enhancing the vitality of his bodily organs. Were it not for Lu Meng still being on his feet, had he been lying down, he would undoubtedly have been mistaken for a corpse. Even the most authoritative forensic expert would struggle to believe Lu Meng was alive. What does he truly intend for me to do here tonight? Is this merely a prank? As per Lu Meng's command, Qiu Shuang continuously traversed through the 3 narrow alleys, not making a conscious effort to stave off her drowsiness. Lost in thought, a wave of fatigue suddenly overwhelmed her. Her weak and boneless body swayed slightly, and on several occasions, she nearly stumbled to the ground. Truly, she was someone whom Lu Jingya valued highly. Her execution capability was indeed unparalleled. Observing her swaying figure, Lu Meng couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Under ordinary circumstances, a person would have long succumbed to wild imaginings when faced with a task devoid of content. How could they still entertain thoughts of sleep? Yet Qiu Shuang managed to achieve this, which speaks volumes about her loyalty to Lu Jingya. Chapter 23. The Hunt for the Demon Cat. Qiu Shuang's shock time passed. Minute by minute, Qiu Shuang was completely engulfed by drowsiness, her mental state deteriorating to an alarming low, such that every few steps she took would involuntarily cause her to sway, encountering such a lax prey. It was hard to believe it wouldn't emerge. Lu Meng observed all of this, quietly calculating in his mind. The demon cat, a type of monstrous being categorized as a low-tier evil species, deemed a troublesome variant during the early apocalypse. Adept at hunting those in a poor mental state under the cover of night. This was precisely illustrated in the video provided by Mu Yuhua during the day. A drunken man naturally possessed a dismal mental state. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry echoed through the air. Lu Meng instantly became alert, yet Qiu Shuang, in her severely fatigued state, seemed oblivious to this. Meow. Another cat's cry rang out. From the darkened wall, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly emerged. Although the demon cat possessed limited intelligence, it would nonetheless probe its prey during the hunt. Undoubtedly, these 2 feline calls were merely tests from the demon cat. Given my current strength, I lack complete certainty at this distance. Lu Meng pondered silently, assessing the optimal striking distance, and decided against launching a direct attack. 3 more minutes passed, just as Qiu Shuang was on the verge of collapsing in the alley due to her fatigue. Meow, the third cat's cry suddenly erupted, this time louder than before. Immediately thereafter, in Lu Meng's line of sight, a pitch-black figure leapt from the wall, pouncing towards Qiu Shuang. The intensity of that cat's cry jolted Qiu Shuang back to reality. In her peripheral vision, She spotted a black cat with blood-red eyes and extended claws soaring towards her, an abnormal creature. In that instant, Qiu Shuang discerned the distinctiveness of this black cat. Having worked for Yayu Biotechnology for a decade, she could tell at a glance that this black cat possessed a speed far beyond that of an ordinary domestic feline. Yet, recognizing it was one thing. When the body's response fails to keep pace with the neural reaction, all is in vain. Is he trying to lead me to my demise intentionally? Does Lu Jie know about this? A sense of sorrow welled up within her. The sharp claws of the cat were now mere moments away. And in despair, she closed her eyes. Since resistance was futile, she would simply resign herself to fate. Meow. Suddenly, a wretched, cat-like scream pierced the stillness of the night, an especially jarring sound in this quiet locale. Qiu Shuang instantly opened her eyes to witness an inconceivable scene in the darkness. A handsome man radiated a golden glow, firmly gripping the black cat in his palm, immobilizing it. Indeed, it was Lu Meng. He had harnessed the power of his bloodline to enter a state of apparent death, effectively cloaking himself from the demon cat's senses at that critical moment. Both distance and timing were impeccably aligned, prompting him to strike. The moment the demon suppression bloodline activated, the demon cat, in close proximity, was wholly subdued, and with a reaction speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he seized the demon cat in his grasp. This is impossible. In Qiu Shuang's eyes, there was little fear, only astonishment. The sudden appearance of golden light around Lu Meng and that unique aura left her baffled. Yet, as the chief researcher at Yayu Biotechnology, she understood that a cat's neural response and sensitivity were undoubtedly unparalleled by human capabilities. Under normal circumstances, a barehanded human could not hope to capture an uninjured wild cat. Yet now, Lu Meng had accomplished it. And he had done so with bare hands, capturing a black cat that could be classified among abnormal creatures. Keep meowing, and I'll take you out for good. At that moment, Lu Meng was too preoccupied to focus on Qiu Shuang and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the mouth of the demon cat. Meow, a whimpering sound followed, and the surroundings fell silent. Bolstered by the power of the demon suppression bloodline, Lu Meng effectively rendered the demon cat unconscious with a single slap. Let us go. Time to head back. Satisfied, he gave the demon cat a couple of shakes to ensure it would not awaken anytime soon, then turned his gaze back to Qiu Shuang. Where are we going? Qiu Shuang instinctively inquired, still reeling from shock. Sigh. Truly a woman. Lu Meng shook his head helplessly. Now that they were safe and her task was complete, it was only natural for her to return to her employer. Oh, right. We are safe now. My task is complete. I should report back to Lu Jie. As Qiu Shuang regained her composure, an inexplicable sense of liberation surged within her. Let us go. Let's go. I'll drive. The feeling of liberation gradually transformed into a sense of ease, and the pressure in her heart vanished abruptly, only for the original fatigue to strike back with even greater ferocity. Thud. With a sudden thump, Qiu Shuang collapsed to the ground. The overwhelming drowsiness, combined with the sudden absence of adrenaline, caused her to slip into a deep slumber. Looks like I'll have to drive myself. Lu Meng bent down and effortlessly hoisted Qiu Shuang onto his shoulder, experiencing a rather fortuitous encounter as her curves rested against him. Even larger than Lu Jingya's, it was indeed a rather striking sensation. This was his most immediate impression. When Qiu Shuang awoke in a daze, it was already the early hours of the morning. Still heavily fatigued, her mental state was far from ideal. She even felt as if she were experiencing hallucinations and auditory delusions. With her bleary eyes, she vaguely discerned a large iron cage containing a black cat, the very abnormal creature that Lu Meng had personally subdued. Outside the cage stood two individuals, their figures and appearances somewhat familiar, yet she could not discern them clearly, only faintly hearing snippets of conversation. Are you sure she won't suddenly wake up? Wake up? That would be ideal. Meng, do you think I only have Qiu Shuang as a loyal person by my side? I intentionally sent her. Intentionally? That seems to offer you no advantage. Does it? It may not benefit me, but it certainly benefits you. Qiu Shuang is a valuable asset, definitely not a mere ornament. Of course, I am not just an ornament. Is that Lu Jie? And who is that man's voice? Qiu Shuang found herself engulfed in confusion, unable to see clearly or comprehend the conversation. Ultimately, a wave of fatigue washed over her once more, and she slipped back into a deep slumber. Minutes later, she was asleep again. I know, but is your method truly effective? Rest assured, it is absolutely effective. How could someone I personally trained not understand? as long as her subconscious believes that I have also been conquered by you. Then, due to her nature, she will undoubtedly develop a twisted sense of loyalty. You can try it if you don't believe me. Fine, let us give it a shot. Chapter 24. Xiao Shuang's Breakdown. Success in generating the Apocalypse Beauty Collection. Target, 3 Xiao Shuang race. Human, awakening unfulfilled. Ice Demon. Age, 28. Personality, distant. Cold and proud beauty rating. 8 initial favorability. 20 description, an exceedingly aloof woman, always radiating an air that keeps others at bay. Yet this is merely a facade. Few know the contrasting emotions she harbors within. Due to certain experiences in her youth, her inclinations have undergone subtle transformations, but she holds an unwavering faith in a particular individual. Strategy suggestions. 1. Cold women are not inherently so. Their unapproachable demeanor is merely a surface-level guise. Her past has shaped her present, so delve into her history, or be direct. For someone whose personality has become somewhat distorted, a heavy-handed approach may yield better results. 2. In her psyche, a slight gender reversal has occurred, leading to an instinctual aversion to the opposite sex. However, because of this, a crucial female figure has emerged in her life. Perhaps targeting this significant female might yield greater success. Tip: a woman with a pronounced sense of contrast yet a rejection of the opposite sex. Wouldn't it be fulfilling to straighten her out? At dawn, after careful consideration, Lu Meng ultimately chose Qiu Shuang as his third target for inclusion. The reason was simple. He had already come to understand Qiu Shuang's entire history, and he had the critical support of Lu Jingya. However, upon seeing Qiu Shuang's pitiful initial favorability rating of only 20, he found himself at a loss for words. Through several inclusions, he had also discovered that under normal circumstances, the initial favorability rating should be around 30 for someone unfamiliar, like Lu Jingya. Yet, someone like Yun Ru, who was familiar and held in good regard, would certainly have a higher rating. Strangely, Qiu Shuang's initial favorability score was merely 20, indicating that she indeed harbored a significant degree of misandry. Qiu Shuang's backstory was thus. In truth, he felt quite sympathetic towards her, having once loved a man deeply, only to discover that not only had he betrayed her, but it was also due to the betrayal of another man. Lu Jingya laid bare Qiu Shuang's experiences, a tale filled with melodrama, almost too hard to fathom that it was a narrative where women only ever lost to other women. Unbeknownst to her, there came a day when an extraordinary beauty, one who had always forged ahead with unwavering determination, would succumb to in her youthful rebellion. She often engaged in foolish acts, ultimately bearing the bitter consequences alone. Lu Meng offered his assessment, holding no particular views regarding the glass girl, for everyone possesses their own narrative. Moreover, the system had already clarified that this glass could indeed be straightened. It was not beyond redemption. Therefore, you must heed my guidance. Suddenly, Lu Jingya could not help but lick her lips, her gaze toward Lu Meng brimming with aggression. Do you aspire to be the one in control, to rise up as a peasant and sing? Lu Meng was taken aback. This woman appeared to have undergone a significant transformation since her inclusion. Were it not for the unmistakable markings of the system, he might have mistaken Lu Jingya for a succubus rather than Yunru. Alas, how could this be? Lu Jingya exclaimed, gently massaging Lu Meng's shoulders. I simply wish to be a planner, and I do not harbor the warped psyche of Qiu Shuang. Being with you, I would rather be under your control than take on that burden myself. She softly explained, her every frown and smile imbued with an alluring charm. Very well, let us proceed according to your arrangement. Ultimately, Lu Meng acquiesced to Lu Jingya's proposal, for his motivations extended beyond mere ambition. There were also elements of the flame demon bloodline to consider, which was known to be an exceedingly domineering magical fire element, far from being a mere flame. How long have I been asleep? Upon awakening, Qiu Shuang was unaware of the duration of her slumber. The memories of the previous night gradually clarified in her mind. That man, radiating golden light, and he had caught that exceptionally black cat with his bare hands. Even now, as she recalled, Qiu Shuang found it somewhat inconceivable. By the way, what had happened to that extraordinarily black cat? She inexplicably cast her gaze toward a corner of the room that in her hazy recollection from last night. She vaguely remembered it must have been a dream. Even if Lu Jie were with that man, it could not be like that. An unusual sensation arose within her. She had never experienced such a thing with Mu Yuhua. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Jingya's voice echoed from within the room. That voice at Lu Jie. She was quite familiar with Lu Jingya's voice, Her mind involuntarily recalled the dream from last night and the events from the evening before while delivering the package. No, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Her heart was filled with turmoil, yet there was an odd sense of stirring. Ultimately, she stealthily approached the bedroom door. Creak, a barely perceptible sound as she pushed the door open a crack. Thankfully, it was not locked. Had it been locked, perhaps she would have had no opportunity to verify the truth. For reasons unknown, she felt a strange sense of relief at that moment that I merely wished to uncover the truth. I harbor no ulterior motives. Lu Jie is the person I respect most, she continually reassured herself, her gaze peering stealthily into the bedroom. How could this be? She was suddenly startled, feeling somewhat at a loss. Everything was not an illusion. The room contained the figures and objects from her dream. Why is this happening? Her heart screamed incessantly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, aggrieved, helpless, and even somewhat sorrowful. She could not comprehend what was so appealing about Lu Meng that it compelled Lu Jingya to endure such humiliation that a feeling of betrayal welled up within her. No, that cannot be. Lu Jie must have been coerced. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon her, and she was about to rush in. Just then, Lu Meng unexpectedly approached the door. No, I cannot allow them to discover me. Otherwise, how could I rescue Lu Jie? Qiu Shuang reacted swiftly, retreating from the door and casually seated herself on the sofa. 10 anxious minutes passed. The bedroom door swung open. A beaming Lu Jingya emerged. Qiu Shuang, you are awake. With poise, Lu Jingya settled onto the sofa and uncorked a bottle of red wine. This was a departure from her previous habits. Normally, she only drank when troubled. However, upon learning that Lu Meng only indulged in wine when joyful, she had altered her own habits. Lu Jie, are you feeling unwell? Observing the crimson liquid in her glass, Qiu Shuang's heart tightened. Truly, Lu Meng must have coerced Lu Jie. Otherwise, why would Lu Jie appear downcast? She had always been acutely aware of Lu Jingya's long-standing habits. I am not feeling unwell. Rather, I am in high spirits, hence the wine. Would you care for a glass? Lu Jingya smiled, her attire, a red, high-slit gown, enhancing her allure as she lounged lazily on the sofa. The wine glass swaying in her hand, fully embodying the essence of a mature woman. No, I do not wish to drink. Qiu Shuang hurriedly waved her hands, her heart racing with shock, and after a moment's hesitation, asked, Lu Jie, why have you suddenly changed your habits? Involuntarily, she thought of Lu Meng. Yet, she hesitated to acknowledge it. Thus, she sought to hear Lu Jingya articulate the answer, because of a man I deeply love. She delicately pressed her lips, the crimson liquid cascading into her mouth. I have altered my habits because the man I love enjoys wine when he is happy. Upon finishing her words, her enchanting gaze, brimming with happiness, drifted toward the bedroom. What, is it truly so? She recalled the scene she had discreetly observed moments ago. Lu Jingya had indeed knelt to serve tea and water for Lu Meng, embodying the very essence of a Japanese maid. Could she have been coerced? Yet the happiness radiating from Lu Jingya's face was undeniable. She had once felt that very happiness herself. Suddenly, she found herself somewhat ridiculous. It was not coercion, nor was it humiliation. It was an unreserved willingness that moment. Qiu Shuang's convictions crumbled entirely. Chapter 25. The inclusion of Qiu Shuang, a clash of ice and fire. How? Did you not foresee this? Or do you believe I am being coerced by him? The red dress swayed as Lu Jingya rose, slightly bending at the waist, her wine glass swaying before Qiu Shuang's face. This man is akin to a fine wine, requiring time to savor in order to appreciate its intrinsic flavor. One cannot dismiss the taste of all wines based on a single spoiled glass. She discerned Qiu Shuang's thoughts with ease. However, the hints had been sufficiently provided. The rest was up to Qiu Shuang to digest, as well as those who could assist her in that process. With a graceful sway, Lu Jingya entered the bedroom without looking back. One cannot dismiss the taste of all wines based on a single spoiled glass. That moment, this phrase echoed continuously in Qiu Shuang's mind. Simultaneously, the memories buried deep within her heart unfurled. In her youth, she had been naive, believing that being together equated to love. She had been drawn to refined, cultured men, which explained her past relationship, yet ultimately, some memories were tinged with melancholy, but more so with a sense of loss. Perhaps Lu Jie was right. She murmured to herself, her unwavering trust in Lu Jingya prompting a gradual transformation within her heart. The once genteel man, who was powerless and fainted at the sight of blood, began to fade from her mind, replaced by a figure not particularly imposing, yet undeniably strong. Perhaps only such a man could provide a sense of security. Otherwise, how could Lu Jia willingly do those things for him? Affection 2. Affection 2. Affection 2. The continuous reverie led to an ever-increasing affection, gradually clarifying the image in her heart, ultimately taking the form of Lu Meng. Indeed, a man of near-perfect appearance and formidable personal strength. It was difficult not to attract women's attention. Now, under the influence of Lu Jingya's myriad psychological suggestions, the image of Lu Meng had been reshaped within Qiu Shuang's heart. Creak. Just then, Lu Meng emerged from the bedroom. Muttering to himself, Lu Jingya is truly remarkable. Is this even possible? Under Lu Jingya's various insinuations and brainwashing, Qiu Shuang's affection had surprisingly reached 70. Although he had now ascended to the Dawn realm. With a fourfold affection boost, it was still somewhat absurd, given that Qiu Shuang suffered from misandry. Of course. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Meng further recognized the feasibility of Lu Jingya's plan and intended to proceed with the next phase. Lu, President Lu. Qiu Shuang stood up in a flurry, her face exhibiting a complex blush. Currently, the last person she wished to encounter was Lu Meng. Through her recent recollections, she understood Lu Jingya's intentions, which were clearly paving the way for Lu Meng. But is this truly acceptable? Despite her conviction that the man Lu Jingya admired was undoubtedly exceptional, practically devoid of flaws, she remained hesitant. After all, she was still a woman. Lu Meng cast a blank stare at Qiu Shuang, offering no words, and strode past her, commanding and domineering, without seeking any consent. Lu, President Lu. Qiu Shuang grew anxious, her eyes reluctant to meet Lu Meng's proximity, compared to her previous boyfriend, who had never dared to touch her. Lu Meng's very presence exuded perfection, even when merely sitting beside her. Time passed, and the two exchanged silent glances, their eyes locked. Yet, Qiu Shuang's spirit wholly surrendered to her inner turmoil, immersed in the brilliance of his captivating gaze. In that instant, she forgot everything else. Favorability 10, congratulations, host. The target's favorability towards you has reached the minimum recording threshold. Would you like to record it immediately? The two consecutive system notifications left Lu Meng somewhat astonished. It actually worked, and remarkably smoothly at that. Initially, he had felt a twinge of apprehension. If this method were to fail, he would squander a recording opportunity, and according to the system's requirements, there would be a 3-day cooldown before he could set up the next recording. It now appeared that this recording was the simplest and easiest one yet. Yes, Lu Meng had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Who knew whether this inexplicable increase in favorability might just as mysteriously decline afterward? First, he would record, and then address everything else. Ding! Congratulations, host. Recording successful. Current number of entries in the Apocalypse Beauties Compendium. 3. That the host may continue to select recording targets. It was surprisingly easy. Hidden within the bedroom. Lu Jingya secretly peeked through the crack of the door. From Qiu Shuang's demeanor and the subtle expressions on her face, she knew Lu Meng had succeeded. Then she glanced behind her. The size seemed sufficient. Qiu Shuang would play a significant role in the future, and she would undoubtedly assist Meng. Determined, she slowly opened the bedroom door, only to close it again shortly after. This woman, Lu Meng, had an acute sense. And Lu Jingya's small movements did not escape his notice. However, this seemed quite agreeable. When Lu Meng awakened his flame demon bloodline, Qiu Shuang simultaneously awakened her ice demon abilities. White crystals swirled around her. And as she awakened her bloodline for the first time, she found herself unable to control it. Just like Yunru and Lu Jingya, Frost continued to form beautiful frost flowers on the iron cage crafted from cold iron. Enchanting yet exuding a chilling aura, offering a unique charm. However, Qiu Shuang did not feel the cold, as the frost abilities were intrinsically tied to her bloodline. Naturally, Lu Meng also felt no chill. For his newly awakened bloodline was that of the flame demon, which was particularly effective against ice-type bloodlines. He was guiding Qiu Shuang in controlling her bloodline powers. This resulted in Frost continuously forming frost flowers on the iron cage, only to quickly melt away, embodying a vivid contrast of ice and fire. After several attempts, Qiu Shuang was already able to control her bloodline powers with considerable finesse. Lu Meng, seeing this, cast a satisfied glance at Qiu Shuang and then turned to Lu Jingya, saying, "The rest is up to you." Qiu Shuang had been severely sleep-deprived these past few days. Although she had awakened her bloodline, her body remained quite weak, and he felt it necessary for her to recuperate. "All right, you should rest as well." Lu Jingya emerged with a smile, supporting Qiu Shuang back into the bedroom. Lu Meng nodded contentedly, reclining on the leather sofa, casually opening a bottle of red wine. A small flame ignited at his fingertip, gently warming the wine in the goblet. Now, even without considering his infinite charm, I have already awakened 3 bloodlines, 2 A rank and 1 S rank. Clenching his left fist, the flame at his right fingertip blazed even more vigorously, while golden light shimmered behind him, accompanied by arcs of electricity. These were the 3 bloodlines he had currently awakened. A rank bloodline, demon-slaying bloodline, capable of countering all demonic entities with formidable lethality. A rank bloodline, flame demon bloodline, master of demonic flames, fundamentally different from ordinary fire, impervious to water and ice. As his mastery increased, he could even incinerate the void. S rank bloodline, celestial master bloodline. The only S rank among the 3, possessing extraordinary power, capable of controlling celestial phenomena, summoning thunder, and vanquishing demons, wielding immense destructive potential against humanity. Especially enhanced during thunderstorms, truly explosive in terms of offensive capability. Next, it would depend on Lu Jingya's speed. But regardless, they must secure that piece of land tomorrow, even if it meant eliminating that incoming SS-ranked woman. After downing a glass of red wine, a resolute expression crossed Lu Meng's face, and he reclined on the sofa, drifting into slumber. Chapter 26, Land Acquisition News, Record, 3 Qiushuang, Race, Human, Ice Demon, Awakened, Age, 28 Personality, Distant and aloof, but fiercely devoted to you. Appearance Rating, 8 Current Favorability, 80 Introduction, originally an extremely cold woman. She exudes an aura that keeps others at bay. However, your presence has now taken residence in her heart, and due to past experiences leading to her orientation issues, she has successfully been swayed by you. Her heart is now filled with thoughts of you, and you have entirely supplanted her former beliefs. Suggestions for further development. 1 with an exterior that is icy and a heart that burns. This stark contrast only reveals itself before you. This is the advantage of successful recording. However, you must adeptly utilize this contrast, perhaps cultivating her into a masquerading queen, allowing you to navigate the impending apocalypse with unparalleled ease. 2. In her mind, you have become her everything. From an initial aversion to the opposite sex to her current infatuation with you, treat her well. One day, you shall comprehend her value. Reminder, ice and fire coexist. Do you enjoy the thrill, the sweet and sour sensations? Yet, this is merely the beginning. What you should anticipate is a chaotic, boundless sky. Lu Meng awoke, having only slept for 6 hours, roused once more by the incessant beeping of the system. Meng, you're awake. Mr. Lu, you're awake. Lu Jingya and Qiushuang, who were massaging Lu Meng's shoulders and legs, spoke in unison. No need for such formality. Those titles were whimsically assigned by Jingya. Just call me like she does. Lu Meng waved his hand, feeling somewhat dizzy. After 4 consecutive days of intense labor, even his body, now ascended to the dawn realm, found it difficult to cope. One could only say, a man has boundless energy, but not infinite stamina. What's the matter with the system this time? Why such vague evaluations and subsequent development suggestions? Lu Meng glanced at the 3rd page of the compendium in his mind. Puzzled. According to the system, Qiushuang's training plan leaned more towards an acting direction. This indeed seemed plausible. A woman with such stark contrasts could not only drive men wild but could also easily immerse herself in her role, making her a prime candidate for a masquerading queen. However, with the apocalypse looming, what use was it to act and become a star? Unable to fathom it, Lu Meng decided to set aside the thought. Ding-ling. Lu Jingya's phone, resting on the table, rang. Hello. Yes, it's me. All relevant procedures have been completed. We can sign the agreement this afternoon. There isn't that much liquidity. I don't want to waste time. It's simple. Either you want it or you don't. There are plenty of others waiting. All right, fine. I'll be at the bank to sign the agreement this afternoon. After hanging up, a glimmer of joy appeared on Lu Jingya's face. What's the matter? Has it been settled? Lu Meng deduced the answer from her expression point. One of the most crucial tasks he had assigned to Lu Jingya was to liquidate all assets under her name. Yes, it has been negotiated. Now, 80% of my assets and shares in various companies are in pre-sale status. This afternoon, we can sign the agreement. If everything goes smoothly and with a little arrangement, we should have 6 billion in our account by tonight at the latest. Lu Jingya was evidently thrilled. In reality, she was selling at a lower price to expedite the process. However, the thought of being able to assist Lu Meng filled her with joy. How are the supplies and building materials coming along? Lu Meng nodded and inquired again. The supplies were ordered 2 days ago from major supermarkets and suppliers in Jinghai City. They provided specific responses last night, totaling about 2 billion in supplies. The building materials were much easier to procure. They could be gathered from nearby cities, but they would only arrive tomorrow. Lu Jingya carefully calculated in her mind before responding. Lu Meng nodded once more. Starting with tens of billions, then hundreds of billions, with bank deposits and city supplies, he didn't understand and couldn't be bothered to check. He just wanted the satisfaction. However, spending this money wasn't merely for pleasure. It was a preparation for the impending 2 days. 2 days from now, the true apocalypse would descend, with a surge of monsters flooding the world. Money would turn to scrap paper, and technological weapons would become utterly ineffective. At that time, the most critical elements would be resources and safety. Contemplating safety, Lu Meng cast a serious look at Lu Jingya. Is there truly no way to privately acquire that piece of land? I wouldn't mind paying several times the price. Meng, I truly did my best. That piece of land isn't under the jurisdiction of the Jinghai city officials. And I've heard that several other cities are also interested, making it nearly impossible to acquire it privately. Lu Jingya explained, her face displaying a look of guilt. She didn't understand why Lu Meng was so intent on that expensive land, willing to go to any lengths to obtain it, but she knew she hadn't met his expectations in this matter. Don't dwell on it. Lu Meng reassured her. You've done excellently. And I'm very satisfied. If we ultimately fail to bid for that land, then regardless of who wins the bid, I will ensure it is transferred back to me, no matter the cost. The chilling undertones in his voice signified Lu Meng's resolve. Anyone privy to the truth would deem him insane. With the apocalypse imminent, why purchase land? However, the reality was quite different. In the city of Jinghai, there lies a piece of prime real estate that was invaluable even before the apocalypse, and has since become utterly priceless in the previous life, as the apocalypse erupted and various monsters descended upon the world. Divine projections also materialized. Among them was a neutral divine projection known as the god of goblins, Carnelos, who appeared within the confines of Jinghai. Carnelos, being one of the rare neutral deities, harbored no malice towards any race. Rather, as a deity of goblins, he relished in libations and investments, placing immense importance on honoring agreements. According to an S-level bloodline awakener who encountered Carnelos, the projection manifested near that coveted plot of land. And from the very first glance, he fixated on it, aspiring to invest in the establishment of a tavern. As a result, that fortunate S-level awakener effectively received a quest. After 7 arduous days, the awakener finally completed the first 3 phases of the task. But upon nearing success in the 4th phase, he faced a tragic revelation. Carnelos, who placed great significance on agreements, demanded proof of ownership for the land, specifically documentation recognized by human society, which could not be falsified before divine entities. The name on the land ownership certificate had to match that of the awakener. It was said that the S-level awakener was driven to the brink of despair, pondering suicide. Where could he procure such proof in the midst of an apocalypse? Consequently, his mission was deemed a failure. Later, news spread that an S-level bloodline awakener from the nearby Binjiang city had successfully completed the task entrusted by Carnelos and possessed the rightful ownership of the land. The S-level awakener from Jinghai was left in a frenzy. The reason was simple. The reward was to become a lord. What does it mean to be a lord? It is akin to being a divine representative, albeit with a lesser status. However, both roles have their unique merits. A lord recognized by the divine will be shielded by the rules, ensuring their territory is free from attacks by any creature beneath the gods. On the other hand, while divine representatives may seem more prestigious and are closer to the deities, they are still stratified. Those of lower status resemble mere pets to the gods, while those of higher standing might even command divine intervention. In comparison, becoming a lord is far more beneficial. After all, in the first 3 years of the apocalypse, the gods could only project themselves and could not descend in their true forms, making the dream of owning a secure territory a universal aspiration among humanity. This was also something Lu Meng desperately needed to acquire. Chapter 27. All preparations complete. Xiao Shuang found herself somewhat bewildered by the information, yet she managed to grasp the key points. Firstly, Lu Jingya had liquidated most of her assets, leaving only the Yuyuan biotechnology company in her name. Secondly, Lu Meng and Lu Jingya intended to acquire that highly sought-after piece of prime real estate in Jinghai. No, to be precise, Lu Meng planned to secure it, while Lu Jingya would provide the funds. However, even so, it seemed unnecessary to sell off most of their assets to purchase vast quantities of supplies and building materials. One must consider that in such sweltering weather, maintaining billions worth of supplies would require an exorbitant expenditure daily, which seemed quite counterproductive. Jingya, please explain this to Xiao Shuang, Lu Meng said, glancing at Xiao Shuang's puzzled expression and signaling Lu Jingya. Now that Xiao Shuang had been integrated into their group, her loyalty was assured, and revealing some truths was not an issue. 10 minutes later, Xiao Shuang finally regained her composure. It seemed the world was truly on the brink of transformation. As a forensic expert at the Jinghai Municipal Bureau and chief consultant for Yuyuan Technology, she had witnessed numerous unnatural events, including a recent spate of bizarre animal attacks. The truth she gleaned from Lu Meng's words left her utterly convinced. If that's the case, I recommend we retain Yuyuan Biotechnology Company, and we should find a way to keep all the female employees. Qiu Shuang spoke slowly. Please elaborate on your reasoning, Lu Jingya urged. Having pondered for a moment, the reason Yuyuan Biotechnology Company was not sold was not due to her attachment, but rather because such a money-losing venture had no takers. Its annual research expenses were astronomical, with minimal genuine outcomes. If it weren't for partial government support, she might have been unable to sustain it. If this world were indeed on the verge of mutation, then the company's technology would likely advance by leaps and bounds, offering substantial assistance to Meng. As for why only female employees should be retained. At this point, Qiu Shuang glanced at Lu Meng, refraining from further elaboration. Lu Jingya nodded, understanding Qiu Shuang's implication. The more powerful a man, the more domineering he tends to be, and Lu Meng was no exception. No, Yuyuan Biotechnology Company cannot remain. Suddenly, Lu Meng shook his head. Tomorrow, all the equipment, technology, and female employees will be relocated to the office building you recently purchased. Jingya, due to the issues surrounding the Chihuahua Yuyuan, Lu Meng did not intend to use that location as their initial stronghold. Instead, he had instructed Lu Jingya to acquire an office building near that prime real estate. All right, I will notify them to prepare. Lu Jingya's execution was commendable. She immediately picked up her phone. Minutes later, everything was arranged. Lu Jingya turned to Lu Meng and said, Meng, I only found 20 people from your list, and only 10 of them are willing to join us. Additionally, I have contacted 5 security companies under the name of Yuyuan Biotechnology Company, and they are now on standby at the designated locations I provided. They should successfully capture some anomalous creatures tonight. 2 days prior, Lu Meng had tasked her with locating 30 women in Jinghai and persuading them to join Yuyuan Technology. The sudden increase in security measures to capture unusual animals was her own initiative. As she understood the value of magical essence after encountering it this critical juncture, she was willing to employ all available resources to strengthen their small group and fortify Lu Meng. Impressive. Lu Meng's eyes lit up. Yuyuan Biotechnology Company was fundamentally engaged in biological research and had established collaborations with the Jinghai Municipal Bureau, employing security companies under its name to capture magical entities and swiftly acquire magical essence was both reasonable and lawful. Something even he had not anticipated. As for the search for personnel, 10 individuals were already a commendable achievement. Seizing this opportunity, before the bidding for the land commenced tomorrow, Lu Jingya would bring them, along with Xiaoru, to the office building. Lu Meng nodded. This was his final plan. Although Jinghai was not large, as a city, it was still substantial. Relying solely on luck to randomly encounter women who met the system's criteria would take an indeterminate amount of time. Thus, 2 days prior, based on memories from his previous life, he had compiled a list of women in Jinghai who met the system's inclusion standards. As for any omissions, he could only recall so many, which was already quite impressive. Furthermore, he did not expect Lu Jingya to have the connections to gather everyone on the list, but having a portion would suffice, as another function of the system allowed for bloodline fusion. This meant that as long as there were enough A-level bloodlines, he could achieve qualitative changes through quantitative accumulation. Naturally, all of this depended on successful inclusion. Understood. I will send those 10 individuals over before heading to the bank this afternoon. Qiu Shuang, you're coming with me. Lu Jingya had always been decisive when it came to business. Now, her focus was on anything that could assist Lu Meng. Thus, the 2 women departed. Lu Meng suddenly felt somewhat bored, as all the tasks he needed to accomplish had been delegated, leaving him with a sense of relief. Or rather, a sense of ennui. In this state of extreme boredom, Lu Meng decided to visit Yunru. After quickly absorbing the magical essence from the magical cat, his body was further reinforced, and he departed. Upon arriving at Yunru's residence, Lu Meng's life became interesting once again. It seemed Yunru had gained even greater mastery over her succubus bloodline, and her collection of Balenciaga in various colors was simply astounding. At 7 in the evening, Lu Jingya and Qiu Shuang concluded all their business and headed to Yunru's home. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them drove to the office building near the city center. The building stood 28 stories tall, ranking among the most notable in Jinghai. However, at that moment, the original residence had been cleared out, leaving only movers transporting various supplies and construction workers reinforcing the building's exterior. Let us reside on the 2nd floor. Lu Meng instinctively led the three women to explore the vicinity of the office building. After surveying the terrain and the distance to the prime real estate, they leisurely ascended to the spacious room on the second floor that had already been selected. The room was furnished in an exceptionally novel manner, with an array of clothing and items, all meticulously arranged by Lu Meng in advance. "Meng, are we going to stay here for an extended period?" Yunru inquired with curiosity, marveling at Lu Meng's thorough preparations. "Yes, indeed." Lu Meng nodded, glancing at the three women. "That if all goes as planned, we will be residing here for the next 2 years." As for the specifics, he chose not to elaborate. Chapter 28. What is happening in this world? There are some matters I need to discuss with you seriously. I hope you can remember this well, and also understand what is truly happening in this world. Lu Meng paced around the room for a moment before sitting down on the sofa, the air of cynicism on his face vanishing. Upon hearing his words, the three women were momentarily taken aback. Only Lu Jingya seemed to have an inkling of what was coming. Although she had known Lu Meng for not the longest time, her interactions with him had been the most frequent. "I believe you have felt the changes within yourselves," Lu Meng began slowly. Under the influence of the system, any woman who had been recorded had no possibility of betrayal. Thus, he intended to make the three women recognize certain realities ahead of time. "The special abilities you possess will soon be shared by nearly everyone." What? The three women were startled, exchanging glances that revealed a complex mix of shock, unease, and a hint of discontent. This is the nature of humanity. When one possesses something unique, or when it is held by only a few, there is a sense of fortune and enjoyment. However, once one's uniqueness becomes less distinctive, dissatisfaction inevitably follows. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude, and the three women did not express much dissent. These special abilities I refer to as the power of bloodlines. Each individual harbors this power within. Though it varies from person to person, the bloodlines you three have awakened are exceedingly rare, even among the 7 billion people on this planet. Lu Meng continued. Recognizing that an unrelenting barrage of negativity would not suffice, a balanced approach was necessary. Moreover, he was not speaking falsehoods. Previous statistics had revealed that the probability of an individual possessing an A-grade bloodline was roughly 1 in 10,000. While the probability of an S-grade bloodline plummeted to 1 in 100,000. To put it bluntly, awakening an S-grade or higher bloodline could very well be akin to trying one's luck in a lottery. The three women nodded in understanding, finding Lu Meng's words more palatable. Lastly, and most importantly, suddenly, Lu Meng's expression grew more serious. "You must have encountered those anomalous creatures by now." Yunru's initial encounter had been with a hellhound, while Lu Jingya had faced a dream-eater.as for Qiu Shuang. Being the forensic expert at the Municipal Bureau and the chief consultant for Yiyuan Biotechnology, she had likely encountered the most of these creatures among the three. These anomalous beings possess a physical structure that deviates from that of ordinary animals, with bone density and body strength that far surpasses the norm. Logically speaking, they have evolved at a much faster rate. Qiu Shuang interjected, her professional authority lending weight to her words. The other two women exchanged glances again, remaining silent as they awaited Lu Meng's next remarks. Qiu Shuang is correct. Those creatures are indeed peculiar, to the extent that they surpass the evolutionary rate of their corresponding species. However, I do not refer to them as animals, but rather as magical beings. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. The concept of magical beings was intertwined with the enhancement of bloodlines. After an initial awakening of their bloodlines, individuals would acquire certain extraordinary abilities, albeit superficial ones that required constant development. As one's bloodline ascended to a certain level, it would manifest in superhuman strength. Even the ability to move mountains and fill seas. The pupils of the three women contracted sharply. This was no jest. It was indeed the truth, from the perspective of human evolution. If one were to fully unlock the potential within humanity, the possibilities would be boundless. As for how to enhance one's bloodline, it required the hunting of those magical beings to extract their magical essence. Jingya had already witnessed this, and the other two would soon follow. Lu Meng provided a rough outline of the relationship between magical beings, magical essence, and bloodlines. The three women fell silent, deep in contemplation. Needing time to digest this information, Lu Meng was in no rush. Those recorded by the system would exhibit unwavering loyalty to him, complying with his every command and never betraying him. Yet, this did not imply that those recorded were devoid of intellect. Otherwise, it would simply mean being surrounded by mere tools. Or rather, robots. "Meng, may I pose a question?" Suddenly, Lu Jingya, her brows slightly furrowed, spoke up. Is this world about to change? From Lu Meng's earlier statements, she had deduced several implications. First, soon everyone would awaken their bloodlines, fundamentally transforming human society. Second, the emergence of magical beings was no coincidence, but rather a harbinger of change. Third, the significance of magical essence was underscored. Thus, she subtly speculated that the world was indeed on the brink of transformation. Indeed, the world's anomalies have been unfolding, though ordinary people remain oblivious. Soon, however, monumental changes will occur. Lu Meng nodded. Therefore, you must understand that our days of tranquility are numbered, and we must accomplish more within the limited time we have. Ding dong. Just as Lu Meng was about to continue instilling apocalyptic thoughts into the women, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be at such a late hour? Could it be that the construction workers had mistakenly come to the wrong door? Impossible. I have already informed them to steer clear of this place. The three women frowned, as anyone would be perturbed by a knock at the door in the middle of the night. What are we afraid of? Could it be a magical being? But magical beings do not knock. Let us simply take a look. Lu Meng stood up, emboldened by his skills, leading the way. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned to the three women. Since you are all bored, why not join me for a look? Chapter 29. Don't overwork the supervisor, Officer Mu. What brings you here? The door was ajar, and Lu Meng was somewhat surprised to see half of his body exposed. The visitor was none other than Mu Yuhua, whom he had met on several occasions, dressed casually in high-waisted jeans and a loose t-shirt. Her shoulder-length hair perfectly highlighted her youthful beauty. Mu Yuhua frowned slightly, hesitating to speak. She was also somewhat taken aback. Today, she had learned that Lu Jingya had sold off a significant portion of her assets to purchase this office building, and she had intended to inquire about the matter and offer assistance. Yet, unexpectedly, she found Lu Meng instead after the construction workers pointed her to the room. Lu Meng, is Sister Jingya not here? Mu Yuhua inquired, her expression one of suspicion. She was clearly asking about Lu Jingya's whereabouts within the office, not Lu Meng's. She was just here, but now I'm not sure where she went. Lu Meng glanced at the living room behind him, catching a glimpse of the three women who appeared somewhat tense. Are you aware that Sister Jingya sold off her assets at a low price? Mu Yuhua nodded, albeit with some skepticism. If you know any insider information or if Sister Jingya needs assistance, please do let me know. Her intuition told her that Lu Jingya's actions were rather unusual. A person as shrewd as her would not typically act in such a manner. I do know a bit about this matter, and it also involves some business with General Lu. Recently, General Lu has been aiming to acquire that prime piece of land nearby to venture into the food industry, and she has been stockpiling around 2 billion worth of materials over the past few days. Lu Meng smiled, casting a sidelong glance towards the door. So that's how it is. But it is indeed quite sudden. Selling off such a large portion of assets at a low price would incur substantial losses. Mu Yuhua believed most of what he said. From the information she had gathered, Lu Jingya was indeed hoarding a significant amount of materials and construction supplies, and Lu Meng's explanation aligned with that. Lu Meng smiled nonchalantly. 2 days from now, the apocalypse would descend. At that time, who would care about money? Strength, resources, and safety would be paramount. By the way, Lu Meng, have you seen Xiao Shuang lately? I haven't seen her for 2 days. Having put aside her suspicions, Mu Yuhua brought up Xiao Shuang, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lu Meng's gaze flickered as he subtly shifted his body toward Xiao Shuang's location. Casting a knowing glance towards the door, the latter appeared visibly flustered. However, with her unwavering loyalty to Lu Meng, she could not defy his every wish, even if it was merely a glance. Xiao Shuang. We've been seeing each other every day. She should be with General Lu right now. Lu Meng's voice lingered a bit. It's rather strange. It seems like Xiao Shuang has been deliberately avoiding me these past couple of days. Hearing this, Mu Yuhua's expression turned slightly unnatural. It had indeed been difficult to find Xiao Shuang recently, and her phone calls had gone unanswered. Moreover, she always appeared lethargic and exhausted. The instincts of a police officer are quite sharp. Over the past 2 days, she had called Xiao Shuang numerous times, but the latter always sounded as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. Lu Meng, upon hearing this, inwardly chuckled. Indeed, in her effort to lure out the magical cat, Xiao Shuang had gone without sleep for an entire day and night. After finally catching up on rest, she had begun a series of tasks. Anyone in her position would appear similarly sleep-deprived. Lu Meng, are you not going to invite me in for a visit? Suddenly, Mu Yuhua's voice rang out again, her beautiful eyes peering through the partially open door, surveying the interior. She felt as though something was amiss. As soon as she spoke, not only did Lu Meng freeze momentarily, but the 3 women behind the door were also taken aback. Of course, Officer Mu is always welcome to come in for a visit. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed, opening the door wider. Positioning himself closer to Yunru. He was uncertain whether Mu Yuhua had discovered something or remained oblivious. Nevertheless, he was willing to wager that she would not enter at this hour. Oh well, I was just teasing you. Mu Yuhua smiled faintly upon witnessing the scene before her, as the doubts that had recently arisen in her heart faded significantly. She understood the arduous task of overseeing the operations here. Yet there was no need for you to attend to every single detail. Some laborious tasks were simply too burdensome for Yunru to allow you to undertake. Laughter echoed as her enchanting gaze swept over Lu Mang's shoulder. In her mind, she surmised that Lu Mang's presence here was likely due to his leveraging of the relationship between Yunru and Lu Jingya, compounded by what Lu Mang had previously mentioned about his business dealings with Lu Jingya. Thus, she could confidently conclude that the overseer of this office building was indeed Lu Mang. After all, who would be studying steel in the dead of night without reason? Lu Mang was momentarily taken aback. Following Mu Yuha's gaze before nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders, you've already spoken the words. There's no need to concoct excuses or justifications. Well then, I shan't disturb you further. Do remember to rest early. With that, Mu Yuha made no further delay and turned to walk down the corridor. Upon seeing this, Lu Mang intended to close the door. Suddenly, Mu Yuha, having taken a few steps, turned back. Right, Lu Mang? She returned to the door, saying, there's something I need you to inform Jingya about. If she truly wishes to acquire that prime piece of land, she must prepare herself mentally in advance. I have come across some information indicating that the Zhao family from the Magic City may interfere. And Zhao Qiling, a member of the Zhao family, is currently studying at Jinghai University, having just graduated this year. It is highly probable that the Zhao family will arrange for her to take over their business. And that prime land may very well be designated as her practical training project. Zhao Qiling. Upon hearing this familiar name once more, Lu Mang's heart sank. In his previous life, she was renowned throughout the Dragon Country as a paragon of excellence. Before the cataclysm, she was the sole heir of the Zhao family in the Magic City, boasting a prestigious lineage and immense wealth, having been born at the pinnacle of what many could only aspire to in their lifetimes. After the apocalypse, she emerged as an SS-level awakened being with an angelic bloodline, her name echoing across the Dragon Country, Zhao Qiling. This woman, embodying beauty, talent, and strength, was the goddess of every man's dreams. Having once purged a city of monsters with her angelic purification during the second year of the apocalypse. Rightfully ranking 9th among the top 10 experts in the Dragon Country, do not feel overly pressured. Losing the bid to the Zhao family is not disgraceful, and I believe Jingya understands this as well. Mu Yuha shook her head at Lu Mang's expression. Anyone who comprehends the power of the Zhao family would inevitably feel a sense of helplessness, such as the reality, akin to an insurmountable mountain. When obscured from view, it is manageable, but when one sees and confronts it, it only breeds a feeling of powerlessness, leaving one at a loss. Yet, success lies in human endeavor. I will inform Lu Jie about this matter. Suddenly, a surge of determination rose within Lu Mang. He was resolute in claiming ownership of that prime land. Let Zhao Qiling come. Even the demon of desire would find it futile. Chapter 30. The bidding conference within the room. Lu Mang sat across from the three women. Mu Yuha had already departed, leaving behind some rather unsettling news. Mang, rest assured, I will ensure that land is secured for you. Noticing Lu Mang's prolonged silence, Lu Jingya felt a pang of concern. Lu Mang, snapping back to reality, declared, that land will undoubtedly belong to us. My thoughts are occupied with other matters. He had resolved to use any means necessary to acquire that land, even contemplating extreme measures. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. Lu Jingya hesitated, while the other two women wore expressions of worry. Something was amiss with Lu Mang. The easygoing demeanor he once had was absent, indicating he harbored deeper thoughts. I am currently contemplating the magnitude of the uproar that would ensue if the Zhao family's daughter were to mysteriously disappear in Jinghai City. Among the extreme measures he considered was, should the bidding fail, forcibly abducting the yet-to-awaken Zhao Qiling, compelling her to transfer the land's ownership to his name. However, such an act would inevitably result in Zhao Qingling's demise. Faced with an SS-level bloodline wielder and a woman of extraordinary beauty, he felt it would be a waste. He had also considered the possibility of recruiting Zhao Qiling. However, once abducted, regaining her trust and goodwill would be exceedingly difficult, let alone achieving his objective. Perhaps that this could work. Suddenly, a comprehensive plan materialized in his mind. Commence with a legitimate bid. If successful, splendid. But should he fail, he would resort to his second plan. With the strategy set, Lu Mang ceased his ruminations and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, the four of them drove to the bidding venue, the Huaya Building, Block B, in Jinghai City. A line of luxury vehicles occupied the parking spaces. While not numerous, there were still dozens. indicating that many affluent merchants from Jinghai City were vying for this bidding opportunity. Upon entering the building, the arrival of Lu Meng and the three women attracted considerable attention. Naturally, the primary focus was on the three women accompanying Lu Jingya. One donned a flowing white gown, exuding an allure that balanced purity with seduction. Her occasionally exposed long legs drove many to madness. Another wore a black, high-slit gown, embodying sensuality and charm, her swaying hips capturing countless gazes, exuding a regal queen-like aura. The third donned a fitted professional outfit, her striking curves creating a stark contrast with the other women present, leaving everyone captivated. Indeed, the three women had made a deliberate effort to enhance their appearance. As they accompanied Lu Meng to the bidding event, ensuring Lu Meng's reputation remained intact. "President Lu, you've also arrived." At that moment, a portly middle-aged man approached. Adorned with an expensive watch, he glanced at Lu Jingya and Yunru, who were flanking Lu Meng, before finally fixing his gaze upon Lu Meng. "President Lu, could you introduce this gentleman?" It was evident that this man was astute. Individuals at the pinnacle of society, while often fond of women, especially those of exceptional beauty, were not easily swayed by lust. They understood that networking was far more valuable than mere carnal pleasures. With two stunning women by Lu Meng's side, one of whom was the illustrious Lu Jingya of Jinghai City, Lu Meng's status was unmistakably extraordinary. "Lu Meng, our boyfriend." Lu Jingya casually acknowledged the portly man. "Our boyfriend." Although Lu Jingya's voice was not loud, it was sufficiently audible. The already captivating little group instantly drew the attention of the crowd. What a scandalous circle. The portly man chuckled awkwardly and returned to his seat. Yet he remembered Lu Meng's name. Often, one could gauge a man's success by the quality of the women surrounding him. Clearly, Lu Meng belonged to the category of undeniably successful men. However, he had never encountered this name before. Perhaps it was due to the allure of this land attracting foreign tycoons or the scions of mysterious families. Especially since the Zhao family's daughter would also be present today, making it unsurprising to see others from prominent families in attendance. "Lu Meng, is there such a person in Jinghai City? I've not heard of him." "But did you not notice? Lu Jingya, that enchantress, is behaving quite obediently by his side. He must be an outsider, much like Zhao Qingling. Today will surely be interesting. It seems this land may be beyond our reach." Whispers filled the air as the crowd speculated curiously about Lu Meng's identity. "Meng, shall we take our seats?" Without lingering any longer, Lu Jingya led Lu Meng and the others to the prearranged seats in the front row of the grand hall. Given Lu Jingya's standing in Jinghai City, such treatment was well-deserved. "You three look exceptionally stunning today. I half expected some oblivious individual to come over and provoke trouble, allowing me to turn the tables on them. Yet, it appears everyone is behaving so well." After taking their seats, Lu Meng smiled at the three women beside him. The three women simultaneously covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Lu Jingya remarked, "Everyone present here is a successful individual from Jinghai City. Upstarts lack the qualifications to attend. Each one of them is shrewd, naturally speculating about your identity. Meng, do you believe that over half of them are currently pondering how to forge connections with you? Is that so?" Lu Meng's face reflected a contemplative expression as he nodded inwardly. Ultimately, those mindless, ostentatious individuals existed solely in novels. Successful people in reality possessed a vision that was far from myopic. "Zhao Qingling has arrived. Is that truly Zhao Qingling? The Zhao family is indeed poised to intervene in this bidding." Suddenly, a deep murmur rippled through the hall, compelling everyone to glance toward the entrance. Lu Meng instinctively turned as well. A figure clad in a flowing white gown graced their sight. Without the slightest trace of makeup or adornments, her face perpetually bore a subtle smile, with features seemingly sculpted by the finest artisans. Her clear eyes imparted a refreshing sense of tranquility. This was Zhao Qingling. As she entered, the women in attendance paled in comparison, while Lu Meng momentarily lost his composure. Zhao Qingling's beauty was of a different caliber than that of Lu Jingya and her companions. Hers was a transcendent elegance, akin to a celestial lotus, breathtaking yet sacred. Mr. Qin, your seats are over there." For bodyguards clad in black escorted Zhao Qingling and a handsome man beside her toward the front row. Detected a suitable host near the target foreign entity, Zhao Qingling Angel Bloodline, SS grade. Upon successful integration, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Demon Bloodline, SS grade. The host may choose whether to set this individual as a target for pursuit. Chapter 31. Psychological Warfare. Indeed, it is the Angel Bloodline. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air as Zhao Qingling took a seat not far from Lu Meng. The Angel Bloodline ranks among the foremost even within the known SS grade bloodlines. The manifestation of angelic holy light serves as a formidable adversary to nearly all demonic entities, proving more effective than the A-grade exorcism bloodline. Lu Meng possessed an intimate understanding of the demon bloodline. Having witnessed firsthand the prowess of an emperor-level expert endowed with this bloodline, battling against the projection of the desired demon god, that clash was cataclysmic, shrouding the world in darkness, rendering the sun and moon powerless. On that day, demonic energy surged, leaving various factions trembling in fear. Although the emperor-level expert ultimately perished, the renown of the demon bloodline was firmly established, securing its place among the top 3 SS-grade bloodlines. It is vital to note that the projection of the desired demon god, despite being merely a projection, commands power that surpasses that of an emperor-level entity, approaching the realm of a lower deity. In the past, it was widely acknowledged that humans could only be deemed novices upon the initial awakening of their bloodlines, requiring the absorption of a certain amount of demonic essence to ascend to the dawn realm, followed by the morning light, enlightenment, radiance, sovereign, emperor, and finally, deity. As for the precise classification of divine ranks, Lu Meng was not entirely certain, only aware that there existed upper and lower deities, with the desired demon god being an upper deity. The fact that the emperor-level expert with the demon bloodline could contend with the projection of the desired demon god to such an extent speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of the demon bloodline. Noticing Lu Meng's unwavering gaze, Zhao Qi-ling, akin to a blossoming blue lotus, offered him a subtle nod. Calm, graceful, and devoid of any disdain, she epitomized the essence of an accomplished lady, the handsome man seated beside Zhao Qi-ling. Seemingly Qin Yu, the eldest son of the Qin family from Magic City, also acknowledged Lu Meng with a nod, dispelling the anticipated drama of jealousy and trouble. Are you worried? Lu Meng gently shook his head and turned to whisper in Lu Jingya's ear. There is no cause for concern. The land is undoubtedly ours. When they begin bidding, refrain from placing any offers. I understand. Upon hearing Lu Meng's strategy, Lu Jingya nodded discreetly, comprehending his intent. Before long, a multitude of business magnates from Jinghai City and beyond had gathered, and the scheduled time for the auction had arrived. A host dressed in a qipao emerged from backstage, standing at an impressive height of 176 cm, her elegantly styled hair exuding a mature allure. It was Feng Yadi. It was unexpected that she would be the one to host this event. Lu Jingya's voice carried a hint of surprise. Not only was Lu Jingya taken aback, but even the auction participants behind Lu Meng began to murmur amongst themselves. With Feng Yadi present, it was evident that the higher-ups placed great importance on this bidding event. Rumor had it that plans were underway for the development of Jinghai City over the next decade. With this particular plot of land being of utmost significance, the starting bid for the land was set at 1 billion, and it was estimated that the final transaction price would not fall below 3 billion. It seemed they had come in vain this time. Clearly, the appearance of Feng Yadi had illuminated certain matters for many attendees. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I am Feng Yadi, and I will be your host for this event. Her melodious voice resonated, as Feng Yadi calmly surveyed all those present, pausing momentarily at the front row before clapping her hands. Soon, 2 other elegantly attired women in qipeos entered, carrying a red tray. What a ceremonious display! Lu Meng mused inwardly, noting that a simple red tray would typically suffice for one person to present. Yet, the atmosphere suggested a grand significance, a true sense of ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, upon this tray lies the ownership of the central street of Jinghai City. Due to changes in policies from above, this auction will be conducted in a simplified manner. The final successful bidder will be able to sign the land ownership agreement on site. We shall now commence the bidding. With a clear and resonant voice, the auction officially began. 1 billion. Quickly, a middle-aged man in formal attire raised his paddle. 2 billion. Another followed suit, glancing discreetly at the front row, clearly harboring a sense of luck. 3 billion. 5 billion. 10 billion. Before long, as the wealthy bidders continued to raise their offers, the price surged to 50 billion. However, at this price point, the number of participants had visibly dwindled, with those seated in the front row remaining silent. 200 billion. Suddenly, a rugged voice echoed through the hall. Lu Meng instinctively turned to see the source of the bid, none other than the rotund individual who initially sought to befriend him. It appeared that Wang, the plump gentleman, was willing to take a gamble. He was certainly astute, yet he might just be making a miscalculation this time. Lu Jingya also turned around, subsequently whispering to Lu Meng. Meng, should we follow suit with a bid now? She felt the moment was ripe for a counteroffer. Patience. There are still a few contenders yet to make their move. Lu Meng shook his head. Glancing at the individuals in the front row, sometimes bidding resembles gambling, both requiring a keen understanding of psychological warfare. However, Wang's sudden bid had clearly caused some to lose their composure. 210 billion. In the front row, a refined middle-aged man began to counter. He was the first to raise his paddle from that row. 220 billion. Wang did not relent, continuing to bid. 230 billion. The polished middle-aged man raised the stakes once more. 250 billion. The price continued to ascend, with the latest bid coming from another participant in the front row. 250 billion was approaching the final transaction price from the previous life. Lu Meng pondered, recalling that in his past life, this prime piece of land was ultimately secured by Zhao Qiling for 300 billion. 300 billion. As the crowd hesitated, Qin Yu, seated beside Zhao Qiling, declared an almost capstone offer. As expected, after Qin Yu's announcement of 300 billion, all bidders beyond the front row fell silent. The two parties seated in the front row exchanged conflicted glances between Zhao Qiling and Qin Yu, ultimately choosing not to raise their paddles. 300 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The crisp voice rang out once more, as Feng Yadi maintained a professional smile, her gaze lingering on Lu Jingya for a moment longer. 301 billion. Suddenly, another voice called out, capturing everyone's attention. Do not be mistaken, it was not Lu Meng making the offer, but rather Wang in the second row. Chapter 32. Successful bid. 310 billion. Qin Yu remained unfazed, offering a new price without even turning to look. 311 billion. Wang continued to raise the stakes by a mere billion. 320 billion. Qin Yu remained composed, though his peripheral vision involuntarily darted towards the second row. 321 billion. Wang again raised his bid, yet it was still only marginally above Qin Yu's offer. At that moment, the crowd regarded Wang with a peculiar expression. What was his game? Typically astute, he now seemed to act irrationally. Soft murmurs filled the air. The attendees were keenly aware that Wang was deliberately attempting to vex Qin Yu, yet none could ascertain his motivation. 330 billion. This time, Qin Yu could no longer contain himself. He spun around, his deep-set eyes reflecting a simmering fury. Despite his upbringing, he could not tolerate such mockery. 331 billion. Wang persisted in his counteroffer. Lu Meng observed with curiosity, noting the hidden resentment in Wang's gaze. It was apparent that he bore a grudge against Qin Yu, though the latter seemed oblivious to it. 350 billion. Qin Yu rose, desperately striving to maintain composure, yet his growing ire was unmistakable. After a moment's hesitation, Wang hesitated to raise his bid again. His financial capacity was evident. 350 billion was his limit, and he had only sought to irritate Qin Yu. However, just as the crowd presumed Wang would cease bidding, Lu Meng noticed Wang subtly nodding at him with a knowing smile. How intriguing. Lu Meng reciprocated the gesture, and in that instant he seemed to grasp Wang's intent. 350 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Feng Yadi's voice rang out again, beginning the countdown. 350 billion once, 350 billion twice. As the final words hung in the air, just before the gavel was to fall, an unassuming voice suddenly broke the silence. 500 billion. The voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the room. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qin Yu could hardly contain himself and rose once more. Had they gone mad? Although the land in question was indeed prime real estate, the previous offer of 350 billion had already stripped it of any profit. Goodness, 500 billion. Who on earth could that be? Was it perhaps Lu Jingya's boyfriend? No, it couldn't possibly be that simple. If he were merely Lu Jingya's innocent partner, she would never allow such reckless behavior. Could he be one of those scions from prominent families? In that moment, all present could not help but speculate about Lu Meng's true identity. Even Zhao Qingling's clear eyes turned towards him. Qin Yu hesitated, glancing at Zhao Qingling beside him, then back at Lu Meng, contemplating another bid. But when his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Wang Pengzi, he froze. Wang Pengzi was subtly signaling to Lu Meng. No way. Suddenly, it dawned on him. These two were in cahoots, intentionally driving up the price. If they wished to inflate the bids, then let them. In an instant, he regained his composure. Such tactics were common in bidding and auctions. Often, many bidders, fully aware they would not secure the item, would resort to underhanded methods to annoy those determined to win. I refuse to believe that in a small place like this, they can produce such liquidity. Realizing this, Qin Yu refrained from further bidding. It was not that he could not afford 500 billion, especially with Zhao Qingling's backing. but rather that he was unwilling to be manipulated into paying an additional 150 billion. Moreover, if the individual making the bid ultimately failed to produce the requisite funds, the auction rights would revert to him. Qingling, 500 billion far exceeds the value of that land, Qin Yu said, maintaining his composure as he sat down, addressing Zhao Qingling. But people from such a small locale cannot possibly produce 500 billion in liquid assets. They are merely trying to raise the price. The land will ultimately belong to us. Zhao Qingling regarded Qin Yu with a steady gaze and replied flatly, 500 billion already surpasses the value of that land, regardless of whether their bid is malicious. I will not spend more than 350 billion on it. With that, she cast a deep glance at Lu Meng, an exceptionally handsome man, clad in casual attire devoid of any formal elegance, yet exuding an air of authority. 500 billion, is there no higher bid? Feng Yadi beamed with delight. The fact that this prime land could fetch 500 billion was entirely beyond her expectations, and her earlier focus had been solely on Lu Jingya. If one were to consider the local wealthy elite in Jinghai City, who could contend with the Zhao family, only a select few, including Lu Jingya, came to mind. Yet, it turned out to be a man she had never heard of before making the 500 billion bid. Moreover, this man seemed to have arrived with Lu Jingya. As the crowd fell silent, Feng Yadi began the countdown again. 500 billion once, 500 billion twice, 500 billion thrice, sold. With the fall of the gavel, Lu Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The dust had settled. Although he had spent 500 billion, it was undoubtedly a worthy investment. Congratulations, sir. You have secured the development rights for the central streets of Jinghai City. Feng Yadi approached Lu Meng with a red tray, her expression beaming with joy. We can sign the agreement immediately. Rest assured, I can represent you fully. The implication was unmistakable. Payment was required. The onlookers regarded Lu Meng with curiosity. Not that no one had considered that Lu Meng might be making a malicious bid. After all, such occurrences were not unheard of. Let us see how you can produce such liquidity. Qin Yu's face remained expressionless. Yet internally he scoffed, convinced that Lu Meng could not possibly come up with 500 billion. Oh, payment is required, is it? Lu Meng inquired bluntly. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Feng Yadi's features, but it quickly vanished as she maintained her professional smile. Sir, as per prior arrangements, payment must indeed be made on-site. Could it be that this young man truly intended to inflate the bid? Those present began to share the same thought. In typical circumstances, a successful bidder would engage in small talk. Yet Lu Meng did not. Understood. Lu Meng nodded, rising slowly, picking up the pen from the red tray, and turning to Lu Jingya. Jingya, please make the payment. His words, though softly spoken, echoed throughout the room. Chapter 33. Do you think others are fools? What? Everyone was stunned. He was bidding for himself, yet asking a woman to foot the bill. Moreover, Lu Meng's demeanor suggested he intended to sign his name on the land deed. It was rumored that Lu Jingya had been liquidating assets at a low price these past few days. And it turned out it was all for this land. I've heard that too, but it doesn't add up. Clearly, it's that Lu Meng who should be signing. So why is Lu Jingya paying? And what kind of woman is Lu Jingya? You all know well enough that she wouldn't act without self-interest. Would she really be willing to pay? Might it be possible that Lu Meng is merely a kept man, without funds of his own? You might as well claim we're all penniless, which would be easier to believe. What sort of woman is Lu Jingya? After 5 or 6 years of acquaintance, she has always been aloof with men. Lu Meng's actions truly astonished the wealthy merchants present. Even Qin Yu wore a look of incredulity. Yet all understood that the crux of the matter lay in whether Lu Jingya would indeed pay for Lu Meng. Just then, Lu Jingya rose with poise, her black split cheongsam commanding attention as she walked towards Feng Yadi.XX Bank. Transfer 500 billion in liquid assets. Immediately, a black card appeared on the red tray. Goodness, she really intends to pay. This is 500 billion. Has Lu Jingya lost her mind? Selling assets for a pretty boy. The crowd gaped in astonishment, unable to close their mouths, while some had considered the possibility of Lu Jingya paying. No one expected her to be so straightforward. Feng Yadi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, and, glancing at the black card's emblem, dialed a number. Hello. This is Feng Yadi. Please check the status of the XX card. Registered to Lu Jingya. All right. Thank you for your assistance. The call was brief and soon ended. With a smile, Feng Yadi looked at Lu Jingya. Miss Lu, it has been confirmed. The funds are secured. We can now sign the agreement. With that, she offered another pen to Lu Jingya. At that moment, she realized that Lu Meng was most likely just the bidder. After all, Who would spend 500 billion on this prime land only to hand over ownership to another? The remaining attendees soon came to the same realization. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Meng is merely the bidder, while Lu Jingya is the true mastermind. No wonder, I thought. How could such an astute woman like Lu Jingya make a foolish mistake? The truth was revealed, and yet Lu Meng remained composed, his expression unchanged amidst the astonishment of those around him. The crowd resumed their chatter, now understanding Feng Yeti's actions. Miss Feng, could there be a misunderstanding? Suddenly, Lu Jingya's expression turned icy. She did not take the pen from Feng Yeti. The bid was made by my boyfriend, so naturally, the ownership of the land belongs to him. Having said that, her frosty demeanor melted away as she stepped forward. Linking her arm with Lu Meng's, Meng, go ahead and sign. This is something you truly desire. I am delighted to present it to you as a gift. All right. Lu Meng smiled faintly, and before the stunned assembly, he calmly inscribed his name on the agreement. Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. My heavens, has Lu Jingya truly lost her mind? Or have I? 500 billion is just being handed over like this? This pretty boy is beyond belief. I've seen men living off women, but never one who could live so lavishly. Renowned wealthy merchants felt as if they were in a dream at this moment. They wished they could be Lu Jingya's kept man. Yet upon comparing their own looks to Lu Meng's, they could only silently concede defeat that a strange thought surfaced within them, that perhaps Lu Jingya indeed possessed remarkable taste. This is outrageous. How can this be possible? At that moment, Qin Yu's heart burned with resentment, having initially thought Lu Meng the fool, only to realize he had become the jester himself, and to make matters worse. A stunning beauty was paying for Lu Meng, casting him as the fool. An unfamiliar jealousy blossomed within him, growing ever more intense. Very well. The agreement is finalized. Congratulations, Mr. Lu. Feng Yeti, regaining her composure amidst the stunned silence, swiftly signed the document, stealing a glance at Lu Meng's name before concluding. Well, we have no further business here. Let us depart. Lu Meng cast a casual glance at the people around him, indifferent to their thoughts. For the benefits were already in his grasp. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingya swiftly picked up a document from the tray and hurried after Lu Meng, while Yun Ru and Qiu Shuang, witnessing the scene, quickly followed suit. Before long, the four of them departed the hall, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Bah, a pretty boy. He has hit the jackpot with a wealthy woman. Sigh, how frustrating. After Lu Meng's exit, many voiced their grievances. Initially, they perceived Lu Meng as a scion of a prominent family, only to discover that he had managed to have Lu Jingya foot the bill, a staggering 500 billion. Coupled with Lu Meng's striking good looks, the consensus among the crowd was that he was merely a kept man, a gathering of sour grapes lamenting their unattainable desires. At that moment, a voice of disdain broke through the murmurs. Wang Pengzi stretched lazily and feigned a yawn, casting a glance at the crowd. Have you not considered? With Lu Jingya's astuteness, do you really think it would be simple for someone to make her part with 500 billion? Even at the cost of her fortune, you are merely observing the surface. Do you truly believe others are fools? Moreover, even if we were all fools, the probability that Lu Jingya is one too is quite slim. With a flourish of foresight and commentary, Wang Pengzi swaggered away. The onlookers, rendered speechless by his departure, began to ponder. Was it truly so? Lu Jingya, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him at such a young age. Could she be foolish? Clearly, that was improbable, and for such a shrewd woman to simply give away 500 billion without reason, if not madness, then it must be a sound investment. What kind of identity could possibly warrant an investment of 500 billion from Lu Jingya? In that instant, speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Although they ultimately arrived at no conclusion, none believed Lu Jingya had lost her sanity. Instead, they reflected on their own limited perspectives. Chapter 34. You are overthinking it in the afternoon. Lu Meng and the three women celebrated heartily within the office, reveling for a full 2 hours before concluding their festivities. Once the celebration was over, Lu Meng reclined comfortably on the sofa, perusing the contract in his hands. Securing ownership of the land signified that he would soon possess a sanctuary amidst the impending chaos of the apocalypse. To say he was not elated would be a falsehood. At the same time, he began to strategize his next steps. Prior to their return, 10 beautiful women had been brought to the office, precisely those he had listed for Lu Jingya. Each possessed at least an A-level ability and met the desired aesthetic standards. Reflecting on his memories, a new thought occurred to Lu Meng. If he were to recruit all of them, might there be a chance for preliminary bloodline fusion? He felt the system was not as stringent as it seemed. If a myriad of bloodlines could not yield a new one, then it was better to forego the system altogether. Suddenly, his phone on the table vibrated. A text message. Lu Meng picked up the device and swiped to reveal a message. Lu Meng. First floor of the Huiguang Grand Hotel. Important matters to discuss. Zhao Qi-ling. Zhao Qi-ling, the bidding has concluded. What could she possibly want with me? Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Zhao Qi-ling must have investigated him. Clearly, she had discovered his true identity. It dawned on him that, given Zhao Qingling's influence, it would be trivial for her to conduct such an inquiry. She likely also learned of Lin Jingya's asset liquidation. Now, her intent in seeking him was likely to propose a joint development of that plot of land. A smirk of disdain appeared on Lu Meng's face. The Zhao family's power was evident. Though not a local force in Jinghai City, investigating him and Lu Jingya was hardly a challenge. Upon learning that Lu Jingya had liquidated her assets to acquire the land, it was only natural for Zhao Qinling to deduce that Lu Jingya lacked sufficient funds for development. Thus, Zhao Qinling could conveniently propose a partnership under the pretense of collaborative development. What a shrewd woman. It seems the so-called Heavenly Maiden is not so naive after all, recalling Zhao Qingling's past title of Heavenly Maiden bestowed upon her for her purity and compassion. Lu Meng mused that perhaps it was worth meeting her. There could be prospects for recruitment in the future. After deliberating, he resolved to meet this former Heavenly Maiden. But the location would not be dictated by her. He opened his phone once more and replied to the message. Yiyuan Grand Hotel, Lu Meng. After sending the message, he ceased further inquiries and took a brief nap. When Lu Meng awoke again, it was already 6 in the evening. Meng, you're awake, Lu Jingya exclaimed, rising swiftly at the sight of him. Yunru and the others are gone. He realized he had overslept and wondered if they had already left. Checking the time, he tidied his clothing and announced, I'm stepping out for a moment. I have something to attend to. With that, he exited the room. By the time Lu Meng arrived at the Yiyuan Grand Hotel, it was already 6:15. Although it was still light out for the season, Zhao Qingling's message had been sent at 2 in the afternoon. Walking confidently into the Yiyuan Grand Hotel, Lu Meng approached with a sense of serendipity. To his surprise, Zhao Qinling was indeed still there. In a corner booth, a woman clad in a flowing white gown rested her chin on one hand, gazing out the window like an angel. It was none other than Zhao Qinling. She had truly waited for 4 hours. Lu Meng approached her booth, taken aback. Around them, many gazes were drawn toward her. However, perhaps due to Zhao Qingling's unique aura, no one dared to approach. Yet, Lu Meng caught wind of some unfriendly murmurs. Damn it, what a jerk. I've been nursing this cup of coffee for nearly 2 hours, and he just shows up now. What a scoundrel. How could he be late with such a beauty waiting? 2 hours. I've refilled my coffee 8 times, sitting here for 3 hours. My backside is sore. That beauty must have been waiting for at least 3 hours. Perhaps we're overthinking it. That guy might just be trying to flirt. He is handsome, but we can't assume he is the one she is waiting for. Nearby, several middle-aged men with unappealing features were glaring daggers at Lu Meng. Clearly displeased. You've arrived. Noticing the commotion, Zhao Qinling turned her gaze back, her face lighting up with a sweet smile, devoid of any hint of impatience, resembling a love-struck maiden who had finally encountered her ideal partner. Just kill me now. This is too unbearable. She has really been waiting for him. And that smile was so sweet. How could my goddess be so humble? Just put me out of my misery. The group of lecherous men felt a wave of despair wash over them, lamenting how much better it would be if that angelic smile were directed at them. What would you like to drink? Lu Meng sat down across from Zhao Qinling, completely unfazed by his tardiness. Juice. Zhao Qinling looked at Lu Meng with mild surprise. Apart from her elders, she had never encountered a young man who could sit with her so calmly. Including Qinyu. Help yourself. Lu Meng gestured to the center of the booth, then casually opened a bottle of red wine. Rafi manner, Carmela red wine, embodying subtlety and depth. Zhao Qinling didn't mind and inserted a straw into her juice. Her clear eyes fixed on Lu Meng. What is this? Lu Meng hesitated momentarily with the wine glass in hand. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about wines. He simply enjoyed a little when in good spirits. However, in his view, even while drinking juice, Zhao Qiling's delicate fingers gracefully held the straw, exuding an elegance that felt almost sacred. Speak. What brings you to me? Wasting no time, Lu Meng downed the wine in his glass. You read quite an interesting person. So direct. Zhao Qinling smiled, her dimples radiating youthful charm, her moon-like eyes narrowing slightly. Exceedingly captivating. I prefer to be straightforward. After all, men who beat around the bush rarely last. Lu Meng chuckled in response. Suddenly, Zhao Qingling's smile grew more pronounced. That I've never met anyone as intriguing as you among my peers. That's so. I'll be frank. If I say anything amiss, I hope you won't take offense. First, I sincerely apologize for investigating you without your consent. However, I believe you need my assistance right now. I am aware that your liquidity is dwindling at this stage. Venturing into the restaurant industry isn't the wisest choice. If you're willing, I can provide the full funding to acquire half of the land ownership, collaborating with you on its development and helping you select an appropriate industry. Her voice was calm and soothing. Reflecting her background in finance, though she had just entered society, she was indeed a talented individual. Are you suggesting you want to purchase half of my land ownership? Lu Meng chuckled suddenly. That's essentially the gist of it. Zhao Qinling, holding her juice, paused momentarily. She could detect the deep-seated disdain in Lu Meng's tone. Had she offered too low a price to fully develop that land, it would require no less than 200 billion. The price is already quite reasonable, or is he just waiting for a better offer? A cascade of thoughts surged within Zhao Qingling's mind, leaving her somewhat perplexed by Lu Meng's intentions. Miss Zhao. Lu Meng's smile faded, replaced by a frigid demeanor. That I understand your thoughts, but I can only say this. You are overthinking it. Remember to settle the bill. He stood up and turned to leave, exuding an air of nonchalance to the utmost degree. Before departing, he did not forget to remind Zhao Qingling to pay, as he had never been one to be asked to pay during a rendezvous. Zhao Qingling stood there, momentarily dazed, her eyes filled with disbelief. What on earth did they say? Look at that beautiful woman's sorrowful expression. Has she been spurned? Goodness, is there no justice? Could it truly be the legendary case of a man discarding a woman? What a scoundrel, to dismiss such a beauty so easily. The few remaining onlookers, witnessing Zhao Qingling's dazed state, felt a sense of indignation. Remember to settle the bill. Her lips, devoid of any lipstick, softly echoed, Lu Meng. Is it? I will remember you. As she gazed at his already distant figure, a hint of a smile returned to Zhao Qingling's face as she picked up her phone from the booth. Second uncle, I won't be returning for the time being. Yes, I will stay in Jinghai City for a while. No, I am not in a relationship. I merely encountered an intriguing person, unbeknownst to Lu Meng. A single minor gesture of his had irrevocably altered the life of a future eminent figure. Meanwhile, Lu Meng had returned to his car, although Zhao Qinling was about to leave Jinghai City. Rendering any immediate connection impossible, the method he employed earlier should prove effective with such a remarkable woman. Leaving a lasting impression in her mind would serve as a foundation for future encounters regarding any potential connection. As he drove away, even Lu Meng failed to notice a pair of vengeful eyes fixated upon him from a distance. Chapter 35. The Assassin. Nighttime. A torrential downpour blanketed the sky, with rain pounding against the windows. In Lu Meng's room, the window stood ajar, allowing the rainwater to seep in freely. Not far from the window stood Lu Jingya and the two other women. I have told you countless times that you must regard your bloodline power as an integral part of your being. Only then can you unleash your maximum combat potential. Lu Meng observed the three women, his brows slightly furrowing. Earlier, he had tested their abilities, all constrained within the ordinary realm. However, aside from Lu Jingya's relatively commendable performance, Xiao Shuang and Yun Ru's utilization of their bloodline powers was evidently lacking. My ice demon bloodline is restrained by Meng's flame demon bloodline. It seems my bloodline is also somewhat constrained. Xiao Shuang and Yun Ru spoke, their voices tinged with grievance, for their powers were indeed suppressed by Lu Meng, a benefit bestowed upon him by the system, absolute conquest and restraint. Only under circumstances of suppression can one truly discern one's shortcomings. Lu Meng shook his head, acknowledging the truth in this. It is precisely in situations of constraint that the combat talent of a bloodline wielder can be most effectively assessed, serving as the quickest path to growth. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a hint of coldness flickered across his face, an aura of murderous intent. With his heightened senses, he discerned a palpable wave of hostility nearby. What is it, Meng? Lu Jingya swiftly rose, her night demon bloodline also not lacking in perceptive abilities. Furthermore, following several days of training with Lu Meng, her mastery of her bloodline surpassed that of the other two women. Someone approaches, and they do not come with good intentions. A chill gradually spread across her face. Are we going to handle this? Having reached her current position, Lu Jingya was not one to show mercy, and she understood that after tomorrow, a different world would dawn. We will definitely handle it, but I will take the lead. Her voice, forcefully restrained, echoed, as if a slumbering beast within Lu Meng began to awaken. Faced with the sudden appearance of assassins, he felt no fear. No trepidation, no hesitation. Only exhilaration in his previous life, although the desired demon had forcibly elevated him to the monarch level. How could a man who had survived for 3 years in the apocalypse be of a gentle disposition? Clearly, he was not. In fact, the opposite was true. Though his reborn life was splendid, he found himself struggling to adapt. Yes, struggling to adapt, and inability to feel the thrill of bloodshed gnawed at him, as deep within his essence lay buried a profound brutality. And now, these brutal instincts were finally beginning to awaken. Stay inside and do not come out. Wait for my return. After casting one last glance at the 3 women, Lu Meng transformed entirely, swiftly exiting the room. The rain poured relentlessly from the night sky. Lu Meng arrived outside the office building, where thunder roared ominously, as if heralding something dire. A cruel and savage aura began to emanate from Lu Meng. His eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Following the source of the murderous intent, he advanced step by step, reaching the vicinity of the public flower bed behind the office building, where 5 figures clad in dark attire lay in ambush. Seemingly, however, what greeted her was a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes. Lu Meng remained silent, a surge of murderous intent erupting within him. It would be difficult to halt his rampage without sufficient bloodshed. Like a specter, he darted forward with uncanny swiftness, swiftly closing in on the second assassin. Please don't kill me. Sensing the brutal aura behind him, the assassin fell to his knees, pleading, spare me, spare me. I can tell you who the employer is. Such an utterance revealed a complete lack of professional integrity. Lu Meng scoffed. He had no need to extract information from these wretches, for in his mind, those capable of hiring assassins and bold enough to offend the likes of Wang Pengzi were none other than Qin Yu of the Qin family in Magic City. Without further ado, he unleashed a kick imbued with the power to vanquish demons. Bang! The assassin was sent flying 5 meters, his neck twisted to a grotesque degree. Lu Meng, you. Not far off, Mu Yuha was utterly astonished. She had always believed Lu Meng to be merely an ordinary person blessed with luck, someone connected to Lu Jingya through Yunru. Little did she expect that this seemingly mundane man could unleash such a terrifying spectacle. Most alarmingly, he had taken a life, and not just any life, but in a manner that defied ordinary human comprehension. Lu Meng turned, casting a glance at Mu Yuha, offering no words. The rhythmic patter of raindrops on the ground filled the air as Lu Meng moved once more. His speed transcending human perception, instantly catching up to the 3rd assassin who had already fled several meters away. You shall perish as well. With a punch filled with brutality, crimson and white splattered across the ground, staining Lu Meng in the process. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the rain fell with renewed ferocity. It was terrifying. Such beings truly existed in this world. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yuha felt not only fear, but also an unfamiliar sensation. Momentarily forgetting her current predicament, always an admirer of strength, she found herself grappling with a strange and contradictory feeling. As a police officer, she should have intervened to stop Lu Meng, yet the combination of terror and this peculiar feeling led her to believe, for the first time, that Lu Meng's actions were not wrong. It was those men who had clearly sought to kill him first. What a troublesome situation. Suddenly, Lu Meng let out a roar towards the heavens. At that moment, the remaining 2 assassins had fled at least 30 meters away. Even with his speed, it would be challenging to pursue them individually. Lu Meng, please come to your senses. Sensing something amiss with Lu Meng, Mu Yuha trembled as she attempted to approach him, hoping to rouse him. However, the next scene shattered her understanding once again. Boom! The thunder roared once more. Amidst this stormy night, it seemed rather ordinary. Yet, as she focused on Lu Meng, Mu Yuha was astonished to discover that the thunderous booms appeared to be summoned by him. At that moment, Lu Meng was enveloped in arcs of blue electricity, his visage resembling that of a maddened deity. Could he truly control lightning? An implausible thought flickered in Mu Yuha's mind, but she dismissed it almost instantly. Yet, the very next moment, boom, boom, the sound of thunderclaps resonated simultaneously, and to Mu Yuha's astonishment, those bolts did not descend from the night sky, but emanated from Lu Meng himself. 2 streaks of lightning, like azure dragons, traversed the distance in an instant. Cries of anguish echoed. Subsequently, the 2 assassins, who had thought themselves to have escaped, lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies charred black. This is beyond comprehension. Mu Yuha covered her mouth, her umbrella long gone, rain soaking her completely. You witnessed everything. At that moment, a voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell resounded. and Lu Meng, unbeknownst to her, had appeared by her side. The slaughter concluded. Although his thirst for blood had not been entirely quenched, a substantial portion had been satisfied. You saw it. Yuha nodded tremulously, yet added, "Rest assured, I will not speak of this." She could sense Lu Meng's state, still tinged with a hint of brutality and bloodlust, originally intending to inquire about the land parcel that Lu Jingya had purchased for 500 billion. She had unwittingly stumbled into such a dire situation. At this moment, an unusual sense of dread enveloped her. She feared that Lu Meng might turn his wrath upon her, yet simultaneously felt a strange admiration, an indescribable reverence for strength. Having fantasized about encountering such a powerful figure since childhood, she finally met one today, yet it seemed to threaten her very life. Lu Meng remained silent, his large hand gripping Mu Yuha's neck, lifting her violently. Though it was a pity to eliminate a woman with an A-grade bloodline who met the system's standards of beauty, it was not an act beyond his resolve. Lu Meng, that a profound sense of suffocation overwhelmed her, and despair settled in. Yet, in this bleak realization, a familiar sensation arose within her, one reminiscent of her time with Qiu Shuang. Fragments of memories flashed through her mind, scenes of having experienced this suffocating feeling before, which she had grown to appreciate, albeit worried that Qiu Shuang might find it hard to accept such a notion, leading her to keep it hidden. Now, she was experiencing it once more. Lu Meng noticed Mu Yuha's unusual demeanor. His enchanting eyes filled with a haze of intrigue. Surely not. Even in this state of residual bloodlust, Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback. He understood what such a gaze represented, recalling the words Lu Jingya and Qiu Shuang had spoken. Along with the video Lu Jingya had sent him, he analyzed and compared each scene. Finally, Lu Meng discerned a troubling fact. Mu Yuha indeed harbored a tendency towards masochism, and it was quite pronounced. His grip relaxed slightly, perhaps due to the rain and the release of his pent-up murderous intent. The last remaining thread of his bloodlust dissipated entirely. Cough, cough. Lu Meng. Mu Yuha, having fallen to the ground, coughed a few times. Surviving this ordeal brought her joy, yet an undercurrent of disappointment lingered within her. Setting recorded target, Mu Yuha, returning to a state of normalcy. Lu Meng's gaze fell upon Mu Yuha, and a bizarre thought unexpectedly took root in his mind. Apocalypse Beauties compendium generated successfully. Target, for Mu Yuha race, human, unawakened, demon-hunting spider, age, 26, personality, admirer of strength, suffers from severe delusions, appearance rating, 8. 5 initial favorability, 70 description, a seemingly normal woman with severe delusions. She reveres strength while simultaneously possessing a pronounced masochistic tendency, which distorts her inclinations. Strategy suggestions. 1. Given her pathological mindset, the host should not treat her as a normal person. She is merely a patient, her sense of responsibility and honor desperately masking her true self. Do not show any leniency in exposing her facade. 2. Such a pathological psyche requires strong measures for complete healing. The increasingly distorted masochistic mentality can be corrected with more intense stimulation. Remember, do not hold back. Note, a woman embodying pathology, masochism, and delusional disorder. Somewhat tragic yet not fatal. I believe you can heal her. Chapter 37. A world apart. This. Lu Meng was taken aback, somewhat caught off guard. A female police officer, not only with problematic inclinations but also grappling with distinct psychological disorders, even possessing a unique perspective on masochism, most astonishingly. Her initial favorability was a staggering 70. What difference was there from being handed to him on a silver platter? Qiu Shuang mentioned your relationship with her. Lu Meng, though pleasantly surprised within, maintained an expression of coldness. Exposing Mu Yua's inner secrets was a pivotal point. Mu Yuha froze, her rain-soaked body trembling slightly, the white loose t-shirt clinging to her skin, while her high-waisted jeans bore creases, the earlier commotion revealing glimpses of black fishnet stockings beneath. What had Qiu Shuang told him? Surely, she wouldn't divulge such details, continuously reassuring herself. Mu Yuha clung to the last vestige of hope. There is no need to conceal anything in front of me. I already know what I should, and what I shouldn't know. Lu Meng raised an eyebrow, his not-so-robust figure appearing quite imposing under the flashes of lightning. Mu Yuha remained silent, unsure of what Lu Meng intended with his words or whether he was merely fishing for information. Take a look at this. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you. Lu Meng retrieved his damp phone from his pocket. Thankfully, although the rain was heavy, it had not been long since he had stepped outside, and his phone remained functional. Unlocking it with his face, he opened a video. Lu Meng bent down, presenting the phone before Mu Yuha's eyes. The video began to play. The contents left Mu Yuha in a state of shock. A familiar scene, Familiar figures, the soft bed and the pink decor. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, collapsing quietly onto the ground. She was aware of Qiu Shuang's past. Jingya had once told her that the past was merely a bygone era, sometimes absurd, sometimes a result of youthful ignorance, but it always remained in the past. Lu Meng slowly spoke, and moreover, Qiu Shuang has been healed by me. His voice emphasized the last words with a hint of triumph. Mu's heart was a tangled mess, and she finally murmured, "Is this the reason she has been unwilling to see me these past few days?" A sense of despair and heartache washed over her. Yet more prominent was a feeling of melancholy. She recalled Qiu Shuang's recent odd behavior, how she no longer reached out as frequently as before, and how they had not met even once. It turned out it was all because of the man before her. She looked up, her gaze towards Lu Meng filled with complexity. There was no anguish from losing a lover, nor hatred for having her lover taken away. There was merely a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, he has healed Qiu Shuang. Qiu Shuang is destined to leave me. Her thoughts grew increasingly convoluted and chaotic, as she couldn't help but reminisce about the moments shared with Qiu Shuang. They were both unique individuals, each privy to the other's secrets. It was only in front of Qiu Shuang that she dared to express her innermost feelings. But now, Qiu Shuang has also departed from her life. What should I do? Mu Yuha could not suppress the question echoing in her mind. Now, she was certain that Lu Meng would not harm her, yet her heart remained in turmoil. He has healed Qiu Shuang. I have no right to deprive Qiu Shuang of her happiness. Yes, it was he who healed Qiu Shuang. Unconsciously, Mu Yuha's heart kept reiterating this fact. Suddenly, an absurd thought arose within her. Since he could heal Qiu Shuang, could he perhaps heal me as well? The bizarre and surreal notion prompted her to ponder endlessly. She understood that both she and Qiu Shuang were afflicted by psychological ailments. Mental illnesses are still illnesses. If it is an illness, then there must be a remedy. Unbeknownst to her, a glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze as she looked at Lu Meng. Favorability 8. And this hint of hope did not go unnoticed by Lu Meng. The moment had come. Lu Meng retracted the cold demeanor on his face, extending his large hand to grasp Mu Yuha's delicate neck, lifting her high to meet his gaze. I can heal Qiu Shuang. And similarly, I can heal you. His domineering voice echoed in her ears, a suffocating sensation making it difficult for her to breathe. Rather than resisting, Mu Yuha found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement. Thunder crashed. A bolt of lightning illuminated the scene. In the torrential downpour of the night, a grim-faced man held a woman's neck with one hand, yet the woman bore no signs of resistance. The thunder rumbled incessantly, and the rain intensified. Time passed, and deep into the night, the downpour showed no signs of relenting. Another thunderclap struck, vividly revealing Lu Meng's silhouette, along with Mu Yuha, whose skin resembled that of white clouds. Slung over his shoulder, this moment, Mu Yuha's body bore numerous marks of his grip, bringing only a sharp pain, but none that could injure her bones. It evoked thoughts of a phrase, an insurmountable chasm. Favorability 2. Congratulations, host. The target's favorability towards you has reached the minimum recording value. Would you like to record it immediately? The last two system prompts echoed in Mu Yuha's hazy mind. Just as she could no longer hold on. Yes, Lu Meng made his choice swiftly, and he had not anticipated that his display of strength would indeed raise her favorability. Truly absurd. At that moment, Mu Yuha fainted. Ding. Congratulations, host. Recording successful. Current collection count of the Apocalypse Beauty album. The host may continue to select targets for collection. Mu Yuha was unaware of how she returned with Lu Meng. Everything that had transpired felt like a dream. In the room, Qiu Shuang was using a towel to wipe Mu Yuha's body. Her delicate, fair skin retained its previous sensation, but many areas were marked with distinct bruises. However, Qiu Shuang no longer felt the same as before. Let me do it myself. A slightly conscious Mu Yuha stopped Qiu Shuang's hand. For some reason, the feeling she once cherished had suddenly vanished, replaced by a sense of resistance and aversion. All right, Qiu Shuang did not insist. She understood what had happened to Mu Yuha and why Lu Meng had returned so late. An hour passed. After clearing the corpses near the flower bed, Lu Jingya and Qiu Shuang returned to the room to find Lu Meng fast asleep. Chapter 38. I Seek Revenge. No Habit of Leaving Things Unresolved. Collection. For Mu Yuha race. Human, Slayer Spider. Awakened. Age. 26. Personality. Extremely self-reliant. Reveres the strong. Possesses a strong inclination towards masochism. Appearance rating. 8. 5. Current favorability. 80. Introduction. This seemingly normal woman, who harbors a severe delusional disorder, has been completely healed by you. She still reveres the strong, but has now recognized you as the ultimate powerhouse. Without exception, as for her other peculiar preferences, you can certainly fulfill them well. Subsequent cultivation suggestions. One, that she has now become a normal woman. Do not underestimate her extreme self-reliance. The Slayer spider is inherently brutal and bloodthirsty. And having awakened the bloodline of the Slayer spider, she possesses a deep-seated propensity for violence, making her an invaluable ally in the apocalypse. 2. In your presence, she yearns for the feeling of being dominated, which you can leverage to strengthen your relationship. Moreover, in complex terrains, a woman with the Slayer spider bloodline can provide you with unimaginable assistance. Note, her pathological delusions have been completely healed, but her masochistic tendencies run deep. Feel free to explore this aspect to its fullest in the early morning. At 8 o'clock, upon waking, Lu Meng habitually opened the 4th page of the album in his mind, which detailed the introduction of Mu Yuha. Goodness, I'm practically a miracle worker. Lu Meng glanced at the 4 women chatting softly nearby, focusing particularly on Qiu Shuang and Mu Yuha. These 2 troubled women. Indeed, they were both healed by himself. The title of miracle worker is well-deserved. The system's evaluation of Mu Yuha likened her to a solitary combat expert, akin to a special forces operative. Returning to his thoughts, Lu Meng began to analyze the system's subsequent cultivation plan for Mu Yuha. Her extreme self-reliance signifies an unyielding spirit. Her masochistic tendencies enable her to perform at peak capacity regardless of the severity of her injuries. Much like a regional cultivator, the Slayer spider's traits allow Mu Yuha to adapt to various combat environments. This is undoubtedly a quintessential super soldier. As he pondered this, Lu Meng inadvertently awakened the hunter bloodline within him. Black light flickered, and a spear formed entirely of energy appeared in his hand. The spear was 1.80 meters long, with a tip fashioned from an unknown white bone, exuding an aura of malevolence, and the junction between the shaft and the tip bore the mark of the Azura. Indeed, this is the greatest trait of the hunter's spear. The A-grade hunter bloodline lacks any peculiar traits. It merely enhances physical attributes similar to other A-grade bloodlines. The only reason it ranks among A-grade bloodlines is due to this spear, whose inherent strength rivals that of certain S-grade bloodline traits. Consider it as having acquired a weapon. Lu Meng rose, attempting to wield the spear in hand. Swish, a streak of black light flashed, and the violent energy erupted, slicing a wooden table 3 meters away cleanly in 2. Quite impressive. I possess multiple bloodline powers, allowing me to transcend the limitations of the hunter bloodline. Ultimately, the enhancement from the hunter bloodline even surpasses that of some S-grade bloodlines. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, further solidifying his belief that his actions last night were justified. Meng, you're awake. The 4 women turned their heads in response to the sudden noise. Particularly, Mu Yuha felt an instinctive sense of fear upon seeing the hunter's spear in Lu Meng's hand. Yet this fear was intertwined with a hint of excitement. Her man has grown stronger. Lu Meng nodded, taking a seat beside the 4 women. I personally dealt with the corpses of the 5 assassins last night. Lu Jingya slowly began, lifting a goblet from the table and taking a gentle sip. While Yuha had also checked the identities of those assassins through the public security system, they were not locals. Clearly having come from afar to fulfill a task that I in today's society, there are few who possess the connections, capability, and audacity to hire assassins. The goblet lingered in the air, her demeanor noticeably tense. Her tone growing chilly. How dare someone send assassins to kill the man she loves? Although they failed and were killed in return, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her, despite having never killed. She would willingly take a life for the man before her. The remaining 3 women, upon hearing this, all displayed expressions of icy resolve, echoing Lu Jingya's thoughts. Anyone who dares to threaten Lu Meng must face death. Who do you think is most likely to send someone to assassinate me? Lu Meng chuckled, already aware of the truth, yet eager to hear Lu Jingya's assessment. When Qiu Shuang and I were examining the scene, we not only discovered 5 corpses of assassins, but also the severed head of Wang Pengzi. Lu Jingya's face took on a contemplative expression that I have dealt with Wang Pengzi for 5 or 6 years. He is a shrewd individual, never having wronged anyone. If I were to point out a grudge, it would only be those who, like Meng, he has offended at the auction. A chilling voice emerged, and a glimmer of frost shone in Lu Jingya's eyes as her delicate hand clenched tightly around the goblet. Qin Yu. Based on my understanding of Qin Yu's character, he does not possess the genteel demeanor he projects. In reality, he is a petty and vindictive man. Indeed, it must be him. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing Lu Jingya's analysis as astute and devoid of any oversight, is it truly the eldest son of the Qin family from the Magic City? What of the Qin family? Anyone who dares to harm Meng must die. The other three women simultaneously displayed unwavering determination. What does it matter if it is the Qin family from the Magic City? Even if the Heavenly King himself dared to threaten Meng, we would not hesitate to wield our blades. Meng, allow me to handle this matter. Suddenly, Lu Jingya spoke softly. By tomorrow at the latest, I shall present you with Qin Yu's head. A plan had already formed in her mind. The Qin family from the Magic City may be powerful, but they are distant and disconnected. Moreover, tomorrow the world will descend into chaos. At such a time, the death of a scion from a noble family is of little consequence. I know you possess such capability. Lu Meng shook his head. The S-rank Knight Demon bloodline, even in its rudimentary stage, far surpasses the top assassins of peacetime in terms of assassination prowess. However, I am not one to seek vengeance overnight. Since he sent someone tonight, he shall not survive until morning. His voice grew increasingly cold, a glint of savagery flashing in Lu Meng's eyes. This scene was keenly observed by Mu Yuha, who couldn't help but lick her lips. Seemingly recalling the events of the previous night. Chapter 39, The Last Supper. Is it too much to indulge in some KFC? Ding dong. Just as Lu Meng conversed with the four women, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. They exchanged glances, and Mu Yuha instinctively rose to answer the door. Lu, Mr. Lu, are you there? The visitor was a middle-aged woman dressed in professional attire, neither stunning nor unattractive, her chest heaving as if she had rushed over. I'm here. What has happened? Lu Meng stood, recognizing her as one of the executives from Yayu Biotechnology Company, with whom he had met a few times. Mr. Lu, Ms. Lu, it's terrible. There are many people causing a ruckus at the plot on Central Street, and they have seized a significant amount of construction materials, showing no signs of leaving. They have explicitly demanded that you, Mr. Lu, provide them with an explanation. The executive gasped for breath, her gaze darting between Lu Meng and Lu Jingya as she summarized the situation. I will handle this matter. Mu Yuha stood up, directly reaching for the phone on the table to make a call. In situations like this, it should be the police who intervene, especially since it concerns Lu Meng. Yuha, hold on. Lu Meng waved his hand to stop Mu Yuha, then turned his gaze to the executive. Can you discern their origins? From their attire, they did not resemble typical thugs or societal ruffians, but rather appeared to be villagers from some rural towns. The executive quickly responded, being an executive at Yayu Biotechnology, I am no fool. I carefully observed them, and almost none bear tattoos. Their accents and manner of speech do not resemble those of common thugs. Quite impressive, yet rather intriguing. Lu Meng nodded. This situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by Qin Yu, deliberately avoiding the use of thugs or ruffians, knowing that even the police would not forcibly intervene, merely attempting to mediate. Meng, why don't you let me handle this? Mu Yuha interjected again, seizing the opportunity to assist Lu Meng. They are just ordinary people. Even if the police arrive, they cannot forcibly intervene and would only waste time. Lu Meng shook his head, a fleeting cold gleam in his eyes. Let's go take a look. Perhaps an unexpected surprise awaits us. Under the guidance of the executive, Lu Meng and the four women arrived at the construction site. It was not so much a construction site as it was a vast area surrounded by iron railings, a setup Lu Meng had arranged, requiring only construction materials without the need for extensive building efforts. At that moment, in Lu Meng's view, a throng of middle-aged men and women, some even bare-chested, were waving flags and shouting, their numbers surprisingly significant, around 400 to 500 people. Among them, several conspicuous banners were hoisted high. Unethical developers. Occupying land. We demand the government intervene on our behalf. Unethical developers. Malicious development. Harming the ecological environment. There were roughly a dozen such banners. Neighbors, listen to me. We acquired this land through legitimate means with all necessary documentation. It is not as you imagine it to be. A woman, approximately in her 30s, stood at the forefront with a group of employees, repeatedly attempting to explain. Yet, those who had come to stir trouble would hardly listen. Just because you say it isn't malicious land grabbing doesn't make it so. Call your Mr. Lu out here. We demand a face-to-face explanation. Because of your construction, my 7-year-old child can't sleep peacefully. If not you, then who should I seek? Stop the nonsense. Get that Lu Meng out here to give us a proper explanation, or we won't leave today. The cacophony of voices rang out as a group of middle-aged women at the forefront shouted passionately. Lu Meng observed the scene from a distance, understanding everything clearly. Such crude tactics. They were even inferior to those of professional troublemakers. The site had never commenced construction. How could there be malicious disruption of public order? No chemical products had been employed. How could there be any ecological damage? Shaking his head in resignation, a hint of derision flickered in Lu Meng's eyes. Meng, it's not appropriate for you to confront this matter. Let me handle it. Lu Jingya's voice rang out, believing that allowing Lu Meng to address the issue would only cause him distress. It would be better for her to intervene, perhaps spending some money to resolve it, or calling security to forcibly evict them. This isn't something that can simply be resolved with money, and they have already received quite a sum. Even if we call security or the police to drive them away, they will likely return to create trouble shortly thereafter. Lu Meng discerned Lu Jingya's intentions, glancing upwards at the sweltering sun. June was unbearable in its heat. Those causing the ruckus were nearly drenched in sweat. Why bother? I had no intention of sacrificing your lives. Alas, this may indeed be a convenient task, saving me some trouble. Murmuring to himself in a tone audible only to him, Lu Meng addressed the executive. First, arrange for some food and water, quality provisions, of course. They seem to be having a tough time. Let's order the KFC king-size meal, the full set, and cover dinner as well. Reserve 1,000 portions, but make sure it's for tomorrow. Not today, Mr. Lu. Lu Meng's words left the executive stunned, as well as Lu Jingya and the other three women. In their minds, Lu Meng was not one to show kindness to outsiders, let alone a group of troublemakers. Moreover, the delivery was scheduled for tomorrow. Wasn't the world supposed to undergo upheaval then? Lu Meng paid no mind to their expressions and continued, by the way, inform them that I said they are not seeking an explanation. Tomorrow, they will receive a satisfactory answer. If they don't trust me, they can stay here tonight, and I assure you, the explanation I provide will leave them utterly satisfied, without a single worry, even allowing them to remain on this land forever. Also, let them know about the KFC delivery tomorrow. A chilling tone resonated as a sinister smile crept onto Lu Meng's face, one that seemed eerily enthusiastic. Tomorrow, the apocalypse shall descend. Among the tasks bestowed by the god of earth demons, there lies a crucial segment, a bloody sacrifice. 500 lives are required to fill the void. Yet, as the apocalypse dawns, how could the monsters be so easily hunted? Compared to them, are not humans far easier to slay? After concluding, Lu Meng had no desire to stay any longer and turned to leave. Proceed, as Mr. Lu instructed. Following Lu Meng's orders, the executive departed with a heart full of confusion, while Lu Jingya and the other three women trailed behind him. Meng, I find it hard to comprehend. If we wait until tomorrow, will they not hinder our crucial matters? On the way back, Lu Jingya struggled to make sense of it all. She wished to quell the disturbance, merely to avoid Lu Meng facing any ire. Yet it seemed Lu Meng aimed for a more compassionate approach. There is nothing incomprehensible. After all, we are all human, and as humans, we are destined to die. In the spirit of humanitarianism, is it not rather agreeable for a person to indulge in some pleasures before their demise, pleasures that they may have never experienced in life? Moreover, considering it is the final meal, is it too much to savor a mere plate of fanciful KFC? Lu Meng turned around, his familiar smile resurfacing, presenting an appearance that was harmless and endearing. 1,000 portions of KFC. Not even a dog would be fed such fare. Chapter 40. Left with nothing after the last lick. Nightfall. A torrential downpour descends once again, accompanied by the incessant rumble of thunder, as if the night sky had been ripped open, revealing something wicked and eerie. Tianyuan Grand Hotel, one of the few five-star establishments in Jinghai City, renowned alongside Yiyuan Grand Hotel. However, this lavish hotel, known for its lucrative daily earnings, has been entirely reserved by a single individual for a singular purpose. On the top floor, within the presidential suite. Qingling, do you still not comprehend my intentions? We have been childhood friends, and for your graduation ceremony, I even ventured from the bustling metropolis to this quaint locale. The room was adorned with roses, dimly lit by candlelight, and a melodic tune filled the air, mingling with a delicate fragrance. Dressed in formal attire, Qin Yu was kneeling on one knee, passionately confessing his feelings. The object of his affection was none other than Zhao Qinling. Qin Yu, I have always regarded you as a friend, never harboring any other sentiments. However, as a friend, I would appreciate your respect. Do you not think it rather impolite to have obtained my room key without my permission and to have transformed my room in such a manner? Zhao Qingling's face was slightly frosty as she pointed to the chaos around her, visibly angered. This hotel had been temporarily reserved by the Zhao family, not by Qin Yu. Qingling, I acknowledge my fault. Yet I cannot restrain the love I harbor for you. Do you understand? Since I became aware of my emotions, I have been deeply captivated by you. Now that you have graduated and are set to take over the Zhao family, no one can bind you anymore, except my love. The fervor in Qin Yu's expression intensified as he raised the bouquet of 99 roses high. In that moment, he was nearly overwhelmed by his own emotions. What kind of woman could the distinguished heir of the Qin family not attract? Yet, he had never exerted such effort for any woman before. Dai was indeed true, if pursued for an extended period by a wealthy and handsome bachelor. Few women could resist. However, the lady before him was Zhao Qingling, the sole legitimate daughter of the Zhao family. Everything she possessed, she had never lacked, and what Qin Yu lacked, she had never been deprived of. She was indeed the embodiment of indulgence. I'm sorry, but I must decline. The icy voice rang out, a hint of disdain crossing Zhao Qingling's angelic visage. And now, please leave due to your discourteous behavior. From childhood to adulthood, she had been no stranger to suitors, all of whom had respected her with polite refusals. Yet Qin Yu was different. She detested his presumptuousness and his unilateral actions. Moreover, she felt absolutely nothing for him, not even a fraction of the sentiment she felt for a man she had only met twice. Qingling. Qin Yu was taken aback, still wishing to press on, refusing to rise. Leave. Now, the cold voice echoed once more, her expression of disdain deepening. The flickering candlelight danced as the relentless rain continued to pelt against the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sound mocking him. Should someone have witnessed this scene, they would surely perceive it as yet another lovesick fool being rejected by his goddess. Of course, Qin Yu was far from a lovesick fool. He was merely a sycophant. Why do you reject me? Am I not worthy? Am I not exceptional enough? His voice grew louder with each rejection, and involuntarily, he recalled the scene from the previous afternoon. Was it because of that Lu Meng? Qingling, how could he possibly compare to me? Do you know? Yesterday afternoon, you waited for him at Yiyuan Grand Hotel for 4 hours, while I, concerned for your safety, stood outside the hotel for the same duration. Are you aware of this? His voice grew increasingly agitated, feeling a sense of grievance. The heir of the Qin family, willing to wait under the scorching sun for 4 hours for a woman. And out of jealousy, he had remained outside the hotel to observe Zhao Qingling closely. Indeed, his skin had even darkened from the sun exposure. Under normal circumstances, many women would feel somewhat touched upon hearing such words. After all, the man confessing to her was not only handsome and wealthy, but also sincere. Yet, in Zhao Qingling's eyes, these so-called affections were perceived quite differently. Are you spying on me? A chilling tone emerged, and a hint of frost graced Zhao Qingling's exquisite face. I do not appreciate the sensation of being monitored. Yesterday afternoon, in order to meet Lu Meng, she had specifically instructed her family's bodyguards not to accompany her and had even given Qin Yu advance notice. No, Qingling, it's not spying. I was merely concerned for your safety, in case Lu Meng posed any threat to you. Qin Yu quickly clarified, completely unaware that his self-proclaimed affection had been misconstrued. However, he realized that he had indeed harbored a possessive intent. Base intentions, hypocritical words. Zhao Qingling retorted mercilessly, there is no hatred without cause in this world. Two strangers meeting for the first time. What malice could they harbor? Qin Yu, conceal your feelings. Such behavior only disgusts me. Beneath your gilded exterior lies nothing but filth. Compared to Lu Meng, you are utterly lacking at least he is candid and sincere, devoid of any duplicitous words meant to deceive. That in that moment, she could not help but recall her brief interactions with Lu Meng. Although being 4 hours late was unacceptable, he offered no excuses and did not even bother to explain himself. Had it been Qin Yu, he would have surely concocted a myriad of reasons. Yet, she held no resentment towards Lu Meng's tardiness, for she was the one who had invited him. In the realm of business, the party in a subordinate position often bears the brunt of the burden. She understood this principle well. Moreover, when Lu Meng drank wine, it was evident he was unfamiliar with it. Upon her explanation, he did not pretend to know better, but simply continued to enjoy his drink. Had it been Qin Yu, he would have quickly shifted the topic to something else, but Lu Meng did not. Ultimately, Lu Meng was genuine, unlike others who approached her with ulterior motives. Help yourself to the juice. Remember to pay for the wine. Such simple phrases had etched themselves in her memory, devoid of flattery or attempts to curry favor. The more she reflected, the more she found Qin Yu's inadequacies glaring. For other than his lineage, he was utterly lacking in comparison to Lu Meng. I in your heart, am I truly so unworthy? Suddenly, Qin Yu resembled a wounded sycophant, rising in fury. How many years had he devoted to Zhao Qiling? How well had he treated her, as he believed? Yet, in the end, he was bested by a man he had only seen twice. He felt wronged. He was enraged. He perceived himself as a sycophant left with nothing after his unrequited affections. Chapter 41. It appears not to be a game, but rather that you are inadequate. Leave, now, immediately, at once. Zhao Qingling's disdain was increasingly evident. In her eyes, Qin Yu had become utterly worthless, and even his pretentious demeanor was crumbling under scrutiny. Very well, Zhao Qiling. You are indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Qin Yu laughed, a chilling, sinister laugh that sent shivers down the spine. I had thought we were well matched, that winning your affection would be a natural outcome. Yet I never anticipated you to be so loose in your morals. He no longer concealed his true nature, revealing a visage filled with desire. The mere boy from a small town could capture your heart. Yet I, the heir of the Qin family, have failed to garner your attention. However, I advise you to abandon all hope. That Lu Meng, a peasant, what right does he have to compete with me? You shall never see him again. What do you mean? What have you done to Lu Meng? A pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Qingling as she sensed the underlying menace in Qin Yu's words. Lu Meng was in danger. This was her immediate reaction. Are you worried? Are you scared? It seems you have truly developed feelings for him. Qin Yu elongated his tone, a mocking expression plastered across his contorted face. But for now, you should focus on your own well-being. What do you intend to do? What are you planning? Zhao Qingling felt a shiver run down her spine. Instinctively retreating a few steps, yet, her sudden movement left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. This sent an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over her as she recognized something amiss. The faint fragrance in the air tightened her heart. You have tampered with this scent. Her final impression lingered on Qin Yu's grotesque visage as Zhao Qingling collapsed to the ground. This is all your own doing. Would it not be better to obediently comply with me? What is it about me that makes me inferior to that peasant? A powerless, insignificant man clinging to a woman's skirt. What could he possibly possess that I lack? What makes him so admirable? The door closed with a resounding thud, and Qin Yu loosened his collar, his expression growing increasingly twisted. Ordinarily, he exuded an air of superiority, an untouchable demeanor. But today, I intend to make you recognize that your aloofness and your modesty are mere facades. You are nothing but a wretched creature. A cruel laugh echoed in the room as Qin Yu gazed down at the unconscious Zhao Qingling on the floor, dressed in a pristine white gown. Her flawless face devoid of any makeup was stunning enough to render all other beauties envious. Her slightly closed eyes, with perfectly balanced brows, were breathtakingly exquisite, evoking a sense of reverence. Yet, it was precisely this overwhelming aura of nobility that incessantly provoked Qin Yu. He felt a stirring within him, surprising even himself. It seemed he had never reacted so swiftly before. Few were privy to his secret. He was not particularly adept. Countless indulgences in the past had led to this current state. Yet today, a peculiar shift had occurred. Perhaps it was fate that a twisted smile reemerged on Qin Yu's lips as he stepped closer to Zhao Qingling. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Qin Yu turned back with irritation. Checking the surveillance to see who awaited outside. It was his secretary, and ran, another of his playthings, clad in a professional outfit, standing approximately 172 centimeters tall, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Her long legs and alluring curves were captivating. This sight piqued Qin Yu's interest. Feeling revitalized today, he recalled the humiliation he had felt in front of his toys, and a more perverse grin spread across his face. The door swung open. Young Master Qin, there's something urgent, and Ran instinctively resisted, yet dared not be too overt. It concerns Lu Meng. He is still alive, and it seems their knives have gone missing. Huh? The restless Qin Yu halted abruptly upon hearing Lu Meng's name. Explain clearly. What is happening? Qin Yu glanced at the floor behind him, and then at Ran. Forget it. Let us discuss this in your room. All right. Please follow me, young Master Qin. And Ran clasped her arms and hurried ahead. 10 minutes later, useless, truly useless, Qin Yu roared, his eyes reddening, as if he were ready to devour someone. 9 minutes prior. Yes, precisely 9 minutes ago. Qin Yu had watched the footage of Lu Meng's whereabouts on his laptop. And although he was enraged, he had not reacted in such a manner. However, the pent-up fury within him demanded an outlet. Naturally, the target of his wrath became her. And then, nothing more followed. after a series of unnecessary complications. It ended before it even began. Yet, this outcome had been anticipated by her TO outsiders. She was merely Qin Yu's plaything, but after being with him for over a year, she remained untouched. The clever woman had never let such matters slip outside. Useless, utterly useless, incapable of eliminating even a mere foot soldier. What use do I have for such incompetence? Qin Yu himself was uncertain whether he referred to others or himself when he muttered about the uselessness. Nevertheless, it was true. Although he had learned that Lu Meng was still alive, his sudden improvement in condition merely fueled his anger. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to regain his lost dignity in front of Enran. But who would have guessed that the result would be the same, ending before it even started? Ultimately, the fusion of his impotence and fury seemed to have undergone a transformation. Enran, meanwhile, could only endure in silence. Her eyes reflecting nothing but coldness and disdain. Do you look down on me as well? Qin Yu's madness intensified. Enran remained silent, merely enduring. Is it so? Is it? I demand an answer. His hysterical voice echoed, as if he had become possessed. Meanwhile, this scene was witnessed by a figure outside the window. On a rainy night, a rather unassuming silhouette stood atop a pitch-black spear radiating a faint red glow. Observing everything within the room with keen interest, initially it seemed to be mere amusement, but that was not the case. It appeared that the one lacking was you. A playful smile emerged on the figure's face as a burst of dazzling flames abruptly severed the lock on the window. Crack! The window inexplicably swung open, and the figure strode in with an air of confidence. Indeed, on a rainy night, from the 26th floor, he entered nonchalantly through the window. Chapter 42. Subtle intentions are useless before me. Lu Meng. A chill breeze wafted in, causing Qin Yu and Enran to freeze, disbelief plastered across their faces. This was the 26th floor. How had he entered through the window? Shoo, Lu Meng chuckled. Placing a finger to his lips, he then traced a symbol in the air with a single finger, activating the bloodline of the celestial master. Within him, 2 golden talismans appeared and swiftly adhered to Qin Yu and Enran's mouths. Vanishing without a trace, instantly, both lost their voices. These were merely minor techniques of the celestial master bloodline. As an S-rank bloodline, the celestial master was far more than just about thunder techniques. Talismans capable of silencing ordinary individuals were child's play for Lu Meng. As for how he had soared from the ground floor to the 26th, that was even simpler. The demon hunter's spear was inherently extraordinary, although Lu Meng, at the Dawn Realm, could not bear his own weight on the spear. One must remember Lu Meng's unparalleled control over his body. I hear you wish to kill me. Lu Meng advanced step by step, his smile unwavering. Whoa. Qin Yu instinctively attempted to call for help, only to find himself utterly voiceless. In a moment of desperation, he sprang toward the door. Whoosh! A pitch-black spear, flickering with flames, materialized out of thin air, piercing through Qin Yu's legs. Ugh! Qin Yu knelt on the ground, his eyes wide with rage, his face flushed, desperate to scream but unable to produce a sound. That moment, terror gripped his heart. He could never have imagined that a mere foot soldier from a small locale would possess such terrifying abilities. An incompetent man, who spent his days scheming, ultimately brought this upon himself. One might say that he deserved to face death. To end his life so effortlessly would indeed be a bit of a favor, especially since he was the first to oppose me. With murderous intent rising within him, Lu Meng's expression turned contemplative as he slowly approached Qin Yu. Oh. Just then, a violent struggle erupted from the sofa. Lu Meng turned to observe. Are you wishing to save him, or to plead for him? Lu Meng regarded Enran, who was struggling to rise, a playful smile returning to his face. He had seen clearly how Qin Yu tormented this woman. In his discerning eye could tell that she was still untouched. Whoa. Due to her severe back injury, Enran could not stand upright, kneeling on the ground while pointing at her mouth, as if she had something to say. Interesting. I'll give you a chance. Let us see how you perform. Lu Meng waved his hand, lifting the silence spell, while the demon hunter's spear hovered above Enran's head. I know you want to kill him, but please give me a chance. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. In return, I can tell you why he attempted to assassinate you. And not only that, he sent people to create trouble on your land. Enran slowly crawled to Lu Meng's feet, her face filled with hatred as she glared at Qin Yu. She could sense Lu Meng's extraordinary nature. How could a normal human possibly enter through the window on the 26th floor? Moreover, the spear suspended in midair and the golden talismans from earlier made it clear to her that Lu Meng was no ordinary individual. Now, it was evident that Lu Meng intended to kill Qin Yu, and under such circumstances, she would undoubtedly be silenced along with him. Thus, she required an opportunity, a chance to save herself while shifting the blame for Qin Yu's demise. You truly are forsaken by all. Lu Meng lifted and Ran's delicate chin with a single finger, casting a mocking glance at Qin Yu's face. An Ran was indeed quite remarkable, with skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. Perfectly proportioned, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, complemented by cascading waves of hair and the blood red on her back, she exuded an exotic charm. Tell me, how do you plan to exact your revenge on him? Lu Meng smiled, unbothered by the few minutes he would spend observing An Ran's retribution. Just as Lu Meng finished speaking, An Ran demonstrated her answer through action. A long whip appeared in her hand. Her bright eyes filled with vengeance. Lu Meng understood her method of revenge, glanced at the direction of the sofa, and a peculiar smile graced his face. This approach was indeed clever and quite fitting. I can grant you this opportunity. With that, Lu Meng settled onto the sofa. 10 minutes later, Qin Yu's struggles grew increasingly feeble, the bloodstains covering his body rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Yet the fury in his eyes intensified. He seems intent on killing you, Lu Meng observed with intrigue, surprised that a woman could harbor such deep-seated hatred for a man. He is nothing but a waste. A look of disdain crossed in Ran's face as she approached Qin Yu. So what now? You, a useless fool. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament? The sound of mocking laughter erupted as Anran glared at Qin Yu with palpable disdain. Prolonged torment of a grotesque nature had warped her psyche. However, the recent outburst had alleviated a significant portion of her long-simmering resentment, though it remained insufficient. Whimpering sounds, driven by instinct, escaped Qin Yu, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown after enduring relentless suffering. For over half an hour, this torment persisted, leaving her once meticulously styled hair in utter disarray. Yes, this was a consequence of her own reckless actions. You worthless fool, is this all you can endure? Anran harbored intentions to continue, having no desire to allow Qin Yu to meet a swift demise. I don't have much time to waste on you. Lu Meng glanced at the time, and his offer to Anran was merely a fleeting whim. The glimmering black muzzle of a gun pierced through Qin Yu's neck, hot blood splattering across Anran's face. Yet, Anran exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, she knelt and crawled toward Lu Meng, pleading, "Will you take me with you? I am yours now. Remaining here will only lead to my capture for interrogation. And when that time comes," she left her thought unfinished, but her implication was unmistakable. "You are indeed impressive, but luck does not favor you," Lu Meng remarked, judging that Anran's beauty met the system's criteria. Yet her bloodline seemed lacking, for an A-grade lineage was scarce. Furthermore, he had little fondness for women with ulterior motives, especially those he could not control. A chilling voice resonated as Lu Meng pointed to the mobile phone on the sofa, which had long been recording. The hunter's gun swiftly penetrated Anran's throat. Anran gazed at Lu Meng in disbelief. Her damaged vocal cords only able to produce instinctual whimpers. That moment, regret consumed her. Yes, the phone on the sofa was indeed hers. From the moment Lu Meng had broken in, she had sensed something was amiss. Realizing Lu Meng was there to kill, she conceived two escape plans. The first was to leverage her animosity towards Qin Yu to curry favor with Lu Meng, thereby fully aligning herself with him. The second was to leave herself a backdoor. Even if Lu Meng did not take her away, he might spare her life, as long as she wasn't killed. She could provide evidence to absolve herself during police questioning since the recording only captured Lu Meng's entrance. Yet, she never anticipated Lu Meng's utter ruthlessness. Naive girl. Lu Meng scoffed, a flame igniting and incinerating the phone on the sofa to a charred husk. Chapter 43. Is it really you? My head feels dizzy. Where am I? I in another room on the top floor of Tianyuan Hotel. Zhao Qingling slowly regained consciousness. Her hazy awareness rendered her somewhat disoriented, and she could only vaguely recall the last moments before her fainting spell. Qin Yu, that little rascal, had drugged her in the room. As she meticulously recalled, Qin Yu's grotesque visage gradually surfaced in her mind. Hypocritical, falsely benevolent, and repugnant. However, it seemed she was unharmed. So where was Qin Yu? Glancing at her intact attire and the somewhat chilly floor, Zhao Qingling sighed in relief. Could it be that the little rascal was taken away by someone, or had I been rescued by others? Thoughts raced within her, and a hint of coldness crept onto her angelic features as she swiftly grabbed her mobile phone from the table. Uncle Li, I'm at the top floor of Tianyuan Hotel. Bring people here, don't ask what happened. Temporarily seal off the entire hotel and ensure not a single staff member escapes. No need to inform second uncle, or he'll worry. Rest assured, I am safe and unharmed. After hanging up, Zhao Qiling sat on the floor, still shaken. At that moment, she felt a surge of fear. She had come perilously close to falling victim to that beast. Yet, she completely forgot why the drug's effects had dissipated so quickly. After a brief contemplation, she tried to calm herself and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the torrential rain continued unabated, seemingly destined to last through the night, while lightning flickered intermittently in the dark sky. Who could have helped me? Zhao Qiling murmured to herself, unable to comprehend. However, she understood that, given Qin Yu's underhanded tactics, he would not relent easily unless something utterly uncontrollable occurred. Who could it be? Faces associated with Qin Yu flitted through her mind as she sought any clues. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resounded, illuminating the night sky momentarily. Zhao Qiling instinctively took 2 steps back. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she witnessed a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. Lu Meng. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Illuminated by the lightning, a man clad in black attire, his hair slightly disheveled, stood majestically on a black flame spear, soaring into the distance. Yes, he was flying. From the height of the 26th floor, it was a parallel view. What else could it be? How is this possible? She subconsciously doubted her own perception, rubbing her eyes vigorously. Another thunderclap echoed, illuminating the night sky once more, though the figure in the void appeared farther than before. This time Zhao Qiling was certain. She had not been mistaken. That figure, resembling a deity, was indeed Lu Meng. She had seen that familiar silhouette yesterday afternoon. There was no way she could be wrong. Are you even human anymore? Suddenly, a tremor of fear coursed through her. She had always been a materialist, believing that such fantastical feats as flying swords and moving mountains existed only in fantasy and films. Yet, the scene before her shattered her understanding. No, wait. The slight fear in her heart began to dissipate as Zhao Qiling suddenly grasped the crucial question: the abrupt disappearance of Qin Yu and the inexplicable appearance of Lu Meng. Could there be a connection? For reasons unknown, she instinctively linked these 2 seemingly unrelated events. Mississippi. At that moment, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Zhao Qiling momentarily pulled her thoughts back and opened the door. Miss, are you all right? A middle-aged man stood at the door with a worried expression, flanked by 20 burly men in black suits. Uncle Li, I'm fine, but this hotel is rather unclean and needs to be cleared out. Zhao Qiling shook her head, her voice laced with coldness. Understood. Everyone, listen closely. Thoroughly investigate every room and retrieve the surveillance footage from tonight at all times, that if you encounter Qin Yu, break his legs and bring him here. Additionally, any hotel staff currently being interrogated should also be brought in if any issues are discovered. Old Li's face darkened, and he couldn't help but sniff the air that he faintly detected the lingering scent of the drug in Zhao Qingling's room. But he refrained from questioning it. 10 minutes later, just as Zhao Qiling pondered Lu Meng's appearance and Qin Yu's disappearance, Old Li approached her with an unusual expression. Miss, we've investigated thoroughly. Indeed, it was the hotel staff who provided your room's spare key card to Qin Yu. Those individuals have already been brought in, but as for Qin Yu, Old Li hesitated. What happened to Qin Yu? Zhao Qingling's expression grew cold. He.is dead, and in fact, he died in the room next to yours. No, to be precise, he died in the room of his secretary, Enrin. Old Li furrowed his brow and continued. Although Qin Yu deserved death, the fact that he had perished in a hotel booked by the Zhao family was rather inconvenient. Take me to see. Zhao Qingling's brows knitted together. Miss, the scene is rather bloody. Perhaps you should refrain from going. Old Li shook his head. As a member of the Zhao family, a little bloodshed should not be beyond your capacity to endure. Zhao Qiling had made up her mind. Then, Miss, please follow me. Old Li led the way. Before long, the 2 arrived at Anrin's room, where a group of bodyguards stood vigil in the corners, clearly ensuring the scene was well guarded. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Zhao Qiling instinctively frowned. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with a peculiar odor. Both Qin Yu and Anrin lay dead, their bodies exposed, and their fates grim. It was easy to surmise what had transpired prior to their demise. Miss, I have already assessed the scene. Both Qin Yu and Anrin were killed by a sharp weapon. The lethality of such a weapon would be difficult to achieve even with the most advanced military dagger. I've also dispatched personnel to review the surveillance footage, yet there is no sign of any intruders. He spoke. Old Li couldn't help but glance at the shattered window, where the cold wind continued to blow in. Zhao Qiling followed Old Li's gaze. Her pupils dilated in shock. 26 floors, the flight of a deity, a timely appearance. In that moment, She comprehended everything. It is truly you, with a gaze filled with complex emotions. Zhao Qiling stared at the shattered window, and the figure of Li Shu re-emerged in her mind. The matter of Qin Yu's death has been borne by the Zhao family. There is no need to involve the police, as the Zhao family will resolve it privately with the Qin family. However, old Li was taken aback. Qin Yu's death clearly had nothing to do with Zhao Qiling. If they were to take the blame, it would only exacerbate the conflict between the two families, especially since it was Qin Yu who had died. Yet before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Qiling. There are no buts. This matter is settled as it is. I will personally explain it to my second uncle. As for those hotel staff who are implicated, you can handle that as you see fit. With that, she turned and walked away. Chapter 44. The emergence of the Apocalypse Women's Legion when Lu Meng returned to the office building. It was already 9 in the evening. The heavy rain in the night sky continued unabated, indistinguishable from memories of a past life. Meng, this time you are truly only seeking revenge, without ulterior motives? Perhaps it was the torrential rain outside. Inside the room, 3 women were discussing matters beside Lu Meng, vaguely sensing something amiss. Yet Lu Jingya was absent. It was merely a matter of killing 2 individuals. Lu Meng chuckled. Indeed, it was 2 people. 2 individuals? The 3 women were somewhat surprised. Given their understanding of Lu Meng's capabilities, if he wished to avoid drawing attention, only one person should have perished. However, they did not delve deeper. For in their eyes, those Lu Meng had killed were deserving of their fate. When Lu Meng and the 3 women arrived in the hall, they once again encountered Lu Jingya. However, she was not alone. Accompanying her were 10 enchanting women, each adorned in distinctive professional attire. Meng, you're here. These are the individuals you were looking for, Lu Jingya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lu Meng, rushing over with a small booklet and naturally wrapping her arm around his. The other 10 women observed with curiosity, for this was none other than the illustrious Lu Jingya of Jinghai City, who had recently acquired prime real estate in the city center for a staggering 500 billion. It was impossible not to recognize her, such an empowered woman exhibiting a vulnerable side before a man. Moreover, they could clearly discern that the 3 women, Yunru among them, shared an extraordinary bond with Lu Meng. Could it be that contemporary wealthy individuals revel in such dynamics? This thought involuntarily arose in the hearts of the 10 women as they scrutinized Lu Meng, secretly speculating about his identity. A remarkably handsome man, undoubtedly a scion of a prominent family. How else could he have won over Lu Jingya? Very well, all quite impressive. Lu Meng nodded, bringing Lu Jingya and the 4 women to stand before the 10. His gaze swept across them, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. The 10 women each possessed unique beauty and figure, yet all undeniably bore A-grade bloodlines. This is Lu Meng, our man. From now on, he will be your General Lu. Remember, General Lu's words hold more weight than anyone else's, including mine. Lu Jingya exuded a commanding presence, clad in a black evening gown, her curves accentuated, her wavy hair cascading like a proud black swan delivering a speech. The 10 women were momentarily taken aback. Lu Jingya's latter statement was rather normal. However, the former, our man, what does that mean? Could it truly be as it sounded? Awkward glances were exchanged, and the women ultimately returned their gaze to Lu Meng. Noticing their reactions, Lu Meng smiled and took the booklet from Lu Jingya's hands. I understand that you are all curious about why I have gathered you here. Before I summoned you, you were all elites from various fields, flight attendants, teachers, lawyers, even celebrities. But rest assured, since I have brought you here, I will ensure that each of you is utilized to your fullest potential, and you will never regret joining this endeavor. As Lu Meng spoke, he perused the list in the booklet. Indeed, significant sums had been spent to recruit them. He noted that Lu Jingya had secured one of the small celebrities for an annual fee of 20 million, and each had been prepaid for a year, demonstrating her commitment. However, Lu Meng was unbothered by the expenditure, for in mere hours, money would lose all value in this world, so much so that it would be deemed too hard for even wiping oneself. General Lu, I have a question. Once Lu Meng had concluded his address, a striking woman, approximately 175 centimeters tall and adorned in high heels, raised her hand. Go ahead. Lu Meng responded with a smile, glancing at the booklet in his hand. He recognized this woman, Tang Wanru, an obscure celebrity whom Lu Jingya had signed for 20 million, who in a past life had awakened an A-grade bloodline as a 9 lives cat demon. Earlier, Lu Zong mentioned, You are their boyfriend. May I interpret this as a desire for us to also become your girlfriends? Tang Wanru covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she playfully teased Lu Meng. She was no fool. Rather, she was quite astute. She sensed that Lu Jingya's earlier words were not mere jest and discerned Lu Meng's dominant position among the women, prompting her to make such a bold inquiry to capture his attention. After all, as an unknown celebrity, it would likely take her a decade to earn what Lu Meng casually offered in a signing fee of 20 million. As expected, upon hearing Tang Wanru's words. The other 9 women erupted into melodious laughter. They believed Tang Wanru was joking, and if this beauty thought so, it was hardly a fault. Lu Meng feigned deep thought before replying. Of course, provided that all of you are willing. I would not mind having a few more girlfriends. This was his true intent. Lu Meng had long harbored a plan to establish a dedicated apocalypse women's legion in this impending dystopia, and the women before him, with their exceptional bloodlines and beauty, would serve as his foundation. General Lu, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. Initially, I expected to meet a serious business mogul that I never anticipated that General Lu would be such an approachable and amusing individual. General Lu not only had a sense of humor, but was also quite handsome, stirring feelings of admiration. The melodious laughter rang out once more, as the women observed that neither Lu Meng nor Lu Jingya appeared displeased, gradually allowing themselves to joke, for this was a rare opportunity to forge a connection with their future boss. All right. Suddenly, Lu Meng raised his hand, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Regarding when you will become my girlfriends. We shall discuss that later. For now, I have other matters to attend to. As for your work, you will discover it upon awakening tomorrow. Now, go and enjoy your final night to the fullest. Good night. General Lu. Goodbye. General Lu, remember me. I shall be your future girlfriend. As Lu Meng showed no intent to prolong the conversation, the women departed in succession. Jingya. Have the items from the security company been delivered? Once the last of the women had left, Lu Meng turned his attention to Lu Jingya. The apocalypse was less than 2 hours away, and before then, he and the 4 women needed to continue enhancing their strength. Chapter 45. The embrace of the starlet within the dimly lit warehouse. The fluorescent lights flickered slightly, revealing bloodthirsty eyes glowing from within iron cages, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of growls. Meng, there are a total of 24 magical creatures. It is said that the security personnel suffered considerable casualties in capturing them. Lu Jingya, dressed in a black gown, spoke with a slight quiver in her lips. If only I had known about this sooner. There were still many live specimens at Yiyuan Biotechnology Company. She expressed a tinge of regret, feeling it was quite a pity. The emergence of low-tier magical creatures had occurred within the last month. Had she been aware earlier, she would have exerted every effort to capture more magical creatures rather than resorting to firearms and bringing back mere corpses, for Lu Meng had informed her that those magical creatures appearing before the apocalypse, if killed with firearms, would not produce magical essence, while after the apocalypse, firearms would become entirely ineffective. Given the current situation, it was already quite fortunate. Lu Meng nodded. Human greed knows no bounds, and he was no exception. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. These 24 magical creatures would suffice for the 5 of us to enhance our abilities. This time, he did not plan to monopolize all the magical essence. After all, in the apocalypse, what he needed was a women's legion, not a collection of mere ornaments. Moreover, even if he were to hoard all the magical essence, it would not elevate him to the Dawn realm. It was far better to relinquish some magical essence to elevate Lu Jingya and the 4 women to the Breaking Dawn realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingya and the 4 women displayed expressions of intrigue, especially Mu Yuha, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. However, magical essence is not something that can be obtained for free. Suddenly, Lu Meng shifted his tone. In this world, there are no free lunches if one wishes to possess something. They must first pay a price. Each of you may select 1 Breaking Dawn realm creature to kill individually. The magical essence from those will belong to you. Although the 4 young women all possess at least an A-grade bloodline, they have never faced these monstrous creatures head-on, which is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, he intends to prepare them in advance to bolster their courage. Sisters, I shall go first. I want that magical cat, Mu Yuha exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Her thirst for power undoubtedly surpasses that of the other 3, a trait ingrained in her very essence. Lu Meng smiled and nodded, casting a discreet glance toward Lu Jingya. Upon noticing, Lu Jingya pressed the button in her hand. With a click, the iron cage containing the magical cat swung open, and a dark shadow swiftly darted away into the distance. However, Mu Yuha's reaction was equally swift. Bolstered by her background in law enforcement, in an instant, numerous delicate, furry spider legs sprouted from her body, emanating a faint purple glow as she propelled herself towards the magical cat, which had already leapt onto a chandelier. Pressing against the wall, hissed in her fervor. Mu Yuha inadvertently emitted an odd sound while cautiously approaching the magical cat. Meow! Startled, the magical cat's fur bristled, its sharp claws instinctively swiping at Mu Yuha. Yuha, quickly dodge. Be careful, the other three women urged, their voices filled with concern, while Lu Meng remained unperturbed. The spider-hunting creature can adapt to any combat environment, ranking highly among A-grade bloodlines. Its most renowned attribute is not its versatility in battle, but rather its exceptional reflexes. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mu Yuha had no intention of retreating to AT that moment. Amber cracks appeared in her eyes, and under the influence of her compound vision, she captured every movement of the magical cat in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of the spider spinning silk filled the air as Mu Yuha anticipated the cat's actions, launching several bursts of webbing from her arms that ensnared the magical cat completely. With a resounding thud, the cat fell to the ground, and Mu Yuha swiftly descended the wall, propelled by her spider-like appendages. With a swift motion, a blade of light flashed as her short dagger severed the cat's throat. Is this the essence of magic? In her spider-hunting state, Mu Yuha inhaled the black gas that emanated from the magical creature. The sound of old skin shedding echoed as she officially entered the Dawn realm. This sensation is truly marvelous. She gazed at her arms. Her skin, already as pale as clouds, appeared even smoother. However, there was a downside. A foul odor emanated from her newly ascended form, a result of the expulsion of tainted blood. How unpleasant. Returning to her normal state, Mu Yuha sniffed herself and hurried to the entrance of the warehouse. Mang, I need to clean myself up first. Sisters, you all do your best. All right, who shall go next? Lu Meng said nonchalantly, A-grade talent is indeed the strongest beneath S-grade. Even the most basic Dawn-level monsters pose no threat. I'll give it a try. Xiao Shuang stepped forward, opting for another magical cat. With a click, the magical cat was released, immediately attempting to flee. However, in the next moment, layers of frost suddenly enveloped the ground, binding the cat's hind legs. At this moment, Xiao Shuang radiated a faint chill. This seems rather simple. Seeing the magical cat restrained, Xiao Shuang exhaled in relief and effortlessly retrieved a short dagger from behind her, swiftly dispatching the creature. Absorb the essence, ascend, transform, all in one go. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction. Shifting his gaze to Lu Jingya and Yun Ru, Lu Jingya glanced at Yun Ru, hesitated for a moment, then said, Mang, I'll go first. With that, the cage door swung open. A dazzling green light illuminated the space as Lu Jingya moved like a startled rabbit. Her short dagger glimmering with icy radiance. Swish, the dagger sliced through the air, and as she withdrew it, a sphere of magical essence appeared in her hand. Excellent, truly excellent, Lu Meng exclaimed, unable to contain his applause. The S-grade bloodline of the Night Demon excels in assassination, and although Lu Jingya was only beginning to harness her bloodline's power, she demonstrated remarkable prowess, living up to the title of the Night Queen from her past life. Go for it, Xiaoru. There's nothing to fear. Just use your abilities, and you can resolve this directly. Having consumed the magical essence, Lu Jingya and Xiao Shuang did not leave immediately. Instead, they approached Yun Ru's side to encourage her. Okay, thought I will do my utmost. Even the timid Yun Ru forced herself to remain calm. A faint red light began to rise from her body. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Lu Jingya barely had time to open the iron cage before the magical cat within exploded. In the next moment, the dark magical essence flew towards Yun Ru. Does this mean I succeeded? A timid voice inquired as Yun Ru absorbed the essence. Indeed, you have succeeded, and quite remarkably, Lu Meng replied. Clearly pleased, the succubus bloodline can influence the emotions and desires of living beings. While its direct intimidation capabilities may be weak, it serves as one of the best aids. Imagine a battle between two evenly matched experts. If one's desires are suddenly affected, the outcome is all but assured. The rest is mine. Lu Meng refrained from offering excessive commentary. The initial test for the 4 women had been passed. The remaining 20 spheres of magical essence would belong to him. Jingya, open all the cages. Suddenly, Lu Meng turned to Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya was momentarily taken aback. That was 20 monsters. Did you not hear clearly? Lu Meng frowned. I heard you clearly. Lu Jingya nodded vigorously. With a series of clicks, all 20 iron cages swung open, and creatures such as hellhounds, magical cats, and venomous rats surged forth, charging towards Lu Meng. Meng, be careful. Watch out. Meng, quick, retreat. The three women exclaimed, their hearts racing. However, in the next moment, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The not-so-large figure of the man suddenly brandished a long spear wreathed in black flames. Followed by a thunderous roar. Boom! With a single thrust, waves of explosive force erupted, obliterating the 20 incoming monsters. The hunter's spear, in conjunction with the Heavenly Master's thunder method, rendered Lu Meng, even in his mere dawn realm, overwhelmingly powerful. Meng, how formidable! Having changed into a fresh outfit, Mu Yuha fortuitously witnessed this spectacle, as did the other three women, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Their Meng was truly extraordinary, even having witnessed Lu Meng's prowess multiple times before. The sight of him single-handedly dispatching 20 foes in an instant was genuinely shocking. A mist of blood filled the air, mingled with the heavy scent of gore. Lu Meng, arms outstretched and gripping the hunter's spear, absorbed the magical essence into his being, a look of bliss overtaking his features. He relished this sensation of slaughter, craving the enhancement of his power. Moments later, all 20 spheres of magical essence had been absorbed. A surge of power flooding his entire being, his well-defined muscles beneath the black combat suit exuding an alluring beauty. Why are you all staring at me? Are you taken aback by my handsomeness? Lu Meng turned, noticing the expressions of the four women, and shrugged nonchalantly. Handsome? The four women were momentarily dazed. Certainly very handsome. Absolutely handsome. Incredibly handsome. The combination of looks and strength transcended mere attractiveness. It radiated undeniable masculinity, exuding an inexplicable allure to the opposite sex. Do not look at me with those eyes, as if you wish to devour me whole. Tonight, I need to contemplate my upcoming plans alone. You four should also prepare as I previously instructed. Lu Meng discerned the thoughts in their gazes. However, with only a few hours remaining before the impending arrival, he had no other considerations. Rather, he needed to meticulously plan how to enhance his strength at the swiftest pace once the apocalypse descends. Without lingering further, Lu Meng returned to his private quarters under the watchful eyes of the four women. The modest room was well equipped with various items. After midnight, the projections of gods and demons would manifest, and those monsters would descend. Although the first wave of creatures included many formidable beings and several godly projections, it seemed that the more powerful monsters and projections had to adhere to certain rules in the short term and could not indiscriminately slaughter humans. Lu Meng sat cross-legged on his bed, meticulously recalling the events of his past life. This apocalypse was not without signs. At least, that was Lu Meng's understanding. Moreover, the demon of desire had mentioned during their discussions that despite the strength of the demon gods, they too must abide by this world's regulations, including the initial powerful monsters. Otherwise, if any single godly projection were to go berserk, the entire world would be doomed. In the near term, there was no need to concern himself with those godly projections. The sole consideration was the goblin god, renowned for brewing, investment, and forging, who belonged to the neutral faction and valued contracts. Temporarily becoming a lord under his banner could grant Lu Meng a 3-year period of safety. As for what lay beyond those 3 years, with this thought, a cold smile crept across Lu Meng's lips. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Could it be that those four women are feeling a bit impatient? Lu Meng pondered, opening the door with curiosity. However, the moment the door swung open, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing before him was not the four women of Lu Jingya, but the renowned actress Tang Wanru. Adorned in a silver, sheer, strapless gown that subtly hinted at her form, her toned figure was tantalizingly evident. President Lu, won't you invite me in for a moment? Observing Lu Meng's demeanor, Tang Wanru blinked her bright eyes, her delicate, porcelain hand covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. Her cascading silvery waves fell gracefully, with a few playful knots at the ends, exuding a unique charm. Ding! A suitable specimen for recording has been detected nearby. Tang Wanru, 9 lives cat demon bloodline. Grade A. Upon successful recording, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline. Red Tiger bloodline. Grade A. The host may choose whether to set it as a recording target. The close proximity inevitably triggered the system's recording prompt. This woman indeed met the recording criteria. A hint of amusement flickered across Lu Meng's face. With the apocalypse looming, acquiring an additional grade A bloodline at such a time could be advantageous for enhancing his strength. Moreover, the grade A red tiger bloodline had significant importance. Please, come in. Lu Meng smiled, stepping aside slightly. Tang Wanru nodded, playfully tucking a strand of her silvery hair behind her ear, and gracefully slipped past Lu Meng. Her Hermes crystal sandals gliding effortlessly. As she brushed past, Lu Meng could distinctly perceive her alluring fragrance. At such a late hour, does Miss Tang have something to discuss with me? Sitting across from Tang Wanru, he could clearly see the enticing length of her legs. Perfectly shaped and slender, it must be said that Tang Wanru was undoubtedly first-rate in both beauty and figure, were it not for the impending apocalypse. A woman of her caliber, with the right resources, would surely soar in the entertainment industry. I am here to hold President Lu to his promise. Tang Wanru stood and giggled, swaying her hips as she approached Lu Meng, bending slightly to whisper sweetly in his ear. Did President Lu forget? You just mentioned wanting to be my boyfriend. Her enchanting voice lingered in his ears. What I say holds true, Lu Meng replied with a smile, his eyes scrutinizing Tang Wanru. But you should understand the consequences of such a choice. His gaze narrowed. Although the recording target had not yet been set, and he could not see the strategy suggestions, Lu Meng understood that in this world, regardless of one's profession, there existed inherent constraints. One must wonder, how could a stunning and emotionally intelligent star, after 3 years in the industry, remain without resources and not feel anxious? I understand, and I have made up my mind. Tang Wanru's delicate body quivered slightly, her rosy lips parting. This is my choice. Rather than being constantly harassed by those elderly men and greasy uncles, I would prefer to select someone I like. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her gaze. After graduating from university, she was discovered by a talent scout due to her striking beauty and subsequently entered an entertainment company for training. However, her career had remained lukewarm. It was not due to a lack of effort or talent, but rather the harsh reality that one must often pay a price to obtain what they desire. Once, a corpulent executive in his 60s had made a blatant advance, which she had firmly rejected. Such instances were not isolated. At that time, she held on to her pride, believing that hard work would eventually yield rewards. Yet, as the years passed and she watched her contemporaries rise to fame while she remained stagnant with scarce opportunities, her mindset began to shift. When the UN Group offered her a contract worth 20 million, she was genuinely elated. Thus, she came and encountered Lu Meng. Initially, she had not intended to pursue this course of action, but seeing the striking women surrounding Lu Meng, equally new to the scene, she realized that the world had not changed. What needed to change was her own approach to acquire what she desired. She still needed to pay a price. Yet this time, she felt no aversion, for Lu Meng was unlike those older men and middle-aged uncles. Handsome, wealthy, even the formidable president of UN Group, Lu Jingya, held him in high esteem. Such a man was undoubtedly the prime choice. Your choice is not wrong, nor will you regret it. Lu Meng smiled again, rising decisively to stand before Tang Wanru. All who stand beside me shall attain what they seek: power, fame, and the admiration of the masses. Tang Wanru smiled, not taking Lu Meng's words to heart, viewing them merely as a man's grandiose promises. Perhaps with Lu Meng's support, she would no longer lack resources and might even gain some fame. However, the notions of power and universal adoration were beyond her belief. As in the eyes of the powerful, stars like her were no different from ancient entertainers. Yet, she could never have anticipated that one day, everything Lu Meng had spoken of would indeed come to pass. What, do you not believe me? Lu Meng sensed Tang Wanru's inner thoughts, extending his hand forward, and a sphere of searing black flame ignited in his palm. Simultaneously, the scene within the room transformed rapidly. A blood-red spear materializing in the void, while Lu Meng stood like a deity, gazing down with an air of indifference. This was his true self. Indeed, he had invoked his bloodline power. Tang Wanru was the 5th person alive to witness his abilities. Tang Wanru was stunned, quickly surveying her surroundings, which had morphed into an unfamiliar and terrifying landscape, causing her body to tremble slightly. Was this an illusion, or a magic trick? She swallowed hard, struggling to believe the reality before her, subconsciously dismissing it as an elaborate trick devised by Lu Meng. In the future, all of this would manifest in truth. It is indeed so. Lu Meng spoke slowly. The illusion he conjured, a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, gods and demons rampaging across the heavens, was all that he had witnessed in his past life. How could this be possible? Tang Wanru instinctively attempted to retort, but in the next instant, her body inexplicably lifted off the ground, radiating a faint crimson glow. At the same moment, a shattering sound echoed, the illusion fracturing, the real scene re-emerging, yet Tang Wanru remained suspended in midair, President Liu, hovering in the air. The swift changes in her environment induced a slight sense of dizziness. Yet simultaneously, she found herself more inclined to believe Lu Meng's assertions. It was indeed the case. When supernatural forces manifested repeatedly in her presence, it transcended mere illusion. It was a tangible possibility. Do you believe now? Lu Meng asked with a slight smile, the crimson glow dissipating from his palm as Tang Wanru gently descended. I believe. Tang Wanru exhaled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She maintained high composure. Regardless of her true beliefs, she had to express an appearance of trust. Of course, even if all of this were merely a high-tech spectacle orchestrated by Lu Meng, that would still be impressive. Such means were not something an ordinary wealthy individual could achieve. Moreover, if it were not merely high technology, but indeed supernatural power, her gains would be even greater. You are quite astute. Lu Meng chuckled nonchalantly. He could easily discern Tang Wanru's thoughts, a professional smile, 3 parts belief, 7 parts skepticism. Yet that was sufficient. A mere measure of trust was all that was required. Setting recording target, Tang Wanru Apocalypse Beauties Codex generated successfully. Target, 5 Tang Wanru race. Human, unawakened. 9 lives cat demon. Age, 27 personality, stubborn. Independent, unwilling to submit to fate, yet often defeated by reality. Beauty rating, 9 initial favorability. 50 introduction, a woman inherently filled with contradictions. Her upbringing led her to believe that hard work would yield results in this world. Yet reality has crushed her spirit. She now exists in a state of profound internal conflict, unwilling to forfeit opportunities while simultaneously resisting submission. Strategy suggestions. 1. When dealing with such a strong-willed woman who has temporarily lost her way, the host should respond appropriately. The more excellence you display, the more likely she will unconsciously submit, reinforcing her belief that her choice was correct and solidifying her resolve. 2. Having spent years in the entertainment industry without encountering genuine individuals, perhaps you could leverage this aspect. 3. After 3 years of obscurity, even a man known throughout the world could make promises, but they must be grounded in reality. Only then will she willingly invest. Reminder, an exceptionally contradictory woman, yet with her own convictions, perhaps dismantling her resolve could yield unexpected results. Lu Meng was not surprised by the initial favorability of only 50. He understood that many of those points were likely due to the earlier display of power. However, having chosen Tang Wanru as his recording target, he was determined to succeed. President Liu, the night grows deep. Suddenly, Tang Wanru's voice resonated once more. She recovered swiftly, her earlier panic and apprehension fading. Her body slowly leaned against Lu Meng, her delicate fingers attempting to unfasten his neatly arranged collar. Yet in the next moment, those dainty fingers halted abruptly. A strong hand seized hers firmly. Though Lu Meng may not be a paragon of virtue, he has never resorted to coercing others. Indeed, much of his life has revolved around transactions, and it is likely to continue in that vein. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, he holds such practices in disdain. Lu Meng spoke with righteous fervor. Indeed, if strategy 2 is wielded wisely, it shall yield remarkable results. Moreover, Lu Meng firmly believes in the validity of his assertions. Can genuine affection be reduced to mere transactions? Absolutely not. Of course, once successful in his endeavor, true feelings would undoubtedly emerge, and at that juncture, the narrative would shift entirely. Are you repulsed by me? Tang Wanru's body stiffened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In truth, I am not usually like this. I simply wish to venture further, yet now I find myself at a dead end. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, her tone tinged with urgency. This was indeed her first experience of such a nature. Despite her seemingly seasoned and enchanting demeanor, her heart raced uncontrollably, at least in this moment. Her emotional intelligence was exceptionally high, and she feared Lu Meng would reject her. Do men not typically employ excuses such as needing to prepare for a future encounter or claiming ill health to rebuff the advances of the opposite sex? Please, believe me. Tears streamed down her smooth, delicate shoulders, which trembled slightly. She had even begun to contemplate the potential consequences of being rejected by Lu Meng, her reputation tarnished, targeted by Lu Jingya and others, leading to a termination of her hard-won contract. Lu Meng paused, shaking his head in resignation. Women truly possess an extraordinary capacity for imagination. Shouldn't this moment evoke a sense of emotion? Fear not. I shall not disdain you. Nor shall I look down upon you. I in this world. Everyone grapples with their own predicaments and makes choices that diverge from others. I am no exception. Lu Meng rose and strode unabashedly toward the door, leaving behind a lingering declaration in the air. With me here, no one shall target you afterward. You possess your freedom and your choices. I can provide you with everything you desire, but it requires no exchange. What I seek is merely your genuine willingness. I can offer you everything you desire, yet I require no transaction in return. All I wish for is your sincere consent, alone on the sofa. Tang Wanru sat in a daze, Lu Meng's 3 statements echoing in her mind, as a few tears trickled from her slightly swollen eyes. Fishing? Clearly not. With Lu's status, such measures are unnecessary. It must be genuine. She felt as though she was experiencing true sincerity for the first time. Congratulations, host. The target has triggered the phenomenon of love at first sight. Affection level automatically raised to 80. Automatic recording will commence. Ding. Congratulations, host. Recording successful. Current count of the Apocalypse's Beautiful Women album. 5 that the host may continue to select recording targets. Shortly after Lu Meng departed, he received such a system notification. Love at first sight had indeed been triggered. And it was an automatic recording. Quite intriguing. Perhaps this aspect of the system has exploitable loopholes. A subtle smile graced his lips, as vague ideas began to form in his mind. That it is essential to note that after the apocalypse descends, even gods and demons may experience love at first sight. Chapter 47. The beginning of catastrophe. The apocalypse descends approximately half an hour later. Tang Wanru sought out Lu Meng once more. However, this time, she was dressed neatly, her face adorned with a smile, subtly conveying her apology to Lu Meng. Lu Meng waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned, having already pledged unwavering loyalty. What else was there to consider? Yet, he still needed to teach Tang Wanru many things. Wanru, come here and take a look. Lu Meng beckoned her over to the mirror. Tang Wanru obediently approached, but in the next moment, she was taken aback. How can this be? The reflection in the mirror revealed her entire being emanating a faint white glow, a spectral white cat flickering in and out of existence around her. Am I seeing things? She found it hard to believe, instinctively rubbing her eyes, which caused her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, a slight pain jolting her back to reality. Yet, even then, the image in the mirror remained unchanged. A white cat phantom truly manifested upon her. Do not panic, Lu Meng said soothingly. I understand this is hard to believe, but the truth is undeniable. This world has changed, and phenomena that defy scientific explanation are soon to unfold. You are merely one of the fortunate few. I am as well. If you doubt it, take another look. Suddenly, Lu Meng activated his newly awakened crimson tiger bloodline. Roar, the low growl of a tiger resonated, as a crimson-eyed tiger materialized around Lu Meng, majestic, powerful, and radiating an aura of authority. Indeed, this is the A-grade bloodline. The Crimson Tiger. It possesses the ability to transform, inherently exuding the dominance of the Beast King, enabling it to exert natural suppression over beasts and monsters, while also enhancing physical capabilities, granting humans formidable endurance and explosive strength. Lu Meng particularly valued this aspect. After all, dealing with monsters would require the S-grade Heavenly Master bloodline to be more suitable. Is this real? Tang Wanru gazed, entranced by the Crimson Tiger apparition surrounding Lu Meng. Despite her reluctance to accept it, inexplicably, she felt compelled to believe him, as if his words were absolute truth, and there was an undeniable psychological inclination to obey Lu Meng's commands. It is true. You can now control your thoughts and attempt to retract the white glow and the white cat phantom, Lu Meng continued, eager to bolster Tang Wanru's confidence, knowing he too must demonstrate the might of the Crimson Tiger bloodline. Sure enough, after another half-hour passed, as Lu Meng showcased the powers of the Crimson Tiger, Tang Wanru successfully harnessed the bloodline of the Nine Lives Cat Demon, and at last, she believed. Meng, are there truly others like us in this world? Earlier, during their conversation, she had posed this question, but in her dazed state at the time, she had not caught the answer. There are indeed. However, they are quite rare now, but in just a few hours, many will emerge. Lu Meng nodded that in just a few hours, the apocalypse would arrive. Under that mysterious radiation, humanity across the globe would awaken various bloodlines. Then, what of our advantage? Tang Wanru instinctively pressed her face against the ground, her first thought aligning with that of Lu Jingya, displaying a certain ambition and concern for personal gain. Yet now, Her ambition and interests were entirely centered on Lu Meng. Do not worry about advantages. With me here, it is an absolute advantage. Lu Meng gently grasped Tang Wanru's neck, confidence radiating from his eyes that I believe you. Tang Wanru instinctively nodded, inexplicably finding herself able to unconditionally trust Lu Meng. A feeling that was quite enchanting. Do you believe what I just said? Lu Meng asked, his eyes narrowing in a smile, as success in recording had already been achieved. Ding dong. At some point, as Lu Meng settled onto the sofa. The doorbell at this moment, a radiant golden light illuminated the surroundings, casting terrifyingly colossal projections into the void. The entire world transformed into a realm of daylight, with blinding rays of light radiating and spreading to every corner of existence. Thud, a heartbeat echoed, seemingly from an inexplicable source, resonating with the sound of an epic being rebooted. This sound carried an air of authority that even the vast projections dared not challenge. Epic reboot. The dawn of catastrophe, the genesis of deities and demons, the awakening of all beings. The commoner enters the dawn. Dawn meets the morning light. Morning light unveils clarity. Clarity leads to enlightenment. The day of enlightenment shines forth. The sun shines upon the monarch. The monarch ascends to imperial eminence. The imperial eminence aspires to divinity. The chaos of gods and demons commences. You all may ascend to divinity or demonhood. The resounding voice of profound authority permeated every corner of the world, etching itself deeply into the minds of every individual. Am I dreaming? Goodness, could it be? I have just awakened. Is this truly a dream? Are those projections in the sky from a grand Hollywood blockbuster? In this moment, humanity across the globe appeared to be entranced, all bearing expressions of disbelief. However, with a thunderous roar, the sky erupted once more, and countless luminous orbs descended from above, at which point their faith was solidified. What on earth is that? Monsters from the sky, run, run. Wait, what is this fire on me? Hello? Is this the police? Hello? Why can't I get through? No signal. Goodness, why has my vision suddenly become so clear, and why do those monsters seem to be moving so slowly? Quickly, inform headquarters that satellite signals have been lost, and all thermal weapons have become ineffective. Moreover, it seems we ourselves have undergone mutations. The world plunged into utter chaos as countless monsters with crimson eyes began their rampage, obliterating the remnants of a once peaceful society. Chapter 48. The God of Goblins. Carnilos. The darkened streets were still drenched in heavy rain. Yet, unlike moments prior, the apocalypse had descended. Global thermal weapons had failed, and human society was stripped of its former prosperity and tranquility, leaving only bloodshed and slaughter in its wake. According to the account of a former S-rank bloodline bearer, the God of Goblins, Carnilos, should be nearby. In the distance, cries for help echoed, shadows flitted across the dim streets, and monsters with blood-red eyes lurked about. However, in the vicinity of Lu Meng, no monsters could be found. It seemed the rumors held truth, that S-rank bloodline warrior was not deceiving. After observing the surroundings, Lu Meng felt a sense of relief as the monstrous beings descended. A portion of the divine and demonic entities would also project their presence, and naturally, no creature would dare provoke a projection imbued with divine and demonic might. But where would it be? Lu Meng diligently searched the area, his heightened senses extending far beyond the ordinary. 5 minutes later, suddenly, he turned sharply toward a specific direction. In a corner of the street not far away, two figures faintly emerged, and notably, there were no monsters surrounding them. Why two figures? An instinct told Lu Meng that one of them was likely Carnilos, while the identity of the other remained a mystery. There's no time for hesitation. I must investigate. With a surge of energy, Lu Meng dashed forward. A few hundred meters was not a great distance. Within 30 seconds, he arrived at the corner of the street. Oh, another potential human has arrived. In the shadowy recess, a figure cloaked in a hood, approximately 150 centimeters tall, suddenly turned around, puzzled that this projection of the divine had not sensed his presence earlier. The God of Goblins. Under the dim, scattered light, Lu Meng clearly discerned the features of the individual who had turned, with slightly exposed brown skin, sturdy and bony arms and feet, and a disproportionately large head. Who else could it be but the God of Goblins, Carnilos? However, when Lu Meng glanced at the person beside Carnilos, he was taken aback. Lu Xiang, the fated yet unfortunate S-rank bloodline bearer from a past life. How could he have arrived so quickly? Could it be that in the previous life, he coincidentally appeared at the same location as Carnilos' descent? Furrowing his brow deeply, Lu Meng's mind raced. Hey, old man. Are those tales of gods and demons you spoke of genuinely true? Do you know this old man? He claims to be the god of goblins, but he certainly doesn't look the part. Lu Yingxiang's voice rang out, first casting a skeptical glance at Carnelos before slowly approaching Lu Meng. Compared to this self-proclaimed divine old man, he trusted Lu Meng, who was also human, far more. The task has been accepted. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's brow furrowed even deeper. From Lu Yingxiang's words, he gathered that Carnelos had encountered this S-rank bloodline bearer immediately upon his arrival and attempted to assign a task. But it seemed Lu Yingxiang was still unconvinced. There is still a chance. After a brief analysis, Lu Meng grasped the current situation. Esteemed god of goblins, may I inquire what assistance you require from me? Ignoring Lu Yingxiang, who was approaching, Lu Meng took a few steps forward and bowed slightly. This was a gesture of human etiquette that Carnelos, well-versed in human knowledge, would undoubtedly comprehend. As expected. Carnelos glanced at Lu Meng in surprise. Little one, I regret to inform you that you have arrived too late. I indeed have a matter that requires assistance, but I have already found someone. At this point, his amber eyes shifted to Lu Yingxiang. Brother, you don't truly believe this eccentric old man, do you? You witnessed the monsters descending from the heavens. We should leave quickly before they surround us. Seeing that Lu Meng was wholly ignoring him, Lu Yingxiang stepped forward to pull Lu Meng along, casting wary glances at the restless surroundings. Blood had already stained the rainwater, and the cries of humanity echoed incessantly. Many had taken notice of this area and were fleeing toward it. Esteemed god of goblins, it appears that the individual you have chosen does not seem to trust your sincerity. Lu Meng continued to disregard Lu Yingxiang, as he did not intend to let him walk away. For the god of goblins valued integrity, and any display of deceitfulness was his greatest aversion. Indeed, it seems to be the case, but there are foolish gods and demons among the divine, let alone humans. With his extraordinarily wide mouth agape, a wine gourd materialized in Carnelos' hand, and he began to guzzle down the fiery liquor. Despite this, the god of goblins showed no intention of changing his chosen individual. Brother, we must leave. If we linger any longer, it will truly be too late. Watching the encroaching crowd and monsters, Lu Yingxiang grew anxious. How can I accept this task? Lu Meng's heart was awash with conflicting emotions as he recalled everything he knew about Carnelos. Values contracts, skilled in forging, fond of investments, a connoisseur of fine wine. It seemed those were the only traits he had. In the tales of the past, Carnelos had granted Lu Yingxiang a full 7 days to complete a task, though he ultimately faltered on the land deed. Nonetheless, this showcased the patience of the god of goblins. Had it been any other divine or demonic being, they would not have been so accommodating. Values contracts, upholds promises. It is challenging to transfer tasks. Lu Meng sifted through these thoughts in his mind, seeking a breakthrough. Aha! Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. This matter must start with Carnelos himself. He silently repeated this in his mind, then looked directly at Lu Yingxiang for the first time. Have you not noticed? The ones fleeing toward here are all human, while those monsters retreat automatically before reaching the alleyway. If I am not mistaken, the reason for this phenomenon is that this area contains individuals or objects that those monsters fear. Based on the earlier events and the surroundings, I believe the words of this god of goblins. He is indeed a divine being. Though these words were directed at Lu Yingxiang, they were truly intended for Carnelos' ears. The god of goblins' investments often hinged on the intelligence of the investees. For if they lacked wit, it would be untenable. What a clever little fellow. Carnelos grinned, wiping his wide mouth, and smiled at Lu Meng. However, it is unfortunate that, as an honest deity, I have already bestowed a task upon that little fellow. Still no luck. What must I do? A shadow of gloom crossed Lu Meng's expression. It seems that truly is the case. At this moment, Lu Yingxiang also began to comprehend. If that were the case, completing the task assigned by the god of goblins would secure a completely safe haven. Excitement surged within him. When he looked at Lu Meng again, his gaze reflected a newfound determination. Brother, thank you for your insight. Otherwise, I would not have believed it. If that is the case, let us work together to accomplish this task. Rest assured, once we have a safe haven, you can follow me. I will take you to greater heights. With that, he clapped Lu Meng on the shoulder, appearing as though he had never seen the world before. Esteemed god of goblins, may I ask if this task can be shared? Lu Meng once more ignored Lu Yingxiang and quietly inquired of Carnelos. This was crucial, pivotal to his success or failure in the task ahead. As long as this little fellow who accepts the contract task agrees, it can proceed. However, if the task is to be accomplished by 2 individuals, I will only grant you 3 days to complete it. Think carefully. Carnelos nodded indifferently. Since it is possible, let us not waste any time. Lu Xiang exclaimed excitedly, hurry and share the task with my brother. Clearly, although he had not encountered much of the world, he was not foolish. He could perceive Lu Meng's extraordinary demeanor and conduct at a glance. Moreover, the most crucial point was that if this task were genuine, it would undoubtedly be far from simple. Considering he had played games before, in such circumstances, should they indeed face danger, having an additional person would certainly be an asset, or perhaps even a scapegoat. What troublesome little rascals, Carnelos muttered, his thick fingers scratching his lips as he softly chanted some incomprehensible incantations. With a swish, a golden parchment materialized before Lu Meng. Lord Contract, God of Goblins. Carnelos Introduction, the Great God of Goblins. Carnelos has recognized your potential and intends to invest in you amidst this already chaotic world, to aid your swift ascent. Please do not reject his goodwill, as it is quite impolite to refuse the kindness of a deity. Contract details. The God of Goblins, Carnelos, believes that this prime real estate in the heart of the human city holds immense future value if you are willing to assist him in acquiring this plot. Then Carnelos will generously bestow upon you the title of Lord and entrust this land to your management, additionally providing a 3-year security guarantee for the area. Current tasks to complete. 1. The Whisper of Monsters. Incomplete though those lowly monsters dare not approach the area where Carnelos resides, they will nonetheless affect the value and aesthetic of that location. Now, Carnelos requests your help to cleanse all monsters around the golden plot. XXX. XXX. To prove your strength. 2. Invisible. 3. Invisible. 4. Invisible. Contract acceptors. Lu Xiang. Lu Meng. Remaining time for contract task. 3 days. The golden parchment fluttered, and within mere seconds, it entered Lu Meng's mind, the contents seemingly etched deep into his memory. All right, young lads, off you go to fulfill the task. The great Carnelos has high hopes for you. With another gulp of strong liquor, Carnelos' body slightly levitated, reclining in midair. Come on, brother, hurry and slay those monsters. Just to be clear, my awakened bloodline focuses on ranged attacks, so you will need to withstand those monsters. With the task shared, Lu Xiang urged Lu Meng. However, in response to his insistence, Lu Meng remained unfazed, a faint smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. So now, this task is considered shared with me, is it, Lord Carnelos? Of course, the contract has already been formed, and now you are also a contract acceptor. Carnelos nodded dismissively. Brother, are you going or not? Don't forget. This task was shared with you. You must heed my words, understand? Seeing Lu Meng completely disregard him, Lu Xiang felt a surge of frustration. If you don't accompany me to complete this task, do you believe I will inform this goblin god to revoke your status as a task acceptor? Lu Xiang's words. Lu Meng paid no heed to this moment. He realized he was now a contract acceptor. This meant that even without Lu Xiang, he could still complete the task. Furthermore, although the task was shared, there could only be one lord, and the land was singular. Therefore, are you going or not? What do you take me for? Do you not regard me at all? This task is mine. Lu Xiang was utterly exasperated. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly silenced. Sob. Unbeknownst to Wen, a black flame spear had already manifested in Lu Meng's hand, and it swiftly pierced through Lu Xiang's neck. Blood began to flow profusely onto the ground. Lu Xiang clutched his neck. Disbelief etched across his features. He could not comprehend, since the task was shared with Lu Meng. Why did Lu Meng choose to repay kindness with malice? Shouldn't he be obediently following orders and expressing boundless gratitude? Or did Lu Meng see through his intention to use him as cannon fodder? Yet, in this world, there are not so many wise. With a deep sense of unwillingness, Lu Xiang slowly called, I am acutely aware that your hearts are presently inundated with fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. However, as you can see, the world has irrevocably changed. It is no longer as it once was. In this new reality, monstrous beings roam freely, and the divine and demonic will no longer remain mere legends. The voice that reverberated through the sky moments ago was not a figment of imagination. If you persist in your current state of trepidation, I regret to inform you that survival in this transformed world will be an impossibility, and your demise will be both tragic and gruesome. Lu Meng's voice resonated softly, yet it distinctly reached the ears of the 9 individuals present. Lu Zong, that I wish to go home. I wish to return. Can you assist me? A slender woman, trembling and tearful, rushed to Lu Meng's side from her corner against the wall. This place is utterly terrifying. Lu Zong, the outside world must surely be different, right? These monsters are merely a localized phenomenon. Why not seek the police? Her shoulders shook incessantly, and Li Qingqing's face was one of sheer panic. Yet, it was evident to all that her words were nothing more than self-deception. If you truly believe in such statements, then you are free to leave at this moment. No one will obstruct your exit. Lu Mang's voice was frigid as he pointed towards the street 100 meters away, where creatures with blood-red eyes prowled the darkness, occasionally emitting chilling howls. The exit lies before you. The power of choice resides within your hands. Your lives and deaths are entirely yours to command. After delivering his unvarnished truth, he turned his gaze to the remaining 8 women. You are no different. If you wish to depart, you may do so now. No one will impede you. However, for anyone who chooses to leave, we shall likely never meet again. His voice was resolute, and his eyes swept over each woman. He sought a cadre of loyal and formidable allies, not mere ornamental figures or liabilities. He would offer no second chances to those who would hinder him. Upon hearing his words, the women fell into silence. As the heavens shattered and the apocalypse descended, Lu Jingya had already provided them with a semblance of the current world's dire circumstances, though at that time, they had only half believed her. Now, with their phones devoid of signal and the absence of any sirens, they were gradually coming to terms with the grim reality before them. Lu Zong, I wish to follow you and survive. Suddenly, Jin Yinhui, who had been leaning against the wall, stepped forward. Her amber eyes, a reflection of her mixed heritage, shone with determination as she tightly gripped a dagger. The onset of the apocalypse had been abrupt, leaving no time for anyone to react. Yet, her keen instincts as a lawyer suggested that the man before them must possess some insider knowledge and that their recruitment from their respective companies had been meticulously orchestrated. In this bleak new world, aligning oneself with such a figure would undoubtedly present a greater chance of survival than aimlessly fleeing. Lu Zong, I too wish to follow you. Lu Zong, I also want to. And I point one by one. The others rose, for they were not foolish. What Jin Yinhui had deduced, they too could surmise, albeit it required some time for reflection. What about you? Lu Meng finally directed his gaze towards Li Qingqing, who had initially cried out to leave. Li Qingqing's voice trembled as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. Everyone, come with me. Lu Meng, seeing her hesitation, merely cast a glance her way and ceased further discussion, turning to depart. The remaining women exchanged complex glances with Li Qingqing before following Lu Meng, leaving her alone in a daze. However, as they rounded a corner, Lu Meng noticed that Lu Jingya had quietly slipped away from the group. Unnoticed due to the night's shadows. Slow down, prepare yourselves. Shortly you will confront those monsters. In the alley, Lu Meng's eyes flickered as they passed through the third passage, where Lu Jingya silently rejoined the group, positioning herself before him. Have you dealt with it? Rain fell steadily as Lu Meng inquired softly. Even in the darkness, he could discern the faint traces of blood on Lu Jingya's right hand. Lu Jingya paused, momentarily taken aback as she had intended to boast of her success, but quickly recollected herself. Leaning closer to Lu Meng, she smiled lightly. Yes, it has been taken care of. I understand that there are matters you cannot address directly, but it is best that those strangers remain unaware of too much, for while we are not averse to complications, minimizing them is certainly preferable. Chapter 50, Collaboration complete. I shall reiterate my previous statements. I hope you will remember them, for they pertain to your very lives. Should anyone err, even I may not be able to save you in time. These monsters are categorized into 4 types: demonic creatures, ghostly entities, and chaotic beings. The unique energy generated by slaying these monsters is collectively known as demonic essence, which can enhance your abilities. Among them, chaotic beings resemble the zombies you might have seen in films. A group of humanoid abominations, primarily at the novice stage, possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary human, yet lacking in speed. Demonic creatures possess the most distinct characteristics, emanating a dark aura at present. The majority of the demonic entities that have manifested are at the novice and dawn stages, and under normal circumstances, they are not difficult to handle. On the other hand, are somewhat more formidable. Even at the dawn stage, some possess unique abilities. However, there is no need for concern. Each of you comes from a lineage of exceptional humans, and as long as you remain vigilant, you should encounter no issues. As for the ghostly entities, there is no need to discuss them for now. We shall not encounter them in the immediate future. Amidst the aura of divine and demonic energy, Lu Meng imparted crucial knowledge about the apocalypse to the women. He had no intention of tackling the task assigned by Carnelos alone. That would be far too slow. Moreover, this presented a rare opportunity for teamwork. allowing the women to grow more rapidly, for in the apocalypse, nothing hones one's skills quite like combat. Furthermore, through his dialogue with Carnelos, he had discerned that the tasks assigned by the goblin god lacked specificity, although he was the one to accept the contract. It did not mean that all monsters needed to be slain by him alone. Otherwise, if any of the bloodline bearers inadvertently eliminated monsters in the vicinity, would the task not become unachievable? Carnelos would not issue such foolish tasks. Upon hearing his words, the women nodded solemnly in agreement. All right, now stay closely behind me. Lu Meng glanced back at the women and then surged forward with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Having absorbed a considerable amount of demonic essence in advance, his combat prowess was unmatched by any bloodline bearer at this stage. With a resonant clang, the demon hunter's spear, wreathed in black flames, materialized in Lu Meng's grasp. With one sweep, the bloodline of the celestial master imbued the spear's radiance with lightning, cleaving a dawn stage in two amidst the throng of monsters not far away. However, this action also attracted the attention of hundreds of creatures in that direction. Hiss, roar, monsters of various types surged forth, including novice stage hellhounds and dawn stage demonic cats and dark rats, gradually encircling Lu Meng. Finally, an opportunity to strike had arrived. Behind Lu Meng, Mu Yuhua bolted forward, exuberant. The delicate spider legs adorning her arms writhed as her speed proved commendable. With a flick of her hand, she conjured a web that ensnared several novice stage monsters, which began to dissolve rapidly within its confines. Xiao Shuang, segment the battlefield. Xiaoru, provide distraction and support. The rest of you, coordinate with Jingya and Wanru, observing the advancing horde of monsters. Lu Meng pressed forward instead of retreating, issuing commands to the women. Good. Understood. The women swiftly sprang into action. Frost began to form amidst the monstrous assembly, immobilizing several creatures. It was Qiu Shuang who acted. Despite being at the dawn stage and possessing an ice magic bloodline, her bloodline level remained relatively low, but she capitalized on the monsters' dense clustering. Sure enough, as those creatures were frozen and slowed, the ones behind them crashed into them. Battlefield segmentation complete. Over there, Yunru emanated a faint purple glow, causing the previously aggressive monsters to suddenly turn and charge into their own ranks. Meanwhile, Lu Jingya, Tang Wanru, and the other women unleashed their bloodline powers. The glint of daggers flashed as phantasmal cat demons appeared and ethereal elven voices began to chant softly. Lu Meng observed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The outcome exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated chaos during their first collaboration, yet they exhibited remarkable synergy. Yuhua, retreat from the monster horde. Lu Meng suddenly shouted to Mu Yuhua. The battlefield had been effectively divided, and most of the monsters were temporarily restrained by the women. His moment had arrived. Upon hearing his command, Mu Yuhua bent backward, her limbs on the ground, utilizing her myriad of spider legs to swiftly retreat. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning descended from the night sky. Lu Meng stood firm, using the demon hunter's spear as a conduit to channel the lightning while infusing it with his demonic energy. Flames gathering around the spear's shaft. With a grim expression, he invoked 4 bloodline powers simultaneously and thrust the spear forward. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as the spear's brilliance flickered with lightning, the demonic flames intertwining, ultimately detonating amidst the throng of creatures. The chilling cries of anguish echoed incessantly, only to swiftly dissipate, leaving behind a sky littered with the flesh and blood of monstrous beings. Meng, truly formidable. Lu Zong is exceptionally impressive. What kind of bloodline has Lu Zong awakened? As the thunder and inferno faded, tranquility returned, and the women gazed at Lu Meng with expressions of disbelief. The power of a single shot had eradicated over 200 monsters. Although they had provided assistance, their role was merely supportive. Stop standing there in a daze. Each of you at the white level stage, absorb a shard of magic essence from a dawn level monster, and collect the rest to bring over. Lu Meng panted lightly, his entire body aching uncontrollably. The simultaneous use of 4 bloodline powers, one of which was the S-level Tianshi bloodline, had nearly drained half of his energy. Had he not awakened the Chihua bloodline mere hours ago, he might have truly been unable to withstand it. Of course, the power of that shot was also evident. Despite being his first attempt, it had succeeded. The demon hunter's spear summoned the Tianshi thunder, utilizing the mutual restraint of the Fumo and Yinma bloodlines to collide, resulting in an explosive force that rivaled the full power of certain SS-level attacking bloodlines. Meng, are you all right? Soon, after a few of the newly joined women successfully leveled up, Lu Jingyao led the way, placing over 200 shards of magic essence before Lu Meng, though she looked at him with concern. It's nothing, just a bit fatigued. Lu Meng shook his head and began absorbing the shards of magic essence. Minutes later, as the demon hunter's spear reappeared in his hand, an overwhelming aura emanated from him involuntarily. Excellent. With the replenishment of magic essence, I have fully recovered, and my strength has significantly increased. Before the Dawn Realm. Even among those of the same level with identical bloodlines, there existed considerable disparities in strength, all due to the magic essence. At this rate, I should be able to advance to the Morning Light Realm in about 3 days. Lu Meng dismissed the demon hunter's spear and murmured to himself, the 5 realms before the monarch are not easily ascended. They require vast amounts of magic essence, which creates significant strength gaps even among humans of the same level with the same bloodlines. After all, the more magic essence absorbed, the stronger and more enduring the bloodline power unleashed. Thus, with the collective efforts of everyone, by dawn, over 1,000 monsters in the central street area had finally been cleared away. Certainly, had it not been for Lu Meng intentionally training the few women and rarely intervening during this time, the speed would have been halved. At this moment, a new task issued by Carnelos appeared automatically on the golden paper in his mind. Bloody slaughter. Uncompleted. Task requirement. The great Carnelos has witnessed your wisdom and strength. However, a place chosen by the divine requires a special opening ceremony. Use your own strength to assist Carnelos in slaying 500 living beings, and use their blood for the opening ceremony. Chapter 51. The Malice of Humanity. Meng, are we heading back to the office building now? Lu Jingya's voice rang out, glancing at the empty surroundings devoid of any monsters. She had roughly deduced Lu Meng's intentions to clear the monsters surrounding the central street as a focal point. Although she did not fully understand the reasoning, she noticed a pattern within. Yes, I still have some matters to attend to. You all continue to slay monsters in the vicinity, but remember, do not stray far from this area. Gather in the office building at dawn. Lu Meng contemplated before making arrangements. The content of Task 2 was very clear. It required slaying 500 beings solely by personal strength. In other words, assistance from others was not permissible for the second phase of the task. All right, just be careful, Meng. Lu Jingya nodded, her complete trust in Lu Meng leaving no room for doubt as she turned to lead the women away. 500 beings to slay alone. If he merely targeted monsters, it would indeed be a waste of time. Lu Meng muttered to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he proceeded toward the construction site. The iron barred gate is open, and those people have vanished. Upon arriving at the construction site, Lu Meng unexpectedly discovered that the iron barred gate had been breached by external forces, and the troublemakers from yesterday had completely disappeared. Where could they have gone? A group of over 500 individuals would easily attract hordes of monsters, and given their cowardly nature, they would not likely venture beyond the reach of the ominous aura. Lu Meng was not overly surprised by the disappearance of the troublemakers. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone awakened their bloodlines through inexplicable radiation. While he did not believe there were any particularly powerful bloodlines among those individuals, it was reasonable to assume that some sea-level bloodlines existed, capable of damaging the iron-barred gate. With their cowardly mindset and inclination for unearned gains, if he were in their position, Lu Meng continued to ponder, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. Indeed, they should be right there. He stepped forward. Approximately 3 minutes later, Lu Meng approached the vicinity of the office building. Even before he drew near, he could already hear a cacophony of voices. Hurry up and open the door, or we'll break it down. Don't think this door can hold us back. We're superhumans now. If you know what's good for you, open the door quickly and share the food inside with us. Open the door. Damn it. Your Luzong promised us KFC today, and now that the world has mutated, we can't even see him. Hurry up and open the door and give us the food we're owed. Stop talking nonsense and break the door down. This flimsy door won't stop us. There are so many of us now, and we can't reach the police. Our phones have no signal. Even if they call the cops, it won't matter. Let us fill our stomachs first. At this moment, the front of the office building was crowded with people, each displaying an arrogant demeanor, with a few individuals who had awakened lower-tier bloodlines frantically pounding on the door. Fortunately, due to the fortification of the building, the door remained unyielding for the time being. Stop causing a ruckus here. Luzong isn't here, and I won't open the door for you. I advise you to leave early. Just because the police can't be reached doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Inside the fortified iron door, the female executive Lu Meng had seen previously glared angrily at the crowd outside. She felt aggrieved and helpless. Before the world mutated, they had obeyed Lu Meng's orders to remain here, and after the mutation, they feared to venture out. Yet, She never expected that the troublemakers would return. Her extensive experience told her that in a world filled with monsters, where social order was gradually eroding, opening the door would lead to unimaginable consequences. Damn it. Why are you so selfish? Don't think we don't know that your UN group planned to switch to the food industry before the apocalypse. UVE hoarded who knows how much food and water in this office building. What's wrong with sharing some with us? There are so many monsters outside. We are all humans. Not only are you refusing us entry, but you're also withholding food from us. Are you trying to kill us? Everyone. She clearly wants us dead. Charge in and seize this office building. Even if the police come to hold us accountable in the end. It's their fault for provoking us first. We outnumber them. And this is an emergency. We can't let her bully us for our ignorance of the law. Among the crowd of troublemakers, under the leadership of a few ringleaders, more and more faces began to reflect an unsettling malice. Such is the nature of humanity. When one person begins to commit evil, they may hold some reservations. But when a group of people engages in wrongdoing, the psychological burden dissipates. Now, the demons within these individuals were slowly awakening. Ladies and gentlemen, do you wish to enter? Why must you be so furious? Am I not back? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out as Lu Meng slowly appeared within the line of sight of the troublemakers. Lu Zong, you should leave quickly. Inside the office building. The female executive looked at Lu Meng with urgency, continuously signaling him. She believed his return at this moment was ill-advised. These people clearly meant no good, and allowing them entry would inevitably lead to unimaginable consequences. Don't worry, it's just a few people. There's no need to be concerned. Lu Meng smiled at the female executive, internally appreciating her foresight. Truly, she was a product of Lu Jingya's training. Even in such circumstances, she could think things through. If it were those brainless idealists, they would have likely let the troublemakers in by now. You little brat Lu, you've finally returned. A fierce-looking woman emerged from the crowd, wielding an energy-formed kitchen knife. We've been looking for you for quite some time. What about what you promised us yesterday? I always keep my word. Lu Meng maintained his smile. I sent it that you all wish to stay here. I mentioned yesterday that I could grant you all eternal residence here. That's not enough. The conditions have changed. A middle-aged man with a fierce expression pointed at Lu Meng, declaring, now, not only do we want to enter this office building, but you must also give us at least half of the food. How can it only be half? We are so many, and they are so few. We're all human, at the very least. It should be 60%. No, it should be 70%. The outside is teeming with those monsters. Strength lies in numbers, and food ought to be distributed judiciously. We demand 70%. What do you mean by 70%? We are numerous. Only when the food is in our hands will it be safe. They must surrender all their provisions. The cacophony of voices grew incessantly. These individuals escalated their initial demands from half to claiming everything. Chapter 52. A bloody slaughter. The rain, which had gradually subsided, began to pour heavily once more, with large droplets cascading from the sky, casting a somber hue on the faint light that broke through the clouds. What do you say, Lu? Our demands are not unreasonable, are they? Open the door and let us in. Upon seeing Lu Meng fall silent, the woman wielding a kitchen knife became increasingly arrogant, her plump face radiating hubris. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Just because you were wealthy before doesn't mean anything now. If you wish to avoid a beating, you'd best act swiftly. Under the guidance of a burly man, dozens of robust figures slowly encircled Lu Meng, wary that he might attempt a sudden escape. It's over. Something is bound to happen to President Lu. Inside the office building, a female executive appeared conflicted, staring at the locked door, unsure of what to do. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? Still putting on airs as if you're the boss. Who gave you such audacity? The crowd pressing closer only grew larger as a young man with bleached hair swaggered up to Lu Meng, raising his hand to strike. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of dark crimson light erupted, severing the young man's raised arm. Ah! He chopped off my hand. That bastard! The young man shrieked, blood gushing from the stump. You are courting death? Everyone, let us attack together. He dares to resist us. As Lu Meng manifested a long spear in his hand, the crowd momentarily froze, but there was no astonishment after the world had changed. They too possessed those extraordinary bloodlines. You are rather noisy. Lu Meng's expression remained impassive, the murderous intent within him gradually reawakening as he swung the spear down once more, separating the young man's head from his body. He killed someone. How dare he? He truly killed someone. My heavens, this man actually dares to take a life. In an instant, most of the rioters stood dumbfounded. even in a post-apocalyptic world where their hearts had been twisted by selfishness. Witnessing a murder left them somewhat rattled. What are we afraid of? He is but one man. If he dares to kill, so can we. Besides, we all saw it. He struck first, so if we retaliate, it's merely self-defense. A burly man charged forth, glaring fiercely at Lu Meng. Everyone, let us go. He possesses those miraculous abilities, but so do we. As his words echoed, the man brandished a long blade and lunged at Lu Meng. Charge. What is there to fear? Let us take him down. Yes, bring him down. He killed our people first. If we take him down, and if those inside refuse to open the door, we'll storm in and kill them all. Leading the charge, the crowd surged towards Lu Meng, their latent malice not diminished by the young man's demise, but rather unleashed, a foolish and overconfident throng. Lu Meng chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over them swiftly. He discerned that among these individuals, there were only two possessing B-grade bloodlines. The highest among the rest was merely C-grade, with the majority at D-grade, within the ranks of bloodline bearers. The level of bloodlines held paramount importance. Roar! A tiger's roar suddenly echoed, and a phantom of a crimson tiger materialized behind Lu Meng, its overwhelming pressure enveloping those nearby. Those with lower-tier beast bloodlines were involuntarily halted, their limbs trembling. This was the might of the A-grade crimson tiger bloodline. Exerting absolute dominance over lower-tier beast bloodlines, the bloody slaughter commenced. Lu Meng licked his lips, unable to suppress the bloodlust surging within him as he charged forward, akin to a tiger unleashed from its cage. With a swish, the spear glimmered. Lu Meng darted through the crowd, evading one attack after another, wielding the demon hunter's spear. With each thrust, he cleaved through several foes, and some were even bisected. The scent of blood thickened in the air. Impossible to conceal even amidst the torrential rain. The water pooling on the ground was thoroughly stained red. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Lu Meng, relentless in his rampage, reveled in the ecstasy of slaughter. Meanwhile, in less than a minute, the rioters were utterly demoralized. Lu Meng was too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't even touch him, forced to watch helplessly as their comrades fell. Thunder rumbled ominously. As the figure resembling a demon continued its deadly dance, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Finally, as Lu Meng had decimated half the crowd, leaving a carpet of corpses, someone could no longer contain themselves. A demon. He is a demon. I cannot remain here any longer. I don't want the food anymore. I must flee. Run. It was unclear who was the first to scream in terror, but once they did, they bolted in every direction. Run. We cannot possibly contend with this demon. He is not human. He is a demon. Too terrifying to behold. I do not wish to die. I am not yet married. I no longer want the food. With the first person's flight, the remaining 300 crumbled like a straw breaking the camel's back. They neither dared nor wished to seize the provisions within the office building. Their only desire was to distance themselves from the demon and preserve their lives. Stop. Don't run. We outnumber him. Even if we tire him out, we can still prevail. In the midst of the crowd, the leading figures wore grim expressions. If they dispersed in panic, all hope would be lost. Listen to me. We are many. There is no reason to fear. The burly man who had initially demanded food from Lu Meng gritted his teeth and stepped forward, but before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Boom, the thunder roared. The burly man was instantly struck dead. Can he control lightning? The few remaining souls who had clung to hope shattered entirely upon witnessing Lu Meng's prowess. Frantically joining the throngs fleeing in terror, thinking of escaping. Did I give you permission? I have promised to make you remain here forever, and I intend to keep that promise. The demon suppression bloodline activated. Lu Meng's expression twisted into a snarl, his very aura transforming. Behind him, a figure of a Buddha, shrouded in dark energy, began to take shape, emanating an inexplicable resonant sound. The words were indistinct. Yet anyone who heard the Buddha's voice found themselves swaying. As if under an unexplainable influence, the demon suppression bloodline, wielding the blade of slaughter, is a malevolent Buddha, yet a Buddha nonetheless, capable of absolving you. Lu Meng's gaze was icy. The powers of several bloodlines converging within the demon hunter's spear. Clang! The sound of the spear rang out as Lu Meng unleashed a strike infused with the energies of 4 bloodlines. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending countless remnants of flesh and debris flying. Nearly 300 individuals were annihilated by a single thrust. Chapter 53. The unusual Canillos. The rain continued to pour, and beneath the dim clouds, only a sliver of light penetrated. On the ground lay over 500 corpses, limbs severed and bodies shattered. The ground soaked in a pool of crimson. Boom. Thunder reverberated ominously, the surrounding environment steeped in an oppressive gloom. Is this truly President Lu? Inside the office building, the female executive appeared horrified, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She was terrified, her legs trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down to her gold-framed glasses. Though her acquaintance with Lu Meng was brief, they had exchanged a few words. Lu Meng had always struck her as genial. A breath of spring, never once showing anger towards anyone. Yet now, in the midst of the torrential rain, that figure clad in black battle gear, drenched in blood, bore a distorted visage, coupled with a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth and the long spear emanating black flames held aloft. He resembled a demon from the depths of hell. "Hey, little one, the great Canillos has arrived." The rain continued to pour, and suddenly a clap of thunder rang out as a small figure draped in a cloak appeared before Lu Meng. "Respected god of goblins, you have come." With the bloodlust finally vented, Lu Meng held the demon hunter's spear and bowed slightly. "Indeed, you are quite the remarkable little one, not lost in the carnage, still so polite." The skeletal hand wiped across the gaping maw, and Canillos offered Lu Meng a knowing smile. "I must say, little one, you have truly surprised me for this bloody slaughter. My original intention was to have you select 500 lowly creatures as sacrifices. Yet you have given me an unexpected delight." As he spoke, his disproportionately large head wobbled slightly, exuding an odd excitement. Indeed, the so-called god of goblins was no benevolent deity. Lu Meng's expression tightened as he made his judgment. Perhaps language and actions can be feigned, yet certain subconscious reactions remain unvarnished by deceit. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the projections of gods and demons descended, although not bound like those formidable monsters. Relegated to remote mountains and wilderness, the walking manifestations of these deities were equally restrained from indiscriminately attacking the lower beings of various races unless provoked. The demeanor exhibited moments ago by the goblin god illuminated to Lu Meng that within Carnillos surged a veritable tempest of brutal and murderous instincts. Given the element of surprise, it stands to reason that His Excellency Carnillos must be exceedingly pleased. Regaining his composure, Lu Meng smiled at Carnillos, recognizing the Lord's preference for astute individuals. In fact, from certain perspectives, offering sacrifices with human flesh proves to be far more convenient than resorting to the flesh of those monstrous beings. "Ha! What an amusing little creature," with his large, brown-hued, slanted eyes scrutinizing Lu Meng. Carnillos chuckled. "I find myself increasingly fond of you. Clever, gifted, and ruthless, truly reminiscent of the modus operandi of my kind." Lu Meng responded with a smile, unperturbed. "Among the celestial races, Carnillos undoubtedly belongs to the demon faction. To be precise, this goblin deity harbors his own narrative, one of self-demonization following his fall. Very well, little one, I shall now assist you in commencing the sacrifice." Upon uttering these words, the ground trembled slightly, and the falling rain splattered as over 500 corpses, mingled with rainwater and blood, ascended into the air as if summoned by an unseen hand, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sanguine mass above. "I, the goblin demon god Carnillos, invoke the name of the gods to commence the sacrifice in this place," a resounding voice echoed, a dense aura of oppression swiftly radiating outward. 1,000 meters away, monsters encircling the divine and demonic energies could not help but kneel in submission at that moment. Moments later, the immense blood mass swelled as if charged, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The mass, unable to bear the weight, erupted, and the streaks of blood within began to drift toward the central thoroughfare. The sacrifice is complete. Simultaneously, the golden parchment in Lu Meng's mind underwent another transformation. Destruction's servant, ACA, incomplete, task requirement. Nearby, XXX, an aura of magic loathed by Carnillos exists. The great Carnillos surmises this to be the lowly servant of his arch-nemesis, the destruction demon god Baka. You are to assist the illustrious Carnillos in eliminating that repugnant creature. The third phase of the task has emerged. Lu Meng's expression shifted. Destruction servant, ACA, a named creature, and moreover, a servant of Baka. The third phase of the task diverges from the accounts of his past life. Lu Yingqi had not received this mission. Lu Meng pondered, casting occasional glances at Carnillos. The difficulty of the task had escalated. What was Carnillos scheming? Was he deliberately placing obstacles in his path, or perhaps leading him toward peril? No. The likelihood of it being a mere torment or a death sentence was minimal. Carnillos valued his investment in humanity, demonstrating patience even toward fools like Lu Yingqi. So, what could be the underlying reason? Little one, I wish you luck. Remember to be cautious of that loathsome little creature. Its strength at this stage is not to be underestimated. Likely at the peak of dawn. Nevertheless, I still have faith in you. Carnelos' voice resonated once more. After surveying the surroundings, he vanished from sight. The peak of dawn, a named creature. Lu Meng furrowed his brow. Among the four great races, barring the ordinary monsters, any creature entwined with the divine or demonic is categorized as a named creature, inherently stronger than their mundane counterparts and possessing a modicum of intelligence. Even the lowest-ranking servant granted a name by a demon god possesses at least an A-class bloodline among humans. While ACA at the peak of dawn may not evoke fear, what if other monsters lurked nearby? Lu Meng contemplated, soon discerning that Carnelos intended for him to ally with Jingya and the others. Yet what could be his motive for this? A third-phase task diverging from his past life. Entangled with the volatile destruction demon god Bakada's demon gods of the same tier, they should be wary of each other, avoiding offense. Yet Carnelos had not adhered to such caution, a web of clues intertwined in Lu Meng's mind. The coordinates on the golden parchment joining the fray. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him. If it truly aligned with his suspicions, it would prove intriguing. However, verification would have to await Jingya and the others' return. Chapter 54. The allocation among the women. Meng, should you require our aid, we shall undoubtedly accompany you in fulfilling this task. As dawn broke and the rain subsided, Lu Jingya and the others returned to the office building. At this juncture, Lu Meng had conveyed the entirety of the Goblin God's mission and the third phase task to the women, who now wore expressions of excitement. Having briefly endured the apocalypse, they had come to grasp its brutal reality. Outside, monsters roamed freely, and humanity perished by the moment. The stench of blood had begun to permeate the air. Yet within the rewards Lu Meng described lay the promise of becoming a lord. Possessing an utterly secure expanse of land. A most fortuitous proposition. Indeed, your assistance is essential. We must at least consider the other monsters surrounding the task's objective. Lu Meng nodded. Each woman possessed a minimum of an A-class bloodline. Serving as the backbone of the future apocalypse's female legion, they would not merely be ornamental. Meng, this coordinate you sketched seems rather familiar. Unlike the others, Mu Yuhua had already prepared for battle. Studying the terrain map Lu Meng had drawn. Isn't this where we previously resided, the Qi Huabia Yuan? Lu Meng had indeed sketched the terrain based on the coordinates, and she recognized it immediately. Precisely. It is the Qi Huabia Yuan, Lu Meng affirmed, shifting his gaze toward Lu Jingya. In his previous life, all the women within Qi Huabia Yuan, save for Lu Jingya, had perished. Now, with Carnelos' sudden alteration of the task intertwined with Qi Huabia Yuan, one could not help but ponder the implications. Lu Jingya, catching Lu Meng's gaze, nodded subtly, as if comprehending something. Before the apocalypse, her initial suggestion had been to remain at Qi Huabia Yuan, yet Lu Meng had declined. It seemed he had indeed discerned something amiss. Very well, for now, as the apocalypse has just begun, the external populace remains chaotic, capable of attracting numerous monsters' attention. We should seize this opportunity. The sooner we complete the task, the better. Prolonging it will only complicate matters. Lu Meng surveyed each woman, continuing, we must execute a meticulous allocation for this task. Errors are unacceptable. You must also understand your strengths and weaknesses. Now, allow me to briefly outline. In future confrontations, I shall take the lead. Wanru will be responsible for reconnaissance. Your 9 lives cat demon bloodline grants you the swiftness and agility unmatched among us at this stage. If you wish to flee, few monsters can hinder you. Yuhua, you will handle multi-terrain support combat. Forming a duo with Wanru, your hunter spider bloodline enables adaptation to most combat environments. But remember your role and do not linger in battle. Xiaoshuang, you will team with Qinghan to manage control. Her water spirit bloodline amplifies your ice magic bloodline, enhancing your control capabilities. Jingya, you will pair with Yinshi, tasked with lateral support and assassination. The diamond snake bloodline excels at ambush, coupled with your night demon bloodline, allowing for near-perfect stealth kills. Xiaoru, your role is of utmost importance. Remember to maintain composure at all times. You must possess an overarching perspective. When teammates face peril or powerful foes, provide psychological support. As for the others, simply leverage your abilities to assist in combat. Having thoroughly analyzed each individual's role, a system prompt resounded at that moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful registration. Current number of entries in the Apocalypse Beauty Compendium, 5. The host may continue to select registration targets. 6 hours had elapsed since the registration of Tang Wanru, and the 5th page of the compendium materialized in Lu Meng's mind. Registered item, 5 Tang Wanru race. Human, 9 lives cat demon. Awakened. Age, 27. Personality, stubborn, Independent. Beauty rating, 9 description. This woman, inherently imbued with a sense of contradiction, has submitted to you, not as a defeat by reality, but rather as her own choice. She harbors her own ambitions, suggested future development. She will no longer temporarily lose herself, for she has submitted to you. In her heart, she views you as her support, believing no man in this world stronger than you. The advent of the apocalypse has solidified her trust in you. Such self-reliance and stubbornness indicate that you may grant her some opportunities for management. A woman possessing the bloodline of the nine-lived cat demon exhibits unparalleled swiftness and agility, rendering her exceptionally suited for reconnaissance and ventures into perilous territories. It is indeed commendable to possess one's own tenacity and resolve. Perhaps you may etch a more profound image within her heart. A rather conventional assessment, a quintessential scout attribute. Lu Meng silently formed a judgment in his mind, and indeed, it was true. The nine-lived cat demon, at first glance, lacks any remarkable traits, merely renowned for its agility and speed, which pales in comparison to other A-grade bloodlines. However, Lu Meng understood that this seemingly ordinary bloodline was anything but for those who carry the bloodline of the nine-lived cat demon. Upon reaching the Dawn realm, they gain an additional life with each ascension. Of course, this life merely signifies the ability to survive a fatal injury. The women surrounding Lu Meng nodded silently upon hearing his allocation, including the timid Yunru, who no longer bore any semblance of fear. Very well, you have 1 hour to procure sustenance and rest before we set forth, Lu Meng announced once more. Although the women who had entered the Dawn realm exhibited significant enhancements in physique and strength, they still required nourishment and rest. Nonetheless, Lu Meng felt little concern regarding this matter. The 26th floor of the office building was replete with provisions and water, and he had also arranged for Lu Jingya to stockpile ample supplies in other areas. Upon hearing this, the women dispersed. Shortly thereafter, they reconvened at a long table in the first-floor hall, where an array of exquisite dishes awaited them, evidently prepared collaboratively by the women. The meal did not consume much time. An hour later, under Lu Meng's leadership, a group of 14 departed in silence. The streets at dawn were rife with the stench of blood, the roars of monsters mingling with the anguished cries of humanity. The ground lay in chaos, littered with corpses. As the apocalypse dawned, the night of slaughter had evidently inflicted significant casualties upon both humans and monsters alike. Wanru, you and Yuhua shall lead the way, identifying the optimal path for our advance. If we can avoid engaging the monsters, let us do so. As the 14 departed from the area shrouded in the aura of divine and demonic beings, Lu Meng immediately issued orders. Understood. The two women responded, swiftly setting off. Point 1. With her hands adorned with fluffy white fur, navigated rapidly using the cover of buildings, while the other ascended the walls with her delicate, furry spider legs. Lu Meng and the others followed leisurely behind them. Chapter 55. The anomalies of Chiwa Courtyard. The Chiwa Courtyard was not far from the office building, approximately 3 kilometers away, a distance Lu Meng had meticulously considered beforehand. According to his memories from a past life, all but Lu Jingya among the women within the Qinghua Courtyard had perished, presenting an immense enigma. He sensed that a great terror lurked within. In the apocalypse, terror was often commensurate with opportunity. Yuhua, Wanru, have you discovered anything? At this moment, Lu Meng and the women had reached the periphery of the Qinghua Courtyard, where the scouts, Mu Yuhua and Tang Wanru, had returned. Meng, within the Qinghua Courtyard. There are corpses strewn everywhere. The expressions of the two women shifted, clearly having witnessed something revolting. Lu Meng furrowed his brow. During the initial onset of the apocalypse, humanity, caught unawares, was easily slaughtered by monsters. This was entirely normal. No, Meng, you should see for yourself. The scene is indescribable. Even Mu Yuhua, recalling the horrific sight, couldn't suppress the grimace that crossed her face. Tang Wanru was even more affected. Meng, I've never encountered such a repulsive sight. There are virtually no living souls left in the Qinghua Courtyard. As for the monsters, they are likely within the inner courtyard. The Qinghua Courtyard was divided into the inner and outer courtyards. The inner courtyard served as a residence for the affluent, while the outer courtyard housed various entertainment facilities. Let us proceed and investigate. Lu Meng nodded, aware of the irregularities surrounding the Qinghua Courtyard. The task assigned by Canillos had also been linked to this location, and the convergence of these two peculiarities warranted careful contemplation. The group advanced cautiously upon entering the outer courtyard of the Qinghua Courtyard. Yun Ru and the others could not contain themselves and instinctively covered their mouths and noses, struggling to suppress their nausea. Their gaze revealed a scene of utter horror. The outer courtyard was littered with corpses. Having just endured a heavy rain, the bloodstains were less visible, yet the bloated corpses had turned pale, and none appeared intact, each missing various extremities. Some were bereft of half their skulls, the mingling of brain matter and blood starkly visible. Others lacked limbs, resembling puppets discarded upon exercise equipment, while some had their mouths and eyes grotesquely torn open, dangling from the monkey bars. Indeed, these entities have awakened their intelligence, Lu Meng mused, contemplating the situation. Monsters branded by the name of the demon god were inherently formidable, and the possession of intelligence was not surprising. We must delve deeper and eliminate the monsters within. Without hesitation, Lu Meng led the women further into the Qinghua courtyard. Their pace was deliberate, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Mu Yuhua and Tang Wanru transformed once again into their bloodline forms, diligently scouting the area that a chilling wind swept through as Lu Meng and his group pressed on. The density of corpses on the ground only increased. The ghastly visages of the deceased were clearly discernible, their intestines strewn across the ground, and without exception. The bodies at the entrance of the inner courtyard were enveloped in tendrils of black mist. This was demonic energy. It only lingered after being slain by a powerful monster. Theoretically, monsters of the Dawn level should not be capable of such a feat. A serious expression crossed Lu Meng's face. His mind clouded with doubt that a sudden roar pierced the air. We've been discovered. Lu Meng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned toward the source of the sound. A monstrous hound, baring its teeth in fury, glared menacingly at them. Yuhua, Lu Meng swiftly scanned the environment, signaling to Mu Yuhua. Upon receiving the cue, Mu Yuhua swiftly conjured a web with her hands, casting it towards the vicious hound. Given the positions of the others, only she could act with the utmost efficiency. A mournful howl resounded as the hound was rapidly corroded into a puddle of muck by the web. However, despite Mu Yuhua's quick response, Lu Meng and the others had already been exposed. From around the corner, bloodthirsty eyes began to emerge, revealing the massive forms of several monsters. Without exception, they were all demonic entities. Prepare for battle. Lu Meng observed the surrounding horde of approximately 200 monsters and spoke in a low tone. Maintain coordination. These creatures are all demonic, posing minimal threat, but remain cautious of our mission objective. Among the throng of monsters, he did not spot the figure of the demon servant, aka the lead pack of monstrous hounds suddenly erupted in a chorus of growls. Lunging viciously towards Lu Meng and the others, their powerful limbs propelling them forward, their fangs bared. Engage, Lu Meng commanded coldly, positioning himself at the forefront. The demon hunter's spear materialized instantaneously, imbued with the blessing of the demon bloodline. While behind Lu Meng, the spectral image of a malevolent Buddha gradually took form. Kill, he bellowed, the spear cleaving through the air. Black streaks of energy flashed as the bellies of the hounds were sliced open one after another. Lu Meng's mastery over his strength was evident, as he struck true regardless of the direction from which the hounds charged. As if in response, a surge of green light illuminated the scene. Luo Qinghan had activated her water sprite bloodline, causing streams to converge upon the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the streams emerged, the flowing water around the monsters froze instantly. Indeed, Qiu Shuang had also taken action. The ice demon bloodline grew stronger in the presence of water, leading to a seamless coordination with Luo Qinghan. Sure enough, mere moments after Qiu Shuang's intervention, over 40 monsters found themselves immobilized, rendering them incapable of movement. A splendid opportunity. Not far away, Lu Jingya, Mu Yuhua, and Jin Yinshi seized the moment. Their icy daggers swiftly claimed lives. Lu Jingya transformed into the night demon, showcasing her prowess in the art of slaughter, each strike precisely targeting the vulnerabilities of the monsters. Mu Yuhua, akin to a spider queen, utilized her delicate legs to gain speed, while she continuously unleashed webs from her hands. As for Jin Yinshi, her approach was straightforward. An aura of green venom enveloped her, with the phantom of a flower snake behind her, constantly flicking its tongue, causing monsters to collapse in her wake. Despite the clear advantages, Jin Yinshi's magical energy was somewhat depleted, and after less than 10 seconds of releasing the toxin, she began to feel lightheaded. The golden wave shimmered slightly, her amber eyes clouded, and her body swayed unsteadily. Be cautious. Move closer to Xiaoru. Do not overexert yourself. Just as Jin Yinshi was on the verge of collapsing, a large hand encircled her waist. Though the voice was somewhat cold, it exuded a sense of security. It was Lu Meng. Chapter 56. The Demon's Servant. Aka, thank you, Lu Zong. Jin Yinshi, cradled in Lu Meng's embrace, was momentarily taken aback. Her mature, alluring visage tinged with a hint of blush. For reasons unknown, She found the man before her increasingly captivating. Calm, decisive, powerful. Such was the essence she had distilled from her brief acquaintance with Lu Meng. Those of noble blood must not only seize opportunities but also understand the art of conserving their magical energy. Lu Meng offered a brief reminder before releasing Jin Yinhui's slender waist and charging once more into the throng of monsters. Black flames spread relentlessly as malevolent spirits struck with force and nightmarish entities wielded their blades. Elven figures danced amidst the chaos, unleashing frost to wreak havoc. 5 minutes later, more than 200 monsters fell under the combined efforts of the group. However, there was no sign of relaxation on Lu Meng's face. Having lived for 3 years in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the habits of these formidable creatures, which typically sent their minions to exhaust their foes before making their move. Come back, gather together, do not disperse. As the number of monsters dwindled, Lu Meng called the group together once more. The others, though somewhat perplexed, complied without hesitation, their vibrant figures converging around Lu Meng. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It was Jin Yinhui, who had sustained a grievous wound on her right arm, deep enough to expose bone. Had she not reacted swiftly, her entire arm might have been severed. Yet the creature that attacked her did not relent after one strike. Swiftly delivering a second deadly blow, Lu Meng pivoted sharply, sensing a surge of malevolent energy the moment Jin Yinhui cried out. The hunter's spear lunged forth. With a resounding clash, the spear's tip met the blade, and a surge of dark energy erupted between them. Indeed, the peak-level demon was formidable. Lu Meng staggered back 3 steps, his hands tingling from the impact, while the demon servant, aka, merely retreated 1 step, clearly. In a contest of sheer strength, Lu Meng was at a disadvantage. With his body suffused with dark energy and his head cloaked by a hood, aka raised his cursed blade high that a series of beastly roars echoed around them. Centered around the villa in the Qinghua Biyuan, terrifying monsters appeared one after another, their bloodthirsty eyes particularly pronounced under the dim light. Meng, we are about to be encircled. Lu Jingya approached Lu Meng. Tightening her grip on her dagger, Lu Meng scanned the surroundings. The 2 pathways encircling the inner villa were becoming increasingly populated with creatures, their numbers surpassing those from before. Meng, should we retreat? Mu Yuhua whispered near Lu Meng. Even with her combative nature, she understood that if surrounded by these monsters, especially with the one wielding a blade, they could face total annihilation. Meng, you decide. The surrounding women gathered around Lu Meng, their expressions grave. For his decision would determine their fates. Lu Meng cast another glance around. The monsters in the 2 pathways were multiplying, yet none approached the central villa. Something was amiss. Lu Meng pondered deeply. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. 10 seconds. Hold them for 10 seconds. Prevent these monsters from forming a complete encirclement. If I cannot eliminate that demon servant within 10 seconds, we will retreat immediately. During this time, if anyone finds themselves in mortal peril, do not hesitate. Run toward the inner villa. As his words concluded, a powerful aura surged from Lu Meng's being, black flames flickering fiercely upon the hunter's spear, aka let out another roar, charging toward Lu Meng with his cursed blade raised. His not-so-tall figure remarkably agile, the blade radiating an astonishing light, a decisive strike. Lu Meng's expression grew serious. He was aware he was risking everything, yet he felt a 70% chance of success. In that moment, his arms bulged with veins, a phantom red tiger flickering around him, while a malevolent spirit manifested behind him, dark flames swirling around the hunter's spear, creating an overwhelming sensation of barely contained power. Die. After a brief build-up, he had already expended a significant portion of his strength, the spear aimed directly at the hilt of AKA's blade. Lu Meng swiftly repositioned his body, narrowly evading the descending strike. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, utilizing the momentum of his movement to counterattack. With a sharp clang, the cursed blade flew from AKA's grasp, leaving noticeable red marks on his wrist. This was Lu Meng's combat technique, reaching a level of precision that far surpassed all current humans. AKA, enraged at losing his blade, charged directly at Lu Meng without attempting to retrieve it. Not the brightest, Lu Meng gripped his spear with his right hand, empowered by the demon, the flame demon, and the bloodline of the red tiger, while his left hand conjured lightning, arcs of electricity crackling in his palm. With a swift motion, the spear's brilliance ignited, and Lu Meng unleashed a thrust imbued with the power of 3 bloodlines. AKA, quick on his feet, had learned from his previous encounter as the spear lunged toward him. He instinctively began to evade. Yet, in the next moment, he was frozen in shock. Yes, frozen. A bolt of lightning descended from the void, striking AKA. momentarily paralyzing his body despite the fact that lightning did not enhance damage against demons. It was at this crucial moment that the Hunter-S spear arrived. The spearhead, forged from bone, pierced through AKA's skull in an instant. Demon's servant aka slain, hurry, do not linger. Abandon any unabsorbed magical essence. With a single thrust that felled aka, Lu Meng swiftly drew in the magical essence that wafted from the severed head, a powerful energy coursing through his body, resonating like distant drums, the peak of dawn. Lu Meng's eyes lit up, realizing that the magical essence from a single demon servant could equate to that of numerous ordinary monsters. You all go ahead. I will cover the rear. Move. Do not let Qiushuang lose focus. Stay calm. Ranged fighters retreat first, melee fighters follow. Upon hearing Lu Meng's command, the women quickly reacted. Their vibrant figures retreated in unison, while Qiushuang continued to wield her ice magic to cover their exit. However, the effectiveness of her efforts was becoming evident. Empowered by the water spirit bloodline, Qiushuang managed to temporarily hold back dozens of monsters charging forward. It's time to go. Qiushuang glanced back, assessing the safe distance before preparing to withdraw. Yet, as she attempted to form ice blocks with her magic to slide along the outer wall of the villa, she was taken aback. What is happening? Her hands pressed against the ice. Qiushuang wore an expression of disbelief. She could typically slide along walls using her ice blocks, as she had formed blades beneath her shoes. But now, her own ice magic seemed ensnared by an inexplicable force, rendering her utterly immobile. This is bad. Lu Meng observed the scene and dashed forward, his gaze fixed on the villa not far away. Chapter 57. The pressure of divine and demonic forces. A cloud of black mist slowly rose from the villa's periphery, and Qiushuang appeared frozen in place. Even as her ice magic surged with full force, it proved utterly futile, as if an invisible hand had a firm grip on her. What could this mean? As the apocalypse dawned, she had adapted remarkably, but this was her first encounter with such a phenomenon, and an instinctual sense of danger left her feeling anxious. Suddenly, the sound of a metallic object slicing through the air echoed. As a pitch-black spear hurtled toward Qiushuang, embedding itself just behind her, Meng, Qiushuang exclaimed in delight, spotting Lu Meng swiftly approaching. Lu Meng moved with astonishing speed, reaching Qiushuang in mere seconds, signaling for silence. The pressure of divine and demonic forces? His face was grave, brows furrowed tightly as he fixed his gaze on the villa ahead. The invisible waves of energy spread further, the black mist thickening, emanating from the villa in all directions. As it passed, the once vibrant green walls began to flake away, and even the ground rippled. Roar, bloodthirsty howls echoed around them, filled with unrestrained excitement and fervor, as countless monsters advanced toward the community as if on a pilgrimage. It truly is the pressure of divine and demonic forces, Lu Meng murmured softly, his eyes revealing a profound depth, the Hunter-S spear returning to his grasp, though he did not immediately rescue Qiushuang. Instead, he cast a curious glance behind him. Had two deities manifested in the city? Or was there another anomaly at play? He momentarily fell into deep contemplation, the pressure of divine and demonic forces. As the name suggests, it is a suppressive force originating from deities and demons, directly affecting one's bloodline, a clear domination of the superior over the inferior. Even beings of different races possessing bloodlines cannot evade its grasp. Lu Meng had experienced this pressure profoundly in his previous life, having been closely tethered to the demon lord of desire, and he could not misinterpret this sensation, although the current pressure was not overwhelmingly strong. Barely a fraction of that of a deity. The familiar feeling, Qiushuang's suppression, and the frenzied monsters in the distance all indicated a leakage of divine and demonic pressure in this area. However, if this indeed was the pressure of divine and demonic forces, a troubling question arose. This would imply that even as the apocalypse began, two deities had already manifested in this city. Carnilos, the deity of goblins, emanated an invisible, oppressive aura of divine and demonic power that Lu Meng could perceive upon their encounter. It was a corruption tinged with a sense of moral decay, yet amidst the murkiness, there flickered a glimmer of spiritual brilliance, perfectly embodying the essence of Carnilos' ascension to divinity. Although the divine pressure before him was relatively weak, it was laden with an undeniable dominance, akin to an encroaching abyss that rendered resistance futile. Under normal circumstances, the likelihood of two deities manifesting within a single city was exceedingly low, verging on the pitiable. Deities, proud and disdainful, held a profound regard for territoriality, even during the early onset of the apocalypse. It was rare for two divine avatars to coexist within the same urban expanse. Yet now thud, 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 as Lu Meng pondered. A series of continuous vibrations abruptly resonated through the void. The sound resembled the heartbeat of some unfathomable creature. Deep and oppressive, each pulse seemed to herald the awakening of an ancient god, sending ripples through the surrounding air, almost causing time itself to stagnate. How could this be? Lu Meng felt momentarily disoriented. As if a colossal hand had seized his heart, an inexplicable sense of suffocation enveloping him. Similarly, the nearby Qiu Shuang turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily, akin to a spasm after an electric shock. Her knees buckling beneath her, unable to utter a single word. Damn it! Could it truly be a projection of a deity? Impossible. At this stage, even a divine projection would not dare to act recklessly. Lu Meng shook his head and roared, as the unseen force sought to compel him to bow his head, but he would not yield. With a clang, a shadowy figure of an evil Buddha manifested behind him. Wielding a butcher's knife, its eyes bleeding, yet it was shattered in an instant by that inexplicable power. I refuse to believe you are a deity, and I certainly do not believe that any being capable of transcending the limits of rules would appear in this urban area at this time. Lu Meng bellowed, unleashing the pinnacle of his energy. The consciousness of rules undoubtedly existed. Whether in his past life or this one, the moment the apocalypse descended, the prompt he received was the so-called consciousness of rules. Even gods and demons revered this consciousness, and no being dared to defy that in his previous life. Nearly all gods and demons shared a common trait. They descended in different avatars of varying strengths during different time periods, all in adherence to the constraints of the rules. Even when some deities occasionally summoned projections that transcended boundaries through sacrificial rituals, they remained hidden in desolate areas, reluctant to reveal their true power. Now, the thought of an unknown being attempting to force him to bow his head at the outset of the apocalypse was intolerable. Proceed. Let me see what manner of creature you truly are. Ignited by a surge of fervor, Lu Meng resolved that if he had been reborn, he could not continue to endure such humiliation. In an instant, he unleashed his full power. The evil Buddha reappeared, blood flowing from the butcher's knife in its grasp, as the crimson tiger before him crouched low, letting out a thunderous roar, while lightning crackled above. The hunter's spear radiated a dark brilliance. Come forth, you who play tricks and illusions. With all his might, he thrust the spear into the void ahead. Though it appeared to pierce the emptiness, Lu Meng distinctly sensed a formidable resistance. A cold snort echoed. Lu Meng continued to channel his internal energy. The evil Buddha vanished, the crimson tiger disintegrated, and the rolling thunder dissipated. In that fleeting moment, the four powers of his bloodline converged upon the hunter's spear. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion erupted. Lu Meng was propelled backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he smiled, for he could distinctly feel that the oppressive force had vanished. And the best evidence of this was Qiu Shuang, who was desperately rushing toward him. Meng, are you all right? Were you injured? Qiu Shuang was genuinely alarmed by Lu Meng's earlier display of strength, but seeing even such a formidable Lu Meng retreat, she panicked, fearing for his safety, instinctively rushing to his side, completely oblivious to the fact that the oppressive force had already dissipated. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet. Lu Meng's smile remained, his profound gaze once more fixated on the villa not far away. He had not been mistaken. The entity exuding a divine and demonic aura had not breached the limits of the rules. Otherwise, even with his full strength, he would not have been able to confront it head-on. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, Carnelos languidly scratched his ear, his eyes casually drifting toward the direction of the Qinghua villa, excitement glimmering unreservedly in his pupils, as a grand gamble was about to commence. Chapter 58. Farewell, Carnelos. The lords packed the night. Rain poured incessantly from the dark sky, mingling with a heavy scent of blood. The night of the apocalypse was never tranquil, even in the dead of night. Terrifying howls and the faint, agonized moans continued unabated, and one could even see pairs of blood-red eyes prowling in the depths of darkness, seemingly in search of prey. This was the true essence of the apocalypse. Monsters roamed freely, while humanity clung to survival, forced to cower in corners like mere rats, awaiting redemption. Before safety could be established, this was the grim reality across much of the globe. Yet, there were exceptions. The night of the apocalypse was even more perilous. Amidst the dimly lit, seemingly endless streets, a figure appeared, unhurried and unfazed, the tall silhouette shrouded in a black trench coat, bearing a pitch-black long spear, with flecks of crimson light flickering around him. Indeed, this person was Lu Meng. Following the upheaval after slaying the demon's servant, Akar, he did not dare to delve deeper into danger. His instincts warned him that within the villa of Qinghua, something extraordinary awaited. Had he ventured forth at that time, he might have lost his life. Moreover, the situation did not permit such recklessness, for the surrounding monsters seemed to have been summoned by an unseen force, compelling him to retreat. Perhaps Carnelos held some knowledge about it. Lu Meng's strides remained steady. With his current strength, even alone in the night, as long as he was not surrounded by a horde of monsters, he faced no peril. His venture was solely to seek Carnelos to fulfill the Lord's task, as well as to glean some insights from the deity's lips. Akar had been dispatched, and although circumstances differed from his past life, the ultimate task remained unchanged, ensuring that Jingya's 50 billion would not go to waste. The murky rainwater dripped continuously as Lu Meng pressed onward, feeling a document tucked beneath his trench coat. Heading toward an open space devoid of any monsters. At this juncture, the Lord's task he had undertaken was nearing its final stage, and the golden parchment in his mind had long since been updated. The essence of integrity, land deed proof, incomplete, task requirements. The great Carnelos has recognized your wisdom, strength, and courage. Your outstanding performance has garnered the favor of the great Carnelos. However, even so, the great Carnelos still believes that integrity is the noblest quality. Please obtain the land deed proof for the golden plot through lawful means. Do not harbor illusions of deceiving the great Carnelos. For deceiving a deity is unforgivable. Why must a demon adhere to human virtues? Lu Meng mused inwardly as he approached the empty expanse ahead. In a city where divine projections had descended, it was relatively easy to locate such entities if one possessed sufficient strength. Simply look for areas devoid of monster congregations, and it was highly likely to be the dwelling of the deity in question. Sure enough, as Lu Meng stepped into this territory, a sharp, piercing voice rang out once more. "Oh, a clever little fellow. We meet again," standing at a height of 1.50 meters, with enormous pointed ears resembling a gaping maw tearing through the air to consume liquid. It was none other than Carnelos. "Esteemed Lord Carnelos, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again." Lu Meng smiled, respectfully inclining his body. "Truly, you have surprised me. Your prowess has surpassed my expectations," accompanied by a peculiar laugh. Carnelos downed another drink, casting a glance at the land deed nestled within Lu Meng's embrace. "Now, present your deed, and I shall honor my promise." "It would be my pleasure, Lord Carnelos." Lu Meng was not taken aback. Slowly approaching Carnelos's side and producing the deed contract, Carnelos nodded, a deft gesture causing the contract to levitate before his nose. He inhaled deeply through his massive nostrils. Excellent. There are no lingering resentments from the departed souls. Your means of acquisition should be lawful in your human society." This, Lu Meng's lips twitched involuntarily. Was it merely an illusion? He could not shake the feeling that Carnelos, as a deity, adhered to human rules more strictly than those who lived in times of peace. Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Though Carnelos was not an evil god, the inherent bloodlust within gods and demons persisted. Why then did he care so deeply about human regulations? "Little fellow, you appear to be somewhat curious?" Carnelos licked his lips, his large eyes fixated on Lu Meng. "Given your remarkable completion of the task, I shall not hesitate to enlighten you. The heavens have shifted, and the consciousness of rules has chosen this realm as the battlefield for a reason. Do you comprehend this now?" His response was ambiguous, yet it allowed Lu Meng to grasp some critical points. The consciousness of rules, a battlefield for the world. Perhaps, at this current stage, other humans might not understand. But he was acutely aware. If that is indeed the case, it makes perfect sense. Lu Meng pondered, recognizing that while the gods and demons are formidable, they are not devoid of constraints. There are still rules that govern them. And these rules have designated the human realm as the battlefield for the divine and demonic forces. Thus, the human world is primarily governed by humanity itself. Consequently, even the most powerful beings, except for a few malevolent deities, are primarily engaged in studying humans. As the god of goblins, renowned for his cunning and intelligence, it is likely that his research on humanity is in the phase of imitation. Very well, clever little one. I trust you have grasped some insights. Now, allow me to bestow upon you the title of Lord. The voice of Carnelos resounded once more, as a crude, short goblin scepter appeared in his hand, adorned with 9 miniature skulls encircling the shaft, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. However, just as he was about to recite the blessing incantation, Lu Meng unexpectedly interjected. "Wait, esteemed Carnelos. Carnelos paused, a flicker of discontent crossing his gaunt face. Yet he relinquished the scepter. I am aware that interrupting the great Carnelos is exceedingly impolite, but I still harbor a lingering question and hope that you might provide a hint. Lu Meng, ever humble, was unwilling to forfeit such an opportunity, as one could never predict whether Carnelos would vanish after bestowing the lordship, considering the unpredictable nature of divine and demonic beings. Carnelos cast a glance at Lu Meng and turned away. Though he did not explicitly agree, he also did not refuse. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Lu Meng boldly continued, Esteemed Carnelos, after vanquishing the demon servant Akka, I inadvertently encountered a wave of divine and demonic pressure. Might I inquire as to the identity of the being responsible for this pressure? He posed the question deliberately, refraining from revealing his own suspicions. Under normal circumstances, although he had sensed the divine and demonic pressure emanating from Carnelos, he could not articulate his understanding from his past life and could only phrase it thus. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Meng, Carnelos, who had turned his back, could not help but smile faintly upon hearing his inquiry. Chapter 59, related to the celestial demon. Becoming a lord that is not a god or demon. Carnelos's voice echoed softly. Under normal circumstances, even if it were merely the projection of a god or demon, there would be no discord among them, unless they harbored a deep-seated enmity. Indeed, Lu Meng's eyes brightened, confirming his suspicions that the entity within the villa of the Qinghua Buin was indeed not a god or demon. However, it is not a god or demon, yet can exude divine and demonic pressure. This is profoundly intriguing. In his memories from his previous life, certain treasures of gods and demons could also autonomously emit such pressure. Treasures of gods and demons. A fleeting gleam of greed flashed across Lu Meng's face. However, this momentary greed did not escape the keen gaze of Carnelos, whose large eyes remained wide open. Even I did not anticipate that something belonging to that being would manifest in this small human city. Carnelos continued, referring to himself in the third person, yet his tone carried a hint of reverence. That being? Lu Meng's mind raced, capturing a thread of unusual information. Carnelos, being a god or demon, did not dare to speak the name directly. And his tone bore a trace of respect. What manner of being could command such deference? Surely, it must be a high-ranking god or demon. Yet, the following words from Carnelos left Lu Meng utterly astonished. Perhaps you have not heard of that being's name, but you ought to be familiar with another title by which he is known in your human realm, referred to as the celestial demon in the tapestry of Eastern mythology. Carnelos turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. The celestial demon? That is a supreme god or demon, possessing a mere strand of bloodline that qualifies as SS grade, and is reputed to be the strongest in direct combat among SS grade beings. In his past life, there was a wielder of the celestial demon bloodline among humanity who could confront lower-ranking gods and demons even before ascending to divinity, displaying an astonishing attack power, surpassing even some SSS grade bloodlines. Lu Meng could scarcely believe that the entity within the villa had any connection to the celestial demon. If only he could obtain. Might I inquire if you, esteemed Carnelos, are aware of the specific item left behind there? Lu Meng steadied his emotions and continued to question Carnelos. Anything related to the celestial demon would undoubtedly incite frenzy among gods and demons. Even a mere trace of bloodline power could forge an SS grade being. Not to mention the possibility of other items. I am not privy to the specifics. Carnelos shook his large head, continuing, saying, Matters concerning the celestial demon are beyond my purview. He spoke delicately. Yet Lu Meng understood that Carnelos did not dare to investigate the precise nature of the item left behind. The reason is simple. The celestial demon is notoriously tyrannical, being a supreme god or demon, if not the strongest among the demon race, then certainly among the most formidable. Who would dare to provoke the wrath of the celestial demon? Thus, as a god or demon, Carnelos would not dare to do so. Indeed, even other gods and demons would seldom risk incurring the ire of the celestial demon. Little one, I advise you to suppress your aspirations. Carnelos seemed to see through Lu Meng's thoughts, warning him that even a worthless item associated with the celestial demon should not be touched, as it would be an affront to the celestial demon. Naturally, I would not dare. Lu Meng quickly shook his head with a smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, though a faint trace of greed lingered on his face. This matter is indeed peculiar. The celestial demon is unparalleled, yet also bound by rules, rendering it impossible to reclaim that item in the short term. After all, even a supreme god or demon cannot break the constraints of rules, Thus the guardian of that item is certainly a cause for concern. It is uncertain whether I am fortunate or unfortunate. This news likely makes me the first in the entire realm of gods and demons to learn of it, Carnelos mumbled to himself. Yet every word he uttered resonated in Lu Meng's ears. Lu Meng chuckled inwardly, though he did not reveal it, instead responding respectfully. Since it pertains to the celestial demon, I shall naturally keep my distance and avoid it. However, I still beseech you, esteemed Carnelos, to bestow upon me the blessing of lordship. With a casual remark, Lu Meng seemed to abandon his thoughts regarding the celestial demon as possessions. Excellent, just as it should be. Carnelos chuckled, his large eyes glimmering with varied meanings, yet his actions remained swift. The ugly goblin scepter traced an enigmatic path across the night sky, as a series of obscure incantations flowed from Carnelos's lips, until, at last, a golden skull phantom emanated from the goblin scepter, prompting Carnelos to cease his movements. I, Carnelos, god of goblins, in the name of divinity, bless this being before me, granting him the title of lord under my command. No being among the heavens shall dare to deceive him. In an instant, the colossal golden skull soared into the sky, heading towards the building where Lu Jingya and the others were located. Simultaneously, the golden parchment within Lu Meng's mind underwent another transformation. Divine blessing, Lord Contract, Lord, Lu Meng, human, affiliated deity, Carnelos, god of goblins domain coordinates, XXXX. Description, you have garnered the favor of Carnelos, the god of goblins, who has personally blessed you, designating you as a lord under his command. This represents both an investment and a sign of confidence. Please do not disappoint the favor of the divine, lest the deity also feel disheartened. Effects. 1. Divine modeling. The might of the divine is unfathomable. What you envision may be manifested. Within your domain, you may, to a certain extent, harness divine power to conjure architectural constructs. 2. Divine favor. Your domain has been personally chosen by the deity, and thus shall be under divine protection, ensuring it will not be subject to attacks from any creatures beneath the divine rank. At last, it has come to fruition. Lu Meng gazed at the golden parchment in his mind, as well as the simplified modeling surrounding the safety building, his heart brimming with joy. This signifies that for the foreseeable future, he will possess an absolute sanctuary. Thank you, esteemed Carnelos. As the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated and the blessing concluded, Lu Meng promptly expressed his gratitude towards Carnelos. The subordinate lordship does not equate to being the representative of gods and demons, and thus carries fewer restrictions. Otherwise, he would not have sought every means to secure that property contract before the apocalypse. No worries, no worries. This also serves as an investment in you. Witnessing the growth of a small being is, for me, a source of amusement. Carnelos grinned widely, his enormous mouth opening in laughter. Yet as he attempted to drink from his gourd, he discovered only a few drops of residue remained. How vexing, to a goblin who cherishes alcohol. The absence of drink is an unbearable discomfort, even for a fleeting moment. Esteemed Carnelos, if you do not mind, I possess a variety of exquisite human-brewed wines that I would be delighted to offer you. Lu Meng adeptly seized the moment, knowing that this was an opportunity, and the fine wines he had stockpiled before the apocalypse were indeed meant for Carnelos. He merely did not anticipate such a fortuitous chance to present them. Human-brewed wine. I have yet to taste that. Carnelos licked his lips, pondering briefly before carelessly tossing a ring from his finger into Lu Meng's hands. Hurry back with this to fetch the wine. A spatial ring. Lu Meng's eyes brightened as he recognized the function of the ring in his grasp. Please wait a moment. With that, he unleashed all the energy within him and sprinted towards his domain, stopping only as he approached. The rain continued to fall in the night sky. Lu Meng stood 10 meters away from his territory, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, appearing somewhat exhausted and seemingly fearful. Wondering, could it be that he had not been seen through? Chapter 60. The unprecedented gift. Constructing the territory as dawn broke, the rain gradually subsided. A beam of sunlight fell, illuminating the harsh reality, which was not a nightmare but rather the truth. Lu Meng silently stood 2 miles away from his territory. His entire being was drenched, his black cloak stained with a mixture of rainwater and blood, his hair disheveled, and even his breath seemed somewhat agitated. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice a pale blue jade bracelet adorning his right wrist, and on his index finger, an ancient ring embossed with the emblem of a gnome's scepter. The demon, known for his integrity and investment acumen, was indeed generous, but he was no fool. Lu Mang's cracked lips moved slightly as he focused his gaze on the ancient ring on his right index finger. The night of carnage had gradually led him to a semblance of calm, allowing him to clarify his thoughts. The exquisite wine he had meticulously prepared had indeed garnered the generous gift from the gnome god, Carnelos. Yet, this gift was somewhat bewildering, completely beyond his expectations. The value of a space ring might be insignificant in the eyes of gods and demons, but it was certainly unattainable for mortals at present. He murmured softly, gently rubbing the ancient ring on his index finger. The gnome god was a master craftsman. Indeed, a space ring was of little consequence. Originally, Lu Meng had intended to exchange the wine he had hoarded before the apocalypse with Carnelos for a space ring. However, now he had not only acquired a space ring, but also unexpected gains. His gaze gradually shifted downward, landing on the jade bracelet of integrity, Carnelos' blessing effect, a bracelet personally crafted by the gnome god Carnelos in his youth, imbued with a trace of divine power after his ascension. When activated, it can deliver a lethal strike capable of slaying all in the state of enlightenment. Note: a consumable item, a secret treasure of the gods and demons, the essence of integrity, an equivalent exchange. Truly generous. A self-deprecating smile crept onto Lu Meng's face, revealing a hint of coldness. This bracelet of integrity could indeed be regarded as a secret treasure of the gods and demons, as the name suggests. It is a treasure refined by the hands of deities, possessing divine power, with specific indications. Though the magnitude of power varies, such items are exceedingly rare, despite the bracelet of integrity being a one-time consumable. It possessed the terrifying ability to slay any being below the state of enlightenment at this stage. The essence of integrity, an equivalent exchange. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Carnelos, you have gifted me a life. Lu Meng's expression suddenly turned grave. Indeed, possessing such a secret treasure at this stage effectively granted him another life. However, are you truly so certain that I require an additional life? The murderous aura around him coalesced once more. The monsters surrounding him had been slaughtered by Lu Meng throughout the night, and his demeanor had changed significantly from the initial. His mind recalled the kind reminder from Carnelos just before their parting. On the 7th day after the apocalypse descends, the various lords and their monsters will lead their armies to conduct the first cleansing of human cities under the compulsion of the rules. This is irreversible. At that time, you can hide within your territory. The 7th day of monster slaughter. Alas, I had already known this information, but I fear you do not wish for me to merely hide, do you? Casting one last glance at the bracelet on his right hand, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the direction of Chihuahua Yuan. Lu Meng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately began to walk towards his territory. Meng, you have returned? Finally back. Meng, are you unhurt? Meng? At the entrance of the office building, Lu Jingya and the others had been waiting for a long time, their anxious expressions finally giving way to joy. Last night, Lu Meng had ventured out alone and had not returned for an entire night. The continuous roars of monsters echoing in the surroundings had left them extremely worried for Lu Meng. Yet, bound by his orders, they could not venture out to search for him. Now that Lu Meng had safely returned, they felt a profound sense of relief. That I'm fine. I took care of some matters and cleared out the monsters around. Lu Meng nodded, smiling at the women. That's good. Meng, what was that golden light last night? Moreover, the structure of this building seems to have undergone some changes. Lu Jingya stepped forward, glancing at the arrangements in the lobby on the first floor. In addition to their original setup, numerous gnome statues had been added. Particularly a 3-meter-tall gnome statue prominently displayed at the entrance. Her intuition told her that this was undoubtedly related to Lu Meng's disappearance last night. The other women looked at Lu Meng with curiosity as well. I have signed a lord's contract with the gnome god Carnelos. For the next 3 years, this place will not be attacked by any monsters below the realm of gods. Lu Meng nodded, briefly recounting the events. Doesn't that mean we now have an absolute safe zone? Gods and demons truly exist. It feels like we are playing a game. Unbelievable. If that's the case, we will have many more options in this apocalypse. Lu Jingya and the others were not only astonished, but also immensely grateful that in just under 3 days amidst this apocalypse, they had witnessed countless compatriots perish before their eyes, highlighting the cruelty of their reality. In such a brutal environment, they understood how precious it was to have an absolute safe haven, all thanks to Lu Meng. Affection 2, Affection 2, Affection 2. Unexpectedly, 5 notifications of affection boost resonated in Lu Meng's mind. He was momentarily taken aback but soon grasped the significance, feeling a slight enhancement in his own power. Though the increase was minor, it was unmistakable. It seems the system is indeed reliable. Lu Meng realized this was a characteristic of the rewards he had collected. As the affection continued to rise, his strength would also experience a slight enhancement. Gently clenching his fist, Lu Meng briefly savored the experience before refocusing his energy on his territory. In his mind, a golden sheet unfurled, showcasing a series of three-dimensional models reminiscent of modern architecture, but it was time to construct the territory properly. Bidding farewell to the women, Lu Meng ascended the stairs alone, when he stepped out of his room once more. The construction of the entire territory had commenced. The purple light swiftly enveloped the entire area. With a rumbling sound that shook the ground, towering ancient walls rose up, completely encircling the territory. A grand entrance door, corresponding to the height of the walls, was adorned with a massive gnome statue, while mysterious divine power continuously repelled the monsters lingering nearby. Within the walls, humans who had previously taken refuge in the surroundings looked on in awe at the miraculous transformation. Yet they could not escape the fate of being driven out. Delicate wooden houses appeared seemingly out of nowhere, arranged systematically throughout. The original office building had vanished, replaced by an 11-story ancient castle. Chapter 61. Naming the Embers. What is happening? How did I get out? I was just here a moment ago. What transpired? A castle. When did a castle appear? Was I teleported? What on earth is happening in this world? A sudden emergence of monsters? A sudden appearance of a castle? Outside the territory, a group of forcibly expelled survivors wore expressions of bewilderment. The experiences of these past 3 days had been a nightmare. The arrival of the apocalypse, the relentless pursuit by monsters, the deaths of loved ones before their eyes. After finally finding a place free from monster disturbances, they were inexplicably expelled. Moreover, the drastically altered scenery before them left them utterly shocked. The ancient castle loomed like a colossal beast, instilling a chilling sense of dread, while the towering walls evoked a sense of trepidation. However, these survivors seemingly had little time to process their feelings. At that moment, they had been driven out of the territory, and just a short distance away, hordes of monsters awaited, with the resounding roars of the monsters echoing. This lucky yet unfortunate group of survivors resumed their frantic flight. Fools! In the early stages of the apocalypse, bloodline warriors experienced the fastest power growth, yet you only know how to hide. Within the castle, Lu Meng resided on the 11th floor, comfortably reclining on a throne forged from gold. His wine glass swayed as he gazed out through the lavishly adorned windows, allowing him to observe the situation outside the territory. Beside him, Lu Jingya and the other women stood quietly, gently massaging his shoulders. The transformation from an office building to a castle, along with the surrounding walls, had been communicated to them by Lu Meng beforehand, so they were not particularly surprised. However, their sense of security had undoubtedly increased several-fold. Human nature is perplexing. Some individuals can unleash unprecedented potential in dire situations, yet the majority remain ordinary, timid, and inept. Perhaps that is the true reflection of most people. Lu Jingya let out a soft chuckle as she gazed at the man before her, her eyes brimming with unmasked affection. However, Meng, since we have established such a solid foundation, we must not let it go to waste. She made a symbolic suggestion, the implications of her words unmistakable. Yet, having learned from previous lessons, she refrained from offering specific opinions, allowing Lu Meng's thoughts to take precedence. Lu Meng slightly turned his head, his gaze resting on Lu Jingya, and nodded subtly. Even the most abundant resources will eventually be depleted. And without sufficient strength, everything in our possession is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. He comprehended Lu Jingya's intentions. Based on their current territory, they needed to expand and strengthen, maximizing their existing resources to enhance their own power. This aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. In the early days of the apocalypse, most human survivors relied solely on magical sources to bolster their strength. Thus, he needed to collect magical sources with utmost urgency. In this context, the most effective approach was to seize. Now, within the city of Jinghai, their small team was indeed unafraid of anyone. However, Lu Meng also recognized that such actions were less than advisable. Akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, the immediate benefits might be enticing, but in the long run, the city of Jinghai could find itself bereft of bloodline bearers. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Meng continued, Jingya, what are your thoughts? He had a vague notion forming in his mind, yet he understood that Lu Jingya, as a former CEO before the apocalypse, must possess a more refined plan. Meng, perhaps we could approach it this way. Lu Jingya moved to the window, casting a lofty glance at the quaint houses within their territory, laying out her thoughts in full. Crack, crack. A series of sounds resembling earth and stone breaking echoed from the outskirts of the territory. Shortly thereafter, a towering stone tablet emerged from the ground, standing resolutely beside the ancient gate of the territory. For glaring characters were engraved prominently at the top, Land of Ashes. The content below was quite simple. Today's rates: safe room, 12 hours 10 units of magical source. Dawn level, barter. Note: 1. The mission of this locale is to provide survivors with a secure refuge. Your expenditure will undoubtedly yield exceptional value, and the safe rooms here guarantee absolute safety and privacy. 2. Other services will open at irregular intervals, with safe room prices fluctuating unpredictably. All interpretation rights belong to the Land of Ashes. Is this feasible? Inside the castle, Mu Yuhua observed Lu Meng as he utilized the territory to produce the latest stone tablet. Feeling somewhat skeptical. Isn't this akin to running a hotel business? In the apocalypse, can it truly work? I recall Meng mentioning that on the 7th day of the apocalypse, monsters in major cities would go into a frenzy. And thereafter, their numbers would only increase. Lu Jingya smiled, her eyes sparkling with insight. Perhaps at this stage, those formidable bloodline bearers could still find a secure resting place in the night, but in 4 days. That might not hold true. She had a keen sense for opportunities, and Lu Meng's every word was firmly etched in her mind. Jingya was right. Lu Meng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the number of monsters would significantly surge in 4 days. And their individual strengths would also escalate, putting survivors in the city under unprecedented pressure. At that point, opportunities would arise. When he was modeling the territory, he had already conceived such an idea, albeit refined by Lu Jingya. Those quaint houses were independent spaces. He had set specific details for occupancy, and by investing the magical sources fixed to the stone tablet, the safe rooms would be activated. Furthermore, once survivors occupied them, if they wished to leave or their time was up, the first location they would be transported to would also be outside the Land of Ashes. For the remaining barter services, Lu Jingya suggested postponing their launch for now. By midday, the first batch of survivors arrived at the Land of Ashes. Boss, this castle truly is quite magnificent. Among the group of 12 survivors, a man with a scarred face could not help but click his tongue. His gaze shifting from the ancient castle to the stone tablet, his face betraying a glimmer of greed. Moreover, it seemed that the owner of this ancient castle was human. He couldn't resist licking his lips. The content on the stone tablet was already quite apparent. It bore no difference from a hotel before the apocalypse. Let's go. We must leave this place immediately. The leading man, with sharp eyes, diverted his gaze from the ancient castle without hesitation and walked in the opposite direction. Boss, even if the description of this castle is false, just look at those walls. If we could seize them, they'd undoubtedly serve as our future base. The scarred man hastily interjected. The other members beside him regarded the scarred man with expressions akin to disbelief. No, what kind of expressions are those? The scarred man was perplexed but seemed to grasp something. With our awakened bloodlines, would we truly fear them if they are human? The man leading the group abruptly halted, grasping the scarred man's neck. I distinctly remember that this area did not have this ancient castle before the apocalypse. Do you understand what that implies? If this castle were constructed by monsters, that would be one thing, but if it was indeed built by humans, then that is truly terrifying. If you genuinely wish to die, I will end you right now, but you better not involve us. A clear murderous intent flashed across his face. It had only been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and if there truly existed a being capable of constructing such a castle through divine or demonic means, that entity was certainly not someone they could provoke. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that the stone tablet's claim of absolute safety was likely not a deception. Boss, I was wrong. The scarred man capitulated, fear evident in his eyes as he hurriedly apologized. Remember, if you wish to survive, you must keep your eyes wide open. The man scoffed, tossing the scarred man behind him. The scarred man, with a disgruntled expression, trailed at the back of the group, glancing back with a resigned mutter. What magnificent, truly magnificent. Though the room is small, it is replete with a myriad of sensations. Goodness, how many days has it been since I last bathed? It feels utterly delightful. Regrettably, I initially harbored some doubts and spent my time in trepidation, ultimately managing to sleep for a mere 6 hours before the A-grade bloodline individual could approach to inquire. The first group of individuals who were teleported out began to discuss amongst themselves that moment. The A-grade bloodline individual was utterly dumbfounded. However, it was undeniable, for he had witnessed firsthand the group of people being transported by a radiant light. Moreover, Observing their mental state, apart from the pre-existing dark circles under their eyes, everyone appeared remarkably invigorated. Most crucially, beneath their tattered garments, he could distinctly see their smooth skin, devoid of any trace of blood, and even catch a whiff of the fragrant scent of body wash. This was truly bewildering. Could it be that I am destined to become a mere watchdog? According to the accounts of those present at the time. After the A-grade bloodline individual, with eyes ablaze, uttered those words, he promptly retrieved 10 sources of magic to take refuge in the safe room. As for what transpired thereafter, opinions were varied, yet, without exception, regardless of the version, the phrase truly delightful emerged. Furthermore, since that incident, survivors arriving at the safe house frequently spotted the A-grade bloodline individual quietly standing at the entrance of the Ember Realm, seemingly contemplating existence. However, it was precisely due to this occurrence that the remarkable nature of the Ember Realm swiftly spread, transforming it from a mere handful of daily inhabitants to dozens selecting to take refuge there. Of course, there were also some less harmonious elements in the days following the Ember Realm's rise to fame. Certain ill-intentioned survivors deliberately loitered near the convergence of embers, hoping to hunt down its masters. Yet, the ultimate outcome was rather tragic. Lu Jingya and her companions repeatedly entered and exited over the course of several days, showcasing their overwhelming prowess, swiftly eliminating some nefarious individuals with thunderous force. Consequently, many spectators began to regard Lu Jingya as the Master of Embers, for she was a notable figure in Jinghai City prior to the apocalypse. It wasn't until survivors familiar with Lu Jingya from before the cataclysm conversed with her that she explicitly acknowledged she was not the Master of Embers, rekindling curiosity among the crowd. Now, nearly 7 days into the apocalypse, not a single survivor had laid eyes on the true visage of the Master of Embers. Nevertheless, for Lu Meng himself, it was merely a trivial interlude. With 1208 sources of magic, I am more than equipped to ascend to the Dawn Realm. It is unfortunate that I have yet to encounter creatures of the early dawn. Otherwise, I would have already achieved my promotion. The crimson cloak billowed as Lu Meng devoured the unending sources of magic that flew toward him, disappearing at his lips. Observing this, Jin Shiyin discreetly exited the room. 3 days prior, after consuming the magic source of the Servanaka, he had reached the pinnacle of the Dawn Realm. Over the past 3 days, he had ingested an abundance of magic sources, yet lamentably had not encountered any Dawn Realm monsters nor named entities, forcing him to rely on sheer quantity for his breakthrough. Lu Meng's aura grew increasingly ferocious as the magic sources continued to dissipate. Eventually, as the malevolent Buddha descended, the Crimson Tiger roared, and arcs of lightning ravaged the surroundings. The energy within him reached its zenith. With a resounding crack, it was as if an inexplicable entity within Lu Meng shattered, simultaneously causing various bloodline manifestations to vanish, while a golden radiance quietly emerged. At last, he had broken through. Lu Meng abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. At this moment, he had stepped into the Dawn Realm, the faint golden light behind him serving as the finest testament. The ordinary realm bore no distinction from that of an average person. The physical constitution of a bloodline individual would be notably enhanced, while their bloodline abilities remained minimal. The Dawn Realm allowed for initial control over one's bloodline. Akin to the human body awakening to the sun, though somewhat miraculous, it was exceedingly weak. The Dawn Realm, however, was different. It enabled further manipulation of the internal bloodline, unearthing certain potential, much like the sun rising and emanating a glimmer of light. Now that I have attained the Dawn Realm, if only I could collaborate with Jingya, there should be a considerable opportunity to acquire something from the Qinghua Yuan. Lu Meng rose, the crimson cloak rustling behind him. To this day, he vividly recalled that night's conversation with Carlos. Within the Qinghua Yuan lay the remnants of the celestial demon. Chapter 63. The 7th day, entering the Qinghua Yuan in the depths of night. Rain poured down incessantly. The area surrounding the Qinghua Yuan was already swarming with monsters, their crimson eyes glaring ominously in the darkness, and a savage aura causing the air around to ripple slightly. This time, only the two of us would undertake this venture. Should anything go awry, our survival must take precedence. In a dilapidated building not far from the Qinghua Yuan, Lu Meng regarded Lu Jingya with a serious expression. I had a brief encounter with the terrifying entities inside. At this stage, they are alarmingly powerful, so be sure to remember my words. Ultimately, he still chose to pursue the celestial demon's remnants. Firstly, the celestial demon is a supreme being, and as a reincarnated individual, Lu Meng understood its worth. Moreover, Carnelos' words that night hinted at something significant. Secondly, based on his deductions, in his previous life, Yunru and her companions perished within the Chihuahua Yuan during the early days of the apocalypse. Yet Lu Jingya inexplicably survived and shortly thereafter achieved remarkable feats, indicating that the celestial demon's remnants were certainly extraordinary. Furthermore, Lu Meng believed the guarding monsters within were not utterly insurmountable, otherwise Lu Jingya would not have emerged alive. Likely having obtained the celestial demon's remnants, this was precisely why Lu Meng brought only Lu Jingya along. He felt she could contribute in some capacity, while the others remained behind in the Ember Realm. Lu Jingya slightly nodded. Her night demon bloodline had activated, a faint green light swirling around her as her figure gradually melded into the shadows. The night demon bloodline specializes in assassination and concealment, making it exceptionally potent for survival in the apocalypse. As the apocalypse approached its 7th day. Although Lu Jingya had not ascended to the Dawn level like Lu Meng, she had already reached the pinnacle of the Dawn realm. Confident she would not become a hindrance, time slipped by, second by second. The rainfall intensified, with sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the night sky. Roar, roar, roar. As the 7th day of the apocalypse approached, the monsters in major cities erupted into frenzied cries, seemingly undergoing inexplicable transformations, particularly in Jinghai City. Lu Meng slightly raised his head, peering through the broken wall at the monstrous horde in the distance. His vision remained sharp, unaffected by the darkness in his sight. The monstrous swarm surrounding the Qinghuabian began to grow restless. Swathes of monsters attempted to advance, but seemed hindered by some invisible barrier. Boom! Until a thunderous clap resonated through the sky, momentarily illuminating the night. Howl! The monstrous horde erupted into complete chaos, the invisible barrier vanishing in that instant. A humanoid, towering creature emerged from the Qinghuabian, standing approximately 3 meters tall, its face obscured by a mask. Clad in black gold armor that emitted an eerie glow in the night, its long blade drawn and causing the surrounding monsters to retreat, instinctively point one of the 4 commanders, a Seikl. Lu Meng's gaze sharpened, his entire aura vanishing in an instant, rendering him akin to a lifeless bodied. In his previous life, a Seikl was notorious in Jinghai City as a formidable boss. During the 7th day of the apocalypse frenzy, he was one of the 4 commanders of Jinghai, likely possessing strength on par with the Mid-Dawn realm. Additionally, he belonged to the named monsters of the demon race, while it remained unclear under which demon lord he served. He was nearly invincible during the early days of the apocalypse. Step, 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 a Seikl advanced, the sound of his black gold armor echoing as he reached the forefront of the monstrous horde before finally halting. With a crack, a scene that took Lu Meng by surprise unfolded. To his astonishment, a Seikl knelt on one knee in the direction of the Chihuahua. It seemed the treasures within the Chihuahua were indeed extraordinary. Lu Meng pondered, his eyes narrowing. In his conjecture, the treasures within the Chihuahua were likely the divine artifacts left by the celestial demon. However, it now appeared that this was not necessarily the case. A Seikl was not merely a named monster under the demon's command, but also a ruler monster appointed by the rules. With such a distinction, whatever compelled him to kneel in reverence could not be merely a divine artifact, let alone a simple one. I must acquire it. Lu Meng resolved firmly. Such a treasure was an absolute must-have, destined to become one of his trump cards. Jingya, prepare yourself. We are about to take action. Lu Meng kept a vigilant eye on a Seikl's movements, and not long after, as the final lightning bolt struck the night sky, the kneeling Seikl suddenly rose. Roar! He howled toward the heavens, charging ahead with fervor. Behind him, and in all directions, the monstrous horde surged forward, tens of thousands of creatures racing toward a Seikl's position. Simultaneously, in the other 3 directions of Jinghai City, 3 thunderous roars echoed. At this moment, the entirety of Jinghai City's monsters erupted into chaos, divided into 4 factions. Let us go. In the brief moment after the monstrous horde departed, Lu Meng and Lu Jingya swiftly entered the Chihuahua. The rain intensified, and the thunder rumbled once more. The 2 agile figures navigated with familiarity to the center of the Qinghuabian. Be cautious. Just follow my lead. Lu Meng's gaze was heavy, for the scene before him was vastly different from that of 4 days prior. The once sparse magical aura had now almost coalesced into a liquid form, completely enveloping the villa before him. Surrounding the villa, heaps of corpses lay piled like small mountains, some belonging to monsters, others to humans. The viscous, dark blood flowed incessantly with the rainwater, and even the previously verdant trees had turned entirely charred. wisps of magical energy swirling around them, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. What on earth could be causing this? The fear was palpable. Lu Jingyao was also surveying the surroundings, clutching Lu Meng's collar with one hand. Despite being an S-rank bloodline bearer, she still felt a slight discomfort. And that was even before entering the villa. Regardless of the living beings within, if possible, they should avoid disturbing them and simply retrieve what they sought before leaving. Lu Meng was resolute as he stepped forward, gently pushing open the door. Creak. The jarring sound of the door echoed. The door, which was not old, turned to ash in an instant, and the two of them seemed to be forcefully drawn in. Vanishing from sight, a chilling wind swept through, and at the pitch-black entrance, the door reformed as if nothing had transpired. "Oh, not let me down." In a forsaken corner of Shijinhai City, a diminutive figure suddenly opened its eyes, its oversized head slowly lifting. Chapter 64. Reunion with Zhao Qingling. This got a space of its own. The abrupt shift in scenery left Lu Meng momentarily stunned, tightening his grip on Lu Jingya's hand. Although the surrounding environment and furnishings still resembled the villa's interior, he could distinctly sense that this was no longer the Qinghua villa, nor could it be classified as a realm of humanity. Meng, is this an independent space created by a powerful monster? Lu Jingya, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped Lu Meng's thoughts. No, it should not be an independent space crafted by monsters. Lu Meng shook his head. The original structure had morphed, revealing two dark corridors that extended into the abyss, seemingly leading to an unknown destination. The ripples of space were ever shifting, allowing him to conclude that this was undoubtedly no longer a human domain. Yet, to assert that it was constructed by formidable monsters seemed implausible. Gently rubbing the spatial ring on his right index finger, Lu Meng began to speak. If we were to assess based on realms, to achieve the capability of constructing a space independently, aside from certain unique bloodlines infused with spatial power, only divine beings could attain such a feat. Deities? Lu Jingya's lips parted slightly, her heart brimming with astonishment. She had heard Lu Meng elaborate on the divine beings before. Even the Land of Embers was established through a pact with the divine, underscoring their immense power. If a deity truly existed here, was there any need for them to continue? Lu Meng discerned Lu Jingya's thoughts and continued. However, there is no need for concern. There are definitely no divine beings present here. If my conjecture is correct, this independent space is constructed from certain treasures. With the memories of his past life and the guidance of Carlos, Lu Meng was certain that no divine entities dwelled here. If there had been, Lu Jingya would not have emerged alive from this place in her previous life. Thus, only one possibility remained. The treasures within could autonomously create an independent space. Once again, Lu Meng's understanding of the limits was refreshed. However, this time, instead of joy, a sense of apprehension took hold of him. In his past life, the treasures known to be capable of independently constructing spaces were unattainable without the strength of a monarch. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Jingya behind him. This situation was becoming serious. In his previous life, whether it was the rumored Void Stone or the Rift Weaver or the Seamless Blade, treasures capable of self-constructing spaces, each had sent shockwaves through the various races upon their emergence. Not to mention the beings of those races vying for them. Even the treasures themselves could not be wielded without the strength of a monarch. And now, a treasure that could create an independent space was right in his vicinity. He truly couldn't fathom how Lu Jingya had acquired it in her past life. Perhaps, the key to this matter lay with Jingya herself. After a brief contemplation, Lu Meng felt the likelihood of this possibility was quite high. Now that they had entered this independent space, there was no chance of retreating along the same path. The only way forward was to obtain that treasure and thereby unravel the mystery of this independent space. Jingya, stay close to me. Without further hesitation, Lu Meng took Lu Jingya's hand and stepped toward one of the two abyssal corridors. As his foot crossed the threshold of that corridor, a dense magical aura rushed toward him. While the scene before him shifted once more, a howl resonated, echoing the cries of monsters, the terrifying phantoms of dark creatures assaulting their minds. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, rendering their surroundings invisible, as if they had entered a realm of utter blackness. Their vision was compromised. Lu Meng remained calm, for he had encountered similar situations in his past life. Certain powerful beings or treasures could directly influence human senses. Currently, only his vision was being affected, which posed minimal impact on him. Jingya, it seems my sight has vanished. In contrast to Lu Meng, Lu Jingya's vision was not merely disturbed. It had been entirely stripped away. Do not panic. Lu Meng tightened his grip on Lu Jingya's hand, believing this to be a trial designed to lead them astray. In the disorienting darkness, It was indeed easy to become lost, especially within this independent space, where beings could be suffocated in isolation. Yes, Lu Jingya nodded subtly, feeling somewhat reassured. Lu Meng continued to lead Lu Jingya forward, and soon he came to a halt. The independent space was in a constant state of flux, a blend of realities and illusions. How intriguing! Drawing upon his past experiences, he had discerned the characteristics of this abyssal corridor. Yet, this could not ensnare me. Lu Meng let out a cold laugh, summoning the hunter's spear into his hand. Its crimson flames casting a faint glow around them, but a journey of 1,000 miles is akin to standing still. Though much may be illusory, there was undoubtedly a truth amidst it all. Channeling all the bloodline power within him, Lu Meng thrust the spear forward. Simultaneously, deep blue arcs of electricity surged from its tip, racing outward. Zing! A faint crackling sound reached Lu Meng's ears from a certain direction. There, although Lu Meng's vision was hindered, his hearing remained acute. Within this independent abyssal corridor, unless one possessed a unique method, wandering endlessly would yield no progress. However, Lu Meng understood its intricacies. The power source constructed from bloodline energy was intrinsically linked to the spirit of the bloodline bearer. The instant the energy erupted, even if most of the power sources were banished by this independent space, as long as he struck something tangible, that would undoubtedly reveal the corridor's exit. At that moment, Lu Meng had already pinpointed the exit of the corridor. Having ascended to the Dawn Realm, Lu Meng unleashed his full strength, and even with Lu Jingya in tow, he moved like a whisper of wind, swiftly reaching the exit of the abyssal corridor in mere seconds. With a bang, Lu Meng pushed forward, successfully breaking free from the abyssal corridor. Yet the next moment, he found himself a bit careless. For the scene before him shifted again, and the exit was suspended in midair. Here, with no time for further contemplation, the hunter's spear appeared beneath Lu Meng's feet, swiftly lowering them both. Just then, a soft yet authoritative voice rang out from a nearby corner. Accompanied by a sudden surge of holy light that illuminated the entire space, Lu Meng clearly saw that at the center of that holy light stood a woman with 4 angelic wings. Retreating while drawing back the energy longbow in her hands, Zhao Qingling. What was she doing here? Lu Meng was astonished, but he had little time to ponder as the next moment left him utterly stunned. Emerging from the corner was a monstrous creature chasing Zhao Qingling. Its tattered humanoid form was saturated with magical energy, its blood-red eyes devoid of any emotion, as it wielded a pitch-black spear that emanated a chilling aura. Most alarmingly, a black tome was connected to the creature's chest through its veins, continuously supplying it with energy. The tome of 3 calamities, slaughter of all beings. At that moment, Lu Meng's eyes were fixed in disbelief. Chapter 65, Tome of 3 Calamities, Slaughter of All Beings. It truly is one of the tomes of 3 calamities, the slaughter of all beings. Lu Meng murmured softly, for no matter how bold his imagination, he could never have anticipated that the treasure within Qinghua Villa was the slaughter of all beings. Among the 4 races of the heavens, the demon, monster, and ghost tribes each possessed a tome of great value. Collectively referred to as the Tomes of 3 Calamities, with each tome divided into 3 volumes. Demon Tribe's Tome, Slaughter of All Beings. Monster Tribe's Tome, Heavenly Slaughter. Ghost Tribe's Tome, Infernal Refinement. As for whether the chaotic beings resembling zombies possessed a tome, he did not know. However, he could ascertain that the book connected to the heart of the monster nearby was undoubtedly one of the Tomes of 3 Calamities, the slaughter of all beings. For in his previous life, he had witnessed the great battle of divine beings from afar. In that conflict, not a single divine being survived, all vying for this very tome. The aura, unmistakable. Lu Meng. How did you get in here? At that moment, Zhao Qingling had also spotted Lu Meng. A white silhouette swiftly retreated to his side, the jade-white longbow in her hand still shaped like a full moon. Outside, chaos erupted among the monsters, yet this place remained eerily empty, devoid of any gathering of beasts. Driven by curiosity, I approached, only to unexpectedly find myself here, and even more astonishingly, to encounter you. Lu Meng reined in his thoughts and cast a glance at Zhao Qingling. He could discern that Zhao Qingling had awakened her angelic bloodline, yet she had not ascended to the Dawn Realm, remaining merely at the peak of daybreak. I remember you. Zhao Qingling glanced at Lu Meng. But before she could finish her words, the monster charged at them once again. The creature moved with incredible speed, its body battered and broken, yet the black spear it wielded lunged toward Zhao Qingling's heart like a black dragon. Zhao Qingling's reflexes were equally swift. Her forewings fluttered gently behind her as she glided backward, and in the same instant, she released the bowstring in her hand. With a whoosh, the light arrow tore through the air. splitting into 9 at an astonishing speed, seemingly imbued with sentience as it shot toward the monster from 9 different directions. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, the shockwaves from the light arrows briefly distorting everyone's vision, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, a testament to their formidable power. The holy light 9 arrows indeed wielded terrifying might. Lu Meng stole a glance at the energy-infused jade-white longbow in Zhao Qingling's grasp. Under normal circumstances, those with bloodlines below SS rank, upon awakening their lineage, would experience a terrifying surge in battle prowess, yet they could only rely on the power of their bloodline and instinct to fight. However, those of SS rank and above were somewhat different. Individuals like Zhao Qingling, a prodigy awakened by a 1 in 10,000 chance, would gain inscribed skills upon awakening, and would automatically comprehend more inscribed skills as their realms advanced. In his previous life, the being referred to as the Celestial Maiden, Zhao Qi had unleashed the Holy Light 9 arrows to eradicate a completely demonized city, besides the innate inscribed skills bestowed by their bloodlines. There existed another means to acquire inscribed skills. The Three Calamities Tome. One could even argue that the skills contained within the Three Calamities Tome transcended mere skills, being akin to supreme divine demonic techniques. It was said that the Three Calamities Tome was originally governed by the highest divine demons of various races, and the techniques cultivated by these divine demons were those found within the tome. In a past life, Yumaidila had inadvertently mentioned that in the era exclusive to divine demons, a demon emperor had wielded a complete tome to slay several lower-tier divine demons, ultimately retreating unscathed from a confrontation with mid-tier divine demons. The residual light dissipated rapidly, the figure of the monster reappearing. Although its body was more shattered than before, it was evident that it had not sustained any fatal injuries, and as the black tome at its heart fluttered slightly, there was an observable tendency for its flesh to heal. It actually possessed regenerative abilities. Lu Meng observed quietly, discerning the creature's origin. It was merely the corpse of an ordinary bloodline bearer, controlled by the slaughtering of innocents. Yet even so, Zhao Qinling found herself powerless against it. Lu Meng, let's join forces. We must eliminate this monster, and that tome shall belong to you. Zhao Qingling's voice suddenly rang out, although they had been engaged in combat. She had caught on to Lu Meng's peculiar demeanor. His gaze had been fixated on the monster's heart. It was the tome. In her heart, she had already concluded that Lu Meng's entrance was no mere coincidence. He had come with a plan, perhaps even specifically for that tome. For her, while she knew the tome was a treasure, the aversion stemming from her bloodline made her realize that even if she obtained it, she could not utilize it. Lu Meng's eyes flickered at her words. From his earlier observations, even if he were to engage the monster himself, he could only achieve a stalemate, but with Zhao Qingling's assistance, the dynamics would shift. Jingya, keep your distance. He was never one to hesitate. After reminding Lu Jingya behind him, the demon hunter's spear materialized in his grasp. With a sharp sound, the blood-red spear lunged forward, its tip gleaming brightly. Simultaneously, at the moment Lu Meng charged forth, the shadow of the evil Buddha manifested instantaneously, the bloodline of the demon slayer, designed to counter demonic beings. Although it was merely an A-rank bloodline, it would still exert some influence over the monster before him. As expected, the creature, which had intended to evade, experienced a brief moment of hesitation as the evil Buddha's massive hand descended. Strike! Lu Meng shouted to Zhao Qinling, his spear thrusting forward with unrelenting momentum, and thunderous roars erupted forth. Zhao Qinling possessed an exceptional sense of timing. At the very instant Lu Meng called out, she had already sprung into action. The jade bow was drawn to its fullest, resembling a crescent moon, and her flowing hair transformed into silver in that fleeting moment. A silver arrow swiftly coalesced, expanding in an instant to pierce the monster's heart. Roar! The monster seemed to sense the imminent threat, letting out a furious howl as it attempted to break free from its constraints, yet the speed of the silver arrow was unparalleled, piercing straight into its heart. Just as disaster loomed, the ancient tome at the creature's heart fluttered gently in that moment. The surrounding space felt as though it had been ensnared, and the silver arrow was forcibly immobilized, unable to advance an inch. This ability is truly extraordinary. Lu Meng's reflexes were razor-sharp. His combat instincts surpassed those of anyone present, and this opportunity might only arise once. Success was imperative. The 5 bloodlines within him surged, erupting in an instant. In that moment, Lu Meng resembled a hellish demon, his blood-red cloak billowing behind him as the demon hunter's spear rang with urgency, fully manifesting his power at the Dawn realm. as he thrust forward with all his might. With a resounding boom, black flames scorched the heavens, and immense energy erupted forth, the monster's flesh disintegrating at a visible rate. Chapter 66, The Rite of the Tome, with the corporeal form that had served as a vessel obliterated. What other tricks do you have left? Lu Meng exhaled deeply. The Three Calamities tome was indeed formidable, but it also depended on the wielder. The human corporeal form before him was clearly under the tome's control. How much power could an ordinary body truly wield? Yet, he still underestimated the tome's might. With a tremendous bang, as the black flames reached the edges of the monster's heart, its entire corporeal form inexplicably detonated. In that very instant, the ancient tome began to ascend slowly. A mysterious aura spreading forth, and eerie purple light danced like gossamer, scattering in all directions. Creak, creak. Simultaneously, in this corridor reminiscent of a crypt, the sound of grinding bones echoed incessantly. Not good. Lu Meng seemed to realize something. But he could not pinpoint it. He abruptly turned to Zhao Qi-ling, who stood not far away. There lay several human corpses, likely also controlled by the tome, yet their power was mostly weak, and had already been dispatched by him moments ago. Zhao Qi-ling furrowed her brow slightly, gazing toward the corner, and once again drew her jade-white longbow. Upon hearing her, Lu Meng felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. He had been careless. The power of the bloodline surged once more. And Lu Meng accelerated to his utmost speed, rushing toward the corner. Zhao Qi-ling, sensing something amiss, flapped her wings gently, closely trailing Lu Meng. However, just as they reached the corner, a pale green glow shot forth faster than they could react. At that moment, the 9 corpses at the corner had eerily risen, dark energy penetrating their hearts, ominously beginning to converge. Do not let them unite, Lu Meng bellowed, the demon hunter's spear suddenly launching forth. Simultaneously, the holy light 9 arrows reappeared, targeting the 9 corpses. Yet, even with their speed, they were a fraction too late. A violet barrier abruptly manifested in the middle of the corner. The Three Calamities tome materializing from thin air, descending from above to block all of Lu Meng and Zhao Qingling's attacks. Damn it, just a step too late. Lu Meng forced himself to halt, his eyes filled with grave concern. Is there any other way? Zhao Qi-ling stepped forward to Lu Meng's side, having also recognized the gravity of the situation. This tome is bizarre. Its limit is not merely possessing a corpse. Lu Meng spoke slowly, preparing himself for another bout. His gaze fixed firmly on the Three Calamities tome suspended in midair. 9 strands of dark energy, resembling black threads, shot forth from the tome, rapidly connecting with the 9 corpses. An eerie aura began to spread. And the corpses, like puppets on strings, slowly drew together, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal, as if they were on the verge of merging into one. Is it truly happening? Lu Meng felt a weight in his heart as he glanced at the jade bracelet on his right wrist. In this moment, some of the uncertainties within him began to clarify. In his previous life, Lu Jingya had long since perished, having died on the same day as Yun Ru and the others. The ritualistic scene before him, along with the formidable strength of the Three Calamities tome, made Lu Meng realize that even if Lu Jingya had been defiant in her past life, she could not have survived in such an environment. The so-called 1 against 3, swiftly eliminating 2 of the bloodline-bound sea queens, is no longer Lu Jingya, but rather a slightly stronger puppet selected through the Book of 3 Disasters via sacrificial rites. Simultaneously, he comprehended why the bloodlines of Yunru and the others were all at least grade A. Perhaps even before the apocalypse descended, the celestial demons had already begun their machinations. Grade A bloodlines are not commonplace. Their dense emergence in the Qinghua Buyuan likely indicates the influence of the Book of 3 Disasters, intended for harvesting post-apocalypse. Yet, the arrival of a reincarnator like him disrupted everything. Nevertheless, even the ordinary person who initiates the sacrificial Book of 3 Disasters remains terrifyingly powerful. The black lines formed by demonic energy grew increasingly shorter. Likewise, the 9 corpses had become almost transparent, like fish caught on hooks, lazily converging in midair. With a whoosh, a silver arrow shot towards the Book of 3 Disasters at an astonishing speed. Radiating a divine aura, Zhao Qi-ling struck once more, her silver hair billowing, her demeanor ethereal as if she were an otherworldly being. This was the second arrow of the 9 sacred light arrows, the most powerful shot she could muster at present, yet the outcome was somewhat disappointing. The sacred arrow failed to approach the Book of 3 Disasters, merely exploding in midair. It was futile. Do not waste the power of the bloodline. Wait until he is fused before making another move. Zhao Qingling's failure with this arrow was anticipated. Had it been capable of breaking through, their attacks would not have been successfully blocked once these 9 corpses fully fused. Would we still have a chance? Zhao Qingling spoke with a grave expression. In just 7 days since the apocalypse began, her character had undergone significant transformation. There were no other options. If we do not resolve this book, we cannot escape. Lu Meng did not respond directly. He too felt uncertain. After all, the might of the Book of 3 Disasters was apparent. Even controlling the strongest ordinary corpse required him and Zhao Qingling to expend nearly all their strength. Let alone what would occur once the sacrificial rite was completed at that moment. The 9 corpses had formed a circle in the air, their distances from one another less than half a meter. With the Book of 3 Disasters resting at the very center, a flash of black light surged, causing the book to tremble slightly, and one of the corpses vanished without a trace, while another nearby grew more solid. Subsequently, the second corpse followed suit, merging into the now solidified one, then the third. Just as the third corpse was about to fuse, a green light suddenly cut through the void, swiftly drawing a circle in the air. Crack, crack. The sound of porcelain shattering rang out 6 times in succession, ceasing only upon striking the fused corpse. Lu Meng felt a surge of joy, glancing towards the depths of a corner, where a familiar figure rushed deeper without looking back. Meng, I can only help you this much. Indeed, it was Lu Jingya who had taken action. During the initial battle, she had refrained from intervening, as she discerned the monster's strength. A rash move would only hinder their efforts. So she had concealed herself in the shadows using her night demon bloodline. Observing her surroundings, after Lu Meng managed to slay the monster, she sensed something amiss and had already hidden herself in a corner. It was only when the 9 corpses reached a critical moment of fusion, and the third corpse's speed noticeably slowed, that she seized the opportunity to strike. The Book of 3 Disasters seemed enraged, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, forcibly solidifying the last corpse. With a crashing sound, ancient pages turned, akin to raging waves of magic that struck at the soul, and the intangible barrier vanished at that moment. Chapter 67. Faking Death, Demonization, Success. An opportunity had arisen. Observing the scene, Lu Meng propelled himself forward with a powerful push, launching himself like a cannonball towards the Book of 3 Disasters suspended in midair. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the void. Zhao Qingling and Lu Meng's cooperation was flawless. As Lu Meng darted towards the book, 9 arrows had already been released, swiftly pinning the fused body against the wall. Success! Without encountering any obstruction, Lu Meng's right hand swiftly grasped the Book of 3 Disasters. This is the slaughter of the living. Lu Meng's eyes burned with fervor. Within the ancient scroll lay boundless magical power. Drawing one into a trance, he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. In that moment, he seemed to hear a supreme call from the depths of infinite space, an irresistible urge to worship. Lu Meng, awaken! Silver light pierced through the space, and Zhao Qingling immediately noticed Lu Meng's abnormality. Whoosh! A sacred arrow precisely struck and knocked the Book of 3 Disasters from Lu Meng's grip. What is happening to me? As Lu Meng descended to the ground, he felt momentarily disoriented. Just now, in his memory, he had seemingly glimpsed an extraordinary presence, though only the figure's back was visible. It evoked an overwhelming desire to pay homage and worship. No, I was influenced. Forcing the image of that figure from his mind, Lu Meng regained his focus as several arrows whistled through the air. The 9 sacred light arrows were unleashed again, and Zhao Qingling's expression was grave. After failing to influence Lu Meng, the Book of 3 Disasters immediately flew towards the immobilized monster, despite Zhao Qingling exerting her full effort to obstruct it, even leaving several arrows embedded in the monster's body. The book remained unscathed. Threads of demonic energy surged forth, as if fine strands shot from the book, swiftly plunging into the monster's heart, causing the book to gradually become ethereal until it vanished. It is fused. Both Lu Meng and Zhao Qingling understood what had transpired. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of mechanical joints moving echoed, as the monster, once pinned to the wall, began to stir. Its formerly white pupils had been replaced by demonic energy, and its aura surged relentlessly. I will engage in a frontal assault. You aim for its heart. The demon hunter's spear appeared in Lu Meng's hand as he glanced at Zhao Qingling. The monster's current state was not invincible. The ritual had not been completed, and the monster's body had sustained severe damage, unable to exert much strength. Be careful. Zhao Qingling nodded, her delicate fingers once again drawing back the bowstring. Lu Meng surged forward, unleashing the full power of his bloodline, thrusting his spear towards the monster in a split second. With a clang, the monster, faster than anticipated, formed a long spear of condensed demonic energy, effortlessly knocking the demon hunter's spear aside. At the same time, it advanced further, its demonic spear morphing into a black dragon that charged towards Lu Meng. So strong. Lu Meng gripped his spear to block, retreating as a storm of thunder descended. Shattering the black dragon, steadying himself, Lu Meng charged at the monster once more. Through their brief skirmish, he had begun to gauge its strength, indeed formidable, even capable of suppressing him, yet it was not without opportunity. However, just as Lu Meng advanced, an inexplicable scene unfolded. The monster, controlled by the Book of Three Disasters, did not retaliate but instead turned and fled towards the depths of the secret passage. Not good. Jingya. Upon witnessing this, Lu Meng quickened his pace. Lu Jingya was fleeing deeper into the passage, and if the monster encountered her, survival would be impossible. Zhao Qingling, block it, before Lu Meng could finish his sentence. 9 silver arrows sliced through the air towards the monster. Subsequently, with a gentle flutter of white wings, Zhao Qingling ascended, pulling her bowstring taut before releasing. Whoosh, 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 the silver arrows flew continuously through the void. Under Zhao Qingling's deliberate obstruction, the monster's speed began to wane. Seeing this, Lu Meng seized the opportunity, his right arm exerting force as the demon hunter's spear shot forth. With a piercing sound, the swirling black flames erupted, piercing through the monster's chest and continuing unabated, pinning it against the nearby wall. Roar, the monster howled, its eyes filled with rage and demonic energy. How can I subdue the Book of Three Disasters? At this moment, Lu Meng did not immediately approach the monster. Instead, he took slow steps forward, his mind racing with thoughts regarding treasures of the caliber of the Book of Three Disasters in his previous life. He had no right to engage with them, having only heard rumors that it was said that there were 9 volumes of the Book of Three Disasters in the present world, all ultimately obtained by humanity. Among them was one individual who had gathered the complete set of the Slaughtering Heaven, wielding 3 volumes of the book, forcing even gods and demons to bow their heads. This indicates that the Book of Three Disasters is controllable. However, during his time beside Yumaidila, Lu Meng had never inquired about how to subdue the Book of Three Disasters, only expressing curiosity about the coincidence of all 9 volumes being in human hands. To which Yumaidila had responded enigmatically, "How do you know those individuals are definitely human?" If only he had asked back then. Lu Meng felt a pang of regret. The treasure lay before him. Yet he found himself powerless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the secret passage, and the monster, pinned against the wall, appeared to be infuriated to the extreme. Its battered body quivered slightly, and torrents of demonic energy surged forth. The Book of Three Disasters at its heart emitted a faint purple glow, with countless strands of demonic energy connecting to the monster's entire being. Thump, thump, the sound of a heartbeat resonated as the Book of Three Disasters swayed rhythmically. With blood-red light coursing through the strands of demonic energy, the monster's body visibly shrank at an alarming rate. At that moment, the air seemed to thicken as a black long spear gradually took shape in the void, exuding an overwhelmingly tyrannical aura, as if a sovereign were about to descend. Supreme divine demon technique. The sudden turn of events left Lu Meng feeling a prickling unease, an inexplicable suppression rendering him breathless. And the ominous black magic spear hovering above was aimed directly at him. Lu Meng, run! Zhao Qingling exclaimed urgently, sensing the unmistakable aura of death emanating from the spear, which was still in its incomplete form. Yet at that moment, Lu Meng found himself at a loss for words. He too yearned to flee. However, he was already ensnared by that enigmatic energy, leaving him with no means of escape. The black spear gradually solidified, revealing a youthful figure, black hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with a soul ring, merely turning its back to Lu Meng, yet it suffocated him with its overwhelming presence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Qingling recognized Lu Meng's predicament and swiftly drew her jade-white longbow, releasing a flurry of arrows. However, even the SS-rank bloodlines wholly light 9 arrows, and despite the figure's lack of evasion, those seemingly indomitable arrows disintegrated before the shadow. Is this the might of a celestial demon at its corresponding realm? In this critical moment, Lu Meng's composure only deepened as he deduced the origin of that phantom. The slaughtering of all beings was a treasure of the demon race, only accessible to celestial demons in their youth. Furthermore, even though this isolated space was not a true human realm, it nevertheless existed within the human world, and the beings manifested could not exceed the constraints of the rules. The phantom before him was undoubtedly a youthful celestial demon, captured by the slaughtering of all beings. Although it lacked the full power of the celestial demon in its youth, it remained exceedingly terrifying. After all, it was a celestial demon, not merely a bearer of the celestial demon bloodline. With a crack, the young celestial demon turned, gripping the spear, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly, its flawless visage stunning all who beheld it. Struck. With a gentle motion, it lunged the spear at Lu Meng. What appeared to be a mundane attack felt as apocalyptic as the end of the world. In that instant, everything around Lu Meng seemed to shatter, the domineering aura capable of obliterating all. Lu Meng felt an urgent alarm ringing in his heart as the scent of death advanced towards him. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand firm, his left hand instinctively reaching for the jade bracelet on his right wrist. Yet, just as he intended to remove it, a glimmer of insight caught his eye. Not far away, the Three Calamities heavenly book had fallen into the corner, its ancient pages appearing lifeless, dim and dull. A previously opened page had closed, seemingly drained of its essence by the summoning of the youthful celestial demon phantom. The Three Calamities heavenly book had been utilizing the corpses of humans to absorb energy. With so many monster corpses outside, it had not even chosen those of the commanding level monsters. In that moment, Lu Meng seemed to realize something. Desperation, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. The hunter's spear transformed into a shield. The powers of 5 bloodlines surging forth in an instant. A pitch-black shield appeared, its surface adorned with roaring black tigers, rampant lightning, and flickering black flames. This was his strongest defensive state. The hunter bloodline could form the spear for offense. And similarly, it could be shaped into a shield. Yet, even so, Lu Meng felt it was still insufficient. He roared, "Zhao Qingling, assist me." Zhao Qingling immediately understood, a resolute expression lighting her eyes, as the holy light arrows were unleashed, aimed directly at the front of Lu Meng's shield. In that very moment, the youthful celestial demon's attack arrived, a spear gleam akin to a divine needle obliterating all, the holy light arrows failing to even hinder it. As they were forcefully shattered, there's a chance, Lu Meng concentrated fully. Although Zhao Qingling's holy light arrows had not succeeded in obstructing the attack, he keenly observed that the spear tip, which should have been aimed at his heart, had deviated slightly. Come on, the scent of death surged closer, and all the bloodline power within Lu Meng erupted that moment. Beneath the nearly invincible thrust of the spear, the red tiger lamented, the evil Buddha shattered. The black flames extinguished, and even the rolling thunder was obliterated entirely. Lu Meng's defense, constructed from every ounce of his bloodline power, managed to withstand the youthful celestial demoness strike, but only for a fleeting moment. A crack resounded, the shattering of the shield reverberating clearly. Lu Meng, Zhao Qingling's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Had Lu Meng ultimately failed to block it? In her sight, the dark spear pierced through the shield and drove into Lu Meng's heart. Torrents of demonic energy surging and ravaging his body. Lu Meng's life force was rapidly waning. Yet the youthful celestial demon's phantom had vanished that I refused to believe. Zhao Qingling found it hard to accept. She was aware of Lu Meng's mysteries, having possessed extraordinary power even before the apocalypse. The image of him clad in black, wielding a spear amidst a thunderstorm, was etched deeply in her mind. With her 4 wings fluttering gently, Zhao Qingling dashed towards Lu Meng. Even though in her perception, he had completely lost his life force, she remained unconvinced. However, the Three Calamities heavenly book, lying dormant in the corner, emitted a faint purple glow once more. Though weak, as if it had exhausted its final remnants of essence, it still constructed an invisible barrier. With a loud bang, Zhao Qingling was halted, a flash of anger igniting in her beautiful eyes. Did it intend to seize his body? She had witnessed the means of this cursed tome, enslaving corpses and sacrificing beings. Now, with no suitable host left, it surely sought to set its sights on Lu Meng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The holy light arrows continued to rain down, and even knowing the odds were slim, she was determined to fight back. That was Lu Meng's body, if it truly fell into the hands of the tome. Once it recovered, she too would be doomed, perhaps due to the Three Calamities heavenly book's dwindling essence. Under Zhao Qingling's assault, the invisible barrier ahead showed signs of cracking. Yet, at that moment, the Three Calamities heavenly book had already drifted to Lu Meng's side. Threads of demonic energy, thinner than fishing lines, shot forth from the book, yet they were exceptionally sharp. With a soft rip, Lu Meng's left chest was brutally torn apart, but due to the overwhelming speed, blood did not immediately spill forth. Stop. Zhao Qingling intensified her assault, clearly seeing Lu Meng's still heart. Despite this, she refused to surrender, unwilling to let Lu Meng's corpse become a puppet. However, it seemed it was all too late. The faint purple light lingered as the demonic energy, thinner than fishing lines, slowly pierced towards Lu Meng's heart. The Three Calamities heavenly book trembling once more as it attempted to rise. Everything unfolded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy encircled Lu Meng's heart. The gentle purple light resembling a dying flame, transmitted through the demonic energy that it had begun to take possession of Lu Meng's body. Aiming to spread from the heart outward until it ultimated in terms of physical well-being, there are no significant concerns, although that gunshot had ravaged the vitality of his flesh. The demonic transformation of the Three Calamities book has remarkably restored his body, save for the chest area, and even enhanced its strength to an incomprehensibly higher level. At this moment, all he could do was compete with the Three Calamities book to see who could endure until the end. The Three Calamities book still refused to yield, and the demonic energy continued to surge chaotically within Lu Meng's body that he ceased to speak further, as the remaining traces of his bloodline power relentlessly battled against it. At this juncture, Lu Meng's body resembled a battlefield, with manifestations of demonic energy, black flames, and heavenly thunder perpetually appearing around him. Zhao Qingling observed quietly, aware that Lu Meng had reached a critical moment. Time ticked away. As the demonic energy gradually waned, the scales of victory began to tip in Lu Meng's favor. Bang! With a powerful heartbeat resonating, a surge of bloodlight enveloped Lu Meng. Enter, he bellowed. Undertaking the final and most crucial step of merging with the Three Calamities book, integrating it with his heart, this was the most promising method he had discovered to control the Three Calamities book. It required the death of a living being and the shattering of the heart to enslave and dominate it, essentially substituting the heart to provide energy. But what if the living being was not dead, and the heart still existed? What would happen if he forcibly merged the Three Calamities book with his heart? This was Lu Meng's boldest conjecture, and he was presently attempting it. Bang! Bang! The rhythm of his heartbeat quickened. With each thump louder than the last, within Lu Meng, his crimson heart had already cracked open, and though the Three Calamities book continued to instinctively resist, 1/3 of it had already integrated. Continue. With the preliminary attempt proving successful, Lu Meng felt no discomfort in his consciousness, affirming that his hypothesis was correct. He then closed his eyes and sat down on the ground. Bang! 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 As time slowly passed, the entire chamber was filled with the resounding beats of his heart, resembling a drum, growing ever more profound and rhythmic. Finally, the drum-like sound of his heartbeat faded into silence, and the wounds on Lu Meng's chest rapidly healed as he opened his eyes at that moment. The demonic energy in his gaze had entirely vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting glimmer of red light that he rose, the demonic energy within him suppressed to an extreme point, and with a resounding bang, it exploded forth, shaking the opposite wall with a series of loud thuds. Lu Meng, you have succeeded. Zhao Qingling's face lit up with a hint of joy upon witnessing this, from Lu Meng's condition. She could discern that he had undoubtedly triumphed. Lu Meng reflexively turned around, and with just a glance, Zhao Qingling halted in her tracks. The demonic tome had been subdued, and an exit had appeared. I must enter to find Jingya. Lu Meng spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. Understood. Zhao Qingling nodded, displaying her perceptiveness by not following him. The independent space constructed by the Three Calamities book had revealed an exit, suggesting that it was largely devoid of danger. Lu Meng's steps were slow, yet each one appeared remarkably firm. He was receiving the rewards of his bloodlust, although his condition remained far from optimal. Simultaneously, detailed information regarding the bloodlust of all beings displayed in his mind. Bloodlust of All Beings, Volume 1. Three Calamities Book, Introduction. In the Age of Divine Demons, the Supreme Tome of the Demon Race. Divided into 3 volumes. Upper, Middle, and Lower. It is said to be possessed by the legendary demon, Poxin, one of the 3 great demon lords, and only the candidates for the demon lord title throughout history are qualified to study it. Functions. 1. Bloodline purification. Bloodlust of all beings can significantly purify the holder's bloodline. If the holder possesses a demon race bloodline, the effect will be magnified, and when the 3 volumes are combined, the results will be even more terrifying. 2. Demonic body regeneration. As long as the holder is not subjected to a fatal attack, they will swiftly recover from injuries under the influence of bloodlust of all beings. The effect is magnified for those with demon race bloodlines, and when the 3 volumes are combined, the results will be even more horrifying. Absorbing special substances can enhance the strength of the flesh, And as the flesh's strength increases, the enhancement of the demonic body will become more pronounced. 3. Heavenly demon pressure. Bloodlust of all beings contains the lingering aura of past demon lords, which can only be activated by those with demon race bloodlines. Once activated, it can ignore any divine or demonic pressure and exerts a certain degree of pressure on all living beings, becoming even more terrifying when the 3 volumes are combined. Point 4. Heavenly Demon Breaking the Sun. Supreme Demon Technique. 9 forms in total. It is rumored that the battle skills painstakingly refined by the past demon lords are contained within the first 3 forms of Bloodlust of All Beings, Volume 1. This truly was worth it. It is somewhat regrettable that within me lies only the Flame Demon bloodline as my demon race bloodline. If I could obtain the Heavenly Demon bloodline, or if the bloodline after system fusion could also be purified. However, it won't be long now. Jin Xian's favorability should be about right. But I wonder if the 5 types of A-level bloodlines can trigger system fusion. Lu Meng pondered continuously, acutely sensing the heightened activity of the Flame Demon bloodline within him, far surpassing that of the other A-level bloodlines. Merely the first volume of Bloodlust of All Beings not only purifies bloodlines, but also possesses demonic body regeneration and heavenly demon pressure. Most importantly, it contains those 3 forms of supreme demon techniques. He had just experienced firsthand the terrifying power unleashed by a mere shadow of a young demon lord, despite the existing limitations of the rules. Just as Lu Meng was about to examine the Heavenly Demon Breaking the Sun in detail, the voice of Lu Jingya echoed once more in his ears. Jingya. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng instinctively quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the end of the secret passage. Meng, be careful, don't come in. Just as Lu Meng was about to step out of the passage into the expansive hall, Lu Jingya's voice urgently rang out. Lu Meng, puzzled, promptly halted, but upon seeing the altar at the center of the hall, he stood there, dumbfounded. The hall, reminiscent of ancient architecture, featured 9 skull lamps suspended from the surrounding walls, with a central altar encircled by 9 black dragons. Purple light swirling incessantly. Yet, upon the altar floated a gigantic egg. Yes, a gigantic egg. The familiar pressure emanated once more. The lower right side of the egg cracked open, revealing dazzling shards of black scales that glimmered and even began to twitch slowly. Chapter 69. You can trust me. The rain poured relentlessly. Another night had fallen, and even the torrential downpour could not wash away the stench of blood from the city. The flow of time in the outside world differed from that in the independent space where Lu Meng resided. A full day had passed since the monsters had erupted. Yet, the atmosphere had grown increasingly eerie, as Ezekiel led the monstrous horde in slaughtering humans in the northern part of the city. He suddenly halted his advance. Roar! Suddenly, he let out a howl to the heavens, flames erupting from his eyes covered by darkness, as he swiftly charged back in the direction he came from. Meanwhile, in the central region of Jinghai City, amidst the ruins, a diminutive figure was joyfully waving a short staff. However, as an inexplicable aura approached, the contentment on the small figure's face vanished in an instant. Had it truly arrived? Why did I not sense the call of the soul? TSK. Interesting, truly fascinating. In that case, let us raise the stakes of this wager. The short staff waved once more, and a unique aura began to spread. The monstrous horde, which had been advancing in all directions, suddenly altered their course, seemingly converging towards a single destination. And as the special aura expanded, more and more monsters joined in. That if Lu Meng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that among this horde of monsters were 3 other leaders on par with Ezekiel from his previous life. Meanwhile, near the Emberland, a multitude of survivors had gathered both inside and out. Following the frenzied assault by the monsters, survivors from various regions found themselves overwhelmed, with even some of the stronger teams unable to withstand the onslaught, thus forced to flee. However, as these individuals fled, they noticed the unusual situation near the Emberland, where no monsters dared to approach. Consequently, more and more survivors began to converge near the Emberland. And within a single day, thousands had gathered, effectively surrounding the perimeter of the Emberland. Simultaneously, these survivors discovered the stele at the entrance of the Emberland. Could the rumors be true? The other day, I encountered a survivor who claimed that the Emberland rents out safety rooms, which are absolutely secured, and I have also heard such rumors. It seems there is indeed some truth to them. The monsters erupted last night, yet this place remained unaffected, and I refuse to believe it is devoid of anything special. The voices of discussion grew louder, with many gazing at the ancient castle surrounded by 10-meter-high walls with a mix of envy jealousy, and, above all, greed. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. You look like a country bumpkin in the city. The safety rooms of the Emberland need no questioning. Those who use them know. At that moment, Xiao Biao, who occupied the prime position, spoke up. He was the A-level bloodline bearer who had vowed to become the watchman of the Emberland last time. On a day marked by the chaos of monstrous upheaval. He remained lazily reclined, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil surrounding him. The same words had been uttered countless times, yet he found a peculiar satisfaction in the astonished expressions of the survivors seeking refuge. With each encounter, a sense of bittersweet delight washed over him. Xiao Biao, mind your words. Among the few evolved beings who had been reprimanded, there was a formidable A-grade bloodline wielder, evidently acquainted with Xiao Biao. Xiao Biao cast a disdainful glance at the individual, gesturing with a flick of his finger, the implication clear. If you are not satisfied, come and challenge me. You, the A-grade bloodline wielder, though irked, ultimately restrained his anger, advising Xiao Biao to reconsider his stance. Instead of squandering magical resources to purchase temporary residence in the safety chamber, would it not be more advantageous to become one of the masters of this place? In his line of sight, the stone tablet marking the rental price for the safety chamber in the Ashenlands read, 100 units of magical essence, 12 hours. This was nothing short of robbery. He had heard that just days prior, the price was a mere 10 units of magical essence, and now it had skyrocketed tenfold. Fool. Xiao Biao rolled his eyes, for he was not only sought after by the individual before him. Virtually every A-grade bloodline wielder who came here had approached him, all with the intent of collaborating to seize control of the Ashenlands. To this, Xiao Biao had firmly declined, brazenly stating, enough chatter. I simply possess more magical essence. It seemed that these individuals harbored some thoughts of their own, particularly that group. At the pinnacle of the Ashen Castle, Xiao Shuang rested her chin on her hand, surveying the dense throng outside the Ashenlands. 12 A-grade bloodline wielders. Mu Yuhua swayed a glass of red wine in her hand, her lips unconsciously licking, her gaze following Xiao Shuang's. Behind her stood the anxious Yun Ru and Tang Wanru. As more and more survivors gathered near the Ashenlands, its notoriety surged, with many attempting to infiltrate, all of whom failed without exception. Now, the convergence of 12 A-grade bloodline wielders clearly signaled impending trouble. What if those women do not emerge? In a secluded corner outside the Ashenlands, a burly man spoke in a low voice. If they do not come out, we shall block them here indefinitely. Eventually, they will be unable to resist the urge to emerge, for without doing so, they cannot enhance their strength. Once they do, we will swiftly subdue them and compel them to relinquish control of the castle. A man clad in a black robe, evidently the leader, asserted. The moment he first encountered the anomalies of the Ashenlands, he was intrigued, and within a single day, he had rallied 11 A-grade bloodline wielders. Moreover, he had gathered intelligence regarding the strength of the women within the Ashenlands, believing that should they dare to emerge, their collective might would certainly overpower them. As time passed slowly, night deepened, and the sound of falling rain intensified. Lu Meng stepped out alone from the Chiwa courtyard, the cold rain drenching him, yet he appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on the darkness not far away. A violent aura began to permeate the air, crimson eyes flickered into existence, followed by a blade imbued with murderous intent. Although the bloodline power within Lu Meng had not fully recovered, it had regained some semblance of strength. He leaped aside, the hunter's gun materializing in his grasp. As he beheld the figure of a Seikle emerging, Lu Meng muttered to himself. Not only a commander, but truly a guardian, just as Lu Meng contemplated how to eliminate a Seikle with minimal cost. A familiar silhouette reappeared in his line of sight. This monster is formidable, and numerous others are gathering in the distance. Shall we join forces for a swift resolution? I can sense your current state is not optimal. But you can trust me. Chapter 70. First Form. Heavenly Demons Splitting the Sky. After Lu Meng took control of the magical tome, she did not accompany him into the central area but chose to remain. Exploring the surroundings, not long ago, she had discovered a monstrous tide approaching from the north of the city, solidifying her resolve to wait for Lu Meng. However, she did not inquire why Lu Jingye was not by his side. A complex expression crossed Lu Meng's face as he slowly spoke. Stay close to me. Today, you may very well perish. He was not jesting, nor was it a mere feeling. It was a stark reality. The appearance of a Seikle indicated many issues, and he knew this was merely an appetizer. Even he had little confidence in surviving the day. Behind him, wings fluttered gently, stirring a glimmer of light in the night. Zhao Qingling gracefully glided to Lu Meng's side, offering a carefree smile. including the time spent in that isolated space, you have saved me twice. Before the apocalypse, she had remained in Jinghai City due to Lu Meng's influence. After the world fell apart, she awakened a formidable angelic bloodline, coupled with exceptional courage, daring to navigate the apocalyptic landscape alone. Driven by a deep-seated aversion from her bloodline, she had instinctively pursued the source through another entrance into the isolated space. Undergoing the same initial trial as Lu Meng, the path she took was indeed the one she traversed, as for being saved twice by Lu Meng. That could certainly be claimed. After awakening her bloodline, she could sense her burgeoning strength, nearly invincible. Yet, upon entering the isolated space, she realized her power was not as overwhelming as she believed. Had Lu Meng not withstood the monsters and ultimately subdued the tome, she would likely have perished within. Twice, Lu Meng was taken aback, unable to comprehend fully. Zhao Qingling smiled softly, offering no further explanation as she drew back the string of her divine bow. The moon shone bright, and the arrow glistened like frost. The second arrow of the 9 sacred lights was released. With a swoosh, the arrow soared through the air, even stronger than those fired in the isolated space. Observing this, Lu Meng took immediate action that he had said all that needed to be said. Sentimentality held no purpose. In an instant, the entire vicinity of the Qinghua courtyard was illuminated for the first time. Lu Meng unleashed the power of the bloodline of slaughter. A black flame demon materialized behind him, wielding a massive axe aimed directly at Asakal. Upon seeing this, Asakal wielded his long blade, striking fiercely to counter the duo. A torrent of demonic energy clashing against the sacred arrows and black flames. However, this stalemate did not endure for long, even though Asakal's realm was higher than both of theirs, in terms of overall strength. He paled in comparison to the monsters controlled by the tome. With a commanding shout from Zhao Qingling, she intensified her assault, releasing 9 arrows in rapid succession, each energy arrow raining down upon Asakal like shooting stars in the night sky. Boom! The powerful attack shattered the ground, sending dirt and rain flying. As Asakal's black armor bore multiple cracks, even his long blade showing signs of damage. Roar! Asakal bellowed, strangely, after enduring the combined strike from Lu Meng and Zhao Qingling. He chose not to retaliate or flee, but rather skillfully sidestepped their blocking route, intent on rushing into the Qinghua courtyard. Lu Meng frowned at this sight. A black ancient tome slowly rose behind him. He had no intention of wasting time. Wanting to conclude the battle swiftly, Asakal must not enter the Qinghua courtyard. The bloodline of slaughter emerged once more. Emanating purple light enveloped Lu Meng, lifting him up as his black robe billowed in the wind. In the darkness, Lu Meng resembled a demon god, his aura surging as a purple-black spear appeared in his hand. The spear, now evolved from the hunter's bloodline, was no longer merely a hunter's weapon. Under the augmentation of the bloodline of slaughter, it had transcended the realm of an ordinary A-grade bloodline, surpassing the capabilities of typical A-grade bloodlines. Rain continued to fall. The long spear in Lu Meng's hand rang out. Seemingly exhilarated, Zhao Qingling glanced at Lu Meng, then at Asakal, who was about to breach the Qinghua courtyard, ultimately releasing the tension from her bowstring. She could distinctly sense that Lu Meng's aura now resembled that of the spear-wielding phantom she had encountered within the isolated space. At that moment, Lu Meng finally made his move, the bloodline of slaughter autonomously flipping to the first page. He deftly shook the spear in his hand, based on the bloodline of Flame Demon, and without any flourish, aimed it directly at Asakal. This was the supreme divine demonic technique, the first form of heavenly demon breaking the sun, heavenly demon splitting the sky. Whooshed out in that instant. The winds and thunder roared, as if the night itself had been pierced. The spear never left Lu Meng's hand, yet the surrounding space seemed to freeze. This sensation. Zhao Qingling raised an eyebrow. She had experienced such a thrust in the isolated space. Although the target was not her, it left an indelible impression, for it was a strike capable of momentarily imprisoning space. Sure enough, centered around Lu Meng, everything appeared to be ensnared, as Asakal, charging forward, suddenly halted. Roar! He bellowed, struggling as though the long blade in his grasp weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. With a soft thrust, the spear's light effortlessly pierced through Asakal's heart. That a mid-morning, nearly invincible commander monster from the early days of the apocalypse was thus slain. And it had only taken a single thrust. Incredible. Zhao Qingling's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her assessment of Lu Meng elevated once more. If Lu Meng's strength in the isolated space was formidable, she believed that in a confrontation, she would be at a disadvantage. Yet now, Having mastered the tome, Lu Meng possessed the power to defeat her. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, and Lu Meng descended slowly to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he absorbed the magic source of a Saker directly into his body. His bloodline power was still in the process of recovery, and this was precisely the moment he required the magical essence. The influx of magic from the mid-morning dawn revitalized him, alleviating his fatigue and allowing his body to move more fluidly. It should be sufficient for self-preservation. He could distinctly feel that his bloodline power had already regained a significant portion. Simultaneously, he took another small step forward in the early dawn phase. Should a few more commanding monsters appear, he feared he might ascend directly to the mid-morning dawn phase. Lu Meng, it is time to depart. Just then, Zhao Qingling's voice suddenly rang out. In her line of sight, a multitude of monsters had already appeared not far away, all charging towards the vicinity of the Qihua Biyuan after losing the dominion of a Saker. Zhao Qingling, do you wish to continue accompanying me? Lu Meng glanced back at the Qihua Biyuan and then at Zhao Qingling. Are you unwilling? Zhao Qingling was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lu Meng's intentions. Very well, keep close to me. The upcoming events will be quite reckless, and you must not perish. Lu Meng nodded, and in the next instant, he executed an exceedingly daring maneuver. In the night sky, the flame demon reappeared, illuminating the darkness. This time, Lu Meng made no effort to conceal or restrain himself, fully drawing the surrounding monsters towards him. Indeed, this was utterly insane. Zhao Qingling was astonished, yet the wings behind her trembled lightly as she swiftly followed Lu Meng. Chapter 71. I am handling a monthly card. That familiar presence, still so domineering. In the darkness, a diminutive figure wielded a short staff amidst the ruins, exuding a dark yet powerful aura that drove the horde of monsters towards a predetermined location. How long can you endure, I wonder? Meanwhile, the survivors taking refuge near the Ashen Land were thrown into chaos. What in the world is happening? Wasn't it said that the Ashen Land was absolutely safe? Some began to sense something amiss as a large number of monsters converged, effectively surrounding them. The Ashen Land is indeed safe, but no one claimed that the vicinity was secure. Some decisive individuals gritted their teeth and pulled out a small sack, hastily running to the monument. Damn, it's fortunate I left a backup plan. I didn't anticipate needing it so soon. 100 units of magic rapidly vanished into the monument, and the individual's figure also disappeared. What the hell? Are we surrounded by monsters? This is outrageous. What is going on? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Wasn't it said that monster hordes wouldn't come to the Ashen Land? Make way. Don't block me. I'm heading to the safe house. A chorus of terrified voices erupted, clearly indicating that those who were slow to realize had also sensed something was wrong. At this moment, despite the night and the rain, the countless red pupils and the increasingly close roars in the dark were unmistakable. They were indeed encircled by monsters, and it was as if they were wrapped like rice dumplings. With the Ashen Land completely surrounded, the situation seemed dire. Meng has yet to return. On the Ashen Fortress, Mu Yuha and her companions gazed at the encroaching monsters with growing concern. They were not worried about the monsters breaching the Ashen Land. Rather, they were anxious about Lu Meng. If he returned at such a time, he would surely be overwhelmed by the monsters, and as for the fates of others, they were indifferent. Boss, what should we do? There are so many monsters. Even we might find it difficult to escape. In a corner, 12 A-grade bloodline warriors wore grim expressions. They had intended to lay in wait for Mu Yuha and her companions at the Ashen Land, only to find themselves in the midst of a monster horde. At this moment, chaos reigned. Most people were fleeing in all directions, while only a few prepared individuals managed to grit their teeth, paying their magic sources to successfully enter the safe house. Roar. Damn it. The roars of the monsters were clearly audible. Those at the outermost edge quickly fell victim to the horde, their cries silenced in an instant. This is infuriating. These monsters have gone mad. The leader of the A-grade bloodline warriors looked grim as the monsters drew nearer, leaving him little time to contemplate. Li Long, you must be stunned, right? Wanting to ambush others, only to find yourself ambushed by monsters. Not far away, Zhao Biao wore a smug expression. As a fellow A-grade bloodline warrior, he was unperturbed by the situation, while Li Long was the leader of the 12. Savor your glee while you can. Li Long sneered, glancing at the survivors frantically paying their magic sources and then at Zhao Biao. You have no magic source either. You'll be dead soon enough. Besides, even if you die, we will not perish. He already had a solution in mind. You bastard, you think you can curse me to death? To be frank, Li Long, even if all 12 of you perish, I assure you I will remain unscathed. Zhao Biao was utterly confident. Even picking his nose, Li Long's expression darkened. He was unsure of Zhao Biao's confidence, but the latter's foul tongue was indeed hard to bear. Turning to the individuals behind him, Zhao Biao exchanged glances, and they quickly understood. With a loud bang, the ground shook as the 12A grade bloodline warriors charged forward, 3 of them targeting Zhao Biao. Damn it, you bastards are truly despicable. Zhao Biao was startled, his speed abruptly increasing as he rushed to the monument. How could he not see through Li Long's intentions now? They clearly intended to kill from magic sources. And he was merely collateral damage to in recent days. While the number of survivors around the Ashenland had increased, few dared to rob openly, as such actions would incite public outrage, now that they were surrounded by monsters. Li Long and his group were no longer concerned about that. You foul-mouthed fool. Without magic sources, you will die too. Dying at our hands is no different, so you may as well go to hell and wash your mouth out. The 3A grade bloodline warriors moved swiftly, forcing Zhao Biao against the monument, while Li Long and the other 9A grade bloodline warriors completely isolated the area around the monument, denying others the chance to enter the safe room. Idiot, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? Even if you all die, I will not perish. Let us see if you believe me. Zhao Biao continued his foul-mouthed tirade, even spitting at the 3. You truly seek death. At this juncture, they did not comprehend why Zhao Biao remained so arrogant. Their bloodline powers erupted, vowing to eliminate Zhao Biao. However, just as they were about to attack, they froze. Even the attacks they had gathered dissipating involuntarily. What the hell? What is happening? Wasn't it said that without magic sources one could not enter the safe room? What is going on? One A-grade bloodline warrior exclaimed in fury, in his line of sight. A radiant light descended upon Zhao Biao, whose figure was becoming ethereal, clearly a sign of entering the safe house. When did he pay his magic source? I have been keeping an eye on him and have seen nothing. Besides, it said that once one exits actively, the remaining time becomes void. The other 2 were equally puzzled, unable to fathom where Zhao Biao could possibly conceal more magic sources. Farewell, fools. I assure you my words hold true. And for you impoverished wretches who have never seen the world, listen closely. I purchased a monthly card for the safe room, allowing unlimited entries during its validity, and at a 10% discount to boot. Most importantly, I obtained the card with the initial 10 magic sources. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected that Zhao Biao was about to be teleported in? He playfully patted his rear, revealing a wide grin as he continued to prattle on until his form completely dissipated. His final expression seemingly spelling out SB. Chapter 72. No path to escape. The rain began to lighten. The area surrounding the Ashenland was a scene of carnage, corpses piling up as the surviving humans became frenzied. However, they were not slaying monsters. They were killing other humans. Once Li Long and his group initiated their attacks on survivors possessing magic sources, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. To survive, they cared not whom they killed. If one person's magic sources were insufficient, they had no qualms about eliminating several others. As flashes of light appeared, all survivors who gathered enough magic sources successfully entered the safe room of the Ashenland. As for the remainder, they became corpses. In mere minutes, those who fell at the hands of their own kind far outnumbered those slain by monsters. Humans are truly fascinating creatures, timid, hypocritical, cowardly, yet somewhat resilient, from a distance. It seemed as though I was watching the unfolding events near the Ashenland. When its gaze fell upon 2 figures fleeing amidst the monster onslaught, it licked its lips in excitement. Oh, the direction is correct, saving me much trouble. Little one, you have brought me so many surprises. I just wonder if the monsters of an entire city can exhaust you. At this moment, Lu Meng was rapidly fleeing alongside Zhao Qiling. Behind them, the earth trembled incessantly, and pairs of crimson eyes yearned to devour, while the night sky echoed with low, mournful howls. Indeed, the horde of monsters surrounding the Qihua Biyuan had been wholly attracted by Lu Meng. Not only were there creatures pursuing them on the ground, but aerial hunters were also in relentless pursuit. Otherwise, Lu Meng would have considered taking to the skies with Zhao Qiling to flee. Whoosh! 9 arrows were once again released, piercing the darkened night with their shrill cries, as Zhao Qiling unleashed the holy light's 9 arrows to slay a swarm of avian beasts. Lu Meng, there are too many monsters. We cannot kill them all, Zhao Qiling exclaimed, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Even as an SS-class bloodline bearer, the relentless onslaught of monsters rapidly drained her bloodline power. Regretful? Just hold on a little longer. and we shall be safe. However, before that, we may have to face an even greater crisis, Lu Meng replied calmly, his mind racing with calculations. Regret? You have saved me twice. How could I possibly regret following you? In fact, this is quite exhilarating. Zhao Qingling's response took Lu Meng by surprise, a playful smile gracing her lips. About a minute passed. With Lu Meng and Zhao Qingling hastening their pace, they finally neared the Land of Embers. Lu Meng, is this the way to the Land of Embers? Zhao Qingling inquired curiously, glancing at their direction at the onset of the apocalypse. She had been relatively close to the Land of Embers and had certainly heard the rumors surrounding it. Moreover, given the geographical context, she had mused whether its master might be Lu Meng. It now seemed likely. Lu Meng nodded, choosing not to elaborate as he maintained his swift pace. Yet, as he swiftly turned the final corner, he abruptly halted. Before him, a throng of monsters had completely sealed off their path, with large groups of creatures closing in from behind. Indeed, a heaviness settled in his heart as he inexplicably glanced back. Lu Meng, this. Zhao Qingling was equally taken aback by the scene. If it were merely a swarm of monsters, they could have retreated, as their speed would have allowed them to evade being surrounded. But now there was no path left to retreat. Lu Meng's voice turned icy as he gripped his spear once more. There are still about 1,000 meters to the Land of Embers that I will hold them off in front. We shall fly through together. Zhao Qingling's mind raced as she devised a makeshift plan. That's futile. Lu Meng shook his head, his eyes glinting crimson in the darkness, as they fell upon the horde of monsters a kilometer away. A winged humanoid beast was voraciously devouring the corpses of humans on the ground. That was Kelmaman, one of the 4 generals of the Silent Sea, known for its prowess in aerial combat. In this scenario, attempting to fly past would undoubtedly invite the attacks of Kelmaman and a flock of flying monsters. A single misstep could plunge them into the throng of creatures, leaving no chance of survival. Stay close to me and fight through. Lu Meng finally inhaled deeply, brandishing his spear as he charged towards the horde. Lu Meng. Zhao Qingling felt a pang of uncertainty, yet gritted her teeth and followed closely behind him. She was not the type to act independently or be obstinate in the face of danger. Roar, roar, roar. The monsters ahead had noticed the pair, their deafening roars shattering the night. I will handle the front. You manage the rear. With a thrust of his spear, Lu Meng decisively slayed 3 monsters and plunged into the horde, while Zhao Qingling and Lu Meng positioned themselves back to back. She understood his good intentions. The monsters behind were still pursuing them, but their numbers were manageable for the time being. Unlike the onslaught ahead, blood painted the night sky. With each strike, Lu Meng claimed the lives of several creatures. Yet the horde continued to surge towards him, seemingly unfazed by death. Seconds ticked by. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed, yet for Lu Meng and Zhao Qingling, it felt like an eternity. At present, they were less than 300 meters from the Land of Embers. Yet their bloodline power was nearly exhausted. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Surrounding them, the corpses of beasts had formed a small mound. Lu Meng, are we trapped? Zhao Qingling's garments were stained with blood, her once white attire now a deep crimson, as she gazed helplessly at the advancing horde. I still have one last strike left. Lu Meng spoke solemnly, his gaze fixated on 3 unusual monsters that had remained inactive nearby. His heart filled with hesitation. Should he unleash the sky demon split, he could momentarily confine the space. However, in Zhao Qingling's current state, she might not possess the requisite speed to carry him away. Moreover, the presence of those 3 special monsters was the main concern. The 4 great generals, previously deemed invincible in the early days of Silent Sea City, were all present, save for the slain Asakar. Were they truly forcing him into a corner? Lu Meng glanced back, a surge of determination igniting within him. At that moment, 5 familiar figures emerged at the entrance to the Land of Embers. Meng, hold on. Meng. We are here, several voices rang out, as Mu Yuhua and her companions, along with Jin Xian, burst forth from the Land of Embers. In an instant, ice coalesced, freezing a small cluster of monsters on the left. The purple allure swept through, causing the monsters on the right to turn upon their allies. Simultaneously, a cloud of poisonous gas quietly dispersed, causing the monsters directly ahead to falter. Tang Wanru and Mu Yuhua coordinated seamlessly, plunging into the horde of monsters, their daggers moving so swiftly that they left afterimages, carving a path through the chaos. Meng, hurry, Mu Yuhua shouted, her body enveloped in razor-sharp strands, surging forward to further widen the path, creating an opportunity for Lu Meng. Lu Meng's sudden appearance had taken them by surprise, yet they chose to charge out without hesitation to assist him. However, matters did not unfold as effortlessly as they had envisioned. With a resounding cry, the previously motionless bird-winged humanoid general sprang into action. It was Kelmaman. Its massive wings flapped rapidly, the beak curling into a mocking grin, as it closed in on Mu Yuhua in the blink of an eye. I can no longer hold back. Lu Meng's eyes flashed. Recognizing the opportunity, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. Zhao Qingling, shoot an arrow at me. Zhao Qingling hesitated, but upon glancing at Mu Yuhua, she seemed to grasp his intent. Drawing her jade bow, she unleashed the second arrow of the Holy Light's 9 arrows, aimed directly at Lu Meng's left shoulder. Lu Meng did not evade. The holy arrow pierced through his shoulder, and he seized the arrow's tail. The searing pain surged through him. The innate inscription skill of the SS-class bloodline was undeniably formidable, although Zhao Qingling was merely at the peak of dawn. The holy attribute's suppression against the demonic body was evident. Nevertheless, Lu Meng endured it all. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The 3 general monsters represented the greatest threat, particularly Kelmaman. The holy arrow flew with blinding speed. Even while dragging Lu Meng along, it barely slowed down. In the blink of an eye, the 200-meter distance was closed. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Meng leaped down, the aura of the Reaper manifesting as the sky demon's pressure descended. Nearby monsters were momentarily subdued, as if caught in a brief stupor. Zhao Qingling released her arrow and swiftly ascended to pursue Lu Meng. At this moment, the sky demon's pressure rendered the flying monsters momentarily motionless, allowing her a moment to breathe. However, she understood how fleeting this reprieve was, and time was of the essence. She needed to reunite with Lu Meng swiftly. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The other 2 previously dormant general monsters suddenly erupted into a frenzy. One, clad in battle armor and with a visage of decay, charged towards Lu Meng atop a skeletal warhorse, tearing apart any monster in its path. It was Delision, the leader of the chaotic breeds. The other humanoid figure, Linqiado, bore a countenance of withering age, resembling a decrepit elder, his staff waving as he muttered obscure incantations. Lu Meng merely glanced at the movements of the 2 generals before retracting his focus. The long spear reappeared in his right hand, the Reaper's presence unfolding as an inexplicable aura enveloped the surroundings, immobilizing all living beings, including Kelmaman, which had reached out its claws towards Mu Yuhua. With a resounding thrust, the spear pierced through Kelmaman's skull in an unstoppable manner, leaving behind a torrent of brain matter and black blood. Meng, be careful, the sky demon split concluded, and Mu Yuhua regained her ability to move. However, she had no time to rejoice, for a bolt of black lightning suddenly descended from the heavens towards Lu Meng, while Delision's skeletal warhorse bore down upon him, a white-boned battle axe aimed unhesitatingly at Lu Meng. Lu Meng grunted as the black lightning struck him, and he and Linqiado, a minor priest of the demon race, wielded a spell-like ability that was exceedingly difficult to evade. However, the swing of his weapon merely impeded Lu Meng's evasive maneuvers. Just as the bone war axe was about to cleave Lu Meng's left arm, intent on severing it, a distorted figure materialized beside him. Lu, be careful, came a timid voice, yet the figure moved swiftly, pulling Lu Meng away just in time to narrowly escape the deadly blow. It was Jin Yanhui. Lu Meng was taken aback upon seeing her. The arrival of Mu Yuhua and her companions had been anticipated. After all, they had been recorded and were undoubtedly prioritizing his safety. However, Jin Yanhui's emergence to assist him amidst the monstrous horde was a surprise he had not foreseen. Could it be that she had met the minimum friendship requirement? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Meng's mind. He had intentionally nurtured his relationship with Jin Yanhui over the past few days. If it had indeed borne fruit, then there was hope. Setting recorded target, Jin Yanhui. Apocalypse Beauty Compendium generated successfully. Target, 6 Jin Yanhui race. Human, awakened, diamond snake. Age, 25. Personality, timid yet resolute. Exceedingly emotional appearance rating, 8. Initial affinity, 80. Description, a helpless woman, yet a natural beauty. The troubles her looks bring compel her to feign a facade of strength, while in truth, she possesses a sensitive and timid heart. For those who treat her with genuine kindness, she will muster the courage to give her all. Strategy suggestion. You have already won her over. What further strategy is needed? Treat her well, for she is not as strong as she appears. Congratulations, host. The affinity of the recorded target has reached the minimum recording threshold. Would you like to record immediately? Lu Meng, who had just designated Jin Yinhui as a target, barely had time to peruse her introduction before he heard the system's notification again. What timely assistance, truly life-saving. A sigh of relief escaped him as he promptly chose to record her. The recording feature provided by the system awakened a corresponding bloodline with each target recorded. And the newly awakened bloodline undoubtedly possessed maximum bloodline power, precisely what he needed at that moment. That a surge of vitality instantly coursed through Lu Meng's entire being, accompanied by a cacophonous dragon's roar resonating within him. The bloodline of the demon dragon, that would suffice. The spear reappeared in his hand, and with a swift turn, Lu Meng shielded Mu Yuhe and Jin Yinhui behind him, preparing to carve a path through the encirclement when he suddenly halted. Two more system notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recorded 5 types of A-level bloodlines. The 5 A-level bloodlines will now automatically merge. Congratulations, host. The fusion of the 5 A-level bloodlines has been successful, giving birth to the host's exclusive bloodline, Supreme Bloodline, current grade, S. Chapter 74, Unparalleled Combat Power, Celestial Demons in Chaos, Supreme Bloodline, Traits. 1. Exclusive, the host's unique bloodline, absolutely singular in this world. 2. Growth Potential, the Supreme Bloodline has been birthed. Any future bloodlines the host fuses will be integrated into the Supreme Bloodline for enhancement, surpassing limitations. Cannot merge bloodlines below A level. 3. Universality, the Supreme Bloodline has no specific racial classification and can encompass any race's bloodline. For bloodline augmentation, the power contained within the Supreme Bloodline is 10 times greater than that of bloodlines of the same level. 5. Supreme Combat Technique, a culmination of the combat techniques from the Age of Gods and Demons. Perfectly compatible with the host. Upon activation, the host's overall strength will increase by 50%. As the Supreme Bloodline advances, the augmentation of the Supreme Combat Technique will continue to grow. In the myriad of realms, I alone reign supreme. Even gods and demons bow before me. Note: the Supreme Bloodline consumes bloodline power significantly. Activation should be approached with caution. A golden light erupted from within Lu Meng, and invisible waves repelled the surrounding horde of monsters. The Supreme Bloodline? Lu Meng was momentarily stunned. 5 bloodlines of the same level had finally merged into an exclusive bloodline. Simultaneously, the S-level Heavenly Master bloodline within him began to dissipate rapidly, until it was entirely absorbed by the Supreme Bloodline. This sensation, Lu Meng lifted his head, completely enveloped in golden light, resembling a golden war god descended upon the mortal realm. Never before had he felt so invigorated. The torrent of power surged within him, and his vitality reached its zenith in an instant. Mu Yuhe and Jin Yinhui behind him were left momentarily speechless. Lu Meng's sudden transformation startled them considerably, yet it was evident to all that he was in an extraordinarily favorable state. Lu Meng, have you broken through? Zhao Qiling, covered in blood, finally arrived. Just the aura he exuded was enough to instill a sense of oppression, suggesting he had possibly advanced once more. This isn't a breakthrough. Lu Meng shook his head. The birth of the Supreme Bloodline was indeed not a mere breakthrough, but it surpassed it by countless magnitudes. That he felt as if he could defeat his former self tenfold. This was no jest, but a tangible confidence. Given this, the golden light surrounding Lu Meng continued to radiate, and his gaze fell upon the horde of monsters. The scene of slaughtering all living beings re-emerged in his mind. Yet this time the 3 Calamities heavenly book seemed to have shed its initial resistance, becoming vibrantly animated. With a thunderous boom, Lu Meng exerted force beneath him, creating a deep crater as he soared into the sky. Supreme Combat Technique activated. In that moment, the Supreme Bloodline within Lu Meng burned fiercely, and the slaughtering of all beings actively enhanced his power. The golden light transformed into a deep purple hue, his aura becoming fearsome, akin to a ferocious beast of the abyss. Moreover, the Supreme Bloodline's adaptability to any race allowed him to gain the utmost enhancement from the slaughtering of all beings. With a resonant clang, a purple-gold spear manifested in Lu Meng's grasp. He wielded the spear, forged from the essence of the Supreme Bloodline. With a gentle flourish, the torrent of overwhelming golden light erupted from the spear, incinerating the monsters in its path into ashes, leaving hundreds of magical sources suspended in the air. Lu Meng's casual strike cleared a 30-meter expanse ahead of him. How terrifying! Zhao Qingling, not far behind, was utterly astonished, even losing her composure. She had always believed her bloodline power to be formidable, yet in comparison to Lu Meng at this stage, it felt like a chasm of difference. Lu Meng's power has escalated again. How impressive. Lu Meng is so strong. Truly remarkable. The reactions of Mu Yuha and her companions differed. In their hearts, Lu Meng was the strongest. Regardless of how monstrous he became, they accepted it wholeheartedly, and the stronger he grew, the more joyful they felt. Since they were all present, they would remain. Even after his devastating attack, Lu Meng remained suspended in the void, his gaze fixed upon Ling Qiao and Delisong. The skeletal warhorse beneath Delisong involuntarily bowed its head, gas escaping from its nostrils. Yet, even with Lu Meng's abrupt surge in strength, Delisong charged at him without hesitation. With thunderous hoofbeats, the skeletal warhorse trampled through flesh and blood, closing the distance to Lu Meng in a heartbeat. As for the priest Ling Qiao, his pale visage betrayed no emotion, his chilling eyes flickering as he stealthily mingled with the horde of monsters, clearly exhibiting a level of intelligence, opting to flee instead of facing imminent defeat. However, how could Lu Meng, who had been watching him closely, let him escape unnoticed? With a swift motion, the purple gold spear surged forth, instantly constraining the surrounding space. Lu Meng gently thrust downwards, executing the heavenly demon split. The overwhelming spear radiance pierced through Delisong without resistance, reducing both him and his skeletal steed to dust, leaving only a wisp of magical essence floating in the aftermath. Without pausing, Lu Meng landed and swiftly propelled himself forward once more, each footfall crushing a monster-esque skull beneath his heel. His speed was astonishing. Within mere breaths, he approached Ling Qiao, who was desperately attempting to escape among the monsters. Crack! At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the void, striking Lu Meng directly. Yet, Lu Meng was no longer the same. With his demonic physique, the regenerative power from slaughtering all beings, and the nourishment of the supreme bloodline, he withstood the attack from the mid-morning monster priest without sustaining even the slightest injury. Just not long ago, a single thunderbolt spell could have inflicted considerable harm upon him. Ling Qiao, concealed among the monstrous throng, blinked his hollow eye sockets, struggling to comprehend how a mere human could experience such a sudden and immense surge in power, capable of withstanding even his own spells without a scratch. Nevertheless, Lu Meng would not afford him ample time to ponder. With a gentle prod of the spear's tip, a beam of light shot forth, piercing through Ling Qiao's head. Roar, roar, roar. With the demise of the four leading monsters, the horde lost its direction, erupting into chaos as they scattered like headless flies. Zhao Qi Ling, lead them back to the embers of ruin, Lu Meng commanded, slashing down the approaching monsters with his spear while instructing Zhao Qingling. Zhao Qingling nodded, swiftly grasping Mu Yuha and Jin Yanhui in each hand as they soared towards the entrance of the embers of ruin. Not long after, upon ensuring the women were safe, Lu Meng did not immediately extricate himself from the monstrous fray. Instead, he surged into the densest part of the horde with incredible speed, and then, amidst the gazes of numerous maidens, a violet light spread across the horizon as Lu Meng, wielding a golden-purple spear, slowly ascended. An aura of terror surged like boiling water, and a towering silhouette materialized behind him, its colossal hand cradling the essence of slaughtering all living beings. That a resonant hum echoed, reminiscent of chanting, as if the very confessions from hell reverberated throughout the surrounding space, causing ripples to emerge. Slash! Lu Meng bellowed, bringing down the golden-purple spear, while the imposing figure behind him turned the page on the massacre of existence. In an instant, myriad consciousness energy entities, in the form of demons, surged forth from the pages of slaughtering life. Their terrifying roars akin to the sounds of hell, sending shivers down the spines of all present. This was the supreme divine demonic technique, the second form of Tianma Peri, Tianma Wanwu. Not only could it unleash widespread attacks upon foes, but it also struck at the enemy's mental state. Chapter 75. Anticipating our next encounter. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous cacophony of explosions erupted. Within a 100-meter radius of Lu Meng, blood mists exploded in clusters, both on the ground and in the air. The demons, resembling harbingers from the abyss, transformed into various forms, and mere contact caused most monsters to burst apart. Lu Meng stood like a demonic deity from the netherworld, exuding an air of authority. Before long, the monsters blocking the entrance to the Ashen Lands were thoroughly eradicated, leaving only a scattering of fleeing creatures. Observing this, Lu Meng prepared to pursue, for this was a prime opportunity to harvest magic essence. Yet, An inexplicable wave of energy suddenly manifested, causing the multitude of monsters in the distance to scatter, fleeing in a frenzy. Lu Meng furrowed his brow. Within that energy fluctuation, he sensed a familiar presence. He lifted his gaze backward, his eyes seemingly able to pierce through the distance. However, just as the image at the end of the energy wave began to emerge, a sudden pain shot through his eyes. He was disrupted. Nonetheless, even if much of the aura was concealed, the familiar darkness could not be entirely masked. Lu Meng's eyes blazed with intensity, and he refrained from pursuing the source of that presence. Simultaneously, in the farthest reaches of Lu Meng's line of sight, a diminutive figure revealed a hint of surprise, an extraordinary potential, an unprecedented bloodline, though not particularly powerful at this stage. It exuded an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Such a corporeal form is truly intriguing. Excitedly licking his lips, his elongated tongue nearly grazed his earlobe. The anticipation was palpable. Alas, it seems this time you have triumphed. But in human parlance, fine wine should be savored slowly. TSK, let me stoke the flames once more, providing you with the finest tempering. Only then, at the moment of ultimate harvest, will it be most delectable. With a sudden lift, a short staff soared into the air. With a resounding crash, the night sky appeared to shatter, revealing swirling purple clouds. Concurrently, a sound of shattering objects resonated in the void. Divine and demonic machinations. Lu Meng, standing at the periphery of the Ashen Lands, was captivated by the abrupt turn of events. He gazed skyward, his expression grave, altering the heavens, impacting an entire city. Only the projections of divine and demonic beings could wield such power in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet, what was the source of that shattering sound? His senses were acutely honed. Even amidst the turmoil of the night sky, he discerned the sound of fragmentation. However, despite his vigilance, he failed to notice that a fragment of his aura had stealthily dispersed, seemingly extending toward a fixed point. Meanwhile, far away in Tianlong City, a similar chaos unfolded with the monsters running rampant. Unlike the orderly turmoil in Jinghai City, the upheaval in Tianlong City was chaotic, leading to a significant reduction in the number of survivors within a single day. Those with discerning eyes would notice a peculiar detail. In contrast to Jinghai City, Tianlong City was littered with a greater number of dead human and monster corpses, and intact buildings were a rarity. Indeed, the unrestrained destruction epitomized the true essence of battle. Ants, indulge in your destruction, crush them, shatter them. Amidst such devastation, a towering figure nearing 3 meters stood atop a high-rise. His gaze surveying the entire city, his muscles bulged like those of a primeval beast, ready to unleash cataclysmic strength. However, as he reveled in the bloody carnage and destruction below, he abruptly halted. This aura. His massive pupils fixed upon the south, and he was poised to move. Oh, you vile insect, dare to show yourself. Yet the next moment, he paused again, his nostrils, larger than those of an ordinary man. Inhaling deeply, as he seemingly made a new discovery. Impossible, slaughtering all beings. How could my king's treasured artifact be in the possession of a mere mortal? Moreover, he seems to carry the scent of Akka. His thick brows knitted tightly, and his palm, as large as a fan, waved gently in the void, his eyes closing in concentration. That it was true. There was no mistake. This human had slain Akka and desecrated the king's secret treasure. An unforgivable act. In that instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a flame ignited in the night sky, instantly painting half the city red. Vile insect, what are you scheming? Do you intend to provoke me into breaking the rules to slay that human? If so, you underestimate the great destroyer demon Bakar. In an instant, his massive form vanished, and the flames in the night sky faded away. Success. Now I must take my leave, for the time being, in Jinghai City. The diminutive figure observed the direction of Tianlong City with a mysterious smile. However, before departing, he needed to pay a visit to that little fellow. With that, the small figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the entrance of the Ashen Lands. Who? Lu Meng's perception was keen, instantly locking onto the diminutive figure. Little one, we meet again. Your growth has truly surpassed my expectations. The small figure spoke. It was none other than the god of goblins. Carnelos, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed Lord Carnelos, Lu Meng exclaimed, taken aback, then bowed slightly, fully activating the power of his bloodline. You ultimately could not contain your greed. Carnelos's gaze lingered on Lu Meng, a fleeting glimmer of avarice crossing his features, he had initially believed that the individual had merely left behind a divine artifact, only to discover that slaughtering all beings had manifested. Fortune favors the bold, primarily relying on your support and information. Lord Carnelos, Lu Meng did not deny it. He had used slaughtering all beings multiple times, and concealment was futile. Even if he refrained from its use, surviving the independent space would inevitably draw attention. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Carnelos nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly, the short staff swaying back and forth in his grasp, repeating, "That is indeed slaughtering all beings, the demonic clan's treasure, the heavenly book that I never expected, never imagined." Lu Meng remained vigilant, though he did not outwardly show it. "But rest assured, I will not seize your possessions, and such actions are currently against the rules." Carnelos continued, "However, little one, that you must strive to survive and rapidly enhance your strength, lest one day you find yourself merely a garment for others. That I look forward to our next encounter." With that, Carnelos vanished once again. Chapter 76. The nature of humanity's silence enveloped the surroundings once more. The ruins of buildings, the corpses strewn about, and the stench of blood lingered. The rain had subsided, and glimmers of magic essence sparkled faintly, becoming the only embellishments in the night. Have someone attend to these corpses. The remains of the beasts can be stored for sustenance, while the rest can be incinerated. Also, tally the precise quantity of magic essence. Lu Meng's gaze returned from the spot where Carnelos had vanished, addressing the few women behind him. In the early days of the apocalypse, the corpses of monsters and chaotic beings held little value. The women nodded in agreement, and Mu Yuhua swiftly entered the Ashen Lands. Upon her return, she was followed by dozens of individuals, those who had accompanied Lu Jingya before the apocalypse, all of them strikingly beautiful. Their expressions were a blend of nervousness, fear, and, predominantly, excitement. Though they had not participated in the battle due to their lack of strength, they had served as logistical support for the Ashen Lands, witnessing Lu Meng's overwhelming power firsthand, akin to a demon descending upon the earth. "Meng, there are matters I need to discuss with you." At that moment, Tang Wanru approached Lu Meng with light-footed steps, her demeanor buoyant, victorious from the battle, with everyone unharmed and a significant haul of magic essence. Lu Meng turned. During the monster uprising, Tang Wanru recounted in detail the events surrounding Li Long and the others. They plotted against the Ashen Lands? Lu Meng scoffed derisively. Since the name of the Ashen Lands had spread, there had been daily attempts by those harboring ill intentions, with Lu Jingya leading efforts to eliminate numerous threats. It was astonishing that some still dared to act recklessly. Moreover, this time, it involved 12 A-rank bloodline wielders. Yet they were somewhat clever, realizing that compared to monsters, their own kind was easier to slay. Regrettably, they had provoked the wrong person with a single wave of his hand. Lu Meng manipulated the nearby stone tablet. Swish, 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 a series of radiant beams of light illuminated the surroundings, and in an instant, 13 figures appeared before the onlookers. The reason for the presence of these 13 figures was that, in Lu Meng's perception, there were currently 13 A-grade bloodlines within the safety room. What is happening? The time displayed within the safety room had clearly not yet reached the designated hour. It had only been a short while since their entry, and I had not even voluntarily emerged. "Boss, how did you all come out as well?" "Zhao Biao, this time, you cannot escape." The expressions of those who had just exited were filled with bewilderment. Nevertheless, their reactions were swift. Upon seeing Lu Meng and his companions, the 12 individuals led by Li Long quickly gathered together. It is you 12? Lu Meng chuckled, surveying the group. Indeed, they were all A-grade bloodlines. Yet they were merely at the mid-level of dawn. "Who are you?" Li Long wore a cautious expression. The situation was unfolding in an unexpected manner. Although he did not recognize Lu Meng, he was familiar with Mu Yuha and her companions. Now, with Mu Yuha and her companions standing behind this man, there was also an extraordinarily beautiful woman enveloped in 4 wings. "Fool, you don't even recognize the Lord of Embers. No wonder you are destined to perish." At that moment, Zhao Biao also regained his composure, his small eyes darting around before he swiftly approached Lu Meng's side. "Big brother, I am not with them. My name is Zhao Biao, and I purchased a monthly pass for the safety room." Quickly clarifying the situation, immediately establishing his identity, not a trace of hesitation lingered. What a joke, he certainly did not wish to die. If he did not swiftly distance himself from Li Long and the others, he feared he might not even know how he would meet his end. The monthly pass for the safety room granted access to a space larger than the ordinary safety room, along with an additional feature to monitor the external situation at all times. Zhao Biao had witnessed everything that had transpired with perfect clarity. The man before him was capable of single-handedly facing the monster tide, and those formidable monster leaders were instantaneously dispatched by his gun. Who would dare provoke such a being? As for Lu Meng's identity, it was not difficult for Zhao Biao to guess. Observing Mu Yuha and her companion's demeanor just moments ago, he could discern that Lu Meng was indeed the rumored Lord of Embers. Zhao Biao? Lu Meng glanced at this individual who had revealed his identity. He indeed held a vague recollection of him. In a past life, Zhao Biao, an A-grade bloodline owner, was known for his shrewdness, fully aware of who could be offended and who could not. In this life, Zhao Biao, as the first to purchase the safety room monthly pass, had not escaped Lu Meng's attention. Mu Yua stepped forward, whispering in Lu Meng's ear, confirming that he indeed had no ties with Li Long and the others. You are the Lord of Embers. Li Long's expression darkened. It had long been rumored that Lu Jingya was not the true Lord of Embers. Now it appeared those rumors were indeed accurate. At that moment, his mind raced, and his expression shifted rapidly, forcing a smile as he spoke. Brother, you are indeed the Lord of Embers. I am truly disrespectful, now that the monster tide has receded. We shall not linger here any longer. With that, he turned to leave. He deliberately feigned ignorance, attempting to gloss over everything. He even failed to mention their sudden transportation out of the safety room. Who allowed you to leave? A voice tinged with indifference echoed, and Lu Meng swiftly moved to block the path of the 12 individuals. Brother, what do you mean by this? We hold no grievances with the realm of Embers, and we have duly paid for the magic source. Surely you wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for us. Li Long's eyelids twitched, a foreboding sense creeping in, yet he forced a smile. Although he had not witnessed the battle like Zhao Biao, he was aware of the strength possessed by Mu Yuha and her companions. If a confrontation were to ensue, Zhao Biao would undoubtedly stand with the realm of Embers, and with an apparently stronger Lord of Embers. Even if they managed to win, their losses would be devastating, truly shameless, stealing another's magic source while having the audacity to speak of rules. And did you think others would be oblivious to your initial intentions? Zhao Biao seized the moment to expose the true colors of Li Long and his group. It was not just us who seized the magic source to enter the safety room. A burly man from Li Long's camp expressed his discontent. He had been the last to enter the safety room and had naturally witnessed the surrounding events when the monster tide struck. The desperate survivors without magic sources resorted to frenzied killing, vying for the magic sources held by the weaker. And then, Lu Meng found the burly man's explanation somewhat amusing. Li Long shot a glance at the burly man, signaling him to be silent, and then continued. Brother, I admit we initially harbored certain thoughts towards the realm of Embers, but that is only human nature, especially in this apocalyptic world. However, in the end, did we not manage to coexist peacefully? Let us consider this a misunderstanding, shall we? We, 12 A-grade bloodline holders, will remember this as a favor to you. He retreated to advance, not denying his group's intentions, while simultaneously reminding Lu Meng that they possessed 12 A-grade bloodline holders. What a fool. Truly naive. Zhao Biao could not help but bury his face in his hands. An apocalyptic world. Human nature. Lu Meng's face revealed a mocking expression as demonic energy surged behind him, the pressure of the celestial demon re-emerging. You speak quite rightly. Your reasoning is sound. The overwhelming pressure, an absolute suppression in terms of levels, forced Li Long and the others to kneel upon the ground. Brother, spare us. Li Long struggled to speak. At that moment, he finally recognized the strength of the man before him, while the others lacked even the ability to utter a word. Breaking my rules warrants death. That too is merely human nature. A flash of gunfire erupted, and the heads of 12 A-grade bloodline holders fell simultaneously to the ground. Chapter 77. Subduing Zhao Biao the might of a single shot, effortlessly eliminating 12 A-grade bloodline holders. Despite having witnessed Lu Meng's power within the safety room, Zhao Biao could not help but feel a surge of shock. However, in contrast to Zhao Biao, Mu Yuha and her companions regarded the event as expected. All wearing expressions of composure. It was Zhao Qingling's reaction that surprised Lu Meng somewhat. Her exquisite face displayed not a hint of turbulence, not even a trace of discomfort. Some individuals simply deserve to die. Malicious intent should be extinguished in its infancy. Zhao Qingling glanced at the corpses on the ground. as if recalling something, and a flicker of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Could it be? Lu Meng was reminded of the bodyguard responsible for protecting Zhao Qingling before the apocalypse, and the elderly butler who was almost never apart from her. Although it was now the apocalypse, given Zhao's family's discerning eye for selecting individuals, he still held some belief that not everyone would abandon Zhao Qingling. Coupled with Zhao Qingling's current demeanor, the answer was becoming apparent. Indeed, the truth of the matter closely aligned with Lu Meng's conjecture. With the onset of the apocalypse and rampant monsters, none of the bodyguards around Zhao Qingling had betrayed her, and the elderly butler who had cared for her since childhood had also awakened a formidable bloodline. A group of highly skilled, qualified bodyguards, along with an elderly butler, combined with Zhao Qingling's SS-grade powerful bloodline, formed a lineup that, as long as they did not encounter a monster tide, would likely not face any unforeseen circumstances in Jinghai City. Yet, unexpectedly, misfortune had still befallen them. Due to her kind nature, Zhao Qingling had voluntarily taken in many survivors, but these survivors proved to be indolent and ungrateful. Ultimately, under the elderly butler's advice, Zhao Qingling devised a series of rules in a very short time. Anyone who disobeyed these rules was ruthlessly expelled. However, it was precisely because of this that tragedy ensued. Those she had expelled harbored resentment, while those useless individuals lacked the courage to confront the monsters. They understood how to redirect disaster. On a pitch-black night, a group of expelled individuals returned, using the corpses of others who had been expelled to create a path, leading the monster horde to Zhao Qingling and her companion's temporary gathering place, which even included several exceptionally powerful monsters. That night, they were surrounded. Despite Zhao Qingling's SS-grade bloodline, she found herself somewhat powerless against the overwhelming number of monsters that in the end, she could only watch as the butler, who had accompanied her for many years, was gravely injured, and one loyal bodyguard fell before her eyes in that moment. She was engulfed by despair and profound regret. Those individuals had clearly threatened revenge when they were expelled. If only she had been a bit harsher, if only she had not been so kind-hearted, would the outcome have been different? Until the very end, nearly everyone perished, and the elderly butler urged her to escape. Delivering his final words, "Miss, there is nothing wrong with being a good person. It is just that in this world, the wicked might fare better." Ultimately, she lost her mind, fleeing in a daze. It was that very night that her character underwent a profound transformation. Everyone must eventually meet their demise, as long as, for that individual, their death is deemed worthwhile. That is sufficient. Lu Meng approached Zhao Qingling's side and spoke softly. He would not offer comfort, but could only describe what he had witnessed in his past life. Indeed, the hearts of people in the apocalypse are filled with darkness. Even between fathers and sons, brothers, conflict may arise in an instant. He had seen this scenario far too often. However, similarly, he had also witnessed some sincere affections. Those individuals willingly embraced death for the sake of those they cherished, harboring no regrets in their hearts, only wishing for the well-being of their loved ones. Zhao Qingling remained silent, her head slightly bowed, her silver hair flowing in the wind. Lu Meng chose not to say more, turning away, his robe billowing without wind, completely shrouding Zhao Qingling's figure. Accompanied by the sounds of her muffled sobs. By the time everything outside the realm of embers had been taken care of, dawn was approaching. The night rain has ceased, and a sliver of morning light pierces through the dark clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the world. Apart from Lu Meng and Zhao Biao, Zhao Qingling and the others have once again returned to the land of embers. At this moment, Zhao Biao stands frozen in place, uncertain whether the moisture clinging to him is rainwater or the dew of dawn, evoking a sensation akin to being drenched in sweat. However, he is indeed in a state of inner turmoil. Merely standing behind Lu Meng fills him with an immense pressure. What should I do? Although I have never done anything to threaten the land of embers, I have witnessed the visage of its master. Could he possibly eliminate me to silence me? In television dramas and novels, those powerful figures dread having their true identities exposed. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, continuously trickle down his forehead. Zhao Biao contemplates numerous possibilities, most of which involve him being swiftly dispatched by Lu Meng. "You seem quite anxious." Suddenly, Lu Meng turns around, effortlessly perceiving Zhao Biao's state of mind and the thoughts swirling within. Could he be contemplating whether I would eliminate you outright? "Please spare me. Elder brother, Zhao Biao is willing to serve you faithfully, and if it comes to that, I can swear an oath to remain as a watchman at the entrance of the land of embers." Lu Mang's words nearly caused Zhao Biao to lose his composure, prompting him to bend his knees in an instinctive act of submission. Lu Mang's lips twitched slightly, nearly amused by Zhao Biao's reaction. Just a few days prior, he had heard a joke from Lu Jingya about someone swearing to become the watchman of the Land of Embers. However, that was not what he desired. With a gentle lift of his hand, his supreme bloodline activates, and an invisible force raises Zhao Biao's knees, preventing him from kneeling. Zhao Biao, you should be a clever man. Lu Mang speaks slowly, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Biao. If you need me. Zhao Biao is indeed a clever man. If you do not, then Zhao Biao is merely a foolish pig or even a loyal dog. Zhao Biao hastily interjects, fearing the loss of even the slightest opportunity. Though his words may be a bit coarse, they reflect a keen intellect. Lu Mang's decision to spare him and refrain from killing him signifies what? It implies that Lu Mang has no intention of ending his life. And there exists a considerable chance he wishes to recruit him. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be squandered. He understands clearly that in this apocalyptic world, if one cannot attain a level of strength that allows for recklessness, one must align with a powerful ally. It is evident that Lu Mang stands as that formidable ally, truly astute. Lu Mang nods in appreciation. Are you interested in following me? However, before you do, there is a task I need you to undertake, one that is perilous. And you may very well lose your life. Zhao Biao is willing. Without any hesitation, he nods vigorously, recognizing this as an extraordinary opportunity, a binding pact. As for refusal, that thought never even crosses his mind. For he knows that to entertain such an idea would likely lead him to his demise. Chapter 78. Visitors from the Zhao family. The sky is clear, and a gentle breeze caresses the air. Occasionally, white clouds drift by, painting a stunning tableau. Lu Mang and Zhao Qingling stroll along the dilapidated streets, with Zhao Qingling occasionally gazing up at the sky, seemingly in good spirits, while Lu Mang silently trails behind her. A month has passed since the onset of the apocalypse, characterized predominantly by incessant rain, as if the arrival of the end times has drastically altered the climate, making such delightful weather a rarity. During this month, Lu Mang first ingested the magic essence from the four great leaders, elevating himself to the late dawn phase, and subsequently consumed a substantial amount of lower-grade magic essence, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the dawn phase. As for breaking into the illuminated realm, there has yet to be any sign, but even so, the speed of his ascension is undoubtedly remarkable. After all, even Zhao Qingling, endowed with her SS-grade bloodline, has only reached the mid-dawn phase. Still a ways from the late stage. Meanwhile, Mu Yuhua and the others have all attained the early dawn phase, which is not considered slow. Furthermore, due to the recent monster frenzy, the Land of Embers has garnered significant attention from the survivors who emerged from the safety chambers, leading to widespread acclaim of its wonders. In just 1 month, the Land of Embers has gained notoriety throughout half of Jinghai City. Currently, numerous survivor factions have established gathering places around the periphery of the Land of Embers. And even the troops stationed far from the Land of Embers have sent representatives to make contact, though they have yet to meet Lu Mang in person. Nevertheless, it can be said that the vicinity of the Land of Embers has become quite lively, subtly trending towards becoming a large gathering place. Of course, there are also negative aspects, such as those still harboring ill intentions, but after a few interventions from Zhao Qingling, all have been subdued. The specifics of bloodline ranks have spread thoroughly among the military, even reaching those lesser bloodline wielders who are aware of what an SS-grade bloodline signifies. In light of Zhao Qingling's presence in the Land of Embers and the sudden disappearance of Lu Jingya, various rumors have circulated outside. Experts have speculated that Lu Jingya might actually be the master of the Land of Embers, only to have been eliminated by Zhao Qingling. There are even those who recognize Zhao Qingling's true identity and question whether the Zhao family from Magic City had foreknowledge of the apocalypse. Sending Zhao Qingling here beforehand. In summary, the multitude of rumors is rather absurd, yet no one from the outside has ever seen the true visage of the master of the Land of Embers. They all proclaim, in truth, you are the true master of the Land of Embers. On the deserted street, Lu Mang takes the initiative to spark a conversation. Throughout this month, his relationship with Zhao Qingling has oscillated between intimacy and distance, veering more towards friends rather than lovers. This has caused Lu Mang considerable anxiety, as he is determined to win Zhao Qingling's affections. After all, acquiring the heavenly demon bloodline is paramount, once integrated with the supreme bloodline. He can hardly fathom the extent of his overall power enhancement, but he surmises it will not be inferior to the most renowned SS-grade bloodline possessors of his past life. Yet, Zhao Qingling's reactions leave him uncertain. He senses her care and concern, yet she maintains a certain distance, neither speaking much nor engaging extensively. Over the course of the month, Zhao Qingling has actively requested to reside within the safety chamber, even dutifully surrendering her magic essence, seemingly unwilling to owe Lu Meng even the slightest debt. However, whenever there is a matter concerning Lu Meng or the Land of Embers, she invariably takes the lead. For instance, following the Land of Embers' rise to prominence, some SS-grade bloodline wielders led skilled individuals to ambush Mu Yuhua and her companions during their outings. Upon learning of this, Zhao Qingling wasted no time rushing to their aid, ultimately pursuing and eliminating all the survivors involved in the assault over a distance of several dozen miles. It can be said that Zhao Qingling possesses a profound sense of belonging to the Land of Embers and to Lu Meng. This arrangement is quite favorable. I remain in the light while you dwell in the shadows, ensuring your safety, and providing the Land of Embers with an additional trump card. Zhao Qingling smiles softly. Resembling a lotus flower emerging from water, her silvery hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisite visage illuminated by the sun's rays in a breathtaking manner, with her porcelain-like arm gently cradling a beam of sunlight. She blows lightly towards Lu Meng. For a moment, Lu Meng is entranced, and after a brief pause, he remarks, "It appears your mood mirrors the splendid weather. Today is indeed delightful. One cannot dwell perpetually in memories and sorrow." Zhao Qingling gently shakes her head and continues, "Lu Meng, do you remember what I told you outside the Qihua courtyard? You can trust me. That promise remains steadfast." Her invocation of past events, her hand illuminated by sunlight, slowly rises as if reminiscing or recalling something significant. Lu Meng senses something amiss. Zhao Qingling's words seem to carry a tone of farewell. "I am about to depart with them." Suddenly, Zhao Qingling's lips part, uttering such a statement. Then, Lu Meng is taken aback. His heightened senses rapidly expand, confirming the presence of two formidable auras swiftly approaching. They are members of the Zhao family, my second uncle Zhao Tianxiong and cousin Zhao Hongxi. Zhao Qingling provides clarification. Members of the Zhao family, the noble clan from Magic City? Lu Meng realizes the identity of the approaching individuals. For reasons unknown, Zhao Qingling remained in Jinghai City prior to the apocalypse, leading to their fateful encounter. Merely 1 month into the apocalypse, the Zhao family from Magic City possesses the capability to traverse such a distance to seek her out. Such is the undeniable strength of noble clans. Before long, two figures emerge into Lu Meng's line of sight. One is a middle-aged man, sporting a slightly long beard, his brows furrowed in anger, standing tall and robust, with muscles that exude a palpable sense of power. The other, a young man of similar age to Zhao Qingling, possesses a handsome visage, a slender frame, and appears somewhat frail. One is of S grade, the other A grade. With just a glance, Lu Meng discerns their bloodline ranks. Meanwhile, the two scrutinize Lu Meng in return. Remarkable. This young man is truly extraordinary. Zhao Tianxiong cannot help but exclaim in a low voice, nodding repeatedly. "Uncle, you are indeed impressive." Beside him, Zhao Hongxi quietly inquires, "But uncle, what exactly did you perceive? Please enlighten me." "I saw nothing." Zhao Tianxiong replies cryptically. "It is precisely because I discern nothing that it proves this individual's exceptional nature." Zhao Hongxi is left speechless. Truly, one cannot glean wisdom from mere words. 2 days prior, they had encountered Zhao Qingling while she was out slaying monsters. That time, they wished to take her away immediately, but she had temporarily declined, requesting to wait for 2 more days. During this interval, they have gathered a wealth of information. For instance, the Land of Embers, where Zhao Qingling resides, and the rumored Lord of Embers, although Zhao Qingling has never mentioned it. How could Zhao Tianxiong not comprehend that the young man before him is most likely the fabled Lord of Embers? Young man. Suddenly, Zhao Tianxing pondered aloud, taking a step forward, his imposing aura causing the surrounding air to ripple gently. As an elder, I wish to have a word with you. Is it coming? Lu Meng's eyes turned cold. He had read numerous scripts and novels where affluent families looked down upon impoverished protagonists, forcefully tearing apart the leads. Although the current situation was somewhat different, Lu Meng felt it bore a striking resemblance. Zhao Qingling's reminiscent demeanor already spoke volumes. The surge of demonic energy spread forth, just as he contemplated unleashing his celestial demonic pressure to assert dominance. Zhao Tianxiong's words left him momentarily stunned. You must be aware of Qingling's identity. Correct? She is the primary heir of the Zhao family in this generation, the possessor of an SS-grade bloodline. The Zhao clan differs from other families. We do not prioritize gender in inheritance. I trust you understand the significance of this. Currently, there are 3 SS-grade bloodline bearers officially affiliated with my Zhao family, and dozens more at the A-grade level. So, do you comprehend? As an elder, I earnestly hope you will keep Qi by your side. Treat her well, and ensure her safety. This will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for both her and your future. Chapter 79. If you need, I shall kill him for you. What is happening? Lu Meng found himself momentarily at a loss. The unfolding events should not have taken this turn, should they? Is this a reversal of fortunes, not adhering to the usual script? Elder uncle, Zhao Hongshi's eyes widened as he frantically gestured to Zhao Tianxiong. They had undertaken this endeavor under the pressure of half the Zhao family to locate Zhao Qingling and bring her back. The distance from Magic City to Jinghai City spanned several cities. They had ventured out with 20 individuals, all formidable bloodline bearers, yet only the 2 of them had safely arrived here and fortuitously found Zhao Qingling. How could the situation shift so abruptly? He distinctly remembered the excitement his elder uncle exhibited upon seeing his cousin, especially when he learned she possessed an SS-grade angelic bloodline. Zhao Hongxi could have sworn he was ready to return to the Zhao family in a fit of rage. Zhao Tianxiong, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Hongxi's reaction, continued, Young man, I have watched Qingling grow since childhood. I know her thoughts better than anyone at this juncture. Zhao Tianxiong paused, casting a glance at Zhao Qingling before continuing. 2 days ago, we located Qingling, but she expressed a desire to wait, which is why you are meeting us today. Could it be a meeting with the parents? Lu Meng couldn't help but let his imagination run wild as he glanced at Zhao Qingling. She appeared as ethereal as ever, seemingly reverting to her original form, the previous sunshine fading like a fleeting moment. If Qingling was willing to stay, I can guarantee that as long as Lu Meng, draw breath. I shall protect her. Lu Meng edged closer to Zhao Qingling, keenly aware of a fleeting flicker of emotion in her eyes. Now this is more like it, Zhao Tianxiong exclaimed with delight, his face breaking into an unmistakable smile. Young people should express their feelings openly, without hesitation. Elder uncle, if sister Qingling does not return, who can contend with Zhao Wuji? Zhao Hongxi could no longer restrain himself. Others might be unaware of the current state of the Zhao family, but how could his elder uncle act so recklessly? Silence. Who is the elder here? You or I? Zhao Tianxiong admonished sharply, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions. After the apocalypse, the Zhao family, like many others, had awakened their bloodlines, including several formidable A-grade bloodlines, and he himself had awakened an SS-grade bloodline, while Zhao Hongxi had an A-grade bloodline as the main lineage. This was undoubtedly a grand fortune. However, within the branches, there emerged Zhao Wuji, an SS-grade bloodline bearer who had become a lord under a demon, allowing the Zhao family to thrive in Magic City. Yet Zhao Wuji was known for his autocratic tendencies. Having seized control of the Zhao family's power, he began to eliminate dissenters. This was why the main lineage had pinned their last hopes on Zhao Qingling. Going to great lengths to find her, I admit. I have my own selfish motives. Zhao Tianxiong's expression softened, revealing a hint of helplessness. If I had merely found Qingling, I would have taken her back to fight, even if it meant failure. However, during these past 2 days, my perspective has shifted. Young man, I know you are likely a lord under a demon as well. He stepped forward, intending to pat Lu Meng's shoulder, but awkwardly withdrew his hand to eye in the current Zhao family. There existed an SS-grade bloodline bearer who was also a lord under a demon. Presently, a significant portion of the Zhao family had allied with that individual. Originally, if it had only been this, as long as it benefited the Zhao family, the main lineage would have had little to say. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. After Zhao Wuji took power, he began to eliminate rivals, leaving them no choice but to place their hopes on Qingling. Upon meeting her, I knew she would not disappoint us. A fellow SS-grade bloodline bearer would not be weaker than Zhao Wuji. Yet Zhao Wuji had the backing of a demon. I believe you understand the methods of the demons better than we do. Therefore, upon hearing news regarding the Land of Embers, I abandoned my initial intentions. I no longer wish to gamble. I simply desire for Qingling to live well. In the future, you and Qingling shall rise together, and then it will not be too late to return to the Zhao family. His expression dimmed as he spoke the truth. Zhao Qingling, Being an SS-grade bloodline bearer may not necessarily be weaker than Zhao Wuji, but Zhao Wuji had the support of a demon, having witnessed the overwhelming power of a demon. He understood all too well. Now, upon realizing that Lu Meng was by Zhao Qingling's side, he had altered his perspective. He had considered seeking Lu Meng's assistance but felt unworthy. Moreover, Lu Meng was currently only an individual of great strength. Even with Zhao Qinling, they were merely two against Zhao Wuji, who had nearly taken control of the majority of the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji, the possessor of an SS-grade bloodline. Lu Meng recalled a tale from his previous life. The rise of the celestial maiden Zhao Qinling was fraught with challenges. Initially, she was suppressed by an SS-grade bloodline bearer within the family, enduring in silence before ultimately slaying him. In truth, for a family to produce two SS-grade bloodline bearers should be a momentous occasion. Yet one cannot have two tigers on the same mountain. That if you require it, I shall accompany you back and eliminate him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Meng declared resolutely. Zhao Qingling's beautiful eyes narrowed. A flicker of emotion surfacing. Zhao Tianxin was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded again, finding Lu Meng increasingly agreeable. Regardless of Lu Meng's true strength in confronting Zhao Wuji, his intentions and courage were commendable. Despite knowing Zhao Wuji was an SS-grade bloodline bearer, he still spoke boldly. Zhao Wuji was an SS-grade bloodline bearer, just like Sister Qingling, and now he was at the late stage of the Dawn realm. Zhao Hongxi could only feel that both his elder uncle and this young man, who was not much different in age from himself, had lost their minds. An SS-grade bloodline bearer possessed the resources of the entire Zhao family. Within a month of the apocalypse, he had reached the late stage of the Dawn realm, a level of power difficult to rival in Magic City. Who would dare to claim they could kill him? Thank you, Lu Meng. Zhao Qingling smiled gently, her moon-like brows curving slightly. She stepped forward until she stood before Lu Meng at close range. Zhao Qingling's height barely reached Lu Meng's chin. Her swan-like neck arched gracefully as she tilted her head slightly. However, there is no need. I am a member of the Zhao family and must ultimately return. Matters of the Zhao family are my responsibility. I have cherished the days spent with you, yet I also feel a twinge of inferiority. If I remain by your side, I fear I would become increasingly complacent, and the gap between us would only widen. This is not the image Zhao Qinling should embody. Trust me, I can handle the affairs of the Zhao family myself. When we meet again, you shall see a different Zhao Qinling, one who can keep pace with you. Her voice grew softer, and that exquisite figure had already turned to leave. The bright sunlight filtered through the ruins of the street.